Chapter 1. Flight to New York for tryouts. It was 2 p.m. on April 7th, 2009, according to the Capital's time, when a plane bound for New York, USA, officially took off. Shenmue gazed out of the aircraft window at the drifting white clouds, his thoughts wandering. 2 months prior, he had groggily risen from his keyboard, rubbing the faint, painful impressions on his face and surveying his surroundings. He confirmed that he was in an internet CF, where at that early hour, only a few individuals donned headphones, engrossed in their games. Most were slumped over their desks in slumber. A flicker of recognition washed over him. The layout of this CF seemed oddly familiar. However, it had been many years since he last visited such a place, following his graduation from university. Glancing up at the wall clock, he noted it was only 7 in the morning, still quite early. Rising to his full height, he inadvertently caught the attention of the CAF's manager. A petite, sweet-faced young woman, adorned with a light touch of makeup, gazed intently at him, and he too found her somewhat familiar. Momentarily perplexed, Shenmue nodded, sheepishly attempting to obscure the keyboard imprints on his face. Habitually, he reached into his pocket for his phone. Staring at the flip phone in his hand, he felt a surge of confusion. Despite his less-than-ideal circumstances, he could still afford a modest Huawei smartphone. Yet, this particular device was not unfamiliar to him. It was the very one he had used during his university days. Suddenly, his heart raced inexplicably, and memories flooded back. This internet CAF, this phone, the girl who had been watching him trembled slightly as he flipped open the device to reveal the year. 2009. Was this a dream? No, this was the tangible world, and he felt an undeniable sense of control over his own being. In that moment, tears streamed down his face. In his past life, he had lamented countless times over that fateful decision, yearning for a chance to start anew. If such an opportunity were to arise, he would never waver again. Now, he had finally arrived at that moment. Perhaps a stroke of divine mercy for his subsequent tribulations, or perhaps his unwavering resolve had conjured a miracle across time. With a determined fist, Shenmue turned back to the CAF counter, enveloping the astonished young woman in a warm embrace. There was no ulterior motive. He simply wished to share a hug. Then, witnessing her flushed and bewildered expression, he pivoted and exited the CF, aware that time was of the essence needed to register. The deadline for NBA draft registration required submissions to the league's draft office 2 months prior to the selection event. There was still time. In his previous life, had he not faltered midway, it was highly probable that he would have been selected in the second round, securing a guaranteed contract with ease. Behind him stood a powerful nation of 1.4 billion people. The fervor from the previous year's Olympics had yet to fade, and the market for basketball was booming, with several Chinese players having been drafted into the NBA in recent years. Perhaps the public's interest in the NBA had not yet reached its zenith, but he understood that as time progressed, every domestic player attempting to enter the NBA would garner immense attention. Yet at that time, he was oblivious to this reality, having given up simply because he doubted his own abilities. In relinquishing his aspirations, he not only forsook the NBA, but also abandoned his entire basketball career. Upon returning to his homeland, he encountered an unexpected accident that left him severely injured. At that time, the collective focus of society had shifted towards entertainment and the internet. It was the dawn of the mobile internet era, and in pursuit of entrepreneurial endeavors, he plunged headfirst into the tide of mobile technology, ultimately achieving nothing in his 30s. During those desolate days, the only solace he found was in watching basketball events across the ocean, yet no Chinese player had managed to grace that stage by then. As the plane approached New York, Shenmue reined in his thoughts, perusing a basketball magazine in hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After 2 months of intensive training, he was now thoroughly prepared. The Madison Square Garden, the home arena of the New York Knicks and the annual venue for the draft, was where Shenmue was participating in the Knicks offline tryout. Interestingly, among the participants were several familiar faces destined for greatness, including 2 who were undoubtedly future superstars. "Shun, take a three-pointer." James Harden, having completed his testing, approached Shenmue with a friendly greeting. At that time, Harden's beard was not yet fully grown, and he seemed quite intrigued by this Asian face. "Okay," Shenmue replied with a smile, accepting the basketball. He leapt, releasing the ball with a swift push. Its trajectory was both flat and fast, and it swished through the net. Wow. Harden playfully patted Shenmue's back, giving him a thumbs up. Perhaps concerned about Shenmue's English proficiency, he refrained from engaging in further conversation. Shenmue, however, was not entirely accustomed to this friendly gesture and instinctively flinched, prompting hearty laughter from Harden. "Hey, Shenmue and Yao hail from the same country," came a voice as Hashim the Beat approached, greeting Shenmue. "Yeah." Shenmue smiled faintly, nodding in response to the towering figure before him. He had always felt a twinge of regret for the Beat, who had faded into obscurity playing in Taiwan. The Beat was a pleasant character, holding great admiration for Yao Ming. He once remarked, Yao Ming is the face of China. I aspire to become the face of Africa like him. Since then, the Beat had remained attentive to issues concerning impoverished children in Africa, endeavoring to contribute in meaningful ways. Truly a commendable individual. Take another shot. The Beat seemed eager to get to know Shunmia better and tossed him another basketball. Without uttering much, Shunmia caught the ball and, from the same position and with the same shooting technique, released it once more, the ball finding its way through the net. Again, the Beat tilted his head back in astonishment, marveling at Shunmia's performance, then patted him on the shoulder. I could see that moment. Several scouts were gathered outside the court, engaged in conversation. Although Shunmia's 2 three-pointers went unchallenged, his artful demeanor and confident release immediately caught the attention of some scouts. Just then, another figure approached, and Shunmia caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, his heart racing at the sight of the iconic Stephen Curry. Hello, Shin, your three-point shot is quite impressive, but I would recommend that you elevate your shooting arc, Curry remarked with praise. Over the years, due to Yao Ming's humble demeanor and high emotional intelligence in the NBA, many players have developed a favorable impression of Chinese athletes. Upon arriving here, Shunmia also received considerable assistance from several individuals. Thank you, Stephen. I intend to make my three-point shooting a staple of my skill set, Shunmia replied candidly. No. As a man, one must dunk, Curry exclaimed, seizing the basketball and sprinting toward the hoop. Shunmia placed a hand on his forehead, realizing that the Golden State Levine was about to make an appearance, with the outcome all but predictable. Bang! Indeed, Curry was thwarted by the rim, and the ball rolled directly to Shunmia's feet. He retrieved the basketball, making slight adjustments with his palm, and directed a comment toward the grounded Curry. Stephen, perhaps the three-pointer suits you better. With that, Shunmia leaped and pushed the ball straight toward the hoop, where it swished through the net, creating a beautiful ripple. At that moment, the scouts on the sidelines could no longer remain composed, for with Ray Allen's three-point prowess, the league's focus on sharpshooters was intensifying. Once or twice might be attributed to luck, but 3 consecutive shots with identical results, albeit unguarded, suggested to the scouts that this Chinese player might possess a consistent training regimen in three-point shooting. Indeed, he had something special. This was precisely the goal Shunmia aspired to achieve. Upon arriving in New York, armed with the memories of his past life, he was neither lost nor aimless. His name was not well known, and he had self-funded his participation in the draft, unable to seek assistance from the league for extra training. Even those within the domestic circle were unaware that any Chinese players were entering the draft this year, and Shunmia refrained from soliciting help from anyone. He navigated the city alone, searching for hotels, preparing his attire, and participating in tryouts entirely by himself. Ultimately, it all boiled down to one's capabilities. Only rigorous training could aid him. Before his arrival, Shunmia had fervently practiced his three-point shooting and ball handling skills solely for this moment, that he had a clear self-assessment. A point guard with a reliable three-point shot. Furthermore, that shot had to become his primary weapon in the future, especially with Curry in this draft, heralding the onset of a small ball era. Without the presence of American media, the league's promotional efforts, domestic attention, or invitations from other teams for tryouts, Shunmia primarily remained in New York, actively pursuing opportunities and participating in the combine by himself. The combine is typically designed for players aspiring to enter the first round of the draft. The evaluation not only showcases individual abilities, but also includes various talent assessments that I recall Kevin Durant, a player whose innate talent could easily secure a top 3 selection, participating in a combine where he failed to complete a single repetition in the bench press, thus setting a peculiar record. Subsequently, Durant was not selected as the first overall pick, which may have been influenced by that incident. His lack of strength garnered skepticism from many. Yet in the end, the Grim Reaper's scythe sent shivers throughout the NBA. Shunmia's combined statistics: height, 198 centimeters wingspan, 206 centimeter with a vertical jump of 76.45 centimeters without a running start. I secured the 17th position out of 48 participants with a running start. My jump reached 94 centimeters, placing me 9th. I completed 12 repetitions of the bench press, 187 pounds, ranking 270th. My time for the shuttle run was 10.09 seconds, landing me in 13th place, while my 34-yard dash was clocked at 3.20 seconds, putting me 11th. My static and dynamic abilities can only be deemed average, falling short when compared to those extraordinary talents who effortlessly achieve running jumps exceeding 110 centimeters. This performance is a result of Shunmia's recent decision to abandon the internet CAF and intensify his training. Otherwise, the outcome would undoubtedly have been worse. Chapter 2. The draft begins. During the trial period, Shimien not only devoted himself to rigorous training, but also forged connections with these future superstars, a task he approached with enthusiasm. As social dynamics permeate every arena, Harden did not linger in New York for long, departing a few days later, while Curry and Tabit remained for nearly a week, as the Knicks are among the most prominent franchises in the league, and Curry was particularly eager to be selected by them. Tabit's talent was also noteworthy. Prior to entering the NBA, he recorded a triple-double in points, rebounds, and blocks, astonishing the nation. Unfortunately, he struggled to make an impact in the NBA due to his rudimentary skills and abysmal shooting percentage. Opportunities to prove himself dwindled, and he gradually faded from public view, despite the initial high hopes placed upon him. An NBA scout once remarked that he would emerge as the league's most athletic true center. Regrettably, during the Knicks tryouts, we did not encounter Blake Griffin, the player destined to become the first overall pick, known by the moniker White Beast. On June 25th, a few days earlier than in previous years, the highly anticipated NBA draft commenced at the Knicks' home venue, Madison Square Garden in New York. Prior to the official selection process, players predicted to be drafted early were invited to the green room for discussions. Typically, this includes the top 14 picks, but more than 14 individuals are usually invited, as the final selections remain undecided. The term lottery signifies that the order has yet to be established and requires a drawing. With the lottery pick in hand, teams must engage in a drawing to determine their final selection order. Each team possesses different probabilities of obtaining the first overall pick, with poorer performing teams having a greater likelihood of securing higher picks. Players chosen from a lottery range can dramatically shift a team's fortunes, akin to winning the lottery. Kobe Bryant, for instance, was selected at the 13th position. Given Shun Mai's lack of prominence and skill, he naturally did not receive an invitation, but he remained unfazed. His singular objective was to avoid being undrafted, even if it meant being the last pick of the second round. The media was poised, awaiting the arrival of the future basketball stars. Shun Mai, dressed in a sleek gray suit, walked calmly to his seat among the players. In recent years, the NBA draft has typically been broadcast domestically, and at that moment, the camera from TV5 captured Shun Mai's composed demeanor as he observed the proceedings, appearing as a mere outsider. "I asked this player from our country," inquired the commentator Yu Jia from the domestic broadcast studio. "Indeed, just a few days ago, we received word that a student from a sports university in our country has self-funded his registration for the NBA draft." The nearby staff member quickly responded, seemingly a bit apologetic for the minor oversight. "Hey, keep it understated, this young man possesses a commendable appearance," Coach Zhang remarked with a smile as he watched the live broadcast. However, it is likely that his draft position may not be particularly high. Securing a selection at all would be quite an achievement. Unbeknownst to Shinmi, he was currently being showcased on the broadcast, drawing the attention of those following this year's draft. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2009 NBA Draft here at Madison Square Garden in New York. Before long, David Stern stepped away from the podium, exiting through the door at the back of the stage, awaiting the decision of the Clippers, who held the first overall pick. A few minutes later, David Stern approached the microphone with a white card in hand and announced, "For the 2009 NBA Draft, first round, first pick, the Los Angeles Clippers select Blake Griffin." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers for Blake Griffin. Simultaneously, the big screen began to showcase Griffin's highlights, accompanied by an English commentary extolling his strength and attributes. Griffin donned the Clippers cap and ascended the stage, shaking hands with David Stern, embracing him, and posing for photographs. Subsequently, no unexpected changes occurred. The draft order mirrored that of the previous timeline, with the second pick being Hashing the Beat, selected by the Grizzlies. The third pick was James Harden, still in his youth, chosen by the Thunder, reuniting the trio once again. The fourth pick was Tyreke Evans, selected by the Kings. At the seventh pick, the Golden State Warriors chose Stephen Curry. Upon the announcement, a wave of lament swept through the crowd, as many Knicks fans were present in the New York venue, and Curry was a player they held high hopes for now, snatched away from them. However, this lamentation did not linger long at this juncture. Curry was merely a draft prospect, and the Knicks fans would only come to realize in the future what they had lost. With the ninth pick, DeMar DeRozan was selected by the Toronto Raptors. Yes, several prominent talents were chosen as anticipated. Shimmy grew indifferent to the unfolding draft process, merely awaiting the moment his name would be called. Following the conclusion of the first round, Shin Mai's name did not appear, which was expected. He remained composed. He had a contingency plan should he go undrafted, aiming to find a way to participate in the Summer League. As the process moved to the second round, the 16th pick brought forth a name familiar from the Pasta legendary figure, the sword-wielding guardian, one of the Crouching Dragon and Flying Phoenix, Danny Green. In his previous life, Danny Green had been a role player, securing 3 championships across 3 different teams. At this moment, from the 48 players in the tryouts, only 2 remained. With the 17th pick in the second round, the player from Huaxia, Shenmi, has been selected by the Oklahoma City Thunder. The atmosphere was no longer as fervent as before. Yet Shenmi felt an immediate sense of relief. Being chosen was sufficient. He rose and approached the stage, bowing to embrace David Stern in a gesture of respect. "Keep it up, young man from Huaxia," David Stern whispered in his ear. Shenmi replied with a firm acknowledgement, accepting the encouragement from a man who had made an indelible contribution to the NBA's expansion into the Chinese basketball market. After that moment, he ceased to pay attention, quietly awaiting the arrival of the team's officials to summon him. He was indeed curious as to why the Thunder had selected him. Regardless, this move was advantageous for the Thunder. Their draft acumen remained as sharp as ever. Shenmi was well aware of the value he could bring to the team. Scout report. Name: Shenmi. Origin: Huaxia. Date of birth: November 10th, 1988. Position: point guard, shooting guard. Height: 6 feet 6 inches, 198 centimeters. Weight: 88 kilograms. Wingspan: 2.06 meters. Player draft template: Kobe Bryant. Projected draft position: late second round. Beyond his static talents, he possesses proficient ball handling skills, a consistent three-point shooting ability, commendable playmaking capability, and an active defensive awareness, rendering him a relatively well-rounded point guard. However, his weaknesses include inadequate physical strength, a lack of competitive resilience, average foot speed, and moderate stamina. The scout's report is fairly satisfactory. Nonetheless, his static attributes are regarded as rather commonplace within the NBA. Regarding Shenmi's performances, the Thunder scouts have not gathered substantial insights, relying instead on summaries from recent tryouts, although it is likely they are influenced by his background from Huaxia. The development and attention surrounding the Rockets, alongside the heightened intrigue when the Bucks selected Jianlian at the 6th pick, is well acknowledged throughout the league. At present, the Thunder boasts Kevin Durant, who has been granted unlimited shooting privileges, along with Russell Westbrook, and they have also selected James Harden this year. It remains uncertain whether he will secure a spot in the rotation. However, if he is granted an opportunity to play, he is confident in showcasing his abilities. "Hey, Shen. Congratulations. We can play together now." Harden approached Shenmi with congratulations, revealing that they had initially been hesitant until he specifically mentioned Shen's three-point shooting. Upon hearing this, Shenmi felt a surge of emotion and embraced Harden warmly. "Thank you, brother, and congratulations to you too." The Thunder's selection of Shenmi was straightforward. They signed into a standard 2-year contract worth $1.2 million, of which only $500,000 is guaranteed. Non-guaranteed contracts may have salary deductions due to missed games, while guaranteed contracts ensure that salaries are paid regardless of injuries or season-ending ailments. At the conclusion of the 2-year contract, if his performance is commendable, he may be eligible for an extension and a salary increase. Conversely, if his performance falters, he may be released before the next season concludes. Shenmi did not procrastinate. He swiftly packed his belongings and made his way to Oklahoma City, awaiting the commencement of the new season. He had already made arrangements for everything back home. To address his financial needs, Shenmi even advanced $100,000 of his salary. He rented an apartment near the training facility, where he would likely reside for the upcoming year. Chapter 3. The preseason begins immediately following the conclusion of the draft. The summer league commenced. Since he had been selected, his participation in this event was deemed unnecessary. Shenmi gracefully declined to participate in the summer league, citing personal matters at home. To be candid, this decision appears somewhat audacious and has indeed stirred discontent among certain members of the Thunder's management. Should the domestic audience become aware of this news, they might perceive it as a lack of ambition on their part. Nevertheless, a multitude of players remain eager to step in and represent the Thunder, rendering the matter less contentious. For Shenmi, this choice was made after considerable contemplation. It is essential to maintain one's individuality. The Summer League serves as a stage for rookies, but it is also designed for undrafted players and others aspiring to enter the NBA through various avenues. Naturally, those selected in the second round with lower rankings may fear a lack of playing opportunities once the season commences, prompting them to showcase their talents during the Summer League. However, Shenmi possesses a strong self-assurance. He believes that if granted even a single opportunity, no matter how trivial, he will seize it with utmost determination. The competition in the Summer League is fierce, and the prevailing local bias may lead some to resort to underhanded tactics against non-American players. Having already secured a contract, he sees no necessity to expose himself to such risks. Thus, for Shenmi, Abstaining from the Summer League effectively marks the commencement of his off-season. Shinmia's perspective on the safety situation in Country M is hardly commendable. Since the onset of the off-season, he has predominantly remained within the confines of his home, occasionally venturing out to purchase daily necessities and provisions. Most of his time is devoted to physical training within the rented confines of his apartment. He has acquired a treadmill and various fitness equipment, including dumbbells. After each session, he ensures to attend to his body's basic maintenance. This is not a time for frugality. As the 3-month off-season swiftly passed, the training camp commenced, and Shinmia began to spend considerable time practicing in the gym. Currently, the Thunder is a youthful team. Having secured a top 4 draft position for 3 consecutive years, they have acquired the trio known as the Thunder 3. Yet, this trio is yet to grasp the concept of championship contention. Their focus lies solely on performing well in each game to enhance their market value. On October 2, 2009, the preseason officially commenced. The Thunder's inaugural match was set for October 8, where they would face the Memphis Grizzlies on their home turf at the FedEx Forum. On the eve of the game, Shinmia reported to the team and traveled with them to Memphis, Tennessee. In an unexpected twist, the first preseason game would see the 2nd and 3rd overall picks face off against each other, as Hashem the Beat had indeed been selected by the Grizzlies with the 2nd overall pick. Prior to the commencement of the player introductions, Coach Brooks took to the tactical board to elucidate the game strategy, primarily centered around Durant and Russell Westbrook. Although the preseason is merely a warm-up, today marks the opening of the season, and it is imperative that both players take to the court. Shinmia and Harden wore solemn expressions, attentively listening, though the excitement and anticipation in their eyes could not be concealed. The preseason served as a platform for the current rookies to showcase their individual talents, although brief. Failing to seize this opportunity would likely result in a diminished chance of breaking into the core rotation after the season opener. Soon, the warm-up concluded, and the game commenced with a jump ball. The Thunder's starting lineup included Durant, Westbrook, Kostic, Jeff Green, and the 3rd overall pick, James Harden. The Memphis Grizzlies featured Marc Gasol, Rudy Gay, Zach Randolph, Mike Conley, along with the 2nd overall pick, Hashem the Beat. Shinmia can only serve as a substitute. Yet even in this role, he cannot merely languish on the bench. Having followed the NBA for many years in his previous life, Shinmia is well-versed in the league's dynamics, fervently cheering for his team while clutching a towel. The game unfolded with both teams exchanging blows. The Grizzlies exhibited a stable offense and displayed tenacity in rebounding, showcasing the pivotal role of Hashem the Beat as a center, perhaps unaccustomed to the towering lineup of their opponents. The Thunder's dynamic duo found their offense stymied, prompting frequent frowns from head coach Brooks, who wore a grave expression. After calling a timeout, Coach Brooks emphasized the need for Durant to receive the ball and mentor the opposing rookie. However, upon resuming play, they continued to face multiple offensive failures. As the first quarter neared its conclusion with only 2 minutes remaining, a dead ball situation arose, leading to Westbrook being substituted out. At this moment, the deficit had widened to 13 points. Although it was merely the preseason, it was nonetheless the inaugural game. "Shun, you're up," Scott Brooks declared, pacing back and forth before approaching Shinmia. Upon hearing this, Shinmia suddenly rose to his feet. It was finally his turn to take the stage. As an Asian athlete, he was acutely aware of the physical disparities compared to his African counterparts. If he failed to seize the opportunity presented by the preseason, the onset of the new season could very well lead to his complete exclusion from the roster, leaving him with little more than a handful of minutes in garbage time. With an average of merely 1 or 2 points, he risked relegating himself to the role of a mere water cooler attendant, only to be traded away as an expendable asset or cut from the team before the trade deadline. Shinmia approached the technical area, shedding his outer garment to reveal the Thunder's jersey emblazoned with the number 47, a somewhat rebellious spirit. He held little regard for the unfortunate connotations of the number 47 in his homeland. Instead, he embraced it as his emblem of good fortune. Thus, his uniform bore the number 47, the azure fabric draping over his slender frame, appearing somewhat oversized yet ethereal. With the Grizzlies in possession of the ball, Shinmia voluntarily switched his defensive assignment to match up against Gasol. Although standing nearly 2 meters tall, the mismatch of a guard defending a center was evident. The sight of Gasol instantly conjured memories of his previous life, where this veteran had joined the Lakers during the 2021 season, one of the dual pillars of the Grizzlies' identity. In the prime of his career, he excelled defensively, showcasing commendable lateral agility and finishing prowess beneath the rim. However, at this moment, the younger Gasol, positioned at the arc, would not opt for a direct confrontation. What strategy would he employ instead? Shin Mie maintained an intense focus, recalling the manner in which Harden defended against centers. He lowered his center of gravity, enhancing the stability of his lower body. Despite this, his movements remained swift, and his overall demeanor exuded positivity. Gasol seemed to sense the seriousness of the yellow-skinned man before him. Without hesitation, he sprinted to set a screen for the ball handler Rudy Gay. The teammate defending Gay was instantly obstructed by Gasol's imposing frame, creating an opportunity for Rudy Gay. Shin Mie promptly switched his defense, anticipating Rudy's jump position. With a clean and decisive block, the ball ricocheted off the floor. Shin Mie seized the ball and sprinted towards the frontcourt, finding himself in a clear path. In this fast break opportunity, a swift layup would surely secure the points. However, he opted for a gamble, dribbling just outside the three-point line, slightly adjusting his rhythm before launching the shot. Indeed, it was a three-pointer. In the midst of a fast transition, most players typically focused on driving towards the basket for layups or dunks, with few opting for mid-range shots, as there was often no defender present to warrant such risks. To establish his presence in the talent-rich NBA, he needed to showcase his shooting prowess, making his three-point shot a signature move that would be recognized by others as uniquely his. As the ball left his fingertips, he was confident it would find its mark. Turning away without a glance, heading back down the court as he heard the satisfying swish of the net behind him. This display of confidence ignited fervent admiration from his teammates on the bench. "Well done, Shun." As he retreated on defense, he engaged in a brief hand slap with Harden, a small ritual that easily cultivated trust and chemistry among teammates. Such gestures, including hand slaps after free throws, had become an unwritten rule within the basketball community. Soon, the opposing team advanced from the frontcourt, and the arena resonated with the defensive background music. Shin Mie continued to shadow Gasol, now positioned at a 45-degree angle to the left, a stance that suggested Gasol might be preparing to receive the ball at the arc's peak. Shin Mie felt a stir within him and deliberately stepped back half a pace, while his teammate urged him to stay close. However, Shin Mie remained unmoved. As anticipated, Gasol approached the arc, and the player on the right, advancing into the paint, seamlessly passed the ball into Gasol's hands. Shin Mie had long been prepared, swiftly raising his hand towards Gasol. Although there was a noticeable height difference and his leap fell short, he timed his move impeccably, merely grazing the ball with his fingertips. The basketball soared in a high arc towards the hoop. Upon glancing back, Shin Mie immediately realized he had interfered, causing the shot to veer off course. The ball struck the side of the rim and bounced out, landing in the hands of the unguarded Harden. Shin Mie relinquished his defense and surged forward to initiate a fast break. Simultaneously, he glanced back and, as expected, Harden had already spotted him. With a precise bounce pass akin to a quarterback's long throw, the basketball soared toward him. Shin Mie received the basketball and positioned himself beyond the three-point line. With a slight adjustment, he swiftly released the ball. This time, he did not turn away, watching as the basketball swished through the net. He then signaled a gesture of victory, raising 3 fingers towards the arena's ceiling. The Grizzlies' offense was thwarted consecutively, resulting in a 6-0 score, narrowing the gap to single digits, prompting the Grizzlies' head coach to promptly call for a timeout. Shin Mie's 2 three-pointers left his teammates astounded, prompting them to approach him and exchange greetings. Meanwhile, the technical bench seized the opportunity during the timeout to replay a certain moment. Chapter 4. The stepbacks might soon. The arena's large screen displayed a video replay showcasing Shin Mie's impressive block, which had caught the referee's attention and was subsequently recorded in the block statistics. "Shin, why did you opt for the three-pointer? That style of play seems rather lackluster," Russell Westbrook quipped as he approached his teammate. "Firstly, because a three-pointer is worth 1 more point than a two-pointer. Secondly, the three-pointer is my staple weapon when left open. I possess a 90% chance of making the shot." The confidence in his assertion about the 90% accuracy was somewhat audacious. While the first statement elicited a chuckle from the team, the claim of 90% met with skepticism. Nevertheless, it successfully captured the attention of Coach Brooks, who realized that this young man's three-point shooting prowess was indeed remarkable. He was a gifted marksman. Of course, Coach was unaware of the immense dedication Shin Mie had devoted to honing his three-point skills. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Rudy Gay of the Grizzlies brought the ball up the court, facing the Thunder's zone defense. At that moment, Rudy Gay made a bold move, delivering the ball near the basket. where Zach Randolph, cutting in, executed a successful dunk, thus fulfilling the tactical plan. On the other end, Shinmia quickly passed the ball to Harden, making a swift dash to the front court. As Harden crossed half-court and encountered tight defense, Shinmia positioned himself for support, allowing Harden to execute a handoff, delivering the ball back to Shinmia. Shinmia did not respond to Harden. Instead, he took the initiative to advance. His opponent was still Gasol, and today the two engaged in a fierce contest. Shinmia dribbled a couple of times, his weight seemingly shifting to the right, while in reality, he was moving to the left, with Gasol in close pursuit. Shin retracted, shifting his right foot to the left while simultaneously leaping back with his left foot, creating distance between himself and Gasol. He effortlessly released a three-pointer, which swished through the net. At that moment, a throng of individuals on the opposing bench erupted in fervent gestures. Traveling violation. They clamored. The referee, having not clearly observed the footwork, refrained from making an immediate call. However, upon hearing the chorus of voices around him declaring a traveling violation, the members of the Thunder side, sensing the consensus, also felt that perhaps a traveling infraction had indeed occurred. Shinmia understood the necessity to voice his perspective at that moment. He approached the referee, gesturing, "That was a step-back three-pointer. It is my signature move. I did not travel." The referee, taken aback, nodded in agreement to review the replay. All eyes turned to the screen suspended above the arena, where Shinmia's footwork was showcased in slow motion. His left foot remained stationary, while his right foot shifted in two directions. Only after the ball was released did his left foot retreat, confirming that he had not traveled. The referee signaled that the score was valid, with no foul, leaving everyone in the arena in a state of bewilderment. Only one person comprehended that this shot was legitimate: Harden. He too had practiced the step back and had also attempted three-pointers. Yet at that moment, he had not yet perfected the technique. The step back was not an invention of Harden. Its origins are obscure. However, the legendary Charles Barkley, once dubbed a dynamic duo alongside Shaquille O'Neal, had utilized the step-back three-pointer in the past, as did Paul Pierce. The timing chosen by the current player, when releasing the ball, aligned seamlessly with the rhythm required for a step-back three-pointer, rendering the execution remarkably fluid. Shinmia let out a sigh and silently apologized to Harden, saying, "Forgive me, Brother D, for your signature step-back three-pointer. I shall take it upon myself to elevate it to new heights." Both were rookies this year, and the external perception of their novice status had yet to solidify. At this moment, the step-back three was not yet Harden's hallmark. As the game progressed, Shinmia's 3 consecutive three-pointers drew the attention of the Grizzlies' defense, resulting in a swift decline in his shooting opportunities. However, with the wisdom accrued from his past life, Shinmia exhibited remarkable basketball IQ. Even in the absence of offensive chances, he diligently fulfilled his role, committing no defensive errors, maintaining possession without turnovers, and ensuring his shots were well-timed. He actively sought open spaces to create opportunities once his teammates had the ball. Such players are regarded as exemplary role players in the eyes of a head coach. Unbeknownst to him, the legendary figure from the Thunder, plagued by mistakes, would later find himself discarded by the coach upon joining the purple and gold. As the first quarter concluded, Shinmia had not received another shooting opportunity. Yet his performance in that period was commendable. He would undoubtedly have another chance to play once the Thunder's 2 leading scorers exited the game. The second quarter commenced, and Durant rediscovered his long-lost rhythm, wielding the scythe of death. As the finest scorer of this era, a re-energized Durant was a formidable force. No matter the opponent, he found mismatches. Those taller than him could not match his speed, and those quicker than him could not match his height. With his shooting touch restored, he unleashed his prowess, effortlessly elevating over defenders, the ball piercing the net regardless of the opposition. As halftime approached, the Grizzlies found themselves down by 15 points. Coach Mark Iavaroni, sensing the impending defeat, quickly called a timeout and substituted Tabbit as a designated advantage point on the court. Tabbit had repeatedly received the ball, yet failed to score, inciting the coach's displeasure. In the final 2 minutes of the half, other Thunder players were rotated in, but Shinmia remained uncalled. 2 minutes later, the half concluded, and both teams retreated to their locker rooms for a respite. "Shun, your three-pointers were impressive," Durant remarked, walking alongside him. "Thank you, KD. I enjoy watching you play. Each of your shots feels like the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe," Shinmia responded, complimenting him in return. "Wow," Durant chuckled, his distinct charm shining through as he patted Shinmia on the back. "I relish that metaphor." At that moment, the slightly whimsical Durant appeared quite pleased with this nickname. After all, he was merely a third-year rookie in the league. With the halftime break concluded, both teams returned to the court for the second half. Shinmia took a complete break during the first half, but was brought on as a starter in the second half, partnering with Harden as the starting point guard, while Durant and Westbrook had already clocked out. The preseason primarily serves as a training ground. When Shinmia brought the ball past half court, he swiftly passed it to Harden, who was immediately met by the Grizzlies' defense. Harden shot a glance at Shinmia, then, standing beyond the three-point line, began to rhythmically dribble the ball between his legs before stepping back, shifting his feet, and releasing a shot. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a traveling violation. The ball swished through the net. Yet the call for a traveling violation came before the shot. Harden looked at the referee with an innocent expression, pointing at Shinmia as if to say, "I'm just like him." The arena displayed a replay of Harden's step-back three-pointer. Shinmia shook his head with a smile, saying, "You released the ball a moment too soon. You're still getting the hang of it. Assist me in stealing the ball, and I shall teach you." Harden grinned sheepishly and began to diligently guard the Grizzlies' point guard from the backcourt. Unbeknownst to the Grizzlies guard, he pondered why Harden was taking this preseason so seriously. In a moment of oversight, Harden successfully stripped the ball away, sending it bouncing toward the sidelines. However, he was in a position to retrieve it. Observing this, Shinmia sprinted toward the right side of the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. Harden, catching a glimpse of Shinmia's movement, understood instinctively. With a swift motion of his left hand, he sent the ball toward Shinmia, who secured it with confidence. With no defenders in sight, Shinmia executed a change in his dribbling and stepped back to take a three-pointer, which he sank effortlessly. The referee had witnessed Shinmia's actions clearly. Noting the distinction from Harden's earlier attempt, it appeared to be a traveling violation, yet it was not. The Thunder's bench rose in applause, as it was evident to all that Shinmia was teaching Harden the art of the step-back three-pointer. "I think I've got it," Harden said with a smile as he approached, high-fiving Shinmia while retreating on defense. The Grizzlies' home crowd fell silent, realizing that their arena was being treated as a training ground for the Thunder. 5 minutes later, Shinmia had delivered 3 assists, while Harden continuously exchanged scores with the opponent, yet the point gap remained unchanged. At this juncture, the Grizzlies called a timeout, and Shinmia was substituted out. After his substitution, he did not return to the game, allowing other teammates the opportunity to gain experience. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Thunder triumphing over the Grizzlies with a score of 121-106, securing their first victory of the preseason. Shinmia showcased an impressive performance, successfully sinking all 4 of his three-point attempts, achieving a flawless shooting percentage of 100. He accumulated a total of 12 points and delivered 5 assists. Remarkably, 7 players from the team reached double figures in scoring. The debut of Shinmia in the NBA preseason has come to an end. At this moment, the preseason lacks domestic broadcasts, thus Shinmia's performance remains unknown within the country. Chapter 5. The Rebound Instinct following the conclusion of a preseason game. Various media outlets commenced their evaluations of this year's rookies and the roster compositions of each team. Such external attention has invigorated the rookies, while the seasoned players, having endured the offseason, are beginning to rediscover their long-lost form. To provide a brief overview of the preseason, which we shall henceforth bypass. Each team typically plays around 8 games. The primary objective of the preseason is undoubtedly to foster team cohesion and assess the competitive conditions of both new and veteran players, particularly the rookies. To prevent the main players from exhausting themselves before the new season begins, their playing time is generally limited to no more than 30 minutes, rendering the preseason primarily a stage for the rookies. The second purpose is to generate excitement for the NBA regular season. To better attract fans from across the globe to watch the upcoming regular season, the NBA capitalizes on the preseason to promote its new season. They might even arrange matchups between teams with a historical rivalry, featuring star players, and broadcast these games locally, nationally, or even internationally, garnering attention comparable to that of the regular season. For instance, the preseason matchup between the Rockets and the Heat in the 2005 to 2006 season, following Shaquille O'Neal's transfer from the Lakers to the Heat, was marketed by the NBA as a renewed Yao versus Shaq showdown. Subsequent years also saw the emergence of the Warriors-Cavs rivalry and others. The third aim is to promote the NBA and expand its overseas influence. With the further maturation of NBA commercial operations and the acceleration of its internationalization, the league has previously dispatched multiple teams abroad for preseason games to cater to the tastes of international fans and to broaden its overseas market. Since that day against the Grizzlies, Shinmiya has consistently played approximately 20 minutes across 5 preseason games, maintaining a scoring average between 10 to 15 points per game, primarily through three-pointers. The head coach has become accustomed to this and no longer finds it remarkable. However, it is clear that the three-pointer is not yet the primary offensive strategy. Shinmiya must showcase additional skills. On this day during practice, Shinmiya entered the gym to find Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant already engaged in shooting drills. Shinmiya was the third to arrive. Two individuals with greater talent and diligence than him, which explained why they had attained the status of historical superstars. "Hey, Shin." Russell Westbrook called out as he tossed a basketball over. "Good morning, Russell," Shin replied, catching the ball. With a slight adjustment in his grip, he effortlessly tossed it, coincidentally colliding with a shot from Durant, resulting in Shin's ball finding the net while Durant's was deflected away. "Sorry," Shin remarked, acknowledging the awkwardness of inadvertently displacing the ball from his superior. Durant shot him a glare, to which Shin responded with an innocent expression. Durant then picked up another basketball and headed to the other half of the court to practice. Observing Durant's departure, Shin chose not to comment further. Westbrook approached, patting Shin on the shoulder. "You're here quite early." "Not too bad," Shin replied nonchalantly, holding a favorable impression of Westbrook. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind. "Russell, as a guard, how do you manage to score and assist while also securing so many rebounds?" "Shin, are you interested in rebounding?" "Indeed. When I first fell in love with basketball, my skills were lacking, and I relished the experience of staying under the basket, eagerly awaiting missed shots to compete for rebounds with others." "Ha ha, same here." As a newcomer, it's crucial to embody such enthusiasm. Rebounding requires a fearless attitude towards physicality. Thus, your body must be sufficiently resilient. Moreover, possessing an instinct for rebounds is essential. You must develop a predictive ability regarding the trajectory of the shot. Factors such as the angle, force, and point of impact all come into play. This is a matter of physics. A shot with high force may sail over, while a low shot with significant force can bounce far after hitting the rim. Remember, you must anticipate in advance. You cannot wait until the ball strikes the rim to make your prediction. It will be too late then. While your predictions may not always be accurate, if you observe closely, your rebounding skills will undoubtedly improve significantly. Thank you. You're welcome. Under Westbrook's guidance, Shin began to grasp the importance of being proactive and positioning himself early. Additionally, he realized the significance of securing advantageous positioning and being unafraid of aerial confrontations. As their conversation unfolded, the gym gradually filled with players, staff, and coaches arriving for the day's activities. Commence today's inter-team scrimmage. Durant and Westbrook each lead a team, initiating a 20-minute internal match. Durant's team comprises Kevin Durant, Jeff Green, Meibo Cephalosha, James Harden, and Kevin Ollie. Westbrook's team includes Russell Westbrook, Shinmiya, Nenad Kirstic, Thomas, and Nick Collison. As the game begins, Kirstic tips the ball to Westbrook, who advances past half-court while the opposing team sets up a zone defense. Instead of driving aggressively to the basket, Westbrook engages in a silent exchange of understanding with Shinmiya, who then swiftly releases a shot. Observing Westbrook's shooting form, Shinmiya is inspired and charges forward, leaping above the 2.6-meter-tall Thomas to secure the rebound. He then executes a second jump, gracefully laying the ball in. As Westbrook retreats on defense, he applauds, and Shinmiya rushes over to share a high five with him. This is the exhilarating thrill of securing a rebound. It is no wonder that throughout history, many have become enamored with the art of rebounding. Meanwhile, Durant seizes the opportunity with the ball, gesturing towards Shinmiya, signaling him for a one-on-one practice. Shinmiya immediately switched defenses with Corey's, positioning himself before Durant. As Durant dribbled to the left, a subtle smile graced Shinmiya's lips, his form remaining steadfast. Indeed, Durant opted for a rightward drive. With a swift flick of his left hand, Shinmiya made the ball that Durant was dribbling vanish in a thin air. Successfully executing a steal, he darted towards the backcourt with remarkable speed. This time, Shinmiya opted not for a three-pointer, with no defenders in sight. He executed a layup off the backboard, sending the ball securely through the hoop. This move irked Durant, who had allowed Shinmiya to score twice. His countenance darkened, revealing a rare intensity. At that moment, Durant displayed a lack of composure, prompting Shinmiya to raise an eyebrow as he began to retreat on defense. As Durant crossed half-court and approached the three-point line, he cast a glance at Shinmiya before leaping for a jump shot. Shinmiya made a valiant attempt to block the shot, yet the distance proved too great. The basketball swished through the net, and Durant, with his chin slightly raised, took small, bouncing steps back towards the backcourt. Shunmia shook his head at the hoop, realizing that defending against Durant's innate scoring ability was indeed an insurmountable challenge. Shunmia served the ball to Westbrook, then swiftly advanced into the front court, actively repositioning himself. Durant closely shadowed Shunmia, as if he were intent on engaging him in a fierce contest today. Shunmia couldn't help but smile. Youth indeed brings vitality. Although he was younger than his opponent, he felt a weight of age in his heart. Durant, as a player, embodied the role of a relentless offensive assassin, yet he was ill-suited to be a leader. Had he been the captain of another team, Shun might have held him in greater esteem. However, he found it difficult to respect Durant as a leader. As the two continued to match up, Shun's defense was unrelenting. Despite Durant's prowess, he faced considerable disruption, his frustration palpable. After 20 minutes of play, Westbrook's team triumphed over Durant's team with a score of 56-49, despite Durant's team being comparatively more gifted. Shunmia recorded 11 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists, a performance that qualifies him as a premier backup guard in the regular season. The only unfortunate consequence is that his display in today's intra-squad scrimmage may have irked Durant. Ultimately, Durant scored 19 points, his shooting percentage plummeting below 40, whereas Westbrook achieved 23 points. Chapter 6. Season opener on October 27th. The season commenced with 8 teams taking the stage. The 4 matchups were the Celtics versus the Cavaliers, the Wizards against the Mavericks, the Los Angeles Derby featuring the Clippers and the Lakers, and the Rockets facing the Trail Blazers. On October 28th, the new season officially ignited, with the Oklahoma City Thunder hosting the Sacramento Kings for their inaugural game. The Thunder's starting lineup consisted of Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, Jeff Green, Nenad Kirstic, and Sapo Cephalosha, while the Kings started Kevin Martin, Jason Thompson, Tyreke Evans, Sean May, and Desmond Mason. As the game commenced, the jump ball saw Kirstic slightly outsize his opponent. Yet lacking in physicality, Thompson secured possession and passed to Martin. Jason Thompson, whose name could also be rendered as Jason Thompson, left a profound impression on Shunmia, far more than the other players on the Kings. This impression was amplified as Thompson later flourished in the CBA, even clinching the title of rebounding champion for the season. For Shunmia, this match held little suspense, given that the Kings annually acquired top 10 draft picks, while the Thunder had already solidified their roster. Tyreke Evans, drafted 4th this year, was also recognized as the Rookie of the Year, yet his true prowess still paled compared to the Thunder's trio of stars. As both team scorers sought their rhythm, Durant opened the scoring with 2 consecutive mid-range jumpers, while the Kings faltered with a 0-2 start, clearly struggling to find their touch. As time elapsed, the score gap widened to 11 points, with the Thunder leading 17-6, leaving the Kings momentarily bewildered. Kings head coach Paul Westphal promptly called a timeout, reprimanding his players. "This is our first match of the new season. Let us bring some spirit. Martin, take the initiative to attack," and the others set screens for him. On the Thunder's side, Coach Scott Brooks urged his players to maintain their aggressiveness, noting that Jeff Green was in excellent form, thus opting not to make substitutions for the time being. Following the timeout, the game resumed, and the Kings appeared to regain their composure. Coupled with the Thunder's lack of substitutions leading to fatigue on the defensive end, the Kings managed to score 3 consecutive baskets, while the Thunder could only muster 1. As the point differential dwindled to single digits, the Thunder called for a timeout, opting to rotate out their starters and bring in a second unit led by Harden and Shunmia. Shunmia removed his outer coat, revealing a flowing blue jersey, and stepped onto the court to face Evans. Though their heights were comparable, Evans undoubtedly possessed a superior talent, leaving Shunmia with experience as his sole advantage. The significance of this match far surpassed that of the preseason, as Shunmia immediately applied tight defense, forcing Evans to hasten his advance across half-court. A fierce determination clouded Evans' dark visage, his gaze fixed upon Shunmia as he began to modulate his rhythm. Shunmia crouched in defense, ever ready to shift his movements. Evans took a step forward and feinted left, aiming for a mid-range shot. Shunmia leaped like a solid cylinder, fully anticipating the attempt, albeit unable to effectively contest it. Fortunately, Evans' line of sight was somewhat obstructed, causing the shot to miss. Harden seized the rebound, prompting Shunmia to initiate a fast break. The position of Shunmia was closest to his team's front court. With a long pass from Harden, Shunmia prepared to receive the ball while simultaneously observing Evans' position. As soon as the ball was in his grasp, Shunmia swiftly initiated his jump preparation, yet he refrained from shooting directly. knowing such an attempt would likely result in a side block. Once he had successfully faked out Evans, Shinmia engaged in a physical contest in midair with Evans before releasing the ball. The referee's whistle pierced the air. At that moment, the basketball struck the front of the rim, bounced upwards, and then fell through the hoop. The referee immediately signaled a three-point play, affirming the basket was valid and that there would be an additional free throw. The bench players of the Thunder erupted in applause, rising to their feet. As Evans fouled Shinmia during the shooting motion, Shinmia had already completed his shot. Shinmia stepped up to the free throw line, receiving the ball from the referee, and effortlessly sank the shot, while the Kings players continued to bicker with the officials, demanding a replay. A promising start, with 4 points secured, eased Shinmia's mindset considerably. After successfully defending against Evans, he swiftly counterattacked, widening the gap by another 4 points. As the Kings brought the ball past half-court, Evans, burdened with 3 fouls, opted not to seek his rhythm and promptly passed the ball to Kevin Martin. Kevin Martin glided gracefully through the defense, penetrating the paint for an easy 2 points. The Thunder's big man began to retreat on defense as Brooks favored a dual guard setup, allowing the quicker guards to maneuver and position the slower big man for defense. Closer to the basket, Harden passed the ball to Shinmia, who chose not to return it, instead dribbling across half-court while surveying for his teammates' positions. As Harden followed suit, he executed a bounce pass, receiving the ball just as Shinmia surged into the paint. Without hesitation, Shinmia unleashed a powerful two-handed dunk, sending the bench into a frenzy as they waved their towels in excitement. Despite any perceived limitations, dunking was no challenge for Shinmia, whose height and remarkable vertical leap distinguished him among his peers. As both teams retreated on defense, Harden and Shinmia exchanged a high five, their blossoming chemistry evident. As fellow rookies on the same team, mutual support was a given. Subsequently, Shinmia sought opportunities to assist Harden, their seamless coordination proving too much for the still cohesive Kings, who struggled to keep pace. The Thunder's second unit not only held their ground but expanded the lead further. As the first quarter concluded, the Kings head coach wore a frown, strategizing and recalibrating their approach. Meanwhile, Brooks observed the synergy between Harden and Shinmia with satisfaction, noting their fiery performance. Harden, splendid work. Keep it up. The lineup remains unchanged for the second quarter. Do not hesitate on the offensive end, he declared, opting to let the duo continue leading the second unit into the second quarter. This also allowed the first quarter starters to rest, a decision noted by Durant, who grew increasingly dissatisfied with the yellow-skinned man who called him deaf. He disliked the constant display of prowess. As the second quarter commenced, Shinmia immediately took control, executing his familiar step-back move, landing a three-pointer that rippled through the net. The margin continued to widen, extinguishing the Kings' hard-won composure with that audacious shot. 5 minutes later, Shinmia's tally soared to 15 points, alongside 3 assists, while Harden contributed 9 points and 7 assists. At this moment, the Thunder called for a timeout, bringing their starting lineup onto the court. After stepping off, Shinmia exchanged hand gestures with his teammates and took a seat beside Harden, where the two engaged in casual conversation. The point differential had reached 20, and the starting lineup was evidently stronger. It was apparent that the Kings would struggle to catch up before the half concluded. Indeed, Durant activated his lethal mode, executing a series of relentless one-on-one plays, continuously widening the gap. As long as the Kings failed to score, the rebounds mysteriously found their way into Westbrook's hands. Durant's points and Westbrook's assists and rebounds soared. By halftime, the Thunder led the Kings 66-39, a 27-point advantage. As the third quarter commenced, both teams resumed battle with the Thunder's starters once again on the floor. In a matter of minutes, the point differential surged towards 40. It was clear that the day's outcome could already be deemed a foregone conclusion. The Kings opted to pull their starters, substituting them entirely with reserves, prompting the Thunder to follow suit. The reserves from both sides played through the latter part of the third quarter until the final whistle, culminating in a decisive victory for the Thunder, 122-94, on their home turf. Chapter 7. An unexpected turn of events following the conclusion of the first game of the regular season. The team unexpectedly informed Shinmia to take a few days off for rest, halting all training activities. Shinmia found himself somewhat bewildered. It was evident that something unexpected had transpired. Lacking an agent, he was unaware of the unfolding events until just before the commencement of the second game of the regular season. When he received the formal notification that he had been traded, he had anticipated such a pause in training, But what astonished him was that the recipient of this trade was none other than the Lakers. The Thunder had executed a trade, sending Shinmye in exchange for a second-round draft pick next year, along with a sum of cash. What kind of maneuver was this? Did the Lakers truly require his assistance to fortify their roster? After all, they had just claimed the championship title last season. Shinmye was not particularly surprised by the Thunder's decision, as they had always operated under the philosophy that as long as they felt they had not incurred a loss, they were content. The Thunder had a history of peculiar dealings that often resulted in them losing in trades, yet never faltering in the draft. Now that the trade had transpired, Shinmye realized there was no turning back. After a few days of delay, during which he dealt with the belongings in his house and arranged for its sublease, he finally departed. Before leaving Goose City, he was perplexed, pondering why the Lakers, having just released Chinese player Sun Ho this September, would sign another Chinese player. Were they aiming to assist the newly arrived player in securing yet another championship? Shinmye was keenly aware of the Lakers' back-to-back championships in 2010. Regardless, this seemed to be a fortuitous turn of events for him. The fact that the Lakers were willing to exchange a draft pick and additional compensation for him indicated their intention to utilize him rather than simply clearing space for another player, only to release him afterward. It is worth noting that in a team with such high visibility as the Lakers, one could easily ascend to stardom, particularly with the substantial domestic attention that would undoubtedly follow. This also represented an opportunity for Shinmye to experience the exhilarating sensation of winning a championship in his rookie season alongside the historical momentum of the franchise. However, he was determined not to languish on the bench, passively awaiting the championship to fall into his lap. Los Angeles, located in the southwestern region of California, is the second-largest city in the United States, often referred to as the City of Angels, and is home to West Hollywood, a haven for numerous beautiful stars. Upon his arrival, the first order of business was to report to the Lakers Arena, as it was the third game of the new season, where they would host the Hawks. The training facility was deserted, as players would likely head directly to the Staples Center in the evening. Nevertheless, there were team staff members present to welcome Shinmye, accompanied by a journalist from a Chinese media outlet who followed him to the team's locker room. The now vacant wardrobe holds a box containing a figurine of last year's championship player from the Lakers, a gift bestowed upon him by the team. With a smile, Shin presented himself before the media cameras. At that moment, a reporter from M Country inquired, "Shin, what do you believe prompted the Lakers to trade for you?" He replied, "I believe I can significantly contribute to the team's defensive and offensive efforts. You know, my draft template was inspired by the legendary Kobe. I can alleviate some of the offensive pressure on him. The Lakers are a championship team, and I hope my presence might help us secure another title and achieve a repeat victory. This is certainly not a time for modesty." Regardless of the reasons behind the Lakers' decision to part ways with a Chinese player and acquire another, he is determined to showcase his individuality. Shinmye harbored a suspicion that the dismissal of Sun Wukong was likely more intricate than it appeared. It might involve domestic affairs, and the decision to sign him back could very well be a strategic move for the market. He believed that seizing the opportunity to showcase his talents was paramount, and his choice to refrain from utilizing official channels to enter the NBA stemmed from a desire to avoid excessive entanglements. Once he had demonstrated his capabilities, he could consider serving his country. Perhaps his current choices were not understood by many, but he possessed a clearer vision of the future than anyone else, as long as he ventured far enough. Subsequently, Shinmye summoned a particular female journalist from Huaxia for an interview. "Shinmye, may I inquire why you chose to come to the United States alone to pursue a career in the NBA?" "Well, it is because this is my dream. Here resides my idol, the basketball deity, Kobe Bryant, along with the great Yao Ming from our homeland. They once played here, and now I find myself in the era following theirs, perhaps with a chance to chase their legacy. Will you join the national team in the future? I am uncertain. I came here solely for the draft, but of course, if my country needs me, I shall return." Upon exiting the arena, Shinmye hailed a taxi. He was born into a relatively affluent family. His grandparents were among the older generation of athletes, while his parents were athletes in their youth. Additionally, he had a distant cousin residing in Los Angeles. This cousin's mother and his grandmother were sisters, making her a relative of his father. Since he was in Los Angeles, it was only fitting to visit family. The Chinatown of Los Angeles is situated near the State Historic Park, where his distant cousin had settled. Conveniently, the Staples Center was not far from there. After dinner, he could report to the arena directly, following the address provided by his father. Shin Miexin arrived at a quaint neighborhood that felt reminiscent of the 1970s and 1980s. The community was well-landscaped and refreshingly cool, carrying an assortment of gifts and nutritional supplements. He found his cousin's residence and knocked on the door. With a soft click, the door opened to reveal a stunning woman, nearly 6 feet tall, with fair skin and an elegant demeanor. Shin Miexin found himself able to meet her gaze without needing to lower his head. The sight of her was truly breathtaking. He instinctively took in her appearance. She wore a form-fitting athletic top that accentuated her curves, paired with black Adidas shorts that failed to conceal her long, slender legs. A vibrant energy radiated from her, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. "Is that you, cousin? Are you my cousin?" "Mom, my cousin has arrived." The young woman turned and dashed back inside, leaving Shin Miexin momentarily outside. Observing her graceful figure as she ran, an inexplicable sense of emotion welled up within him. "Yin Yin, you've come. Please, come in. It has been so many years since we last met. You've grown so much that I barely recognized you. You are far more handsome now than your father was back in the day. Please, sit down, and let me pour you a cup of tea." His cousin promptly welcomed Shin Miexin inside. The familiar Eastern hospitality brought a wave of warmth to Shin Mie. Meanwhile, his youthful and radiant cousin stood shyly beside him. Her cheeks flushed as she occasionally stole glances at Shin Mie, who also felt a hint of embarrassment and dared not meet her gaze. "Auntie, my father urged me to visit you upon my arrival in Los Angeles," he said, placing the gift he carried upon the tea table. "You needn't have brought so many things," she replied dismissively. "It's nothing, really," Shin Mie said with a sheepish smile. Shin Mie, formerly known as Shun Yan, bore the 3-character name of Yan. Upon his birth, an elderly gentleman in town, skilled in divination, proclaimed that he was destined to lack the element of fire. His frail constitution was believed to attract peculiar entities, thus his name was determined. It was foretold that should he grow robust, an overwhelming surge of fire in his future would bring calamity, necessitating a change of name to a singular character, Mie. Consequently, prior to his high school graduation, he adopted the name Shin Mie, while his childhood nickname had always been Yin Yan, comprised of 2 characters. "Cousin, I have heard that you have entered the NBA." "Yes. I was drafted by the Thunder and have now been traded to the Lakers. I also enjoy watching basketball games and am fond of the Lakers. May I attend one of your matches?" "Well, I just arrived today and I'm uncertain if I will be playing, but if the opportunity arises, I will take you along." "Could it be today?" "There is a Lakers game at the Staples Center, not far from us, and I have yet to witness an NBA game. My friends are all attending." That should be fine." It would indeed be awkward to have such a beautiful cousin merely waving a towel throughout the match, while he, as a newcomer to the team, was unknown to anyone. Securing tickets at this late hour seemed implausible. "All right, I will ask my friend to purchase a ticket for me. I will go buy it now." Upon hearing she could attend, his cousin hurriedly dashed into the inner room. The ticket prices for the Lakers' home games were steep. Chapter 8. Distant Cousin in the Living Room. Only Shin Mie and his cousin S aunt remained. The aunt glanced towards the cousin S bedroom and remarked, "Do you remember your cousin? She visited when she was young. And you two played together." "Yes, I remember, Meng Ro." Shin Mie replied with a smile, the name Li Meng rose surfacing in his memory. His father's generation had a close relationship with the aunt, as both had once been athletes. However, in his previous life, he had little recollection of Meng Ro, having only crossed paths with her in childhood and forgotten about it long ago. It was said that this distant cousin was exceptionally beautiful, with an admirable figure, and later married a foreigner, a brilliant graduate from MIT, a talent in aerospace technology, who subsequently joined Musk's SpaceX. "Stay here for a moment. I will tidy up. Your uncle is outside driving and will likely return late. I have ordered Chinese food from an old friend. We shall dine together tonight." "Very well." Holding a cup of water, Shin Mie began to survey his aunt's home as he waited. The interior was immaculate, the lighting neither too dim nor too bright, and the decor straddled the line between the old and the new. Posters of Jordan and Yao Ming adorned the walls. It is uncertain whether it was my uncle or my cousin Ming Ru who decorated the place. Nevertheless, certain pieces of furniture and appliances imbue the space with a sense of modernity. Computers and LCD televisions evoke a feeling of being transported through time, as if the sorrowful life I once led were merely a dream. The present existence appears to be just igniting, akin to a spark of a star, signaling a new beginning. My aunt subtly adjusted her hair and changed into a different outfit before swiftly emerging. Meanwhile, my cousin Mingru adorned herself with exquisite makeup that perfectly complemented her figure, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. akin to a glamorous star or supermodel. Together, the three of us ventured to a nearby Chinese restaurant we had previously reserved. The dinner was delightful. The restaurant's proprietress, hailing from Northeast China, has been a longtime friend of my aunt. The flavors of many dishes were remarkably authentic, perhaps even surpassing those of some ordinary establishments back home. Shun Mie possessed a hearty appetite, and during the meal, his cousin Meng Ro occasionally gazed at him with a look of curiosity. After dinner, when Shun Mie intended to settle the bill, he discovered that his aunt had already taken care of it in advance. She suggested that he stay and converse with friends, while encouraging Shun Mie to take Meng Ro to watch the game. As they sat in the back seat of a taxi, both were eager to speak, yet uncertain of what to say. "Cousin, will you be playing in the NBA and M country for the long term?" Meng Ro inquired. "I am not sure. I hope to remain here and make a name for myself, but there is a disparity in talent, so I can only rely on hard work," he replied. "Yes, cousin, I believe in you," she encouraged. "I will strive to ensure that you can watch the Lakers' home games for free, seated in the front row." Shun Mie envisioned. "That sounds wonderful. Is it a promise?" Meng Ro extended her pinky finger. Shun Mie smiled softly, linking his pinky with hers. In that fleeting moment of their hands touching, the estrangement that had lingered for over a decade seemed to vanish entirely. Since Shun Mie returned to this parallel world, the weight of his past, the vicissitudes, and negative emotions have dissipated considerably. It is noteworthy that he is only 21 years old. After 20 minutes, they arrived at the Staples Center, where Meng Ro's friends had already gathered. One was a voluptuous, wild, and alluring black girl, while the other was a tall and elegant white girl. Their attire suggested a certain affluence, indicating that they likely came from well-off families. All three girls were tall and strikingly beautiful, each possessing unique charms. However, Shun Mie found it difficult to appreciate beauty beyond his Asian heritage. He felt a sense of comfort and naturalness in his cousin Meng Ro's fairness, reminiscent of flawless jade, while the white girl's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, tinged with an almost sickly pink hue, perhaps due to visibly prominent capillaries. "Hi, darling, this is my cousin Shun Mie. He just joined the Lakers as a rookie." "Wow," the two girls exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing that Meng Ro's cousin was a Lakers player. "Brother, these are my two best friends and also my high school classmates. This is Hannah, and this is Jasmine." The black girl was named Hannah, and the white girl was Jasmine, a name that translates to Yasmin in English. "Hello. You three are exceptionally beautiful together." Meng Ro chuckled, covering her mouth. Shun Mie spoke in Chinese, and Meng Ro provided an explanation to her friends, prompting them to join in the laughter. "Let us head inside. There's still an hour until the game starts, and I need to check in at the locker room first." Shun Mie made a phone call, and soon a staff member clad in Lakers logo attire emerged to greet him. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Mie invited the three girls to accompany him inside. After inquiring about the way to the dressing room, he instructed the staff member to escort the three girls to the arena to find their seats. The two girls shyly waved goodbye, while Meng Ro playfully winked and said, "Good luck, brother." Shun Mie smiled and nodded in agreement. Observing the three individuals being escorted towards the arena, he regained his usual composure and tranquility as he made his way to the changing room. "Come on, everyone. Lift your spirits. We must defend our home ground. Our families are watching from the stands." Even before entering, he could hear the familiar sounds of encouragement from within, which immediately reminded him of the trials he had faced in his past life. As Shun Mie felt a sudden ache in his eyes, he steeled himself and pushed the door open. Inside, a group of tall black men turned their gazes towards him in unison. Upon witnessing this scene, Shun Mie's previously heavy heart lightened somewhat. "Wow, welcome aboard, Shun." Kobe stepped forward and embraced him. "Boss, I've missed you," Shun Mie said, returning the hug tightly. The embrace caught Kobe slightly off guard, and after they released each other, Shun Mie maintained a forced smile. However, Kobe noticed the redness in his eyes, a sign of sorrow, intertwined with an unfamiliar weariness that he could sense. "Oh, what's wrong, brother? Are you just too excited to see me?" Kobe quickly sought to reassure him. Unaware of the circumstances, he felt an inexplicable connection to this Chinese player, who evoked a sense of endearment. He had a fondness for China. "Indeed, I am just so happy." Shun Mie swiftly transitioned his expression, greeting everyone with warmth and naturalness, displaying no signs of restraint. Finally, he approached Phil Jackson, extending his hand to shake with the legendary coach, drawing closer for an embrace as a gesture of respect. Phil Jackson was taken aback. This Chinese player was markedly different from those he had encountered before. The previous Chinese players he had known were either arrogant or introverted, with Yao Ming being the sole exception he acknowledged. With the embrace shared between Shun and the head coach, the atmosphere in the locker room instantly became vibrant. As it was the new season for the newly crowned championship team, and everyone exuded an extraordinary spirit, Shun Mia seamlessly integrated into this grand collective, and others sensed that this Shun exuded a distinctly different aura compared to the previous Sun Wukong. This Chinese player possessed a mysterious charisma. Today marks the third regular season game of the season, and many players' families have come to the home court to witness the match, with the Lakers garnering immense attention this year. Moreover, it is November 1st, perfectly coinciding with the weekend, attracting numerous Hollywood stars to watch today's Lakers game. After head coach Phil Jackson completed his final motivational speech, the team proceeded to the court for their last warm-up shots. In that moment, the atmosphere within the team shifted dramatically, as an intense competitive spirit enveloped the arena. The audience stands were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the spotlight casting its glow on the players engaged in their shooting warm-ups. The rising cheers from the crowd stirred the emotions, indicating that the venue was already packed to capacity, such as the allure of a major basketball market. Shun Mia held the basketball and first attempted several corner three-pointers, followed by a few from the top of the arc, each shot finding its mark with precision. He then commenced a series of stretching exercises. Soon, the warm-up period concluded, and both teams retreated to their benches, awaiting the DJ's announcement. Chapter 9, Los Angeles Lakers vs. Atlanta Hawks. As the game began, the starters emerged from the players' tunnel on the bench side, spurred on by the DJ's enthusiastic call. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Kobe Bryant, Andrew Bynum, Ron Artest, Lamar Odom, and Derek Fisher. The Hawks starters included Joe Johnson, Mike Bibby, Josh Smith, Al Horford, and Marvin Williams. With the game underway, the tip-off commenced. Due to Pau Gasol's lingering injuries, Andrew Bynum took his place as the Lakers' starting center, while Josh Smith represented the Hawks. Despite Josh's remarkable height, he was still somewhat overshadowed by Bynum's physical attributes. The Lakers secured the first possession. Kobe dribbled past half-court, facing the 6 feet 1 inch Mike Bibby. With a swift burst of speed, he stopped abruptly and took a mid-range shot. The ball clanged off the rim, and the rebound was claimed by Josh. With an expressionless demeanor, Kobe quickly retreated on defense. Considering the first shot merely a preliminary test of his touch, Josh passed the ball to Mike Bibby, who brought it across half-court. Under Kobe's tight defense, Mike executed a seamless handoff to the trailing Joe Johnson. Utilizing Mike's screen, Joe Johnson launched a three-pointer that swished through the net, marking the Hawks' first score of the game and giving them a temporary lead of 3-0. The Lakers hurriedly inbound the ball, with Kobe advancing swiftly into the front court. He opted not to pass, instead raising his hand for a three-pointer. This shot struck the inner rim, rebounded high, and ultimately fell through the net. The score was now tied at 3-3. Kobe shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied, yet relieved that the ball had found its way in, igniting a wave of excitement among the home crowd. Shun Mia seemed to hear someone calling his name. Turning his head, he saw his cousin Meng Ro. They had been assigned to the 5th row, directly behind the Lakers bench. The staff members were quite amiable, offering preferential treatment to the families of the players whenever there were vacant seats, which was a thoughtful gesture. Shun Mia waved his hand dismissively at Meng Ro, chuckling softly before turning back to observe the match. For the moment, he felt no inclination to wave his towel. He had yet to truly integrate into the basketball team and preferred to maintain an air of aloof mystery. With 7 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 8 points and were the first to call a timeout. Kobe's shooting touch was lacking today. After a fortunate three-pointer, he attempted another, only to miss entirely. Coach Phil replaced 4 of the Lakers starters, leaving Fisher on the court, and brought in the bench players. The Lakers, boasting a championship-caliber roster, had considerable depth on their bench. With only an 8-point deficit, Coach Phil likely wished to assess whether the reserves could withstand the pressure. Meanwhile, the Hawks were not to be underestimated. To some on the team, Shun Mia might be regarded as a mere mascot, but he did not share that sentiment. He understood that before Kobe regained his shooting form, he might very well be afforded an opportunity to showcase his abilities. Today, his name was included on the roster. Moreover, he recalled that this particular year, the Hawks possessed the capability to reach the Eastern Conference Finals, though the specifics of their journey had somewhat faded from his memory. He was certain they had made it to the semifinals, and if his recollections served him correctly, the Eastern Conference Finals featured the Magic and the Celtics. Shun Mia displayed an air of confidence, his demeanor calm as he intently observed the match. Indeed, upon the substitution of the reserves, the point differential did not diminish. Rather, it widened. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the gap had expanded to 13 points. The Hawks called a timeout, preparing to bring in their substitutes to allow the starters some rest before the onset of the second quarter. The Lakers, too, intended to seize this opportunity to adjust their lineup, as their current combination lacked sufficient height, resulting in a significant decline in defensive efficiency. They replaced Fisher, the sole starter still on the court, and called back Brown, who had just entered the game. Phil, while holding the tactical board to elucidate strategies, glanced towards the players and said, "Kobe, you're up." Shenmue fixed his gaze intently on Phil Jackson, his eyes brimming with hope. Phil, acutely aware of the fervent competitive spirit emanating from this young man from China, reflected on the impression this new player had left on him. After a moment of contemplation, he, who had initially considered sending an Odom, suddenly spoke. "Shun, you go in. Guard their point guard." "Okay," came a succinct and confident reply. The other players appeared somewhat surprised by the coach's decision. Yet who was he? Phil Jackson, the esteemed championship coach. The players trusted that he had his reasons. As the ball was passed to Kobe, Shenmue swiftly sprinted back to the front court. While retreating, he couldn't help but glance towards the stands, specifically at his cousin's seat. Meng Ro, her face alight with excitement, fixed her sparkling eyes upon him. Noticing Shenmue's gaze, she cupped her hands around her mouth, seemingly cheering him on with an encouraging shout. Returning his focus to the game, Shenmue's resolve intensified as he began to actively position himself. The opposing defense was imposing. Yet drawing upon his extraordinary basketball IQ, which was far ahead of his time, Shenmue managed to create 2 scoring opportunities. However, Kobe chose to take another 3-point shot himself, aiming to narrow the score gap. The shot missed, but Shenmue immediately anticipated the ball's trajectory, maneuvering around Jeff Teague, who was distractedly monitoring the shot outcome. With a powerful 2-handed dunk, he successfully finished the play, reducing the deficit to 11 points. Well, many players on the bench, predominantly African American, sprang to their feet, applauding. They were taken aback by how swiftly and energetically this young man from China had integrated into the game. Jeff Teague, having overlooked Shenmue previously, now realized his mistake in not focusing on the Chinese player. However, he resolved that this would be the last time. Receiving the inbounds pass from his teammate, Teague advanced the ball into the half court as Shenmue initiated full court pressure. Shenmue's imposing height of 188 meters presents a formidable presence against Jeff Teague. Jeff Teague promptly heightened his focus on ball control, yet Shenmue had already anticipated this reaction. When a player finds themselves under tight scrutiny from defenders, it is common for them to experience a fleeting moment of panic. At this juncture, one's adaptability comes into play. They may either pass to an available teammate or intensify their dribbling tempo. However, his teammates had already advanced past the halfway line. Just as he adjusted his pace with the ball, Shenmue seizes the moment, deftly slicing through the basketball, which tumbles backward. He maneuvers past Jeff Teague, snatches the ball, and dribbles to just outside the 3-point line. With a swift and decisive motion, he releases the ball, watching it gracefully descend into the net before pivoting to retreat on defense. The score gap narrows to single digits. "Well done." Kobe beams with joy, extending his hand. With a smile, Shenmue pressed forward, relishing this moment he had long awaited. After a brief yet significant ceremony, he regained his concentration, resolutely focusing on guarding Jeff Teague. At this juncture, Shenmue remained oblivious to Kobe, who nodded appreciatively at his back. Teague, no longer taking things lightly, maneuvered the ball skillfully between his legs, searching for his rhythm. However, Shenmue's footwork was swift, providing ample coverage for his defense. As his teammates created opportunities, Teague executed a bounce pass. But Shenmue was quick to react. Alas, the ball was traveling too fast, and he merely grazed its edge, his finger colliding with it. Nevertheless, he still managed to disrupt the play, causing the ball to veer slightly off course, resulting in the Hawks' cutting teammate failing to secure it. The ball slipped free, and DJ Mbenga, the Lakers' defensive center, swiftly seized it. At that moment, both Kobe and Shenmue launched into a fast break towards the front court. Kobe veered towards the basket while Shenmue darted to the corner. At this time, the 3-point shot had not yet been prioritized, and in a transition play, the safer option would typically be a driving layup or an alley-oop. Mbenga delivered the ball accurately into Kobe's hands, who sensed a defender closely trailing him. Upon surveying his teammates' positions, he realized only Shun Mia had arrived, already stationed in the left corner. The opposing defender had yet to catch up with Shin Mia, leaving him wide open. Taken aback, Kobe had anticipated Shin Mia's decision, but he quickly grasped his intent and opted to trust him with the three-point shot. He passed the ball to Shin Mia with a bounce. Shin Mia secured the ball, deftly maneuvering past the approaching defender, making a slight adjustment before launching the shot. With a slightly elevated arc, the ball swished through the net, creating a beautiful splash. In his corner three-point practice, Shin Mia had deliberately increased the shooting arc. The corner distance is not as easily judged as the 45-degree angle. Misjudging the power of a three-point shot can lead to overshooting. Hence, raising the arc enhances the success rate. The score difference narrowed to 5 points as only 1 minute remained in the first quarter. Chapter 10. The Microwave of Huaxia. This brief surge of 8-0 brought the two teams within 2 possessions of each other. With a minute still on the clock, the Hawks swiftly executed an inbound pass, and the entire team set screens for Jeff Teague to advance from the backcourt. The Lakers retreated to the front court, establishing a zone defense. The Hawks, unhurried, crossed the half-court line and began to manage the clock. With 8 seconds left on the shot clock, Shin Mia discerned Teague's intent. He was poised to attempt a three-pointer. With 6 seconds remaining, Shin Mia closed the distance, adopting an aggressive stance. Teague smirked, performing a left-side crossover. As he leaped to release his three-point shot, he suddenly realized that his attempt was met with a block. Shin Mia did not hesitate. He seized the basketball and surged into the front court, unopposed. With a firm stance upon the Lakers' iconic floor logo, he raised his hand and unleashed a three-point shot. The arc of the ball pierced through the net, sending Shin Mia's heart racing as he felt the audacity of his decision. To others, this choice seemed unwise. It was neither the fourth quarter nor was the point differential substantial enough to warrant such a gamble for a single possession. Yet, it swished through the hoop. Suddenly, everything appeared remarkably justified. The entire Lakers bench erupted in applause, this logo shot leaving the crowd in awe. Shin Mia maintained an expression of calmness. 3 fingers pointed skyward as he began to retreat defensively. This moment utterly captured the attention of all present. Since Shin Mia's entrance onto the court 2.5 minutes ago, the Hawks' once thriving 13-point lead had dwindled to a mere 2 points. With 32 seconds remaining, the 5 players of the Hawks appeared to be on high alert. Jeff Teague refrained from attempting a solo play this time, instead passing the ball to Crawford on the right as he crossed half-court. Jamal Crawford continued to drain the clock, striving to minimize the Lakers' final offensive opportunity. As the time dwindled, Hawks power forward Joe Smith executed a pick-and-roll maneuver, causing a defensive switch by the Lakers that resulted in a mismatch in height. With Kobe tasked with guarding the 2.8-meter-tall Smith, confidently elevated for a mid-range jump shot, the ball finding the net with assurance. Despite Kobe's best efforts to interfere, he was unable to do so. The Lakers prepared for a baseline inbounds with only 9 seconds left on the clock. As Kobe received the ball, he deftly evaded the Hawks' full-court press while searching for an open teammate. Indeed, he was seeking Shin Mia, who was currently in the throes of an impressive shooting streak. Shin Mia, glancing back at him even before the halftime, received the ball directly from Kobe. Shin Mia received the ball, and the defender was already positioned in the front court, approximately 4 steps away, directly in his path. This distance was merely 2 steps from the midcourt line. Shin Mia cast a glance at the clock. Only 4 seconds remained. Unfazed, he surged forward after the 2-second mark, utilizing his momentum to launch the ball. All eyes followed the trajectory of the basketball as it precisely struck the inner rim of the hoop and ricocheted into the net. At that moment, the first quarter concluded, and the final buzzer echoed throughout the arena. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. If the previous logo three-pointer had astonished everyone, this shot ignited an inferno of excitement. Such an audacious play, executed with calculated precision, had left the Hawks players somewhat disheartened. As the first quarter came to a close, the players retreated to the bench, yet the home crowd roared with fervor, chanting MV. This MV was not a tribute solely to Shin Mia, but rather a celebration of his performance that had rallied the fans in support of their team. It is certain that every Lakers fan was eager to discover the identity of this remarkable young talent from China and the moment he joined the Lakers. Kobe, equally astonished, patted Shin Mia on the shoulder and exclaimed loudly, "Shun, your choice has left me in awe. The microwave. You are the microwave of China." The microwave refers to a player whose shooting touch is instantaneously on fire, requiring no adjustment upon entering the game. As the first quarter concluded with a mere 1-point deficit, the Hawks, who had just increased their lead to 4 points, were suddenly met with a half-court three-pointer that narrowed the gap to 1. This was Sean Mie's inaugural impression on the Lakers' home crowd, an explosive scoring ability, particularly from beyond the arc, that left an indelible mark on everyone present. Sean Mie returned to his seat on the bench, still feeling as though today's series of events was somewhat surreal. As he pondered this, he turned to glance at his cousin, Meibo, seated behind him. At that moment, the cameras at the Lakers' home court captured Sean Mie's gaze, subsequently sweeping towards Meibo. Hannah and Jasmine, three youthful and enchanting beauties, each exuding gracefulness. Hannah, taken aback, covered her mouth in astonishment and pointed towards the screen suspended above the court, seemingly surprised that the cameras had focused on the three of them. Jasmine, with a charming confidence, blew a kiss towards the lens. Meanwhile, Meibo's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as her eyes met those of her cousin, Sean Mie. Beneath her seemingly bashful gaze lay a resolute boldness, a unique allure that epitomized the essence of a Chinese woman. Sean Mie smiled subtly, retracting his gaze. The camera focused on his face, drawing closer to reveal his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a visage of cold, handsome allure imbued with an air of serene confidence. At that moment, the camera pulled back once more, lingering on two elegantly dressed, exquisitely made-up Caucasian beauties in the front row. One of the women was gazing in Sean Mie's direction, engaged in conversation with her companion. The other beauty, noticing the camera's attention upon them, quickly tugged at her friend's attire. Together, they waved towards the lens. Sean Mie wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned his gaze towards the screen, where the illustrious Taylor Swift appeared. Next year, she is set to receive her first music award. Redirecting his focus, Sean Mie continued to listen attentively as the head coach elaborated on the tactical strategy for the second quarter. Apart from Fisher, all four other starters were present, including DJ Mbenga. Although Sean Mie displayed an unexpected brilliance, it was improbable that such a singular performance would earn him a tactical position. Sean Mie remained unperturbed and modestly adhered to the coach's directives, feeling that he had contributed enough for the day. His left middle finger, which had just been struck, throbbed subtly, prompting him to discreetly massage it. Soon, the second quarter commenced, and the Lakers exhibited a markedly different energy. The champion team's vigor had returned. Kobe had regained his shooting touch, sinking all four of his mid-range attempts, while others also contributed to the scoreboard, perhaps spurred by the presence of their families in attendance. The Lakers players displayed remarkable tenacity. With 5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Coach Phil opted to substitute the starters. The Lakers led 59-50, a 9-point advantage. Though the gap was not excessively wide, however, it was evident that the Hawks' defensive efficiency had significantly diminished. The momentum was firmly in the Lakers' favor, and as the bench players took the court, shooting percentages continued to decline. Both teams struggled offensively, yet the Lakers maintained their lead, ending the half at 68-58. The final offensive possession concluded with the Hawks missing a shot, and both teams retreated to their locker rooms, with Sean Mie trailing behind. Coach Phil awaited him in the corridor, having keenly noticed Sean's subtle movements. "Sean, is your hand all right?" he inquired. "It's fine, Coach. Just a minor bruise on my finger. I haven't played in a few days, so I'm a bit rusty." "It will heal soon," Sean replied. Phil assessed the situation and deemed it not serious. It was common for players to sustain minor injuries when warming up inadequately, particularly during rebounding. After conferring with the team physician nearby, it was noted that Sean's finger joint was slightly swollen, prompting the medical staff to apply ice. "You performed well today, preventing the game from deteriorating further and allowing our players some leeway for adjustments." "Thank you, Coach. I did what I could. Rest well. There will be more opportunities ahead." Phil patted Sean's shoulder as they proceeded to the locker room. Chapter 11. Lakers' resounding victory. As the second half began, the teams resumed their contest. Sean Mie, with a mild finger sprain, pressed the ice pack against his hand, resting his chin in his palm while attentively observing the game. He occasionally waved a towel in appreciation of good plays, and this gesture seemed to harmonize with the atmosphere. It was akin to playing with strangers, initially. There was no interaction, but as the game progressed, a sense of camaraderie blossomed. The foundation laid in the first 2 quarters began to manifest, with the Lakers' shooting percentage collectively warming up. In the third quarter, they dominated the Hawks, outscoring them 34-18, bringing the tally to 96-68 and stretching the lead to 28 points. Consequently, the fourth quarter held little suspense, and Kobe, with 31 points, clocked out early. Other starting players were also substituted, likely not to return to the game. Coach Phil Jackson relaxed completely, regaining his characteristic wit, and in response to the fourth quarter, began employing his whistle tactics. This was the first time Shinmia had witnessed this legendary coach utilizing a whistle to orchestrate tactics. Previously, he had only heard of it but never experienced it firsthand. Uncertain of what these whistle signals represented, he recalled a remark made by the esteemed coach Arnold Red Auerbach regarding Phil Jackson. He never endeavored to construct a team from the ground up, nor did he teach them the fundamentals. His focus was not on enhancing player development. Rather, he simply sought to trade a player and acquire another who fit seamlessly into his system. Numerous Hall of Fame coaches had previously asserted that Phil Jackson possessed an innate team system. Was it possible that his replacement of the Monkey King was merely an enhancement of his system? As he watched the game, Shinmia pondered the configuration of the Lakers roster. He was unable to replicate the prowess of the forwards and lacked the physical gifts of the Monkey King. His only advantage lay in his three-point shooting, which he had only showcased in a few preseason games. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that one Chinese player replaced another. Ultimately, was it all due to market dynamics? And when it came to market matters, that was likely the domain of the Lakers management. He had heard whispers about the rivalry between the two factions within the Lakers management in his past life. And the victorious Genie faction had once signed the Chinese player Yi Jianlian. It is worth noting that Genie Bus is currently in a relationship with Phil Jackson. Shinmia increasingly felt that this was the most reasonable explanation. To a certain extent, he had altered the original trajectory of the world, seizing an opportunity ahead of time. However, he was not keen on hearing someone claim in the future, "We were champions before you arrived." He must demonstrate his worth, making the team aware that without his presence, their championship aspirations would vanish. With 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the point difference still held at 20. The Atlanta Hawks head coach, Mike Woodson, promptly called a timeout and substituted all the starters. Phil, too, cheerfully rotated in a group of young substitutes who typically spent their time on the bench. As the final buzzer sounded, the Lakers secured a victory with a score of 128-110. The next game was the day after tomorrow, and coincidentally, they would face Shinmia's former team, the Thunder, with whom he had recently reunited. After the match, the head coaches exchanged pleasantries, and the players shook hands and extended greetings. Shinmia, unfamiliar to anyone, turned directly to face his cousin, Lee Min-gru, who, along with her companions, was waving at him. Shinmia gestured towards the direction of the changing room, and Ming-ro instantly comprehended his intent, nodding in silent agreement. Upon returning to the changing room, Shinmia rinsed off briefly before donning his attire and exchanging pleasantries with the staff. He then departed ahead of the others. Indeed, Lee Ming-ro and her companions were waiting for him outside the arena, where some Lakers fans recognized the striking visage of the Chinese player who had showcased a remarkable performance on the court that day and approached him for a conversation. Shinmia speaks English exceptionally well, responding to fans with humility and grace, while also maintaining a sense of humor. "Bro, are there really fans here?" Ming-ro teased as she leapt in front of him. "Absolutely," he replied in his signature domestic dialect, eliciting a hearty laugh from Ming-ro. "Is your hand all right?" Lee Ming-ro noticed the camera panning over Shinmia's fingers, which were wrapped in an ice pack. "It's fine. The swelling has gone down," he assured her. At that moment, Hannah and Jasmine approached him. Shinmia continued, "Let us go. I'll take you home." Hannah and Jasmine were headed in the same direction, presumably towards West Hollywood, and they decided to share a taxi back. As Shinmia escorted Ming-ru back towards Chinatown, he deemed it prudent to personally ensure his sister's safe return home at this late hour. "Brother, do you have time tomorrow?" Lee Min-ru inquired from the back seat. "Yes. I plan to rent an apartment near the training facility," he replied. "Then I shall accompany you," she declared. "Aren't you attending school? Tomorrow is Monday. Have you forgotten? We are in the United States, and this week is a long weekend. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday are all holidays." "Oh, I see. In that case, I will find a hotel in Chinatown for tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will pick you up, and we can go together." "Sounds good." Considering that there was no room for her at home, Lee Ming-ru nodded in agreement. Early the next morning, Shinmia checked out of his room and awaited her at the entrance of his cousin's community. It wasn't long before an Audi pulled up beside him, and the passenger door swung open, revealing Lee Min-gru stepping out. "Cousin, get in," she beckoned. Shinmia turned his gaze towards Lee Min-gru. At that moment, the window of the driver's seat slid down, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a suit and adorned with a cheerful smile, who directed his attention towards Shinmia. "Uncle." Though Shinmia could not recall this individual's identity, he could hazard a guess. "Ah, come on in. I shall first convey you to Inglewood County, and then proceed to my work. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, uncle. We are family. No need for formalities. Shinmia settled into the backseat of the car, engaging in a lively exchange with his uncle about the situation back home. Shinmia truly could not recall his uncle's name, only that the surname was Li, a matter he felt too embarrassed to inquire about. Li Mingru occasionally glanced at her cousin, maintaining a composed demeanor as their father sat beside her, mostly silent as they traversed the road. The journey was approximately 50 minutes, with Staples Center situated around 30 kilometers from the Lakers training facility and Chinatown even further away. After escorting Li Mingru and Shun Mia to the Lakers arena, her uncle finally departed. Once their father was out of sight, Li Mingru pressed her lips together and immediately transformed her demeanor, linking her arm with Shun Mia's. Cousin, where shall we head first? Let us go to the arena. I need to speak with the coach. Although Shun Mia understood his cousin Mingru's bold and enthusiastic behavior, given that she had grown up abroad, he felt a twinge of unease. In his youth, he had harbored a fondness for this beautiful cousin, but upon realizing their blood relation, which was still within 3 generations, he had tempered his feelings. Today, Li Mingru donned a beige long dress that gracefully reached her calves, as she linked arms with the tall Shun Mia. They resembled a couple. Their height difference was just right. While Shun was tall, Mingru was also statuesque, and together they strolled toward the arena like a striking tableau. At the entrance of the arena, they fortuitously encountered Pau Gasol, who had not attended the game the day before. However, he had seen Shun Mia's performance through the live broadcast. To his surprise, upon arriving at the arena today, he ran into this young man from Huaxia. Hi, Shun. Is this your girlfriend? He inquired, glancing at Li Mingru. No, she is my sister, Mingru, Shun Mia quickly clarified. Li Mingru smiled charmingly and greeted him before they both entered the arena. Chapter 12. Renting an apartment after requesting a leave of absence from the head coach. Shun Mia took Li Mingru around the vicinity of the arena in search of suitable housing. Situated in Inglewood County, this area is quite close to the West Coast, boasting a temperate climate with rare dips below freezing in winter, making it an ideal place to reside. Many Hollywood stars purchase homes in Los Angeles, balancing work with leisure. Shun Mia intends to directly seek a more suitable apartment for rent. He still has a considerable amount of his advance salary from Thunder. After a morning of searching, the two finally settled on a duplex apartment located in an affluent neighborhood, known for its safety. The area boasts convenient transportation and is merely a street away from the stadium. The apartment is pristine, featuring a spacious bedroom above and a large outdoor terrace. On the lower level, there is a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. The space is quite ample, making it ideal for a solitary occupant or a couple. And Li Mingru is also very fond of this place. Shun Mia decisively paid for a year's lease on the apartment, after which the two ventured out to procure an array of daily necessities. They adorned the vacant rooms with a minimalist yet cozy aesthetic, an endeavor primarily spearheaded by Meng Ro. The pair shared a modest meal of instant noodles around noon, subsequently engaging in various tasks until the afternoon waned. As evening approached, they selected a Western restaurant, casually ordering steaks and hamburgers. You've worked hard today, Meng Ro, Shun Mia remarked, sipping his cola while gazing at his cousin. It's nothing. There is no need for formality, she replied. Brother, are you flying to Oklahoma tomorrow? Yes, he affirmed. All right, I begin school tomorrow as well. Wishing you a smooth journey. Do let me know when you arrive. Sure. By the way, brother, could you give me a spare key? In case you're away playing. I'd like to spend weekends here. It's not far from the coast. Li Mingru extended her fair arm, her delicate hand open. Here, he said, handing her one of the 2 keys, placing it gently in her palm. No need. You've had a long day as well. Don't worry. My dad will come to pick me up shortly. He is on his way. You should rest well. There's a match tomorrow. Their stay was brief. As Shun Mia's uncle arrived in the boss's car, after exchanging pleasantries, Shun Mia bid farewell. Watching his uncle and cousin depart, he felt a twinge of melancholy and began his walk home. Upon returning, he switched on the lights, the room still lingering with a faint, uniquely feminine fragrance. Leaning against the door, he surveyed the empty living room, and his mind involuntarily conjured the image of that busy day spent together. The scenes of them sharing household tasks and deliberating over the room-mess arrangement, occasionally exchanging smiles, stirred a ripple of emotion within him. With a sudden clap to his forehead, Shun Mia chided himself. What are you thinking? She asked your cousin. That is a relationship that hardly warrants such thoughts. Shaking off his musings, he ascended the stairs to his bedroom, turning off the living room lights. Opening the balcony window, he gazed at the star-studded urban skyline, feeling the crisp November breeze of the West Coast wash over him. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles' Chinatown, at Shunmia's aunt's home, Li Ming-ro, clad in an oversized plush nightgown, leaned against the doorframe, inquiring, "Mom, am I really your biological child?" "Of course. Do you think anyone else could have a daughter so beautiful and well-shaped?" Shunmia's aunt retorted. "Is it possible, then, that you and uncle, or maybe even my grandmother and her sister, aren't actually full sisters? You little rascal, what are you pondering?" With that, Shunmia's aunt playfully swatted at her with a pillow. Mom, I'm sorry." Li Ming-ro quickly retreated to her room, lying on her bed, her heart racing, quietly musing whether her question had been too obvious. "Something feels off today." Shunmia's aunt gently nudged her snoring husband. "Let her sleep. The girl is an adult now. Let her be," Shunmia's uncle muttered. "But she is your little darling. Don't you care at all?" Shunmia gently pinched her husband. But upon seeing that he remained unresponsive, she resigned herself to the necessity of sleep. Yet, the more she pondered, the more she sensed something amiss regarding their daughter. Meanwhile, on his first night in the newly rented apartment, Shunmia found himself unable to sleep. His thoughts wandered aimlessly. One moment he contemplated basketball, the next, investments, and then, matters of the heart. Lying in bed, his mind was a cacophony of thoughts, and the more he tried to relax, the more alert he became. Perhaps it was the conclusion of yet another chapter in his life, or perhaps the flurry of recent activities had stirred his sentimental nature. In these past few days, familiar faces from his past had resurfaced in his mind, leaving him in a state of confusion. Even a touch of fear at the thought of awakening to find it all had merely been a dream. Forcing his eyes shut, he drifted in and out of consciousness, losing track of time. Eventually, he opened his phone to check the hour, 3 in the morning. Resolute, he decided against further sleep. With a swift motion, he sat upright, donned his basketball attire, layered a warm jacket over it, and stepped outside. The weather in Los Angeles had turned chilly, with the early morning air particularly brisk. Exiting the apartment, he turned left, walked 50 meters, then turned right, and strolled a few hundred meters to the gym. He resolved to arrive early for practice, as there was a game the following evening, with no training scheduled for the day. He could rest on the plane in the morning and again at the hotel by noon. Upon reaching the gym, he was surprised to find the doors ajar, and it appeared there was already someone on the training court, though the sound suggested it was only one individual. A flicker of realization crossed Shin's mind as he suddenly recalled a certain individual. He hastened into the arena, and indeed, it was Kobe. Kobe was engrossed in his shooting practice, and upon noticing Shin's entrance, he appeared quite taken aback. "Shin, what brings you here so early?" "I couldn't sleep, so I came to watch you shoot." "You know I'm here?" "Well, I once heard a legend." "What legend?" "There is a person who rises at 3 every morning, and by 4 he gazes upon the sparse stars of Los Angeles, traversing the shadowy streets to the gym, listening to the sound of the basketball swishing through the net." "Wow, who is this person?" Kobe listened to Shun's description with a sense of longing. "That would be you." "Haha." Kobe erupted into laughter, then continued. "But how could that be? If I did that every day, how would I have the energy for training and games during the day?" The two exchanged a knowing smile, and Kobe revealed his distinctive grin as he tossed the basketball to Shin, then playfully beckoned him with a finger, settling into a defensive stance. Shunmia, without any courtesy, seized the basketball and assumed an offensive stance as the two commenced their one-on-one confrontation training. Shun effortlessly retreated, executing a three-pointer as the basketball swished through the net, marking a swift transition from defense to offense. Kobe, backing down Shun, spun around for a beautifully arched fadeaway jumper, his lithe form and graceful release culminating in another net-swishing moment. It must be said, in this one-on-one contest, Shun was utterly outmatched by Kobe. However, Shun nonetheless managed to land a few audacious three-pointers and contributed with 3 peculiar blocks. On each of those 3 occasions, Kobe felt as though his layups had been anticipated. This remarkable ability to predict outcomes left Kobe somewhat perplexed. Such a talent undeniably instills a formidable defensive presence. Shun, your instinct for rebounding and defensive awareness is quite remarkable. You can swiftly assess the offensive moves of your opponents, indicating a high basketball IQ, Kobe remarked. "Thank you. Much of defense is about experience and anticipation. As for my rebounding instincts, I owe a debt of gratitude to Russell Westbrook of the Thunder. I learned a great deal from him," Shun replied. "Oh, I know him. He is quite talented. If he could better manage his emotions on the court, he would undoubtedly achieve even greater success," Kobe commented. As the two engaged in this competitive exchange, they also indulged in casual conversation. Kobe found Shun's insights to be rather extraordinary. Perhaps it was a unique trait of the Chinese, he mused, fostering a favorable impression of the region. There, he had amassed a legion of fans, with media often dubbing it his second homeland. During last year's Olympics, he had received an enthusiastic welcome there. Chapter 13, Los Angeles at 4 a.m. Their contest naturally concluded with Kobe's victory. He handed Shun a bottle of water, and the two sat at the edge of the court, sipping as they continued their light-hearted dialogue. "Are you planning to return to your country after your time in the NBA?" Kobe inquired. "I'm uncertain. If my country needs me, I believe I would return," Shun responded candidly. Likewise, Kobe echoed. "What achievements do you aspire to attain in the NBA?" Kobe, adorned with numerous accolades, posed this question to the rookie. It felt reminiscent of a reality show query about one's dreams. Shun pondered briefly before articulating. "I aspire to become the finest floor general of this era." "The finest?" Kobe raised an eyebrow, somewhat incredulous. "Indeed, I understand the contributions I can make to a team. Perhaps my natural talent does not match that of many in the league. However, I am determined to work hard and accomplish what they can. And I possess capabilities they cannot replicate." "Very well said. You remind me of myself during my rookie days," Kobe reflected. Shinmie smiled faintly, and suddenly, Kobe realized there was an issue with Shinmie's earlier statement. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "When you mention that you can achieve what they cannot, does that include me?" "Certainly," Shinmie replied, arching an eyebrow at Kobe, without a hint of hesitation. "Shun, you are unlike any individual from Huaxia, among all the Huaxia people I have encountered. You exude the utmost confidence. Do you not believe me? Indeed, it is somewhat astonishing. What is your opinion of the player Stephen Curry?" Shinmie's tone took on an enigmatic quality, as if testing. "Stephen Curry? The rookie from the Golden State Warriors? A rather slender lad." "Precisely. I am not acquainted with him. He is merely a rookie. I met him during the trials, and he is the most gifted shooter I have ever encountered. His talent surpasses all expectations. I believe he has the potential to transform an era of basketball." As Shinmie reminisced about past competitive scenes, he spoke with great eloquence. No, my friend, I digress. I do not dispute your words. They can indeed be validated in the future. However, do you not feel that your demeanor is far from that of a novice?" "Oh, is that so?" Shun realized that, like Curry, he too was a rookie in the same year, and he pondered what qualifications he possessed to so boldly assess Curry's future. Shinmie shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and casually remarked, "Perhaps it is due to ability. We traverse the same path, yet his shooting talent far surpasses mine." No, what happened to your earlier confidence?" He continued. "Talent serves as a starting point. As you mentioned, while others remain ensconced in slumber, we find ourselves observing the dawn in Los Angeles at 4 o'clock. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years. Perhaps the transformation of Los Angeles will be subtle, but through relentless effort, you shall attain greatness." As he spoke, Kobe extended his hand, and Shinmie reciprocated, their hands clasping in a firm shake. After their conversation drew to a close, around 5 in the morning, Kobe prepared to return home. He needed to bid farewell to his wife and gather a few belongings. Shinmie found little to prepare for at home, opting instead to rest on the sofa in the locker room. The team was set for a challenging sequence of away games, facing the Oklahoma City Thunder that evening, followed by a back-to-back match against the Houston Rockets the following day. On the morning of the second day, all players gathered at the arena, where the team bus would transport them to the airport. A group of towering athletes, most of whom were African American and averaging nearly 2 meters in height, each carried a suitcase while engaging in lively conversation. The team bus was custom-built, offering spacious seating that ensured a comfortable journey. As they traveled, the players discussed their opponents and eagerly anticipated the nightlife awaiting them after the game in Oklahoma City. In that moment, Shinmie experienced a profound sense of reality, a feeling that finally eased the restlessness he had felt the previous night. Once aboard the plane, everyone settled into their own activities. Some players listened to music, others played video games, while a few immersed themselves in books or perused the latest news. Shinmie remained in a slumber throughout the journey, conserving his energy for the evening's match. No one disturbed him, having heard Kobe mention that the Asian prodigy had trained tirelessly through the night. Head coach Phil Jackson mistakenly believed that the young player from China had stayed up late to practice following his absence the previous day. Upon disembarking from the plane, Shinmie had sufficiently rested. After reporting his safety to Meibo, He and the team checked into a hotel near the Thunder's home venue, the Ford Center, which at that time had yet to be renamed the Chesapeake Energy Arena. Returning to this familiar place after just a few days evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his time spent there over the summer. Though the burgeoning Thunder primarily focused on training, their strength was not to be underestimated. Bolstered by a solid base of youthful fans, competing against a prestigious team like the defending champions, the Lakers, heightened the anticipation for this game. Additionally, domestic broadcasts had picked up on Shun Mia's remarkable performance in the previous game against the Lakers, drawing significant attention from the local audience. Previously, during his time with the Thunder, Shun Mia had gone unnoticed, as there were not many widespread online platforms for sports broadcasts. During the pre-game interviews, ESPN reporters were adept at uncovering potential storylines, even when speaking to a rookie. Shin, having just faced the Lakers, you return here to confront your former team. How do you feel at this moment? I am quite happy to be back here. I had a wonderful time during my stay. I am familiar with my former teammates. But I will show no mercy, Shin Mia replied. The ESPN reporter perked up at Shin Mia's response, finding the remarks of this Chinese player quite intriguing, prompting the prospect of further interviews in the future. Meanwhile, Kevin Durant was also being interviewed. KD, your second-round rookie was traded to the Lakers this year and performed well in his first game. He also had commendable outings with the Thunder. Why was he traded? What? Kevin Durant, prepared to deliver a compelling statement, was caught off guard by the question. He felt a twinge of displeasure, sensing that his spotlight was being overshadowed. I'm sorry, I don't know who you're referring to. If such a situation occurred, it was a decision made by the management. Durant's words triggered a wave of curiosity among the reporters, sensing a potential scoop. Is it because of discord among you? Is that why he was traded? Having dealt with the reporters, Durant hurried back to the locker room, where his teammates greeted him warmly with smiles and gestures of camaraderie. The atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room was equally vibrant. The team seemed confident about the match. Shin Mia, however, sat silently on the sofa, refraining from engaging with others. Kobe approached Shin Mia, offering a gentle shoulder massage reminiscent of the support he had given Yao Ming during the All-Star game. Relax. As a player who has been through trades, there will always come a time to face your former team. We are here for you. Thank you, my friend. I am well. Time passes inexorably, and the match is set to commence at 9 p.m. local time in Country M, which corresponds to 9 a.m. in our homeland. Country M is divided into Eastern and Western regions, with a 12-hour difference from the West and a 13-hour difference from the East. At this moment, there remains but 1 hour until the commencement of the game. Chapter 14. Oklahoma City Thunder versus Los Angeles Lakers. Today, the Oklahoma City Thunder host the championship team, the Los Angeles Lakers. The starters emerge to the enthusiastic cheers of DJ. The starting lineup for the Thunder includes Kevin Durant, Jeff Green, Sabo Cephalosha, Russell Westbrook, and Nenad Kirstic. The Lakers' starting five comprises Kobe Bryant, Andrew Bynum, Ron Artest, Lamar Odom, and Derek Fisher. As the teams engage in the tip-off, Nenad Kirstic secures possession for the Thunder, and Westbrook advances the ball into the front court. Kobe finds himself matched up against Westbrook, who hails from Los Angeles. Westbrook accelerates, driving towards the basket, evading Kobe's defense, and deftly deposits the ball through the hoop. The Thunder claims the first score of the game, leading 2-0. Kobe shakes his head with a smile, uttering something as Westbrook listens, both sharing a moment of laughter. Meanwhile, Bynum passes the ball to Kobe, who swiftly retreats on defense. Kobe crosses half-court, executing several between-the-legs dribbles before abruptly stopping. With Westbrook defending him, he sinks a mid-range shot, leveling the score at 2-2. As both teams' key players probe for rhythm and feel. On the other side, Durant passes to Westbrook, who promptly returns the ball to Durant. Crossing half-court, Durant positions himself 2 steps beyond the three-point line and elevates for a shot, which swishes through the net. His elongated arms and graceful shooting motion resemble the scythe of the Grim Reaper. At this moment, domestic Channel 5 TV is broadcasting live. The commentator, Zhang, remarks, "The Thunder's start is quite impressive, and their form appears strong. The Lakers may encounter difficulties today." The accompanying commentator interjects, "I wonder when Xiao Shun will make his appearance." In the previous game, having just been traded, he undoubtedly sought to showcase himself. Although his time was limited, he performed admirably. Given today's circumstances, it seems he may not have the opportunity to play. Shin Mia attentively observed the match unfolding before him. Today, the Thunder's offense flowed remarkably well, particularly highlighted by Westbrook's impeccable shooting, hitting all 4 of his attempts, including a three-pointer. As the game approached the 7-minute mark, the first official timeout of the entire match was called, a mandatory pause attributed to the home team. At this juncture, the score stood at 23-16, with the Thunder leading by 7 points. Durant was substituted out for the Thunder, while on the Lakers side, Kobe was replaced to take a brief respite, alongside the underperforming Andrew Bynum, who also exited the court. 3 starters remained. Sasha Vujacic and Josh Powell joined the other 3 starters still in play. Kobe sat on the bench, wiping his sweat as he scrutinized the game's progression, his expression tinged with concern. Following his departure, the point differential continued to widen. With 3 minutes left in the first quarter, the Lakers called a timeout as the Thunder surged to 34 points, on a trajectory towards 40 for the quarter. Westbrook and Kevin Durant exhibited exceptional prowess today, shooting flawlessly and igniting the Thunder's home crowd. Phil Jackson, while devising defensive strategies to contain Westbrook, made personnel decisions. Shun, Kobe, Brown, you 3 go in. The remaining 3 starters were substituted out, granting Chongnong Brown and Shinmia their chance to step onto the court. Kobe passed the ball to Shinmia, who, upon crossing half-court and securing possession, initiated a one-on-one play. At that moment, Durant matched up against Kobe. With his height, long arms, and agile footwork, Shinmia understood that Durant could effectively challenge Kobe. In their previous encounters, Kobe had experienced blocks from Durant. Thus, Shinmia began to actively reposition himself in search of opportunities as the Lakers found themselves trailing at merely 21 points. Kobe, after several dribbles and changes in rhythm, was unable to find an opening and, noticing Shinmia break free, quickly passed the ball to him. Shinmia had already anticipated his teammate's position, passing the ball to Shannon Brown, who possesses a commendable three-point shooting ability. His defensive skills are commendable, though his scoring consistency leaves much to be desired. The most iconic moment of his career likely occurred in February against the Hawks, when he executed a block on Mario West that left his Lakers bench teammates aghast. As expected, Shannon Brown's three-point attempt clanged off the rim. Kobe shook his head, retreating on defense while advising Shinmia, "Shin, seize the opportunity to shoot. Do not pass the ball. Have faith in yourself. You are a gifted shooter." Shinmia faced off against Westbrook, and as the first quarter progressed, the opposing player had yet to take a break. Today, Westbrook's performance was remarkably exceptional. Shin inquired, "How's Los Angeles?" They exchanged banter while maintaining their matchup. "Quite well. But it's astonishing that you would ask me this question. Los Angeles is your hometown, after all. Have you considered returning to play there?" Westbrook was momentarily amused by Shinmia's playful suggestion, initially intending to distract him, but finding himself instead disarmed. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Shinmia caught a glimmer of yearning in Westbrook's eyes. However, he could not entertain such thoughts. Westbrook had been selected 4th overall by the Thunder, a pivotal figure in the team's foundation. At this juncture, the authority of the team far outweighed the influence of the players, and loyalty remained an essential virtue for them. As Shinmia defended, he simultaneously created distance between himself and Westbrook, establishing a sense of safety for Westbrook to penetrate. Indeed, noticing Shinmia seemingly retreating, Westbrook charged into the paint, preparing for a layup before even releasing the ball. Shinmia's block followed closely. A resounding slap sent the ball soaring into the stands. The Lakers bench erupted in applause. This singular block significantly revitalized their momentum. Simultaneously, it disrupted the Thunder's offensive flow, leaving them with only 6 seconds on the shot clock. Westbrook inbound the ball, with Shinmia jumping in bounds to interfere. Westbrook lofted a high pass to his distant teammate, I.T. Thomas. With time slipping away, Thomas opted for a mid-range jumper. The ball ricocheted off the rim, landing in Kobe's hands. Shinmia swiftly transitioned into a fast break, charging towards the left 45-degree angle. And Kobe instinctively understood. As the ball reached him, Shinmia elevated and released, the shot exhibiting both speed and a flat trajectory, striking the inner rim before bouncing through the net. In the domestic TV5 broadcast room, the commentators exclaimed, "Wow, that three-pointer was indeed fierce." Yet, it was remarkably precise. Young Shun had undoubtedly dedicated considerable effort to perfecting his three-point shooting. This pivotal shot quenched the team's thirst for points and altered the rhythm of the entire match. Such is the nature of crucial plays. At times, when the offense struggles, a singular shot can unlock the floodgates of scoring. Now, Durant initiated a pick and roll, and Shinmia exchanged signals with Kobe to switch their defensive assignments, with Shinmia tasked to guard Durant. "KD, what do you think of Scarlett?" Shinmia discreetly inquired while maintaining his defensive stance. Huh? Durant was taken aback. How did he know? In an instant, a shadow flickered, and Shinmia intercepted Durant's pass. This time, Kobe was off on a fast break, with no defenders in sight ahead of him. Shinmia, with no waves to disrupt, passed the ball to his team's south front court. Kobe executed a resounding dunk, letting out a triumphant roar as both players retreated to defense, signaling their intent without uttering a word. A brief surge of 5-0 settled the situation, prompting the Thunder to heighten their vigilance. Only a minute and a half remained in the first quarter. In this possession, the Thunder successfully executed their strategy, securing 2 points. With 40 seconds left, the Lakers swiftly crossed the half-court line. Seeing no opportunities for his teammates, Kobe opted for a bold three-point shot, which clanged off the rim. Westbrook seized the rebound, dashed past the three-point line, then circled back to manage the clock. Westbrook raised his hand, indicating a desire to isolate Shinmia. Unfazed, Shinmia approached with a calm demeanor. Westbrook, feeling invincible this quarter, was skeptical that he could truly dominate. He decided against making a move, realizing that a foul would lead to free throws, which was not advantageous. All he could do was hope for a dip in Westbrook's shooting accuracy. Shinmia sidestepped gracefully, yet skillfully positioned himself to impede Westbrook's shot, ensuring it was far from comfortable. Indeed, the typically brilliant Westbrook, after an impressive first quarter, found his layup attempt thwarted as it circled the rim and fell away. Shinmia secured the rebound, and with a swift transition, he delivered a long pass to Brown, who executed a layup, bringing the score to 36-28. With only 1.8 seconds remaining, the Thunder initiated a play, carelessly tossing a shot from the backcourt that missed entirely. Concluding the first quarter. Chapter 15. The first glimmer of brilliance as the second quarter commenced, Shinmia remained on the bench for the Lakers, awaiting his moment to shine. The Thunder, on the other hand, deployed a formidable frontline defensive lineup, with their sole guard, Sebo Soflosa, towering at 2.01 meters. Meanwhile, Durant and Westbrook continued their respite. It must be noted that Thunder's head coach, Scott Brooks, has exhibited remarkable acumen in his personnel strategies this season. It is memorable that Brooks earned the accolade of Coach of the Year, leading the team from a dismal 23 wins and 59 losses the previous season to newfound heights. This lineup, albeit somewhat audacious, posed a challenge, especially considering the presence of a scoring juggernaut like Kobe Bryant on the opposing side. Brooks could no longer remain seated. He stood at the sidelines, intently observing the unfolding game. Should the Thunder find themselves overwhelmed, he was prepared to swiftly reinstate his dual stars. As for rookie Harden, he was not yet part of his immediate considerations, having averaged only about 15 minutes of playtime per game since the season's commencement. Indeed, Brooks' strategy proved effective, as the height of the lineup curtailed the Lakers' offensive prowess. However, the Thunder's own offense appeared to be mired in a quagmire, with the score gap stubbornly refusing to widen. Nonetheless, as long as the bench could hold off the Lakers' starters, the Thunder's core duo would be poised to dismantle their adversaries. As 4 minutes elapsed, Kobe struck again with a mid-range shot, narrowing the gap to 6 points at 44-38, with the Thunder now leading. Brooks called a timeout, substituting Durant and Harden into the game, while Westbrook continued to rest. At this juncture, one could sense the tension for the Lakers, while others may overlook Harden's potential. Shinmia was acutely aware of it. With Westbrook absent, they lost one offensive asset but simultaneously mitigated a source of turnovers, amplifying the offensive capabilities of both Durant and Harden. Shinmia cast a glance at head coach Phil Jackson, noting his indifference, and shook his head, returning his attention to the game. The rookie Harden, with the ball in hand, traversed past the halfway line, exuding a somewhat endearing demeanor that rendered him seemingly harmless. As he dribbled, he surveyed the positions on the court. Not a single player approached him for close defense, as if they were biding their time for him to initiate an attack. Shinmia slapped his forehead, realizing the moment had arrived. Harden, seizing the opportunity, delivered a perfect alley-oop. The Lakers' defense beneath the basket was already too late to respond, only able to extend their hands in vain as Amon Thomas executed a thunderous dunk, drawing a foul in the process. Thomas calmly sank the free throw, completing a 2-1 play for the Thunder. "Shun, you seem quite knowledgeable about this rookie player," Phil Jackson observed, noting Shinmia's forehead slap. "Coach, Harden is an all-around guard. He is destined to become an all-star in the future." Hearing Shinmia's unwavering tone, Phil Jackson remained non-committal, pondering whether Shin truly understood the opponent's playing style. "Are you familiar with his offensive strategies?" "Yes, I am well versed in his scoring and assisting habits," I even taught him the step-back three-pointer." As their conversation continued, Harden faced off against Derek Fisher's defense, executing a step-back three-pointer. Derek Fisher, agitated, exclaimed, "Ref, he traveled." The referee shook his head, signaling no violation, allowing the game to proceed. "Damn, how can a step-back create such space?" Derek muttered in frustration, glancing back at the replay in vain, consistently feeling that Harden had traveled. Meanwhile, the Lakers launched a counterattack, outnumbered 4-5, only to be thwarted. Derek Fisher hurried to provide help, but it was too late. The ball had already found its way to Durant, who was prepared to shoot as soon as he received the pass. The basketball soared through the air with a trajectory reminiscent of death itself, swishing through the net as Durant lifted his chin, retreating with an animated little shuffle. This spurred the Thunder to a 9-0 run, threatening to widen the gap uncontrollably, prompting the Lakers to call a timeout. Considering Shun Mie's recent displays of on-court prowess, Phil Jackson quickly made a decision. "Shun, you're in. For the remainder of this quarter, focus on that number 13 rookie." The number 13 referred to Harden's jersey during his time with the Thunder. The Lakers replaced their starters with a taller lineup, featuring Luke Walton at 2.04 meters and DJ Mbenga at 2.13 meters. While Shin Mie assumed the role of the sole guard on the court, the Thunder, in turn, substituted one of their centers for Westbrook, and thus, the trio of Thunder stars was simultaneously on the floor. Shin Mie silently cursed under his breath, pondering whether he had overestimated himself in the face of the Thunder-esque trio. With the ball in hand, he crossed half-court, where Harden approached to defend him. "Shun, I am aware of your formidable three-point shooting, but I shall not permit you to take that shot. Brother, there is an opportunity for us to visit Huaxia together." "All right. I have longed to visit Huaxia. I'll gift you a red electric scooter." "What?" Harden's expression perfectly mirrored the iconic confused face, while Shin Mie struggled to suppress a smile. After a slight hesitation, he made a decisive leap, causing Harden to lose his balance and lurch towards him. Seizing the moment, Shin Mie released the basketball, but it clanged off the rim. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul on the three-point attempt. "You're quite the rascal. You're not a good boy anymore," Harden muttered as he walked away, clearly displeased with Shin Mie's ability to draw the foul. As Shin Mie prepared for his free throw, he smiled and responded, creating an impression of camaraderie between the two, as if they were the best of friends. A bond likely forged during the draft period. Shin Mie gently shook his neck. Free throws were undoubtedly an essential aspect that Shin Mie aimed to perfect. If one were to consider the most captivating moments of Curry, it would likely be when he gritted his teeth while taking free throws. The aura of confidence he exuded, coupled with the effortless flick of his wrist, made it seem as though the ball was destined to find the net. In Shin Mie's perspective, points from free throws were akin to gifts, and he felt compelled to seize them. Therefore, he meticulously developed his own unique shooting technique for free throws, enhanced by the natural shooting talent often found among individuals of Asian descent. Shin Mie exuded an unwavering confidence in his free throw prowess. With a languid gaze fixed upon the referee, he awaited the pass. As the referee tossed the basketball his way, Shin Mie dribbled once for adjustment before launching his shot. The ball swished through the net, and after a swift celebratory gesture with his teammates, he repeated the process with the same habitual demeanor, resulting in another flawless shot. Phil Jackson observed Shin Mie's free throws intently. The aura of confidence surrounding him evoked memories of the man known for shooting with closed eyes, a figure revered as a deity in the realm of basketball. With all three free throws converted, the Lakers began to retreat on defense as Westbrook advanced past half-court. As Westbrook maneuvered with the ball, Durant positioned himself, ready to receive the pass. Shin Mie continues to guard Harden, while Westbrook surveys the situation on the court and passes the ball to Durant, who is positioned at the side. Durant backs down a couple of steps, turns, and executes a flawless jump shot, the ball swishing through the net without touching the rim. Meanwhile, the Lakers inbound the ball, and Shin Mie advances it past half-court, with Harden initiating tight defense. Although Shin Mie is not particularly tall, he possesses impressive jumping ability, a stable center of gravity, and considerable lower body strength. Harden, a guard who was once tasked with defending centers, has also demonstrated remarkable aerial prowess with his dunks and alley-oops. However, following the serious injury to Paul George, he has transitioned into a more grounded style of play. Shin Mie refrained from confronting Harden directly, recognizing the lack of wisdom in such an approach. Instead, he seized the opportunity to pass the ball to the mismatched Walton, who, facing Westbrook, missed a mid-range jumper. Westbrook secured the rebound and immediately passed it to Harden, who was positioned closer to the front court. Shin lagged behind Harden by 2 body lengths, opting to forego the chase. Harden executed a powerful dunk. Shin quickly inbounded the ball, sending a long pass to Mbenga, who capitalized on the opposing defense's momentary lapse to score with a dunk. Under Shin orchestration, despite the team's subpar shooting efficiency, their offense flowed smoothly, allowing them to keep the score within reach. As the team collectively retreated on defense, Shin took the opportunity to communicate with Walton, suggesting they double-team Westbrook. Walton hesitated, contemplating the audacity of a rookie directing him. However, upon witnessing Shin abandon Harden to cover Westbrook's passing lane, Walton had no choice but to engage in tight defense, executing the double-team. Westbrook, feeling the pressure, hastily passed the ball with diminished force. Shin, quick to react, intercepted the pass. Walton had already sprinted into the front court, and Shin delivered a long pass, comfortably assisting Walton for a transition dunk. This moment altered Walton's perception of Shin, instilling a sense of admiration. Phil Jackson also took note. Every time Shin stepped onto the court, he consistently made astute decisions, scoring and distributing the ball effectively, with solid dribbling fundamentals. An exceptional point guard, Phil Jackson concluded, while the Lakers bench erupted in applause for Walton's dunk. Chapter 16, a stunning shot on the Thunder's side. Durant maintained a high shooting percentage. Yet Westbrook frequently faltered under the Lakers' defensive pressure. The Lakers capitalized on the Thunder's mistakes in their own scoring opportunities, enabling them to stay close in the game and narrow the deficit. With 1 minute remaining in the first half, the score stood at 57-46, with an 11-point gap. At this juncture, the ball was in the Lakers' possession, and Shin began to manage the clock. Little Shin is starting to run down the clock. It seems he plans to go solo this time, Teacher Zhang speculated. If they executed this correctly, they could maintain the deficit below 10 points by halftime. Shin compressed the time to 38 seconds. The opposing team began to advance their defense. From 2 steps beyond the 3-point line, Shin launched an audacious long-range shot. As soon as he released the ball, he sensed it was short. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, and DJ Mbenga seized the rebound. He leapt high, attempting a putback dunk, but was abruptly fouled by a defender beneath the basket, crashing to the floor. Mbenga quickly rose, ready to confront the opposing player. But Lakers teammates swiftly intervened to restrain him, as tensions escalated in the fiercely contested match. The referee reviewed the Thunder's foul, deeming it a shooting foul without further escalation. Mbenga converted one of 2 free throws, narrowing the gap to 10 points. Durant passed the ball to Harden, who was visibly rattled by Westbrook's earlier blunder. As Harden dribbled past half-court, he meticulously monitored the clock while casting a serious gaze at Shin. Meanwhile, the Thunder teammates initiated their movements. The Lakers maintained a tight defense on Durant, restricting his receiving space, while they afforded Westbrook more leeway. As Shin vigilantly monitored Harden while also keeping an eye on Westbrook's positioning, it was no surprise when Harden passed the ball to Westbrook. With determination, Westbrook charged into the paint, prompting Shin to abandon his pursuit of Harden and swiftly pursue Westbrook instead. With a well-timed block, he sent the ball into the hands of Mbenga. Without hesitation, Mbenga entrusted the ball to Shin for further action. The Thunder quickly fell back on defense. With only 10 seconds remaining, Shin dribbled the ball while searching for an opportunity. As the clock ticked down to 3 seconds, he launched himself from beyond the 3-point line. After only 3 strides, he was met by Harden. Yet Shin managed to release a high-arc shot that swished through the net, concluding the first half of the game. The score gap widened to 8 points, prompting the Lakers bench to rise in applause, celebrating Shin latest offensive display. Upon returning to the locker room, the head coach lavished praise upon Shin, while the other players increasingly acknowledged his exceptional performance. Amidst the commendations, Shin contemplated further strategies. Having just played for 7 consecutive minutes under considerable defensive pressure, he felt surprisingly invigorated, despite having only caught a brief nap on the plane. Since awakening in that internet CAF, Shin had come to realize that his previous limitations in stamina were gradually dissipating. Even after a night of little sleep, he found himself remarkably energized the next day and felt no discomfort during the game. Could this be the manifestation of his newfound abilities? Shin could only think this way, as the head coach took the opportunity to hydrate and replenish energy during the players' break. He elaborated on the tactics for the second half. With the commencement of the second half, both teams resumed their battle on the field. Shin continued to wait on the bench, while the Lakers maintained Kobe as a starter, accompanied by 4 tall players, 1 center, and 3 forwards. This arrangement essentially substituted the guards from the lineup following the second quarter's timeout with Kobe to assess its efficacy. The Lakers exhibited a notable improvement in their performance compared to the first half. The Thunder, however, continued to display their efficiency, resulting in a back-and-forth contest. The point differential fluctuated, narrowing and then widening, creating an intensely competitive atmosphere. Typically, when the third quarter reaches such a climax, the fourth quarter tends to follow suit. With 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers called a timeout to allow Kobe a brief respite, while Meibo re-entered the game. At that moment, the score stood at 77-70, with a 7-point gap as the Thunder maintained their lead. As Meibo made his entrance, the Thunder had also acquired Harden. While Durant took a breather. With Durant absent, Meibo breathed a sigh of relief. He found it nearly impossible to defend against Durant unless the latter's shots were off. Now that Durant was not on the court, Meibo felt he could find ways to narrow the gap and maintain an efficient plus-minus rating. With the Thunder in possession, Meibo continued to match up against Harden as Westbrook brought the ball past half-court. Engaging in a one-on-one, he attempted to exploit a size mismatch. But the interference thwarted his layup attempt. Meibo anticipated the rebound, secured it, and swiftly advanced. However, the Thunder's defense was quick to respond, extinguishing Meibo's intentions for a fast break. The tempo slowed as Meibo awaited his teammates to position themselves for an isolation play. Beyond the three-point line, he executed a step-back three-pointer over Harden, landing it with precision. In response, the Lakers fell back, while Harden and Westbrook sought the ball. Harden, facing Meibo, also performed a step-back three-pointer, which he converted effortlessly. Answer ball. Harden delivered a responsive three-pointer to the Lakers, prompting enthusiastic applause from the Thunder's bench. Meibo maintained possession of the ball, this time with Harden closely guarding him. Meibo halted, executing a handoff to Mbenga. Simultaneously, Mbenga delivered a bounce pass back to Meibo. Meibo surged into the paint, leaping towards the basket, where he faced the Thunder's towering 2.8-meter center, Nick Collison. Meibo deftly passed the ball to Luke Walton, who was positioned behind Corliss. Walton executed a magnificent slam dunk, showcasing a seamless collaboration. As the Lakers retreated on defense, they acknowledged each other with nods of appreciation. The score now stood at 80-75, narrowing the gap to 5 points. The Thunder swiftly inbound the ball, with Westbrook advancing with powerful strides. Noticing that the Lakers' defense had yet to fully settle, he penetrated the paint with determination, drawing a foul. Westbrook stepped to the line for free throws, but missed his second attempt. Meibo secured the rebound, and the Lakers launched a counterattack. Meibo executed a direct layup, bringing the score to 81-77, once again narrowing the gap by a point. With 2.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Thunder engaged in a series of seamless passes, creating yet another opportunity that culminated in a tactical play, with Westbrook achieving a powerful dunk for an additional 2 points. On the Lakers' side, Meibo swiftly advanced, passing the ball to the corner where Shannon Brown awaited. Brown, with precision, launched a three-point shot that found its mark. The score was once again leveled at 83-80, with the deficit reduced to a single possession. The Lakers bench rose collectively, eagerly witnessing the final minute of the game. As Meibo's presence on the court invigorated their pursuit of the score, Meibo had firmly resolved that he must bridge the three-point gap. This was a pivotal moment to showcase his prowess. The Thunder began to press for time, and with only 8 seconds remaining in the offensive possession, Westbrook stood at the perimeter and executed a handoff to Harden. Positioned on the left side beyond the three-point line, Harden aggressively attacked Meibo, who maintained his defensive stance. Harden then passed the ball back to Westbrook, who had maneuvered behind him. Utilizing a screen, Westbrook launched a drive but was whistled for stepping out of bounds during his initiation, resulting in yet another turnover. Frustrated, Westbrook slammed the ball and retreated to the backcourt. The referee handed the ball to Meibo, who in turn passed it to Walton, only for Walton to return it to him. With 40 seconds still on the clock, Meibo crossed half-court and, standing on the logo, attempted a bold three-pointer that clanged off the rim. Westbrook secured the rebound once more. In the domestic TV5 broadcast room, the commentators remarked that this choice by young Shun was rather ill-advised. While reclaiming the possession was commendable, such a shot rendered the effort futile. Indeed, youth and impulsiveness had played their part. Meibo was tasked with switching defense with Walton, taking on the formidable Westbrook. As Westbrook pressed against the clock, his gaze lingered on Meibo, a complexity evident in his expression. If it weren't for Shin Mie's repeated thwarting of the Thunder's momentum, the match would not have been so arduous. Yet, astonishingly, such a player had been traded away. As the shot clock dwindled, Shin Mie maintained a tenacious defense. Westbrook passed the ball to Harden, who drove near the free throw line and attempted a mid-range shot, only to have it clang off the rim, secured by Bench. The Thunder began to retreat defensively. Shin Mie remained stationary, waiting for Bench to deliver the ball before initiating his movement. Approaching the logo with only 3 seconds remaining, Shin Mie unleashed another long-range three-pointer. If one attempt failed, a second would suffice. In the domestic TV5 broadcast, the excitement was palpable as teacher Zhang exclaimed, "This young man. He did it again." The whistle blew, and the score was tied at 83 as the third quarter concluded, with the fourth quarter set to commence anew. Chapter 17. Flight to Houston. As the fourth quarter began, the Lakers continued with Kobe leading the trio of starters alongside Luke Walton. The lineup boasted both defensive height and offensive prowess. Conversely, the Thunder found themselves stifled during several phases where they could have narrowed the gap, particularly as Shin Mie was once their teammate. These elements affected the psyche of the Thunder players. At the start of the fourth quarter, the focus and performance of the Thunder's role players were noticeably lacking. As Kevin Durant's shooting percentage dwindled, the Lakers seized advantage through repeated transitions between defense and offense. With 6 minutes remaining, the Lakers held a 7-point lead. Thunder head coach Scott Brooks called a timeout, substituting Westbrook, who had committed 7 turnovers in the match. Harden was brought in, remaining relatively unaffected, being a rookie and having a good rapport with Shin Mie. As Harden entered the fray, Shin Mie was also summoned, replacing Derek Fisher, while Kobe remained on the court, pairing with Shin Mie in the backcourt for the final stretch. Phil Jackson sensed that every time Shin Mie and Kobe shared the court, the Lakers' scoring potential surged dramatically. He felt he had grasped something significant, though unable to articulate it. He could only perceive it as an additional offensive option. However, Shin Mie understood that Kobe's diverse scoring abilities and explosive output, combined with his own stable three-point threat, would create opportunities for both players. In simple terms, it resembled the initial version of the Splash Brothers from the 2015 Warriors. Yet, Phil had yet to comprehend the potential implications of such a transformation. Meanwhile, the game continued as Durant of the Thunder missed a shot, and the rebound was claimed by Kobe. He dribbled past half court, maneuvering left to post up, then unexpectedly executed an aerial pass to the perimeter, finding Shin Mie, who had been diligently positioning himself. Shin Mie raised his hand for a three-pointer, which swished through the net, extending the lead to 10 points. Another cursed three-pointer. The Thunder players' mindset was evidently on the verge of collapse. As the Thunder advanced with the ball, Harden crossed half court and passed it to Durant, who was demanding the ball. Upon receiving it, Durant executed a swift change of direction, maneuvering around his defender to deliver a thunderous dunk. The deficit was now reduced to 8 points. Meanwhile, Shin Mie quickly inbounded the ball to Kobe before retreating on defense. Dribbling, Kobe signaled for a one-on-one play, prompting his Lakers teammates to create space. With a feint drive followed by a genuine shot, he leapt and unleashed a three-pointer. The ball sailed through the hoop, increasing the lead back to 11 points. It was apparent that the Thunder players had begun to lose their focus, their concentration slipping away. Shin Mie crouched in the corner of the backcourt, waiting for the Thunder to inbound the ball. Suddenly, he sprang into action, intercepting the pass mid-flight. Harden, responsible for receiving the ball, hurriedly pursued him, but it was too late. Shin Mie executed a flawless dunk, extending the lead to 13 points. A hush fell over the Thunder's home crowd, prompting the head coach to call yet another timeout. With 3 minutes remaining, Shin Mie returned to the bench. Meanwhile, Thunder's coach Brooks refrained from reprimanding his players, believing they had performed admirably in the first 3 quarters, considering they were up against a championship team. It was understandable if they faltered. Brooks arrived at a decision. When the game resumed, the Thunder pulled all their starters, signaling their surrender. "Shin, do you still wish to play?" Phil Jackson inquired, noting Shin Mie's impressive form that day. He envisioned allowing the rookie to fully express his potential, aiming for a remarkable 30-point game. "No, coach, they've already given up," Shin Mie replied, positioning himself in the rotation for the starters. "After all, one cannot exhaust the fuel in the tank all at once." Phil Jackson muttered to himself, "You're just a rookie, and this garbage time should be your moment to shine." However, since Shin Mie chose not to play, he made no further insistence. Allowing the other benchwarmers to take the court, Shin Mie executed a stunning steal followed by a thunderous dunk, effectively sealing the fate of the match. Although time remained, the Thunder's morale was shattered. This act of pilfering the ball resembles the tactics employed by the Pelicans in later years. When the players at the farthest reaches of both benches took to the court, it became a rather lackluster exchange. The Lakers, on their end, meticulously utilized every second, ensuring the clock ticked down swiftly. In the final possession, with 22 seconds still on the clock, the Thunder opted to forego any offensive play, simply advancing past half-court to let time expire. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed, defeating the Thunder with a score of 115-104 in an away game. Shin delivered a remarkable performance, amassing 21 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds, and 3 blocks, marking a career high in scoring. His achievement ranks second only to Kobe's 33 points for the Lakers. Sam Presti, the general manager of the Thunder, observed from the stands. Reflecting on the young talent they had traded away, he began to comprehend the source of the young man's confidence during his time with the Thunder, and he felt a tinge of regret over the transaction. Typically, rookies selected towards the end of the first round or in the second round may struggle to secure playing time during regular rotations. Yet this young man has made a name for himself in just a few games. Since the season opener, he has averaged 14 points per game, demonstrating minimal ball dominance while exhibiting impressive defensive efficiency and shooting accuracy. The scouts had underestimated him during the draft, their biases obscuring the potential of this Asian athlete's physical condition. After several games, it became evident that his stamina was not lacking, complemented by a clever and efficient playing style that conserves energy. This previously unheralded talent from China has proven to possess first-round caliber skills. It is not surprising, as even the legendary Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, had the ability to outshine many NBA draft picks ranked above him in the past. It was merely a matter of seizing the opportunity to showcase his true potential. The distinction between being selected and being able to perform is vast. In the post-game interviews, a reporter first approached Kevin Durant, asking, "Do you recall Shin now?" Durant shot the reporter a sidelong glance and replied, "Next question." On the Lakers side, Kobe Bryant and Luke Walton were interviewed. "Kobe, what are your thoughts on the Thunder's performance?" "They were exceptional. They are a young team with offensive talent, but they need to work harder," Kobe responded. "Look, how do you assess Shin's performance today? His shooting talent is remarkable, and he works diligently. We all witnessed him deliver at a high level. He possesses NBA-caliber game-reading abilities," Walton stated. Upon returning to the locker room, Shin opened the door only to be doused by buckets of icy water, a refreshing testament to the team's fervor. Shin shook his head, smiling as he shook hands and embraced everyone, having seamlessly integrated into the team. Once the celebrations concluded, the group returned to the hotel to rest. For the following morning, they would embark on a flight to Houston, preparing for their second consecutive game. After 2 days of relentless activity, Shin indeed felt fatigued. He sent Meng Ro a message to bid her good night before surrendering to slumber. At the crack of dawn the next day, the team gathered and boarded a bus destined for the airport, flying directly to Houston. Houston, the largest city in Texas and the 4th largest in the United States, stands as the principal economic hub along the Gulf Coast. The home arena of the Rockets, the Toyota Center, is situated in the very heart of this space city. The hotel where the Lakers players are staying is the Hilton, conveniently located adjacent to the Toyota Center. Chapter 18. Lakers vs. Rockets. After dining and resting at the Hilton, the team prepared to head to the arena. The game was scheduled for an earlier time, allowing them to return directly to Los Angeles post-match, thus concluding their brief road trip. In a pregame interview, ESPN approached Yao Ming. "Yao, your fellow countryman and rookie Shin has been performing exceptionally well lately. What are your thoughts on his performance?" "He is quite unique, even described as unconventional. He possesses a strong sense of self and a high basketball IQ," Yao replied. "Did you know him prior to this?" "Regrettably, no. Had I known him, I would have certainly advocated for the Rockets to select such a remarkable player." The reporter chuckled and continued, "Do you have any words of encouragement for him?" "Keep going, showcase your talent, and achieve great results." On the Lakers side, ESPN also sought out Shin. "Shun, today you will face Yao's team, but he cannot play. Will you be disappointed?" "Of course. He is a role model for all of us Chinese players aspiring to enter the NBA, and I am learning from him. It would have been an honor to compete against him. You scored 21 points in your last game, setting a new career high. How many points do you aim to achieve today?" "Well, as you may know, I opted not to play during the last 3 minutes of the previous game. I am not fixated on scoring. What truly matters is helping my team secure victory." After concluding the interview, Shin returned to the locker room. where the atmosphere regarding the upcoming game against the Rockets was notably relaxed. This year has been tumultuous for the Rockets. Yao Ming is sidelined for the season, and McGrady has declined to play due to injury and personal reasons, likely pressuring the management for a trade. Had Yao not been out for the season, domestic broadcasts would undoubtedly have covered this match. Typically, games featuring Chinese players draw domestic broadcasts, but today as early time slot complicates matters. Currently, it is 5 a.m. in China. Furthermore, with Yao out for the season, the broadcast was cancelled. However, Yao was present on the bench, while McGrady was absent even from that. Shinmia stepped forward to greet the towering figure before him, exchanging a handshake and an embrace. This imposing man had once epitomized the glory of Chinese basketball. In his dedication to domestic competitions, Yao Ming had significantly shortened his own professional career, earning the admiration of all in the basketball community. At 5 p.m., the game commenced. The starting lineup for the Rockets included Luis Scola, Trevor Ariza, Aaron Brooks, Shane Battier, and Chuck Hayes. The Lakers' starting five featured Kobe Bryant, Andrew Bynum, Ron Artest, Lamar Odom, and Derek Fisher. The Lakers had consistently relied on this lineup recently. Shinmia continued to serve as a substitute, regardless of his exceptional performance. He was unlikely to be elevated to the starting position, given the draft order at play. As the match unfolded, Kobe struggled with his shooting touch, attempting a couple of shots early on, both of which missed the mark. Nevertheless, the Rockets found themselves at a disadvantage, with former Laker Ariza surprisingly leading the charge. Standing tall as a forward, he displayed remarkable prowess from beyond the arc, hitting a three-pointer and a mid-range jumper within the initial 5 minutes. At the 6-minute mark, the first mandatory timeout was called with the Rockets trailing by 6 points at 18-12. Head coach Rick Adelman, while strategizing, reminded his players, "Do not rush. Be mindful of adjusting the tempo. When the offense falters, slow the pace to avoid increasing the Lakers' offensive opportunities." The Rockets players nodded in agreement. On the Lakers side, they replaced Kobe with Jordan Farmar to take over the point guard position. Although named Jordan, Farmar lacked the prowess of his namesake, possessing only moderate scoring ability. His vision for passing was somewhat limited, yet he demonstrated decent ball-handling skills and committed fewer turnovers, making him suitable for moments of advantage when substituting for the starters. During the first quarter, Shinmia did not receive any playing time, as the Lakers maintained their composure in Kobe's absence. The first quarter concluded with the Lakers leading 27-23, a 4-point advantage. As the second quarter commenced, the Rockets swiftly retaliated with three-pointers from both Shane Battier and Aaron Brooks, erasing the Lakers' initial lead. The teams exchanged blows, with the Rockets perhaps motivated by the desire to defend their home court, especially in light of their main players' injuries. The role players rose to the occasion, with Ariza particularly tenacious in his defense against his former team. The Lakers' shooting percentage began to decline, and within 3 minutes of the second quarter, they found themselves trailing by 6 points. Head coach Phil Jackson refrained from calling a timeout, opting instead to allow his players to adjust on their own. The Lakers quickly regained their composure, preventing the deficit from widening significantly, prompting the Rockets to call a timeout first. They substituted guard Aaron Brooks for a familiar face, Kyle Lowry. Shinmia was taken aback, having overlooked Lowry's presence in the Rockets lineup. The diminutive dynamo, Lowry, reminded him that the Rockets had acquired him from the Grizzlies through a 3-team trade last year, where many of his standout performances had originated. Indeed, upon entering the game, Lowry made 2 successful drives to the basket and drew a foul, completing a 2-1 play. The gap widened to 10 points, prompting Coach Phil to call a timeout and send both Kobe and Shinmia onto the court. "Boss, I'll take Lowry," Shinmia remarked to Kobe, who smiled and yielded to him. Shinmia holds a favorable impression of Lowry, whose character is notably forthright. He is of modest stature, stocky, and robust, reminiscent of the playing style of Chris Paul. However, while Paul exhibits a more polished demeanor, Lowry's approach is somewhat more abrasive, which occasionally leads to unintentional offense. Nonetheless, his skills on the court are indisputable, having once earned a starting position in the All-Star game. As Lowry advances past half-court, he gazes at the Huaxia player who has opted to switch defenses against him, his expression devoid of emotion. He remains indifferent to the identity of his opponent. His sole concern is to perform his role with excellence. Shinmia recalled Lowry's remarkable habit of adopting a nonchalant defense, deliberately allowing him an extra step to create space for his drive. If he attempted a three-pointer, Shun's height would suffice to contest the shot. As he pondered this, Lowry charged into the paint once more, and Shun lagged half a step behind in defense, anticipating his movement. At the moment Lowry lifted the ball, Shun unleashed a powerful volleyball-style block, sending the ball soaring out of bounds. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an out-of-bounds call. Lowry glanced at Shun, who responded with a smile. This infuriated Lowry, who felt mocked, as if Shun were saying he had foreseen this very move. Receiving the inbounds pass, Lowry sought out Shun again, who maintained his amiable demeanor. It was exceedingly disrespectful. Lowry surged forward once more, and as Shun was caught off guard by the charge, he fell to the ground. The referee's whistle sounded again, calling an offensive foul. Lowry discarded the basketball and walked back toward the defensive end, while Shun passed the ball to Kobe, who returned it to him, signaling for him to continue with the play. As Shun dribbled past the half-court line, he noticed Lowry approaching him defensively, which brought a smile to his face. "What are you laughing at?" Lowry couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. "You remind me of a certain duo," Shun replied with a mysterious grin. "What duo?" "The Trash Brothers." "Damn, you're the real trash," Lowry exclaimed as he pushed Shun down. The referee's whistle blew, and Kobe hurriedly stepped in front of Shun to protect him. Shun grasped Kobe's arm, signaling that he was fine and to refrain from escalating the situation. "We were merely exchanging some banter." Shun felt a sense of helplessness. He merely recalled Ajan without any intention of disparaging him. The game was paused as the referee signaled to review the play for a potential upgrade. Chapter 19. Ron Artest. Following 2 free throws, the referee awarded a level 1 flagrant foul. With unwavering confidence, Shun effortlessly completed both free throws, granting the Lakers possession of the ball. Kobe received the sideline pass and executed a quick pass to the interior, where Andrew Bynum successfully executed a dunk. An infraction from the opposing team narrowed the gap by 4 points, underscoring the importance of maintaining composure on the court. For the Rockets, the strategy remained centered around Lowry's isolation plays, though he had already been thwarted by Shun on 2 occasions and was reluctant to take another shot. As Lowry dribbled down the court, he awaited his teammates to create an opportunity. Soon, Trevor Ariza maneuvered into an open position. Lowry passed the ball to the right corner, where Ariza attempted a 3-pointer, but the shot clanged off the rim, and the rebound was secured by Bynum, who then passed it to Kobe. Shun swiftly darted to the corner position as Kobe executed a long pass. The timing was impeccable, with both player and ball arriving simultaneously. However, the delivery was slightly off, resulting in the ball being intercepted and landing in Shun's possession. Shun found himself cornered, with no room for maneuver. He twisted his body and struck, the ball resonating as it found its mark in the net. In the 3 rounds following Shun's entrance, the point differential was narrowed to merely 3, culminating in a single round. Each scoring play during these rounds was intricately linked to his contributions, and in recent games, his plus-minus rating has consistently been the highest. His true shooting percentage soared to an impressive 70. The Rockets players displayed a lackadaisical approach to their free throws. Their body language reflected the frustration stemming from consecutive defeats over several rounds. Loudly, Lowry rallied his teammates, proclaiming, "We are the ones in the lead. Let us invigorate our spirits and defend our home court." Shun continued to fixate on Lowry, tracking him from the backcourt to the frontcourt, as Lowry executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles in search of an opportunity. "A rookie in his first year, you are quite enthusiastic, aren't you?" Shun replied, "Indeed. That is precisely what I bring to the team upon my entry." "Did you just refer to the Trash Brothers as a band?" "Perhaps. They perform admirably most of the time, but they tend to falter in critical moments, which has left them without any significant achievements over the years. That is rather unfortunate." "Yes, eventually they parted ways. And one of the brothers bears a striking resemblance to you." Lowry refrained from further banter. Failing to find an offensive opportunity, he passed the ball to teammate Sean Battier. Battier charged towards the basket, drawing a foul from Bynum. This time, the Lakers' momentum was stifled. Battier converted both free throws, narrowing the deficit to 5 points and significantly boosting the Rockets' morale. After dribbling past half-court, Kobe signaled for his teammates to create space, opting for a left-side isolation play, delivering a beautifully arched fadeaway jumper. The ball swished through the net as the Lakers retreated on defense. Lowry orchestrated the play, first passing to Chuck Hayes in the frontcourt. Seizing the moment while the Lakers center had yet to fully establish his defensive position, Lowry executed a ground pass to the mismatched Luis Scola beneath the basket. Scola finished with a hook shot. Scola is indeed a legendary figure. The Argentine player, selected by the NBA, faced protracted delays in joining due to exorbitant buyout demands from his former team. Ultimately, It was through the Rockets' assistance that he was able to co-finance his own buyout, making his NBA debut at the advanced age of 27. In the 2004 Athens Olympics, Scola played a pivotal role in leading Argentina to victory over the Dream Team, securing the gold medal in men's basketball. Subsequently, after leaving the NBA, he even played in the CBA, often posting over 30 points at the age of 37, a true aficionado of the sport. On the Lakers' side, Kobe and Shun Mia initiated a pick-and-roll strategy. Whoever found the opportunity would take the shot. Shun Mia, utilizing Kobe's screen, was the first to launch a three-pointer, which found its mark. As the Rockets' offensive sequence stalled, Shun Mia secured the rebound. With Kobe having completed his screen and vacated the three-point line, he found himself open as the ball arrived. Shun Mia's passing awareness and timing are remarkably seasoned, providing a visually pleasing experience. Kobe also launched a three-point shot, the ball swishing through the net, marking consecutive three-pointers and igniting a brief surge of 6-0, allowing the score to flip in their favor by a single point. The score now stood at 47-46. At this juncture, the Rockets called for a timeout once more. Shun Mia's targeting of Lowry had evidently yielded significant results. Rockets head coach, Rick Adelman, opted to substitute Lowry, bringing in the first quarter's standout substitute, Carl Landry, standing at 2.06 meters. Landry's height on the forward line coupled with his impressive shooting accuracy today made him a formidable presence. Shun Mia finds it somewhat challenging to defend against Carl Landry, as the latter possesses superior height, physique, and physicality. Shun Mia exerted every effort to disrupt the opponent's shooting, maintaining impeccable defensive positioning without committing any fouls. However, today Landry displayed remarkable precision, scoring 2 points over Shun and drawing a foul for a 2-1 conversion. The Lakers swiftly retaliated with a mid-range shot, leveling the score at 49 as the second quarter approached the 4-minute mark. Phil Jackson substituted Shun with Sasha Vujacic, implementing a zone defense. Yet, they still struggled to contain Carl Landry's performance. As the referee's whistle sounded, the halftime score stood at 55-58, with the Rockets holding a slender three-point lead. Players, coaches, and assistants rose, making their way to the locker room. Inside, head coach Phil Jackson began to galvanize the team. Our opponents are playing with great intensity. They desire this victory, but we must not allow them to fulfill their wishes. Who are we? We are a championship team, and this season we aim to defend our title. Gentlemen, let us rally. We have injured players yet to return, but we must secure our first 3 consecutive victories before they do. Following this, Phil Jackson commenced sketching new strategies, deciding that Shun would not take to the court in the second half. To Shun's surprise, aside from Kobe, the coach also devised several plays centered around Ron Artest. As the second half commenced, Kobe led the starters onto the floor, having already amassed 25 points. As the game unfolded, Shun was astonished by Ron Artest's exceptional performance. Indeed, this exemplified the discerning judgment of an adept coach who recognized the discomfort Artest was inflicting upon the opposing team. With 4 minutes into the game, Kobe's offensive prowess, complemented by Artest's 2 three-pointers, a mid-range shot, and a powerful dunk, turned Artest into a pivotal player of the third quarter, allowing the Lakers to seize and extend their lead. The Rockets coach hastily called for a timeout to stifle the Lakers' momentum. Artest's scoring explosion prompted Shun to recall the player vividly. Artest was a figure of considerable controversy both on and off the court, known for his tenacious defense and being a formidable adversary, as well as a key contributor to the Lakers' championship run a decade ago. His fiery temperament was equally notorious during the summer training camp of 2001. Michael Jordan's taunts incited Artest, leading him to violently collide with Jordan and fracture his rib, an incident that sent shockwaves through the league. Moreover, he was a central figure in the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Shun refrained from actively befriending his teammates because, at present, many members of the Lakers were not particularly amiable, with only Kobe capable of keeping them in check. Shun Mia merely sought to integrate into the team, focusing on optimizing his own performance, without forming specific connections with any individual, as his aspirations lay elsewhere. If memory serves, this Ron Artest later adopted the name Meta World Peace, which translates to charity and world peace, signifying his departure from his former crude and beastly behavior. Nevertheless, fans still prefer to call him Artest. Chapter 20, a stalemate. Alternating leads as the timeout concluded, the match resumed. Kobe was substituted for rest, and Shun Mia remained on the bench, observing intently. The Lakers' change in strategy yielded immediate results, Yet the Rockets displayed remarkable resilience, tightly contesting the score. The game unfolded as a back-and-forth battle, with the head coach refraining from calling specific plays, allowing the players on the court to adjust independently. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers held a mere 2-point lead. Lakers head coach Phil Jackson gathered the team, stating, "Kobe, you will continue to rest. The final quarter is upon us. The rest of you must exhibit aggressive offensive play, as the opponent's shooting percentage is low. Your current offensive execution has been overly hesitant. As their defensive intensity increases, your shots must be decisive, no hesitation." The Lakers players nodded in agreement, while on the other side, Rockets coach Rick Adelman was strategizing as well. "Gentlemen, we are approaching the end of the game. Our opponents are the Lakers, a championship team. We cannot afford to relinquish this match easily. We have played exceptionally well today, and I hope to secure victory on our home court. Let us go." The players shouted in unison, their morale soaring. As the fourth quarter commenced, Adelman took his position at the sidelines, observing and directing tactics. The score oscillated between the teams, creating a thrilling atmosphere. And the fans in the arena were electrified. During the Rockets' defensive plays, the Toyota Center reverberated with the rallying BGM. Conversely, when Lakers players took free throws, the arena erupted in a chorus of boos, such as the advantage of playing at home. As the half-quarter passed, following a successful free throw by Shane Battier, the score reached 92-96, with the Rockets leading by 4 points. Phil Jackson called for a timeout, gathering all players to devise a final strategy for closure. The current lineup was adjusted for the concluding phase: Kobe Bryant, Andrew Bynum, Ron Artest, Josh Powell, and Shinmia. "Shun, if an opportunity arises on the perimeter, do not hesitate to take the three-pointer." "Understood," Shinmia nodded. As the timeout ended and the game resumed, Kobe brought the ball past half-court while Shinmia actively maneuvered into position. Defending him was the player known as Chuck Hayes, affectionately referred to as C-Uncle. Having been teammates with Yao Ming for many years, Shinmia held a degree of familiarity with Hayes. Their heights were comparable. Yet Hayes possessed a slight edge in other talents. Both he and Shane Battier were appointed as co-captains of the Rockets. "Rookie, I've heard your three-point shooting is quite commendable, especially since you and Yao hail from the same country." "Indeed." As Kobe attempted a shot but missed, the opposing team secured the rebound. Hayes swiftly pivoted to initiate a fast break, while Shinmia rapidly pursued the adversary. Hayes displayed remarkable speed. However, this time he could not be allowed to score. Despite the foul not being called, the ball was indeed passed to Hayes. He leaped high, preparing for a dunk. But Shinmia soared in an attempt to block, successfully disrupting the shot by making contact with Hayes' hand. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a shooting foul. A tall player positioned himself beneath the basket, ready to seize the rebound. While Hayes prepared for his free throw, he chuckled and addressed Shinmia, who stood beyond the three-point line, saying, "Rookie, welcome to the NBA." Shinmia smiled gently, gesturing towards the 45-degree angle on the court ahead, and replied, "Remember this position. Shortly, I shall deliver the decisive blow here." Those who overheard the exchange on the court could not help but chuckle as the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. This was a famous quote from one of the NBA's most notorious trash talkers, Larry Bird, yet Shinmia truly embodied it. Naturally, the audience remained skeptical of Shinmia's words. Few would believe that a rookie possessed such audacity. Moreover, it seemed improbable that in a critical moment, the ball would ever reach his hands. Hayes sank both of his free throws, narrowing the gap to 6 points. Shinmia passed the ball to Kobe before swiftly retreating on defense. Hayes continued to shadow Shinmia, all the while chattering, "How about joining the Rockets to fight alongside Yao? As captain, I wholeheartedly welcome your arrival. If you can relinquish the captaincy to me, I might consider it. You and Yao are quite different. You are rather amusing." Taking advantage of the opponent's response, Shinmia stepped forward, evading their defense just as Kobe's pass arrived perfectly. As Shinmia swiftly executed his shot from beyond the arc, Hayes had already arrived to provide defensive support. Following the release of the ball, Shinmia stumbled backward and fell to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and simultaneously, the ball found its way into the net, resulting in a 3-1 play. Hayes immediately raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, claiming he had committed no foul. Kobe assisted Shinmia to his feet, praising him with a commendation for his impressive effort. Shinmia confidently sank the free throw, narrowing the deficit to 2 points. The Rockets, in possession of the ball, advanced strategically, successfully executing their play with a powerful dunk in the paint. The gap widened again to 4 points, with only 3 minutes remaining. as the clock ticked down. Tension enveloped the atmosphere. It was a moment that tested the mental fortitude of the players. In such critical phases, some individuals often succumb to pressure, leading to uncharacteristic errors. Although Shinmye seldom experiences such moments, he has witnessed them too frequently. In times like these, one must have unwavering faith in oneself and refrain from hesitation. The Lakers found opportunities within the paint, yet their layup was thwarted, with the referee remaining silent. Securing the rebound, Aaron Brooks signaled to slow down the pace. Remarkably, 6 players from the Rockets have already scored in double figures today. The starting 5, alongside Carl Landry, exemplify a true team effort, despite the absence of their dual core. The shorthanded Rockets have exceeded expectations by performing at this level. With only 6 seconds left on the shot clock, Aaron Brooks stepped back and launched a three-pointer. The ball ricocheted off the rim, momentarily suspended in the air before settling into the net. The deficit is now 7 points. MV. The home crowd erupted in chants of MV. With a minute and a half remaining, the Lakers still have a chance. Shinmye listened to the fervent cheers of the home crowd, remaining unperturbed as he sought an opportunity. This was the Los Angeles Lakers' moment of desperation. And it also represented his finest chance to shine. At this stage, Kobe seldom opted to pass unless his teammates presented an exceptional opportunity. Upon crossing half-court, Kobe signaled for space to be created. He intended to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Everyone complied with his directive, spreading out across the court, while the defender assigned to Kobe was none other than the formidable Luis Scola from Argentina. A tenacious warrior, Scola possessed an indomitable spirit. As Shinmye stood attentively, he kept a vigilant eye on the ball's movement. Kobe made his move, maneuvering past Scola with agility. However, the tenacious Scola managed to deflect the ball with his long reach, causing it to slip from Kobe's grasp. Shinmye leaped forward, enveloping the ball in his embrace. Truly launching himself into the fray, he crashed onto the floor with his body sprawled out. Scola bent low, fiercely contesting for possession. The referee, with a whistle, signaled for a jump ball between Shinmye and Scola. Kobe shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with his own performance. "It's all right, we still have a chance," Shinmye remarked as he passed by Kobe. Even the typically competitive and relentless Kobe appeared fatigued in this match, even contemplating the notion of conceding. As both sides prepared, the referee tossed the ball into the air. Shinmye seized the moment, timing his jump perfectly, albeit a fraction late. Scola, having just grasped the ball, found Shinmye surging from behind, deftly knocking the ball away right into Kobe's vicinity. Kobe immediately reacted, raising his hand to execute a three-pointer, the ball bouncing once before sinking into the hoop. The Lakers players erupted in excitement, rushing back to defend, while those on the bench stood to applaud. With 1 minute remaining and a 4-point deficit, a single defensive stand could provide an opportunity. Arteas shadowed the opposing guard, Aaron, as all Lakers players crouched, focused intently on defense, not daring to relax for a moment. This time, Aaron Brooks let the clock dwindle, driving toward the free throw line, prompting immediate defensive support beneath the basket. With his line of sight obstructed, his shot veered off, and with no teammates available under the rim, Shinmye swiftly seized the rebound. This was his opportunity, and he opted not to pass, choosing instead to trust in his own abilities. Meanwhile, the Rockets players hurried back to defend, seeking their respective assignments. Yet Shinmye had no intention of passing. He dribbled 2 steps beyond the three-point line and unleashed a remarkable long-range shot, the ball swishing through the net, narrowing the gap to a single point. The Lakers bench erupted with exhilaration, all rising to their feet. Choosing to take a three-pointer at such a crucial moment was audacious. The audience fell into a hushed silence as the Rockets hastily called a timeout. As the Lakers bench approached Shinmye, they extended their hands in greeting, acknowledging his stellar performance in the final quarter. Chapter 21. The Buzzer Beater. A triumphant streak. A successful defensive stand followed by a three-point conversion granted the Lakers a chance at a comeback. With the score margin reduced to 1 point and 40 seconds still on the clock, the Lakers had ample room to maneuver. Once the timeout concluded, the Rockets prepared to inbound the ball, aiming for a 2-point shot while managing the clock, leaving the Lakers the potential for a three-pointer to equalize. Even if the shot missed, they could commit a foul to send their opponents to the free throw line, possibly creating an opportunity for a game-winning shot. In no time, the timeout ended, and Aaron Brooks inbounded the ball, with Shinmye jumping in front to obstruct. Inbound plays are among the most challenging scenarios in basketball. Should the defense apply pressure, the likelihood of a turnover is significantly heightened. Fortunately, The opposing team had ample time to execute their offense. A high pass elevated the ball to the backcourt safe zone. The outstanding Carl Landry, who had excelled today, moved to the backcourt to receive the ball. Upon securing it, Landry began to manage the clock. As he panted, he surveyed the unfolding events on the court, realizing time was of the essence. He decisively targeted Ron Artest's position to make his advance. He understood that Artest was most susceptible at that moment. Indeed, the opponent reached out, causing the ball to veer off course. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a shooting foul, granting him free throws with 20 seconds remaining. As Landry prepared for his shots, Ariza gestured for the crowd to lower their volume, plunging the arena into a profound silence. Each free throw now held monumental significance. The first shot struck the front rim and then gracefully fell through the net, a successful score. The second attempt, however, went awry, and Artest, quick as lightning, snatched the rebound. The Rockets fought valiantly today, yet opportunities were plentiful. Landry, frustrated with his free throw performance, furiously clenched his fist before hastily retreating on defense. Artest passed the ball to Kobe, with 18 seconds still on the clock, ample time for the Lakers to execute a complete offensive play. They could either aim for a 2-point tie to extend the game or attempt a 3-pointer for a dramatic victory. As time dwindled to 6 seconds, Kobe initiated his move. The three Rockets players converged into the paint, surrounding him. Kobe had no intention of passing. He had entered the paint and now had to shoulder the responsibility. With a deft maneuver under the basket to evade the block, however, the ball rimmed out. Kobe leaped again, swatting the ball out to the perimeter where Shen Miao waited. With only 2 seconds left, Shen Miao, unable to take a moment to adjust, seized the ball and launched it. The sphere swished through the net, producing a delicate ripple. Just as the final buzzer echoed, 105, 104. A heart-stopping victory. The Lakers had triumphed. The players erupted in exuberant shouts, rushing to envelop Shen Miao in celebration. Indeed, he had delivered the game winner, albeit not from the position he had taunted about, but rather from the opposite 45-degree angle, yet no one would dwell on such details. The Rockets players gazed at the enormous screen overhead, filled with a sense of loss as it replayed the moment of the game winner, showcasing Shen Miao's decisive shot with 3 seconds remaining. His feet had not crossed the line. This was undeniably a legitimate winner. The Lakers had secured a thrilling victory over the Rockets, achieving their first 3 consecutive wins of the season. For the vanquished, nothing could be more merciless than a last-second defeat. For the victors, nothing could be more exhilarating. As the outcome was settled, players from both teams began to embrace, exchanging pleasantries and reminiscing. Shen Miao approached Di Yao, engaging in a brief conversation, and they made plans to dine together when the opportunity arose. Lowry also stepped forward to converse with Shen Miao. Since being completely restricted by Shen Miao, he had not been called to the court again, only managing to score 8 points. "Your 3-point shooting is remarkable," he remarked. "Thank you. I shall strive to be even more formidable in the future," Shen Miao jested in return. Lowry erupted into laughter, and the two embraced in camaraderie. "Are you not afraid of the cold?" Shen Miao inquired. "Not at all. Why do you ask?" Lowry responded with a puzzled expression. "I believe there is a chance you might consider trying the north." Without further elaboration, they bid farewell, and Shen Miao proceeded towards the locker room, where he anticipated the arrival of numerous buckets of ice-cold water awaiting him. Upon returning to the locker room, he was indeed met with a cascade of icy water, causing him to shiver. After all, it was winter. While dodging and smiling, he exchanged pleasantries with everyone. Shen Miao's performance had already won over the Lakers players, though they noticed he rarely took the initiative to socialize, save for with Kobe. Eventually, Kobe handed him a basketball, already adorned with his signature, which was the game ball from that day. "Congratulations, Shen. This marks your first game-winning shot in the NBA. And you have also broken the record for the fastest game winner in rookie history." "Thank you," he replied. Indeed, including the Thunder, Shen Miao had shattered the record for the quickest game-winning shot by a rookie, achieving it in the 4th game of his debut season. Meanwhile, across the ocean, it was nearing 8 a.m., and Shen Miao's game winner had surged to trending status back home. NBA rookie Huaxiao player Shen Miao secures game-winning shot against Di Yao's Rockets. Another talented youngster emerges from Huaxiao, continuously delivering stellar performances. Shen Miao established a new record for the fastest game-winning shot by a rookie in the NBA, connecting with Kobe. The name Shen Miao began to gain widespread recognition among basketball enthusiasts. Coupled with his striking looks, a fan base has already emerged domestically. During this time, Weibo was just beginning to flourish, and people were fervently discussing Shunmia's performances, with opinions varying widely. Nevertheless, the majority expressed delight at his emergence. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Lakers altered their schedule, deciding to allow players to celebrate their 3 consecutive victories at a nightclub in Houston before returning to Los Angeles the following morning. The back-to-back away games may have left everyone somewhat fatigued, yet they returned to their home ground buoyed by triumph. Shunmia also sent a message to Meibo, informing her of their 2 consecutive victories and that they would return to Los Angeles the following morning, wishing them a safe journey. After receiving the reply, Shunmia chose not to indulge in the nightlife but instead returned to the hotel to rest. The night passed without incident, and by noon the next day, their flight landed in Los Angeles. Coach Phil reminded the players of a training session scheduled for 3 p.m. However, prior to that, the players were free to arrange their own activities. There was much discussion among the players. Those with prior commitments could bid farewell at the airport. Those returning to the arena or residing nearby would continue their journey by bus back to the venue. Shunmia opted to take the bus home. "Let's go. I'm headed home as well, and it's on my way," Kobe remarked. Over the years, Kobe had settled down, eager to return and visit his wife and children. "Do you know why I directed the ball towards you? Do you trust my three-point shot?" No. It was because your trash talk came to mind. I never really harbored hopes of making a game-winning shot." With that, both of them burst into hearty laughter. Shunmia returned to the apartment and opened the door. Greeted by a familiar aroma of cuisine wafting through the air, a fragrant hint of Chinese dishes. Could it be that Meibo was here? The only one who could access this room was indeed Meibo. "You're back. Are you tired?" As if on cue, Meibo peeked adorably from the kitchen. "Fortunately, you didn't have school today?" The two engaged in light-hearted conversation about daily matters. "The morning classes weren't significant. I skipped them and will attend in the afternoon." Skipping class is not something a good student should do. Who do you think I'm skipping for?" "That makes you a wonderful little sister," Shunmia praised, inhaling the delightful aroma of the cooking. Upon hearing this endearment, Meibo in the kitchen blushed, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Shunmia stepped inside, brushing past Meibo and taking a whiff. "Stir-fried pork with green peppers? The flavor is spot on. You're impressive." Meibo instinctively recoiled slightly, her face radiating warmth all the way to her ears. It was her first time cooking for a boy. "My mother taught me how to prepare Chinese dishes from a young age. I know how to make these home-cooked meals. You should wash your hands. Dinner is almost ready." All right. Chapter 22. The assurance contract. Meibo excelled academically, having spent several years in elementary school in her homeland before moving to the M country. She was always regarded as the exemplary child by her parents. Currently, she is enrolled in the astrophysics department at the California Institute of Technology, renowned for producing the highest number of Nobel laureates. During Shunmia's childhood, he often heard legends about his beautiful cousin, who was not only stunning but also an academic prodigy. Little did he know that one day she would cook for herself. After lunch, Shunmia took the initiative to offer to escort Meibo back to school, to which she readily agreed. From the nearest subway station in Inglewood, Los Angeles, they transferred to the Yellow Line, which led them directly to the vicinity of Caltech. As they stood side by side on the subway, they formed a picturesque duo, a tall, elegant Chinese beauty and a handsome, striking young man. Their presence was quite the spectacle, and they occasionally exchanged stories about campus life or amusing moments from the basketball court. They even encountered a few Lakers fans who recognized Shunmia, and he graciously signed autographs for them. "Who would have thought you already had fans?" Meibo mused, subtly dropping the term brother. "Of course. The Lakers are a major basketball market, with a solid fan base," he replied. "You are simply talented. You truly stand out," Meibo said, gazing up at Shunmia with pride. "Maybe not that much," he responded, feeling a tinge of humility as he turned his gaze to the ceiling of the subway car. "What did you say?" Meibo asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. "I said nothing. I'm almost there. Study hard. Keep striving for excellence. And yet you behave like a primary school student. What should I say then? Work diligently to acquire scientific and cultural knowledge." Meibo burst into laughter at his jest. "When the weekend comes, come pick me up." "Sure thing," he replied, readily agreeing. With a sense of longing, they exchanged knowing smiles. Yet there was a palpable affection in their eyes. Their first meeting had sparked an undeniable attraction, but they had yet to break through that invisible barrier between them, having never even held hands. Upon arriving at Caltech, Meibo walked away, turning back every few steps, reluctant to say goodbye. As she disappeared from view, Shin-Mie hailed a cab to return to the gym. With plenty of time before the afternoon assembly, he asked the driver to take a scenic route, listening to the driver's insights while absorbing the sights and culture of Los Angeles. During this journey, Shin-Mie concluded that having a car would indeed be quite convenient, especially for the weekends. He thought that purchasing a vehicle here would be relatively inexpensive, making it easier to pick up and drop off Meibo in the future. At 2 p.m., shortly after he returned home, he received a call from a familiar voice he met during the draft, Stephen Curry. "Hey, Steven, good afternoon. Congratulations, Shun. I've seen your recent games, and you've been phenomenal." "Thank you, Steven. How have you been?" "Pretty terrible, actually. Being a rookie is tough." "Have you faced any bullying from the other players?" "I find myself somewhat isolated, perhaps due to my status as an international player. There exists a certain distance between myself and my teammates. They have neither sought to befriend me, nor have they made me feel uncomfortable." "Have you encountered any difficulties?" "Indeed. But such trials are a rite of passage for newcomers. I am quite fatigued, yet witnessing your performance brings me joy." Shin-Mie detected a hint of fatigue in Curry's voice, which took him by surprise. After all, it was Curry. "Hey, buddy, remember, your shooting prowess surpasses mine. Sink that damned three-pointer we've practiced countless times. You need to be assertive. Disregard those ridiculous rules. Should newcomers be subjected to bullying? Alas, the feeling of being untrusted is profoundly disheartening. My opportunities are scarce, and I believe you must have worked exceptionally hard to achieve such performance. You are remarkable. Seize your moment. Yes, you too shall have such opportunities, Steven. Remember, we are destined for greatness, just like our predecessors. Thank you for the encouragement. I feel much better. Let's keep in touch. When you visit Los Angeles, dinner is on me." "Sounds good. By the way, Steven, I followed your advice and elevated my shooting arc. The previous flat trajectory was too rigid and often resulted in missed shots. Now, I have a suggestion for you." "What is it?" "I propose that you extend your shooting range beyond half-court. That should be your domain." "I will consider it. Goodbye." After ending the call, around 2:30 p.m., Shin-Mie had just arrived at the gym when he received a call from Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak, requesting his presence in the office. Something must be amiss. Typically, when the general manager calls, it is rarely unrelated to salary matters. Shin-Mie arrived at the top-floor office and knocked on the door of the general manager. "Please come in." Inside the room, besides general manager Mitch Kupchak, there was another individual lounging on the sofa, crossing his legs, his identity unknown. Upon seeing Shin-Mie, the man remained seated, clearly of significant stature. "Shin, you've arrived," Mitch Kupchak greeted warmly, his spirits buoyed by the Lakers' 3 consecutive victories. "Is there something you wish to discuss, general manager?" "Indeed. The contract you signed with the Thunder was for 2 years at $2 million, of which $500,000 was non-guaranteed. We have decided to convert it into a guaranteed contract." "Thank you, General Manager." "Not at all. It is well deserved." At this stage, the NBA's salary structure was not as inflated as in later years. A guaranteed minimum salary could reach $800,000, alongside various flexible options like two-way contracts. After being selected by the Lakers, Sun Ho had signed a contract totaling merely $500,000. Shin-Mie found this arrangement quite acceptable, especially as a rookie. "General Manager, may I advance $200,000 of my salary? Are you in need of funds, Shin?" "Yes, I intend to purchase a vehicle for commuting. My living expenses are also rather limited." Upon hearing this, the Caucasian man on the sofa couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Shin-Mie to cast a disapproving glance in his direction. "Sorry, I just recalled something amusing," the man acknowledged, realizing his lapse in decorum. "Did your wife give birth?" Shin-Mie inquired in Chinese. "What? Never mind. Congratulations to you." "Thank you. Shun, the $200,000 will be transferred to your savings account shortly," Mitch Kupchak interjected. "Thank you, General Manager. I'll head to practice now." "Okay." Stepping out of Mitch Kupchak's office, Shin-Mie nearly succumbed to laughter, reminiscent of the police officer in a film, slapping his thigh in delight. Without needing to ask, he could surmise the identity of the man, likely Jim Buss, the team's vice president and one of its heirs. The man's capabilities were commendable, as evidenced by his long-standing control over the Lakers, despite ultimately being usurped. How fortuitous, Shin-Mie mused, for every slumber. A pillow is provided, as he contemplated purchasing a car, and good fortune indeed arrived. With this guaranteed contract, his $2 million was assured income, irrespective of his time on the court. This is merely the beginning, Shin-Mie thought, striding with a light step toward the practice court. Chapter 23. Intra-team scrimmage. As the time for assembly approached, players were already training on the court. "Hey, Shun, good afternoon." Pau Gasol approached with a warm greeting. He exhibits a congenial demeanor towards everyone, always embodying the spirit of camaraderie. Currently engaged in shooting practice, he is diligently striving to regain his form for the upcoming match. Tomorrow, the Lakers will host the Grizzlies, presenting Pau with the opportunity to compete alongside his brother, Marc Gasol. However, his status remains uncertain, as he evidently requires further adaptation to the intensity of training. "Good afternoon, Paul. Your three-point shooting is exceptional. Maintain this, and it will be your defining skill in the league." "Thank you. We are also eagerly anticipating your recovery so we can fight together." During this back-to-back away games, Pau chose not to sit on the bench to observe, but instead undertook final assessments. "All right." The two clasped hands and shared an embrace in acknowledgement. At this moment, Kobe had yet to arrive, likely savoring a brief reunion with his wife, Vanessa, after their recent marriage. As Shinmia pondered, Kobe had already opened the gym doors. Upon seeing him, the Lakers players rushed to greet him, such as the stature of a leader. The moment Kobe arrived, head coach Phil Jackson blew his whistle, gathering everyone around to announce, "All right, gentlemen, this afternoon we shall commence with shooting practice, followed by an intra-squad scrimmage as tactical training. Kobe and Shun will each lead a team." As soon as Phil concluded, the players erupted into a flurry of discussion. "Why?" inquired Ron Artest, perplexed, not questioning why Shinmia was chosen, but simply expressing his confusion. Derek Fisher also looked at Shun with a face full of curiosity. "I wish to validate a certain matter. Just follow the arrangements," Phil Jackson casually explained. Shinmia maintained an impassive expression, firmly convinced that he was, aside from Kobe, the most capable guard in leading the team. Yet, it was evident that others did not share his sentiment. Nevertheless, Shin refrained from modesty. Given the coach's intentions, there was no need for him to decline. To ensure fairness, Kobe and Shun would alternate in selecting their teammates. Kobe pursed his lips, revealing his characteristic smile. Clearly intrigued by the prospect of observing Shin's choices, for Shin was exceedingly confident in his discernment. "Not at all, coach. I have a differing opinion," Shinmia suddenly interjected. "Oh, you do not wish to be captain?" The Zen master expressed some dissatisfaction, concerned about establishing the Chinese player's authority and fearing he might refuse. Kobe and Gasol appeared anxious, while most others wore expressions that suggested they appreciated Shun's perceptiveness. "On the contrary, coach, I believe that since this is a tactical training session, it should align with our customary lineup. I wish to select my teammates as captain and directly confront Kobe's former starting lineup. Furthermore, I propose that either Lamar or Andrew take Paul's position in the veteran lineup. This would facilitate Paul's reintegration into the tactical framework upon his return." As Shunmia's voice faded, a brief silence enveloped the court, so profound that even the sound of someone swallowing could be discerned. "Okay, your words are quite insightful," Phil Jackson remarked after a moment of contemplation, decisively making the call. The others began to disperse, forming small groups as they reflected on Shinmia's comments. It dawned on them that they had all been orchestrated by Shinmia, including the recommendation for which player Pau Gasol should replace upon his return. In truth, Shinmia's actions were motivated by another consideration. Most of the Lakers' hotheads occupied starting positions, and they would certainly be loath to allow themselves to be selected by him. Thus, he opted to step aside. This way, everyone would be more amenable to today's intra-squad game. The remaining players, following Shinmia, would feel less burdened by the prospect of defeat, as the disparity in skill was evident. However, unbeknownst to them, with Shinmia's keen insight, he could also identify players among the remaining group capable of momentarily countering the Lakers' starting lineup. As for whether victory was attainable, that might hinge on a touch of fortune. Shinmia has embarked on a shooting training, temporarily refraining from engaging with anyone as he practices his three-pointers and floaters in solitude. In his recollection, Curry's three-point arc always evokes a sense of a high trajectory, yet his release is astonishingly swift. Thus, Curry's floaters are remarkably precise. Nonetheless, at this moment, the routine nature of his shooting practice pales in comparison to the intensity of the training he undertook in seclusion prior to the draft, which was threefold in its rigor. Shinmia began at the free-throw line, effortlessly sinking a shot, then retreated a step to make another, continuing this pattern until he reached an extraordinary distance 3 steps beyond the three-point line, yet he still scored flawlessly. The assistant coach responsible for passing the ball stood in astonishment, having never witnessed someone so adept at adjusting their distance while consistently making shots. Phil Jackson observed Shun Mie's performance, quietly marveling at his remarkable shooting talent. Such shooting finesse is rare indeed. Pau Gasol, having long completed his shooting drills, watched in awe. What was most astonishing, however, was Shun Mie's expression, utterly unperturbed, as if this were the most ordinary occurrence. An hour later, Phil Jackson blew his whistle to gather the team. At that moment, two figures appeared on the glass of the third-floor side of the gym, evidently intending to watch the intra-squad scrimmage. The starters were called forth, and Shun was invited to make his selection. Shun Mie stepped forward, observing the gathered individuals. Some gazed back with hopeful anticipation, eager to partake in this confrontation, while others wore expressions tinged with discomfort, as if feeling a sense of embarrassment at being selected by a newcomer. The first was Jordan Farmar, a 188-meter guard. Farmar appeared somewhat uneasy, yet his presence was indeed required today. The second was Adam Morrison. "Are you able?" Shun Mie halted before a tall man with long hair, uttering a name that elicited surprise. Morrison, a 2'3" small forward, possessed a fierce competitive spirit. However, he was also a diabetic, necessitating injections prior to the match. As a result, he seldom participated in games. "Absolutely," Morrison replied with certainty. Shun Mie discerned a glimmer of hope in his eyes, prompting his desire to partake in this competitive match. Furthermore, he recalled that the opposing team possessed commendable basketball skills, with an adequate height and impressive shooting accuracy. As Shun Mie continued to observe, he noticed Seong Nongbrown whistle, seemingly quite intrigued as well. However, their guard line was already sufficient, and Seong Nongbrown's three-point shooting percentage left much to be desired. Indeed, Shun Mie intended to assemble a lineup reminiscent of the original small ball warriors. The third player, Sasha Vujasic, stood at a height of 2.01 meters. Excluding Shun Mie, once the third individual was confirmed, it was evident that they would select a final player to be a center. The center, Andrew Bynum, was aligned with Kobe, while Pau Gasol was still in recovery. Thus, only the 2'13" DJ Banga remained available. Ultimately, the last player chosen was Luke Walton. Shun Mie confidently selected him, causing the members of the starting lineup to nearly burst into laughter. The individuals selected by Shun Mie typically average less than 15 minutes of playtime during competitions. Standing at 2.03 meters, Luke Walton stands behind Shun Mie. In the previous matches, he has received numerous passes from Shun Mie, and he harbors considerable trust in him. Moreover, the timing and positioning of these passes have been exceedingly comfortable for him, making him one of the few who genuinely believes in Shun Mie's abilities. He perceives Shun Mie's passing skills as remarkably seasoned, a sentiment echoed by other players who have received passes from him. Both teams are making their final preparations, each granted 2 timeouts under the strategic control of their respective captains. A mandatory timeout will occur at the 10-minute mark, and 3 minutes later, the match will officially commence. The average height of the Shun Mie lineup is less than 2 meters, and no one questioned Shun Mie's selection. Master Phil directly announced the commencement time. As soon as the head coach's words faded, the others swiftly departed the arena, and the assistant coaches and staff promptly began to clear the basketballs from the court. Chapter 24. New Tactics. The match is about to commence. Kobe's team: Kobe Bryant, Andrew Bynum, Ron Artest, Lamar Odom, Derek Fisher. The Shun Mie team: Shun Mie, Jordan Farmar, Adam Morrison, Sasha Vujasic, and Luke Walton. Coach Phil will temporarily assume the role of referee. "Everyone, please gather round." Shun Mie maintained a calm demeanor, while the others, though harboring little hope for victory, approached him to listen intently to what he had to say, as they were eager to engage earnestly. "Do you know why I have chosen you?" Shun Mie inquired, articulating the unspoken question lingering in the minds of the four. They shook their heads, their eyes fixed on him, awaiting his response. "It is because each of you possesses a consistent three-point shooting percentage. As you are aware, I earned the trust of the head coach through my three-point ability. Now, I shall demonstrate a three-point strategy that you have never encountered before." Upon hearing this, the other four widened their eyes, their curiosity piqued. This newcomer from Huaxia had once again expanded their understanding. He actually comprehended a tactic they had never heard of. This strategy necessitates 2 players providing absolute, closed-off screens for 1 shooter. If I am the one taking the shot, I will initially penetrate the paint, feigning to shield my teammate. Once the moment is right, I will swiftly move towards the arc. At that juncture, the point guard will pass the ball to the arc, while the 2 teammates closest to the free throw line will swiftly position themselves parallel outside the line to obstruct my pursuers or potential help defenders. This way, I will secure ample shooting space, thereby enhancing my three-point accuracy. The tactical gesture involves raising both palms and bringing them together in front. Do you all understand? As Shin spoke, he brought his palms together before his face. The reasoning was quite straightforward. He believed he had conveyed his thoughts clearly. Yet execution was necessary to ascertain the group's receptiveness. Famer, you take the first position. Furthermore, everyone, including myself, must remember, once someone engages in defense or we manage to create an open shot from the perimeter through passes and cuts, do not hesitate. Take the three-pointer immediately. Trust in yourselves. The opposing team features starters. If we lose, we have nothing to lose. But if we win, we gain everything. Upon hearing these words, everyone suddenly became acutely aware of their awkward predicament, especially since they were up against a team led by Kobe. Spirits were lifted, and they rallied together, shouting encouragement. The remaining four joined Shin in applause, shedding their outer garments to don their jerseys. As the game commenced, both teams prepared for the jump ball, with Kobe's team securing the initial possession. Kobe brought the ball past half-court, immediately seeking out Shin to attempt a one-on-one. Shin intensified his defensive efforts, striving to disrupt Kobe's shot. As Kobe executed a turning fadeaway, Shin, anticipating his move, relinquished his defense and focused on the backboard, fully aware that a shot was forthcoming. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, and Shin leapt high, accurately predicting the ball's trajectory and seized the rebound over Andrew Bynum. He swiftly passed the ball to Famer, while his teammates and Kobe's players rapidly retreated to their defensive positions. Seizing the opportunity as Famer brought the ball past half-court, Shin promptly communicated defensive assignments and matchups, urging everyone to engage in active movement. This unexpected situation caught Kobe's team off guard, forcing them to scramble to adjust their defensive positions. Head coach Phil Jackson, observing the chaos unfold before him, wore a puzzled expression. Soon enough, Adam Morrison found himself open in the corner, and Famer quickly delivered the pass. Morrison, with precision, launched a three-pointer from the corner, marking the first points of the game. Shin team led 3-0. Shin and his team swiftly retreated on defense, while Kobe's squad began executing tactical plays, culminating in a successful dunk by Ron Artest. The score stood at 3-2. As the transition between offense and defense unfolded, Shin team sought opportunities amidst a chaotic pattern of movement. An opportunity arose for Shin. Upon receiving the ball from Farmar, he unleashed a three-pointer that swished through the net. The score now read 6-2. Kobe's team quickly discerned the strategy at play, a pure reliance on three-point shots, taking chances whenever possible. What kind of game was this? A gamble on luck. What if the shots didn't land? Kobe, with the ball, advanced and passed it to the center, Andrew Bynum. Shin understood that this mismatch presented Kobe's team with a significant advantage. Fortunately, Bynum's free throw shooting was mediocre. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Bynum executed a dunk, bringing the score to 6-4. On the other side, Jordan Farmar, having crossed half-court, seized the moment when the opposing defense lagged, launching a three-pointer. The ball clanked off the rim, resulting in a long rebound, which Shin anticipated, promptly passing it back to Farmar. Encouraged by Shin's gaze, Farmar adjusted slightly and took another three-point shot, which swished through the net, igniting a flurry of excitement. The score now stood at 9-4, marking a gap that would require 2 possessions to overcome. Kobe's team began to struggle to adapt to Shin's style of play. Initially, they kept pace, but now it seemed that every movement allowed the opposing team to find open shots. They were at a loss for how to defend. Kobe, crossing half-court, boldly attempted a three-pointer, a testament to his confidence. However, the ball rimmed out, and in the ensuing scramble for the rebound, it was knocked out of bounds. The assistant coach, observing from the sidelines, signaled that it was Shin's team's possession, noting a touch by Artest. Now, Shin sought to pass the ball to Farmar. With a comfortable lead, he felt a diminishing pressure when taking his shots. After crossing the midline and dribbling 3 steps, Shin launched an exceptionally long three-pointer that found its mark. The score escalated to 12-4. Players on the sidelines erupted in cheers, a group of African-American spectators clutching their heads in disbelief. Kobe furrowed his brow and called for a timeout, as his team grappled with the bewildering strategy of their opponents. Shin shook his neck, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he summoned everyone. They obediently rushed over, and in their eyes, he discerned trust, along with a fervor and excitement that was almost surreal. The group relaxed, taking deep breaths. Yet, the heightened exhilaration also carried the risk of misfortune, so they needed to remain composed and steady in their actions. And remember the tactics I taught you before the match began? Shinya prompted. Absolutely. The other four chorused in unison. Louder. We remember. The gestures I taught you. Do you recall? Indeed. The morale of Shinya's team soared. All right, let us commence. The pause has ended, and the match resumes. Kobe continued to handle the ball, while his teammates swiftly retreated to defend. It was unclear what Kobe had communicated to their players, but the smiles had vanished from their faces. Each individual was now earnest and serious, selecting their respective opponents. They are about to intensify their defensive efforts, Shinya cautioned. Shinya proactively matched up against Kobe, who boldly drove into the paint, bearing the brunt of the defense. Shinya made a valiant attempt to contest the shot, impacting it, yet committing a foul in the process. The ball circled the rim before gracefully falling through the net, resulting in a 2-1 opportunity. Kobe confidently sank the free throw, completing the 2-1 play. The score stood at 12-7 as the entire team began to retreat on defense. Shinya swiftly followed Kobe, opting to descend near the basket, while his teammates rapidly positioned themselves. Each player on Kobe's team maintained close defensive coverage, demonstrating a level of intensity that would be deemed typical for crucial moments in regular season games. It appeared that they intended to solidify their defense first before seeking opportunities for offense. Shinya turned to face Jordan Farmar, raising both palms beside his face and swiftly bringing them together in front of him to obscure his features. Jordan Farmar understood the gesture, and nearby, Luke Walton and Adam Morrison also took note of Shinya's actions. Jordan Farmar made his move, driving directly through the right flank, capturing the attention of everyone focused on the ball handler. Were they finally about to assault the paint? Shinya took a decisive stride towards the three-point arc, while Farmar swiftly passed the ball in that direction. Kobe glanced at the ball, realizing that Shinya had already reached the arc to receive it, with the ball and player arriving almost simultaneously. As Kobe surged towards the arc, two towering figures, each standing at 2 meters, converged to completely obstruct his path. The defensive positioning of these two players rendered any attempt to circumnavigate them futile. The others were equally perplexed. Shinya deliberately delayed his adjustment before effortlessly launching a perfectly arched three-pointer, a shot he only executed when thoroughly prepared. The ball struck the inner rim and ricocheted into the net. The score was now 15-7. Coach Phil Jackson sprang to his feet, astonished. Was this a three-point strategy? A specifically devised three-point tactic. Chapter 25. The elevator door strategy. Head coach Phil Jackson was certain he had never taught any Lakers player this strategy. In fact, he had never even witnessed such a tactic before. It could only have originated from the Chinese player, Shinya. From the glass windows above, Jim Buss and Mitch Kupchak were equally astonished as they recognized this as a three-man coordination play, excluding the passer. Those outside the court began to murmur, as anyone knowledgeable about basketball could discern that this was a strategy requiring intricate teamwork. Yet, no one had ever seen such a play. Suddenly, someone recalled something and shouted, "I saw it. I saw Shun making the gesture for this tactic." Others quickly began to recollect, and Coach Phil Jackson also started to remember Shinya's movements. His hands were brought together, obscuring his face, an unmistakable gesture. At this point, 5 minutes had elapsed in the game, and Shinya's team had successfully converted 5 out of 6 three-point attempts. Conversely, Kobe's team was underperforming. If the intra-squad match were to conclude at the 5-minute mark, Kobe's team would have faced a resounding defeat. The game continued, with Kobe bringing the ball past half-court, feeling the significant impact of Shinya's defensive prowess. Kobe signaled for Ron Artest to set a screen, then utilized the pick to drive into the paint, while Adam Morrison desperately attempted to provide support. He managed to thwart the shot, although it should have been called a foul for hitting the arm. However, Phil neglected to blow the whistle. Distracted by the enthusiasm of the diabetic player, Morrison, usually not this animated, had been activated. Nevertheless, since this was a scrimmage, Kobe chose not to voice any complaints about the lack of a call. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, it was now Luke Walton who plunged into the paint. The three-point strategy was once again employed, even though they had anticipated it. Luke Walton's defenders remained firmly obstructed in the paint. This three-point tactic is exceedingly formidable, akin to a forced screen that results in an open shot beyond the arc. The two players responsible for the screens can adeptly gauge the moment to converge, while those pursuing them are left perplexed as to how to respond. The help defense at the top of the arc seems to come too late, yet chasing after the two screeners proves futile. Regrettably, this time Luke Walton's open three-point attempt clanged off the rim. Andrew Bynum secured the rebound and passed it to the backcourt. The pace of Kobe's team was remarkably swift. Their starting lineup executed fast break transitions with great finesse, while the Shinmia team had yet to establish their defense across half-court. Derek Fisher had already driven to the basket for a layup, leaving the pursuit utterly ineffective. This exemplifies the talent of the starters, who possess a significant edge in capability. As the spectators continued to watch, the initial shock brought by the Shinmia team gradually subsided, revealing the increasingly oppressive effectiveness of Kobe's defensive strategy. However, the score remained unable to catch up to Shinmia's, who began attempting jump shots, mid-range shots, and even tried backing down Kobe with a fadeaway jumper. After 10 minutes, the score stood at 28-23, with Shinmia temporarily in the lead, leading the match to its first mandatory timeout. Shun, does your three-point strategy have a name? Head coach Phil Jackson approached briskly. Coach, this tactic is called the elevator door strategy. Shinmia silently thought to himself, apologizing to Coach Mark for using his tactic. Indeed, this strategy exists and is known as the elevator door strategy, designed by Mark Jackson to amplify Curry's three-point prowess. Elevator door strategy? A vivid metaphor. Did you design this? No, it was taught to me by an obscure Chinese coach during my training back home. He remarked on my shooting talent and specifically devised this strategy for me, not anticipating that I would utilize it here first. Shinmia responded modestly, his tone imbued with a hint of respect. Coach Phil Jackson was convinced. He too believed that such feats were beyond the capabilities of a player so young. I sense an abundance of delightful surprises within you. Perhaps this is the advantage of international players, who often possess something extraordinary. Thank you, Coach. Let us resume the game. The teams took to the court once more, and right from the outset, Kobe's team exhibited a defensive intensity that surpassed even their performance during the first 3 quarters of the regular season. They could only sustain this level for 20 minutes. Otherwise, their stamina might falter, hindering their ability to continue. Shinmia continued to lead his team, employing strategies such as shooting cover and running into open spaces to advance further. Both sides enjoyed moments of success, and as Shinmia's team's shooting percentage began to decline, Kobe's team managed to equalize the score at one point. However, Shinmia consistently emerged at crucial moments, confidently sinking a three-pointer, forcing them to spend 1 or even 2 possessions chasing 2 points at a time. The score remained closely contested until the 15th minute, when Shinmia once again landed a three-pointer, bringing the score to 46-42. Just moments before, the margin had been a mere 1 point, and Kobe's team had an opportunity to take the lead, but a failed attempt to close the gap allowed Shinmia to hit a long-range three-pointer, extending the lead to 4 points with 5 minutes remaining. Kobe called for a timeout, shaking his head as he exited the court. It was unclear what thoughts plagued him, perhaps dissatisfaction with himself or his teammates. Meanwhile, Shinmia had remarkably made 7 out of 10 three-point attempts, in addition to 2 free throws and 2 mid-range shots, amassing a total of 27 points, leading the court. The players returning from the timeout looked visibly exhausted, both physically and mentally. While other three-pointers were manageable, every time Shinmia landed one of his unreasonable long-range shots, they felt a profound psychological strain, a sense of disillusionment with the game, even feeling as if basketball had lost its joy. Shinmia offered no words of encouragement to his team. Their 4-point lead served as the best motivation. On the other side, as Kobe drank water, he shook his head and muttered something, while the expressions of his teammates gradually grew resolute. The final 5 minutes would be challenging. Observing this, Shinmia remarked, "Everyone, do not overexert yourselves. We have performed admirably thus far. Let us avoid injuries, especially you, Morrison." All 4 players nodded in agreement, having been completely won over by Shinmia. He knew when to encourage and when to show concern. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed, and the intensity from Kobe's side surged once more, with Arteist and Andrew Bynum seemingly igniting a spark. Shinmia subtly shook his head, realizing that this approach could be counterproductive and detrimental to the team's morale. The final 5 minutes passed swiftly. Shinmia slightly relaxed his defensive efforts and endeavored to distribute shooting opportunities reasonably among his teammates during the offense. As anticipated, the shooting percentage declined significantly. In the last minute, Kobe executed a three-pointer, turning the tide and giving his team a 2-point lead for the first time in the entire contest. Seeing his team trailing, Jordan Farmar felt a pang of urgency and refrained from wasting time. He passed the ball to Shin Mie-shin, who opted not to shoot but instead sought an opportunity to return the pass. Jordan Farmar, receiving the ball, cut back and successfully banked a shot, leveling the score at 54-54. Chapter 26. The failed buzzer beater. At this moment, only 35 seconds remained on the clock, and Kobe began to manage the time. As the clock dwindled to 5 seconds, he accelerated and passed to Andrew Bynum beneath the basket. Adam Morrison, guarding the paint, quickly reacted and exerted himself fully to thwart the shot, resulting in a foul as Andrew was forcefully knocked down. He landed on the floor, clutching his ankle in agony, seemingly having twisted it upon his descent. Shin Mie furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. He dreaded the emergence of such a predicament, where his team remained unscathed, yet their star player was injured. Morrison appeared equally perplexed, as he had committed no foul beyond a mere hand gesture, with no contact made by his feet. The others hastily gathered around Andrew Bynum to assess his condition, including head coach Phil Jackson. The team physician rushed over to examine Andrew's state. "Andrew, how do you feel?" the physician inquired while gently probing various areas of his ankle. "I'm fine. Just twisted it upon landing," Andrew replied, gradually regaining his composure and bouncing back to his feet. "I can still play," he asserted. Although it was evident that the sprain had taken its toll. "Andrew, free throws," Coach Phil instructed decisively, as the game was nearing its conclusion. Confident in Andrew's ability to persevere, despite the pain in his ankle, Andrew successfully converted both free throws, bringing the score to 56-54. With 16 seconds remaining, Shin's team was presented with one final offensive opportunity. They could either tie the game or potentially secure a last-minute victory with a three-pointer. In this crucial moment, Jordan Farmar willingly passed the ball back to Shun, who became the offensive leader. All eyes were fixated on the basketball in Shun's hands. Shin Mie skillfully dribbled past the halfway line and then began to deliberate, signaling to everyone that he intended to take the final shot. With merely 3 seconds remaining, Kobe rushed towards him, yet Shin Mie remained composed, executing a step-back three-pointer. The ball veered off course, striking the backboard. Coach Dudu's whistle sounded, marking the conclusion of the game. Shin Mie's attempt at a decisive shot faltered, and he shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with his final effort. His teammates hurried to console him, as they genuinely believed he had a formidable chance of clinching victory. Nevertheless, even in defeat, they felt a sense of fulfillment. The members of Kobe's team collectively exhaled in relief, with even the injured Andrew Bynum managing a smile. Kobe also wore a grin, stepping forward to embrace Shin in a gesture of camaraderie. "Shin, you were phenomenal. 7 out of 10 from beyond the arc. Not everyone can achieve such a feat in an entire game. Thank you. I merely wish to express how exhilarating it feels to have unlimited ball control." Shin reflected with an implied meaning. "Ha ha ha, you'll have that chance in the future too." Kobe chuckled heartily, as Andrew was escorted by the team doctor for ice treatment. The others dispersed to resume their training. Suddenly, Kobe inquired, "Shun, tell me, did you intentionally miss that last shot? I've seen your step-back threes. They're quite accurate." "Not at all. I simply missed. There's no need to overthink it. How could I squander such an opportunity to win against you?" Shin replied with a smile. "You're not being truthful, Shin. I believe you could have made that game winner," Kobe insisted. "In shooting, certainty is elusive. Only by attempting can one discern success," Shin countered. "Regardless of the truth, thank you. If the starting lineup had lost to the makeshift team you selected, the impact would have been significant. Pfft, we merely missed the game winner. Yet we dominated you throughout the match. The starters should recognize their shortcomings. No, it's your strategy that's extraordinary. You once expressed your desire to be the finest floor general of this era, and I now believe it." Noticing the ongoing exchange between Shun and Kobe, Pau Gasol approached with curiosity. His first inquiry was direct. "Shin, did you deliberately miss that game winner?" Gasol, unreserved, posed the same question that had been on Kobe's mind. Kobe, displaying his signature smile, playfully punched Gasol, showcasing their close rapport. With an expression of agreement, Kobe shared the sentiment, especially since Shin had just set the record for the fastest game winner by a rookie. "I truly didn't tee. Please don't overthink it. The distinction between a game winner and a regular shot is merely temporal. To me, they are the same, and missing is entirely normal." I too felt disheartened by the loss. "No, you're lying, Shun. You're not typically this modest," Gasol remarked after a moment's contemplation. "Never mind. Both Kobe and I understand your intent. Let us shift topics. I'm curious about how you conceived the idea of assembling such a three-point lineup. Kobe directed his gaze towards Shinmye, evidently intrigued by the potential success of this lineup. This notion stemmed from a concept I had during my high school days. If I were to assemble 5 sharpshooters, could we not unleash an endless barrage of three-pointers to outscore our opponents? Upon hearing this, Pau Gasol felt a shiver at the thought of such a scenario. He mused that the joy of basketball would be lost if every shot taken was a three-pointer, and he considered it improbable for all shots to find their mark. What if they all failed to score? Even the finest shooters experience slumps. Perfection cannot be expected from 5 individuals simultaneously. I understand, he replied. But as long as the opportunities arise, a miss is inconsequential, provided the shot selection is sound. After all, mid-range shots can also be off-target, can't they? Well said. Kobe remarked. A correct shot selection often correlates with a high shooting percentage and, consequently, victory. In truth, there was another point Shinmye did not articulate. If he missed, he would pursue the rebound. With his experience and understanding of his fellow players in the league, he adeptly positioned himself to showcase his prowess in securing crucial rebounds. A strong rebounding ability signifies high basketball intelligence, indicating a player's ability to be in the right place at the right time. Meanwhile, in the third-floor office, Vice President Jim Buss and General Manager Mitch had returned. A makeshift lineup of substitutes managed to dominate our starters for 15 minutes. It is utterly absurd. What kind of championship team is this? Jim Buss fumed. We need to inform Phil to intensify training and have those damn three-pointers practiced. Indeed, it is unexpected. Yet it serves to highlight the talent of that Chinese player, Mitch responded. Let us reluctantly retain him for this season. With that, he exited the room. An hour later, the results of Andrew Bynum's examination were released. No physical damage, merely a mild sprain. However, it appeared he would be unable to participate in the upcoming game, leaving the starting lineup 1 player short. Shun, do you want to start tomorrow? Kobe inquired. That depends on the coach's arrangement. However, I'm not particularly keen on starting at this moment. Once Paul returns, your starting lineup will be more balanced. I see your point. It was truly astute of the Lakers to acquire you. The Thunder's management remains oblivious to what they have lost, Kobe acknowledged. Thank you. Chapter 27, Los Angeles Lakers vs. Memphis Grizzlies. Following today's scrimmage, Coach Zen Master likely had much to reflect upon and adjust. As evening approached, the Lakers players completed their scheduled conditioning and strength training and left for the day ahead of time. Shinmye resides close to home, and returning early leaves him with little to occupy his time. Thus, he decides to resume his previous regimen of three-point shooting practice. He begins from the left corner, traversing along the arc of the three-point line, taking one shot after another until he reaches the opposite corner, only to turn back and continue his efforts. Outside the office on the 3rd floor, a window provides a perfect vantage point to observe the happenings within the gymnasium. How long has he been practicing? Kobe approaches to inquire, yet he remains still, as he and the head coach, the general manager, and others are engaged in discussions inside the office, with Pau Gasol also present. After the meeting concluded, he has already dedicated 3 additional hours to practice. He truly is exceptional, possessing a clear sense of direction. Rookies typically strive diligently to establish themselves in the league, yet most lack focus and engage in a myriad of activities. Gasol responds with admiration. Indeed, Shin is a remarkable player. His proficiency in three-point shooting is not merely a product of talent, but rather the result of countless hours of relentless training. I was once like him, but now it is time for me to return home. I shall also make my way home. Farewell. No one disturbed Shinmye as he practiced diligently until 8 p.m., stopping only when his arms ached to the point of near immobility. He then slowly swung his arms, allowing his muscles to gradually return to their normal state. After a brief respite, he changed into casual attire and purchased some hamburgers for dinner before heading home. The night passed without incident, and early the next morning, the players gathered for shooting practice. Typically, on the day of a game, there would be some training in the morning, though it generally wouldn't be overly strenuous. Most often, it consisted of shooting drills or ball handling exercises. In the afternoon, following a lunch break, the players boarded a bus together to the Staples Center, where they were set to face the Memphis Grizzlies at home. Prior to the match, the starting lineup had been internally confirmed, with center DJ Mbenga stepping in for the injured Andrew Bynum, who had twisted his ankle the previous day. DJ Mbenga would later play in the CBA, known for his rough finishing techniques, yet he possessed defensive and rebounding abilities owing to his height. Nevertheless, he was part of the Lakers' championship victories, contributing to their back-to-back titles. At 8 p.m., the game commenced, and as the starters took the court, the arena erupted with waves of cheers from the fans. Among them were some supporters of the unconventional player Allen Iverson, who, towards the end of his career, had played for several teams, including the Memphis Grizzlies. The Lakers game was being broadcast domestically, and alongside Kobe, there was now Shinmye garnering attention. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Kobe Bryant, Ron Artest, Derek Fisher, Lamar Odom, and DJ Mbenga, while the Grizzlies fielded Rudy Gay, Zach Randolph, O.J. Mayo, Marc Gasol, and Mike Conley. The highly anticipated second overall pick from this draft, Hashim the Beat, had already fallen out of the Grizzlies' rotation. As the game began, the teams jumped for possession, with Marc Gasol securing the ball. Both Gasol brothers had established themselves as rising stars in the league. Gasol passed to Mike Conley before quickly retreating on defense. Conley was matched up against Derek Fisher, both being similarly sized and quick guards. They immediately seemed intent on outmaneuvering one another, with Conley opting for a one-on-one against Fisher instead of passing. However, his technique fell short, and after being contested, his shot missed, allowing Marc Gasol to leap and score the first field goal of the game, putting the Grizzlies ahead 2-0. Kobe directed Fisher to bring the ball past half-court while he positioned himself at the front, awaiting the pass. Once he received the ball, Kobe, instead of driving to the basket as anticipated, took a quick three-pointer and sank it, giving the Lakers a 3-2 lead. As he retreated on defense, Kobe gestured a three-point sign towards the bench in Shinmye's direction. The camera quickly shifted to Shinmye, who smiled and followed Kobe's movement with a contemplative expression, as if to say, just wait. The camera then swept again, landing on two blonde women on the sidelines. Shinmye was momentarily taken aback. Once again, it was them, Taylor Swift, the beloved Mei, and another individual he did not recognize, presumably another singer. However, it was understandable, as he recalled the close relationship between Mei and Kobe. Meanwhile, Mike Conley was not wasting time. After crossing half-court, he passed the ball to Zach Randolph, the iconic bear of the black and white duo. Together, they had once orchestrated the miraculous Black 8 upset. Randolph, a nimble heavyweight, possessed a comprehensive and refined skill set in the paint, coupled with formidable scoring capabilities. He was also adept at facilitating plays for his teammates, frequently assisting them. Notably, when facing the Spurs, this great bear consistently managed to counter the legendary power forward, Duncan. Indeed, Randolph's jump shot found its mark, and the Grizzlies began their offensive foray with remarkable ease. On the other end, Derek Fisher carried the ball past half-court, once again handing it over to the team leader. Kobe decisively penetrated the paint, halting for a smooth fadeaway jump shot, which swished through the net. Both teams exhibited commendable offensive rhythm at the outset, with defense yet to escalate in intensity. As the game unfolded, defensive pressure gradually intensified, leading to a decline in shooting accuracy. However, today DJ Mbenga proved exceptionally effective, often outmaneuvering Pau Gasol in the battle for rebounds. As the clock ticked to the 6th minute, the first mandatory timeout was reached, yet neither team called for a break. The Lakers led 18-16 for the moment. Coach Phil Jackson turned to Shinmye and said, "Shin, you will lead the lineup from yesterday's scrimmage against the second unit. I hope to witness a performance on par with yesterday." "Okay." Shinmye nodded in affirmation, rising to remove his jacket and reveal the purple and gold number 47 jersey underneath. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Only Mike Conley was substituted for the Grizzlies, as his shooting touch was lacking that day, while the other four starters remained on the court. Noticing that the newly acquired rookie Shinmye was leading a squad of substitutes against them, the Grizzlies head coach recognized a prime opportunity to extend their lead. With possession of the ball, Shinmye proactively positioned himself to guard Marc Gasol. Despite his height disadvantage, he believed others might fare better. Furthermore, Marc was the very opponent he had faced during his inaugural game in the league, back in a preseason match with the Thunder. He was well acquainted with him and did not necessarily expect to be at a disadvantage. "Marc, long time no see. I'm now on the same team as your brother. He mentioned you. Shun, your recent performances have been quite astonishing." "Thank you," Marc Gasol replied, as he maneuvered to receive the ball. However, Shinmye had already anticipated this connection and deftly redirected the airborne pass towards the front court. Shinmye's steal took everyone by surprise. What appeared to be a secure pass was intercepted with remarkable swiftness, perhaps a testament to his keen anticipation. This initial steal of the game ignited the fervor of the home crowd. Just when everyone anticipated another three-point miracle from Shinmye, he decisively penetrated the paint, delivering a thunderous tomahawk dunk that reignited the arena's excitement. Chapter 28. The Answer. A Transition of Eras. Shunmia's powerful slam dunk instantly propelled the entire Lakers bench to their feet. It was their first encounter with such a formidable display from Shunmia, and the atmosphere of the game shifted dramatically, igniting an exuberant spirit among the Lakers. As Shunmia retreated on defense, he glanced toward Kobe on the bench. Just because I don't dunk doesn't mean I can't, he thought. You show off a three-pointer, and I'll respond with a thunderous dunk. Kobe understood his intent, smirked, and gave a thumbs up. Oh, Jay. Meibo brought the ball across half court, utilizing a screen from a teammate, but his attempt at a three-pointer went awry, clanking off the rim. On the Lakers' side, Adam Morrison fought for the rebound and swiftly passed it to Shunmia, rather than returning the ball to Jordan Farmar. Shunmia decided to carry it himself across half court. After all, this was a formal match, and he had worked hard to earn the role of floor leader for this lineup. He was determined to relish the opportunity to control the game. Once he crossed half court, Shunmia dribbled a couple of times before attempting to drive past Pau Gasol. However, Gasol's defensive presence loomed large, nearly engulfing him. Shunmia's previous success in stealing from Gasol was attributed to his understanding of the player, as Gasol often received the ball at the top of the arc. His movements were typically a beat slow, yet Shunmia was acutely aware of the opponent's defensive prowess. Without launching a direct assault, Shunmia decisively passed the ball to Jordan Farmar, who had sprinted to the left side at a 45-degree angle. Farmar promptly executed a three-point shot. The ball swished through the net. 23-16. Following this successful three-pointer, Grizzlies head coach Lionel Hollins found himself in a state of agitation. He was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this the Lakers bench lineup? How could they be falling further behind despite their starters on the court? The Grizzlies suffered 2 consecutive setbacks. One was a turnover, and the other a missed shot, which, although disappointing, did not prompt Hollins to call a timeout. He opted to allow the players to adjust on their own. This time, Grizzlies guard Meibo passed the ball to Randolph, intending to exploit Randolph's advantageous position. Randolph backed down into the paint, turned, and elbowed Adam Morrison, who fell to the floor in response. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul. The Grizzlies players, visibly disheartened, retreated in defense, their morale evidently shaken. While steals, blocks, and three-pointers can easily diminish an opponent's spirit, it is the mistakes that most readily undermine one's own morale. As the possession shifted, Shunmia received the ball and continued to dribble across half-court. Standing on the Lakers' home logo, Shunmia launched a three-pointer. The Lakers players collectively covered their foreheads in exasperation. Here it comes again. The ball sailed through the air, finding nothing but net. The Staples Center erupted once more. 26-16, the Lakers led by 10 points. In the domestic TV5 broadcast room, the commentator exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my, Shun is at it again with those three-pointers. He leaves no breathing room for the opposition." Coach Hollins promptly called a timeout. This wave of Lakers substitutes had outscored the Grizzlies' nearly full starting lineup 8-0, pushing the lead into double digits. As Shunmia returned to the bench with his teammates, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Taylor Swift, who was conveniently looking back at him. Their eyes met, and she shyly diverted her gaze, exchanging whispers with her friend. Pretending not to have noticed him, she continued to glance in his direction, clearly discussing him. Shunmia, maintaining his composure, settled back onto the bench. "Keep it up, Shun, lead the team in offense. We have the advantage now. Stay aggressive. You direct the tactics." Understood. It was evident the coach wished to witness his elevator door strategy in action. Yet Shunmia felt it was somewhat wasted here, given the Grizzlies were currently languishing at the bottom of the Western Conference standings. Initially, they had hoped to reverse their fortunes with a second overall pick, but it turned out that Tabbitt had failed to perform as expected, relegating him to the role of water cooler attendant. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Grizzlies made some adjustments to their lineup, with most starters being benched. But an astonishing figure emerged. Indeed, it was Allen Iverson, famously known as the Answer. Shunmia became cautious. The star at the twilight of his career before him warranted more serious consideration than the entire Grizzlies team. Shunmia actively engaged with Jordan Farmar, switching defenses to confront Allen Iverson, a long-held aspiration of his. On the sidelines, Kobe shook his head and remarked to his companion, Pau Gasol, "I knew this young man would inevitably opt to match up against Allen. Allen, having the opportunity to face you is truly a delightful experience," Shunmia stated while defending. "Rookie, give it your all. Welcome to the NBA." With that, Allen Iverson executed a swift right sidestep followed by a dramatic left cross, deftly bypassing Shinmia and sinking a layup with precision. This was the crossover, his signature move. The score stood at 26-18. Shinmia did not pursue defense, watching Allen Iverson execute this performance. If memory serves, the next game would be against the Clippers, after which he would be released by the Grizzlies. During his time with the Grizzlies, he played only 3 games, averaging just over 10 points. Shinmia dribbled past half court, actively seeking out Allen Iverson. "Thank you for infusing my youth with the passion of basketball." With those words, he employed the same move, a crossover, Iverson's signature maneuver, as Shinmia scored with a layup. Witnessing Shinmia pay tribute with the same action, the Staples Center erupted in cheers once more. Meanwhile, on domestic TV5, the live commentary exclaimed, "This is incredible. You just showed off in front of the master, and crucially, you executed it perfectly. Little Shun is remarkable. Is there anything he cannot do? Has this player ever competed professionally?" The answer was no. Until yesterday, when the Basketball Association stated they were attempting to reach out, but had no contact information, only knowing he was a student at Capital University of Physical Education. "Can I consider this a provocation?" Allen inquired. "No, this is a tribute," Shinmia replied. They exchanged smiles, and Allen Iverson understood that he had many fans in China and had influenced numerous individuals. The person before him had likely watched him play during their rebellious youth. Iverson sensed the warmth and camaraderie emanating from his counterpart. After Shinmia regretted his decision to withdraw from the NBA draft in his previous life, there was indeed another reason: the era. He entered the draft at a pivotal moment, positioned perfectly between the rise of a new generation of superstars and the departure of the old guard from the basketball stage. This transitional period offered him the opportunity to grow alongside emerging talents while also competing against the legendary figures of the past, fulfilling his aspirations. Rising stars such as Durant, Westbrook, Harden, Curry, DeRozan, LeBron, and Anthony stood alongside the veterans like Kobe, Iverson, Duncan, and McGrady. "Have you considered joining the Lakers? We could secure a championship," Shinmia suggested earnestly. "I could play for any team, but I would never join the Lakers," Iverson replied, casting a glance at the Lakers bench where Kobe, his former rival, resided. Understanding the implications, he added, "If given the chance, I would recommend Miami or Dallas." Iverson chuckled, shaking his head, clearly dismissing Shinmia's words. He had already contemplated retirement, having secured the scoring title 4 times. As for the championship, perhaps it was a missed opportunity, but he was not inclined to pursue it any further. Chapter 29. 3 quarters in the game continued, with the score escalating from 28-18 to 42-32 by the end of the first quarter, maintaining a 10-point gap. However, one must acknowledge the prowess of true superstars. Upon entering the game, Allen Iverson shot 3 for 5, alongside 2 free throws, amassing a total of 8 points and contributing 3 assists, preventing the Lakers from extending their lead. It is noteworthy that the Grizzlies starters were unable to gain any advantage against the bench led by Shinmia. Shinmia finds it challenging to counter Allen Iverson's prowess. Despite Iverson's height, he too struggles against Shinmia's considerable height and experience. As the second quarter commences, Kobe leads the starting lineup onto the court. From the outset, the Grizzlies' defensive intensity appears to wane inexplicably. Kobe executes a series of successful one-on-one plays, while the Grizzlies' offense stagnates, leading to an 8-0 run within the first 2 minutes, widening the gap to a daunting 16 points. The entire momentum of the Grizzlies seems entirely suppressed, with each player's body language radiating frustration. The head coach shakes his head in dismay, realizing he has no viable adjustments to make. This is their strongest lineup. He can only hope for the players to recalibrate themselves. Finally, Rudy Gay draws a foul and heads to the free throw line, momentarily slowing the pace and somewhat revitalizing the Grizzlies' spirit. Currently, only Rudy Gay and Zach Randolph pose a significant offensive threat, while the performance of the remaining players is disheartening. After half a quarter, the deficit has ballooned to 20 points. The Grizzlies call for a timeout and substitute their entire lineup with reserves, while the Lakers also introduce Shinmia to lead their second unit. However, Allen Iverson remains benched. Despite the Grizzlies' abysmal offensive efficiency, the coach still refrains from deploying him, indicating that issues are brewing within the team. On the opposing bench, the reserve lineup includes Hashim the Beat at 2, 21 meters, Stephen Hunter at 2, 13 meters, DeMar Carroll at 2, 0.3 meters, Sam Young at 1, 98 meters, and Marcus Williams at 1, 91 meters. While this configuration appears reasonable and the players possess notable potential, their technical skills leave much to be desired. 3 rookies coupled with 1 CBA player and another who seems lackadaisical. The Grizzlies roster undoubtedly requires reinforcements through trade to effectuate improvements. Shin signaled his teammates to decelerate their pace. As they were already leading by 20 points, there was no need for haste, and it was prudent to minimize the number of possessions. Moreover, should their own shooting falter and mistakes accumulate, it could inadvertently allow the opponents to gain momentum. As it turned out, Shin remained judicious. He executed a solo play, effortlessly overpowering DeMar Carroll as if plucking fruit from a tree. The opposing defense faltered while their offense failed to convert. Truly a remarkable spectacle, especially given the lack of defensive intensity from the Lakers bench. Both DeMar Carroll and Shin were rookies, with Carroll being selected by the Memphis Grizzlies as the 27th overall pick in the first round. This year, the Grizzlies possess 2 first-round picks and 1 second-round pick, yet the second pick, esteemed, has not lived up to expectations, causing him considerable distress. The failure to meet the Grizzlies' aspirations, coupled with internal team issues, has rendered his future uncertain. The enthusiasm of the Grizzlies roster was evident to all, particularly the rookies who were keen to avoid unemployment. However, enthusiasm alone proved ineffective, creating a stark contrast between Shin and esteemed. Shin led the team through a round, succeeding in 1 encounter, and upon the transition of offense and defense, the Grizzlies managed to both score and concede. Occasionally, there were instances of securing rebounds under the basket and converting them into points. Watching this match felt akin to witnessing the starting lineup in a garbage time scenario with the substitutes. Shin executed a flawless display of shooting, utilizing mid-range and 3-point shots with remarkable precision, occasionally delivering exquisite passes to his teammates with effortless ease. With just a minute remaining before halftime, the score gap had widened to an impressive 30 points, prompting both head coaches to refrain from calling any timeouts. As the Grizzlies managed a 2-point basket, Shin seized the opportunity to launch a 3-pointer just as time was expiring. The halftime score settled at 78-47, a staggering 31-point lead. The Grizzlies head coach, accompanied by players and assistant coaches, retreated to the locker room, followed closely by the Lakers. Let us not become complacent. Their starting lineup remains formidable. The Zen master Phil Jackson reminded the team upon their return to the locker room. He emphasized the importance of maintaining focus and decided to stick to the original plan of allowing the starters to take the court first, with adjustments to be considered based on the unfolding of the third quarter. The opposing team no longer warranted any specific counter-strategies. Players nodded in agreement, hydrating and discussing plans for an evening out at a nightclub after the game. Shin, if the game enters garbage time, would you still wish to play until the end? Phil Jackson inquired. I will adhere to the coach's directives. Yet if we obtain a commanding lead, I believe it is prudent to afford others the chance to gain experience. Shin replied. Phil adjusted his glasses and nodded in acknowledgement. As the second half commenced, the Grizzlies found a flicker of morale. Kobe led the Lakers starting lineup back onto the court against the Grizzlies' first string. The Grizzlies demonstrated a slight uptick in both defensive and offensive efficiency. Yet the Lakers held firm. The score difference fluctuated between 27 and 28 points, with the Grizzlies briefly surging to a 6-0 run, only for Kobe to respond with a counter run for the Lakers. Midway through the quarter, the Grizzlies head coach substituted out the starters, reintroducing their enigmatic bench players. The Lakers starters also exited for a well-deserved rest. At that moment, it seemed a player from the Grizzlies bench had exited the game for an unknown reason, prompting the coach to hastily urge the substitutes to enter. Shun, you need not go in. They appear to be conceding, Phil Jackson remarked, retrieving his gaze. Understood. As the third quarter concluded, the Grizzlies bench struggled against the Lakers substitutes, resulting in the score gap widening to 33 points. The entirety of the fourth quarter devolved into garbage time, with the Lakers starters clocking out after 3 quarters. The final period showcased both team substitutes running up and down the court, missing shots, and exchanging possessions. The scene evoked memories of Shun's past as a player in the CBA, strikingly reminiscent of the present circumstances. Shun, are you free tonight? My wife and I would like to invite you to our home, Kobe proposed. Who else will be there? Shun inquired. It will just be you, me, and Vanessa. We have long wished to host you. During my visits to China, I was always warmly received. Certainly. When I refer to we, I mean to remind you to bring along your girlfriend. Girlfriend? I do not have a girlfriend. What about that occasion? She is my cousin. Cousin? Surely not. I can tell that girl has feelings for you. Shen Mia silently pondered whether this was something one could express aloud. After some contemplation, he decided to invite Meng Ro to visit Kobe's residence. She would undoubtedly be overjoyed, considering her allegiance to the Lakers. He thought to inquire about it later, as tomorrow was the weekend, and she should be free this evening. The prospect of visiting Kobe's home would surely delight her. Kobe chuckled heartily as the Memphis Grizzlies conceded defeat, and the Lakers' main players clocked out after 3 quarters. Xiaoshen also refrained from participating, indicating that he had successfully established himself in the NBA, now regarded as a pivotal rotational player. However, the Basketball Association was also in communication, and there might be an opportunity to witness him play domestically. If Shun Mia were aware of the topics of their conversation, he would likely smile wryly. For it is known that a decade from now, sending players to the NBA for development would be exceedingly challenging. Failing to be drafted, participating in summer leagues and developmental leagues proved futile. Now they even contemplated recalling him. Chapter 30. A visit at the entrance of an opulent villa near the West Coast. A man and a woman strolled side by side, each carrying elegantly wrapped gifts. "Hi, Meng Ro," greeted one of the Western women awaiting their arrival at the door. "Hello, Mrs. Bryant," Li Meng Ro replied as she approached, and the two engaged in warm greetings and conversation. The woman was none other than Vanessa, Kobe's wife. Shinmia stepped forward to greet Kobe with a handshake and an embrace. "We are not well versed in the customs of welcoming guests in Huaxia, so please forgive us. There is a saying in Huaxia, guests should follow the host's lead, and the host can simply observe the arrangements." Haha. The four of them chatted as they walked towards the villa, with Shun Mia surveying the opulence of the mansion. Feeling a singular sentiment, how wonderful it is to be wealthy. As Huaxia is known for its etiquette, one cannot visit empty-handed, so Shun Mia presented a gift to Kobe. Unfamiliar with Western customs during his first visit, he offered a selection of Huaxia gifts. "Wow!" exclaimed Vanessa as she stepped forward to accept the gift box. Kobe understood that Shun Mia had just entered the league and likely hadn't purchased anything too extravagant. Indeed, it wasn't very expensive. Vanessa opened it on the spot, revealing a beautiful set of blue and white porcelain tea utensils, along with some health supplements from Huaxia. "Thank you," she said, expressing that they had never received such gifts before. During the dinner, the atmosphere was joyous, and after the meal, Li Mingru chatted with Vanessa amidst the playful sounds of children. Shinmia watched the warm scene unfold before him. "Shin, aside from basketball, you always evoke a sense of familiarity and warmth in me, though I cannot quite fathom why," said Li Mingru. "Yes, I feel the same way. Perhaps in some world of the cyclical fate, we once knew each other, and you inspired me," Shinmia replied. "Perhaps. The East, a mysterious and ancient civilization, is a place I adore. Once we secure the championship this season and achieve a title defense, I shall act as your guide and show you the splendid mountains and rivers of Huaxia, along with its cultural relics." "All right, it's a promise." The two shook hands, solidifying their agreement. "What? You wish to visit Huaxia? I've long desired to go. I have always heard stories about it, but I must see it for myself," Vanessa remarked. "Indeed, Mrs. Bryant, there is a saying in Huaxia, what is learned from books feels superficial. True understanding comes from personal experience." After leaving Kobe's home, it was late, nearly midnight, but the venue was not far. A taxi ride would take only 20 minutes. "Let us go home," Shinmia suggested. "All right, but I cannot return home. I told my mother I would be back tomorrow morning. I'll be staying at school tonight," Mingru responded innocently, her big eyes gazing at Shinmia. Then I shall go to my place." "Fine, but where will I sleep tonight?" she asked. "You can sleep in the upstairs bedroom, and I will take the sofa in the living room." Okay, Mingru nodded in agreement, and they returned home in an oddly charged atmosphere. "I'm going to freshen up," Li Mingru said. "You go ahead," Shinmia replied. With a soft response, Li Mingru went to wash up. During the previous arrangement of the household, they had inexplicably purchased 2 sets of toiletries, which now came in handy. Shinmia approached the sofa, collapsing onto it with such force that he sank deeply into its cushions, his calves dangling off the edge. He then closed his eyes, surrendering to oblivion. Soon, the sound of water trickling from the bathroom echoed, striking a chord within Shinmia's heart. He turned onto his side, seeking a more comfortable position. After half an hour, the bathroom door opened, releasing a waft of damp, fragrant air. Li Mingru emerged, her hair elegantly twisted and wrapped in a large bath towel. Upon noticing Shinmia curled up on the sofa, she softly inquired, "Cousin Yin, are you asleep?" Silence enveloped the room, save for the rhythmic sound of his breathing. Gently, Lee Mingru draped a light blanket over him. After a moment's hesitation, she pressed a tender kiss upon his forehead before softly ascending the stairs to the second floor. Shenmue opened his eyes and raised his arm to touch the spot on his face where Ming Ro had just kissed him, feeling the soft sensation. This girl, after all, was raised abroad. Although his aunt's family placed great emphasis on discipline, she still possessed a remarkable courage, far surpassing his own. Shenmue turned over. Gazing at the ceiling, his mind enveloped in a haze of confusion. The sisters from his grandmother's generation, by the time they reached his, should be considered distant cousins, no longer immediate kin. He was unsure how long he had been lost in thought when he felt a cool breeze sweep through the room. Although the climate here was generally pleasant, it was still winter, and the early hours of the morning remained quite chilly. Shenmue turned over and realized that the cool breeze was wafting from the staircase leading to the bedroom. He furrowed his brow, pondering whether the young lady had neglected to close the window while sleeping, unperturbed by the chill. With utmost stealth, he ascended to the second floor, his gaze unwavering. Hastening towards the balcony, with deft movements, he closed all the windows in the bedroom. As he turned around, he couldn't resist stealing a glance towards the bed. Bathed in the soft moonlight, two smooth, fair legs emerged from beneath the thin blanket, while her upper body was cocooned tightly, clearly feeling the cold. Beside the blanket lay Lee Mingru's bath towel, and since there were no pajamas present, it indicated she must be beneath the covers. This thought ignited a rush of heat within Shenmue, compelling him to hasten down the stairs, directly rushing to the bathroom for a quick shower to extinguish that sensation. Returning to the sofa, he closed his eyes, his mind filled with the image of those two pale legs. The night passed in silence. In the early hours, amidst a haze of slumber, Shenmue heard footsteps accompanied by the clattering of pots and pans. Shenmue, unaware of when he had succumbed to slumber the previous night, now felt more fatigued than after an arduous game. He sensed something amiss with his trousers. "Yen Gu, you're awake. Breakfast is ready," exclaimed Ming Ro, her face lighting up upon seeing Shenmue stir. All right, Ming Ro, thank you for your efforts." Shenmue hastily made his way to the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. Such a flurry in the early morning, Ming Ro muttered as she scooped out the perfectly fried eggs. Before long, Shenmue emerged clad in his basketball jersey, and they took their seats at the dining table. "Yen Gu, why are you wearing your jersey at home?" she inquired. "I haven't washed my other clothes," he replied. "Then I'll wash them for you." No, I'll take care of it later," he insisted. Ming Ro merely nodded, lowering her gaze to her meal. "By the way, Ming Ro, let us go out later to purchase a car. It's perfect to wear the jersey. If the owner is a Lakers fan, we might even get a discount." "Buy a car? Where will the money come from?" she questioned. "I've advanced 200,000. Just be frugal. Our home is so close to the arena. What has the need for a car?" He reassured her. "With your brother's prowess, he will inevitably become a player with a multi-million-dollar salary. This is nothing. Spend as you should. Besides, it would be convenient for weekends to pick you up. I cannot allow my beautiful cousin to always take the subway. I'll have my driver's license by the time the draft concludes." "Is it really necessary to buy one?" Ming Ro's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Indeed, we have the funds. It would be a waste to hold on to them. We should spend as needed." "All right, you can select the model, and I will decide the color." Ming Ro's smile radiated warmth, her tone brightening instantly. "Perfect. What kind of car do you fancy?" Shenmue asked. "NBA players typically prefer something ostentatious. I think we should opt for a sports car. It suits our youthful spirit." Sounds good. Hurry and eat, Yen Gu. I'll change my clothes, and we shall go right away." Observing Ming Ro's spirited demeanor, Shenmue shook his head, a fond smile gracing his lips. Chapter 31. Purchasing a car. An unexpected call. Shenmue harbors no particular fondness for cars, as he suffers greatly from motion sickness. Fortunately, he does not experience nausea while driving, which is why he obtained his driver's license in the United States well in advance. Had it not been for Lee Mingru, he might have delayed purchasing a vehicle. However, given the clarity of their relationship, Shenmue truly feels the necessity to acquire a car. Accompanied by Lee Mingru, the two hailed a taxi to the bustling streets of Los Angeles, proceeding directly to a dealership. Since they were there, it was only natural to take a thorough look around. Their first stop was the Ferrari section. It must be said that, when calculated in dollars, the prices appeared surprisingly reasonable. The more affordable models seemed to start at just over $200,000. While the figures may seem modest at first glance, a careful conversion reveals a staggering sum exceeding 1 million yuan, and the final price would likely be even higher. Isn't a Ferrari rather ostentatious? Li Mingru murmured, expressing her concern that this purchase might be excessively extravagant. Shun Mie discerned the flicker of interest in Li Mingru's eyes. However, she seemed to regard the price as excessively steep, reluctant to squander her funds. No matter, a single purchase would suffice, ensuring prolonged use without the need for replacement. Indeed. Let us venture to Porsche. I recall there are several commendable sports cars available there. Jasmine possesses a Porsche 718, which is not priced as exorbitantly. Excellent. The two proceeded to the Porsche dealership, where they indeed found several sports cars priced around $70,000 to $80,000, each boasting a striking appearance. Yet, upon encountering the iconic Porsche 911, Li Mingru was instantly captivated. Shun Mie naturally perceived the affection in Li Mingru's eyes. Yet he felt that the design of the Porsche was excessively smooth, lacking a certain edge. Do you not like Porsche? Li Mingru astutely discerned Shun Mie's aversion to the car. I find it rather peculiar, too rounded and soft. For sports cars, I prefer the angularity of Lamborghini. Suddenly reminded of Lamborghini, Shun Mie recalled that next year or the year after, a new supercar named the Silby Great Lizard, produced by an emerging automotive company, would be launched in the United States. In his previous life, he considered that car quite unique, aligning perfectly with his tastes. No, I truly do not fancy these cars. Perhaps I shall purchase one for myself later, Shun Mie declared unexpectedly. Very well, Li Mingru nodded in agreement, preparing to lead Shun Mie away. However, today I shall buy you one. This one is yours, and I shall acquire a better one later. I don't want it, Yinggu. Please don't squander your money. Listen to me, Mingru. Our first car will be entirely chosen by you, and for now, we shall share it. Upon hearing the words our first car, Li Mingru's face flushed bright red. I refuse. You should concentrate on your basketball and save your money. Trust me. I will only thrive further in the future. For an NBA player, the cost of a sports car is trivial. Besides, I am often away from Los Angeles. You can drive it for these 2 years. 2 years? What do you mean? Li Mingru asked, puzzled. I recall the concept car that I adore, which has yet to enter mass production but will do so at the latest by the year after next, called the Silby Great Lizard. When that time comes, I shall buy one of those directly. I feel I've heard of it before. Is it an American brand? Indeed, it is not very well known at present. All right then. Ultimately, the two settled on a white Porsche 911, registered under Mingru's name, with all the finest configurations selected, totaling nearly $180,000. This marked Shun Mie's greatest expenditure across 2 lifetimes, and he made the purchase without hesitation, with some customizations and various administrative formalities. The car was expected to be ready for pickup in 5 days, conveniently coinciding with the upcoming weekend. After exiting the dealership, Shun Mie inquired, "Will you return home with me tonight?" His gaze held a glimmer of anticipation. Yet, he was merely asking. Mingru had to return home today, or her aunt would become anxious. "What would I return home with you for? To watch you sleep on the sofa?" Li Mingru shot him a glance. After saying this, she felt her heart racing, was momentarily stunned by the words, gazing at the enchanting beauty before him. The two shared an intimate glance, their cheeks drawing ever closer together. When suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone shattered the moment. They snapped back to reality, an awkwardness enveloping them, as Li Mingru shyly turned her head away. Shun Mie felt a twinge of irritation. That damned phone call had arrived at the most inopportune moment. Upon opening his mobile, he discovered it was a call from his homeland and answered without hesitation. "Hello, is this Shun Mie?" "Ah, yes, greetings. This is from the Basketball Association." Shun Mie's expression immediately turned serious. Li Mingru, puzzled, glanced at him with concern. "First of all, congratulations on securing an NBA guaranteed contract." "Thank you. May I inquire about the purpose of your call? Have you considered returning to serve your country?" "I could contemplate it, though I will not play in the CBA. I am open to participating in national events, such as the Olympics, and if the Basketball World Cup faces challenges, I could also contribute." "The Basketball World Cup, you mean?" "Yes, the one that offers qualification for the Olympics, correct? You are referring to the World Championship, right?" "Indeed." "Very well, I understand. I will assist in coordinating this on my end. If they agree with your intentions, they will reach out to you." "All right." After hanging up, Shun Mie's mind was a whirlwind. He had momentarily been at a loss, unable to recall the term World Championship, only managing to substitute it with Basketball World Cup. "What is the matter?" Li Mingru inquired with concern. "It's nothing. It was a call from the homeland, urging me to return for a game." "Are you going back?" Li Mingru looked at him intently. "It's not that simple. I want to relinquish my endeavors here. This is my dream, and for now, I am a free agent, so they cannot compel me to comply. However, representing one's country is both a duty and an honor. Let them coordinate their efforts. I suspect they may not fully trust my capabilities yet, and my proposals might not be accepted. Once I prove myself in the NBA, everything will become simpler. Should the day come when I return to my homeland, would you be willing to accompany me? Shinmia suddenly grasped Lee Mingru's hand, asking earnestly. Lee Mingru's cheeks flushed, and she replied softly, "It's not out of the question, depending on your performance." "What sort of performance?" "I want to tell you. I shall escort you home now. I have training to return to this afternoon. You can head directly to Staples Center from Chinatown tomorrow." "All right." As they reached the entrance of her community, Lee Mingru mustered her courage and leaned in to kiss Shinmia lightly on the cheek before turning and dashing away. With a beaming smile, Shinmia returned to the gym for the afternoon's conditioning and strength training. "Hey Shin, you're back. Did you get the car?" Derek Fisher greeted, as everyone was well aware that Shin had gone to pick up his vehicle. "Yes, I ordered a Porsche 911. A big guy like you driving such a delicate car?" "It'll do for now. The gym is close, and I seldom use it. Primarily, it's for my girlfriend. I'll buy something else when the need arises." As he mentioned the car being for his girlfriend, a hint of unease washed over Shinmia. "You are quite the gentleman to your girlfriend. Have you two become official?" Fisher inquired, making a peculiar gesture. It's going all right. Let us get to training," Shinmia replied, understanding the implication but clearly wishing to divert the conversation. "Well, a rookie is still a rookie. He's south impressive on the court but gets shy when it comes to matters of the heart," Fisher muttered, shaking his head as he watched Shinmia dash towards the court. Chapter 32, Los Angeles Lakers vs. New Orleans Hornets. On the morning of November 8th, local time in the United States, the Lakers gathered for shooting practice. They headed to the arena 4 hours early in preparation for the evening's game. That night, the Lakers were set to face the New Orleans Hornets at home. This New Orleans Hornets team is not to be confused with the later franchise. The NBA has seen 2 iterations of the Hornets. The subsequent team is known as the Charlotte Hornets, having emerged from the rebranding of the Bobcats, while retaining the original Hornets history prior to 2002. The original Charlotte Hornets relocated to New Orleans, later transforming into the Pelicans. Currently, the team is still referred to as the New Orleans Hornets, and among them is a prominent figure, Chris Paul, who rose to prominence in New Orleans. At 9 p.m., the match between the Los Angeles Lakers and the New Orleans Hornets commenced. In the Staples Center, the only sound resonating was that of the DJ. At this moment, the entire venue was already filled to capacity. Under Shinmia's instructions, Lee Mingru was assigned a seat in the 3rd row by the staff, as the 1st row might not be entirely safe. The Los Angeles Lakers starting lineup included Kobe Bryant, DJ Mbenga, Derek Fisher, Lamar Odom, and Ron Artest, while the New Orleans Hornets featured Chris Paul, David West, Emeka Okafor, Devin Brown, and Julian Wright. As the game commenced, the teams engaged in a jump ball. Among the Hornets starting lineup, the tallest player was the 2'8" Emeka Okafor, but Mbenga secured the possession for the Lakers. Kobe brought the ball past half-court. This was yet another match that the Lakers needed to win. From the outset, the Lakers exhibited a robust offensive desire as their starters actively maneuvered. Kobe seized the opportunity and successfully made his first mid-range shot, bringing the score to 2-0. As the play transitioned, Paul advanced the ball past half-court. During the Lakers' defensive retreat, an opportunity arose, and Paul swiftly passed the ball. Devin Brown, with precision, executed a 3-point shot, momentarily placing the Hornets ahead at 3-2. Kobe opted not to force his way through. Instead, he attempted a shot from the perimeter, which ricocheted off the rim. Mbenga retrieved the rebound and executed a powerful dunk. Once again, Paul carried the ball past half-court. Approaching the 3-point line, he delivered a high, long pass to Emeka Okafor, who executed an alley-oop dunk over Mbenga. Shinmia observed the game, his gaze following Paul's figure. And one cannot deny that Paul has truly mastered the art of orchestrating the interior play and delivering the perfect passes. As one often hailed as the god of point guards, Paul's prowess is indisputable. Subsequent generations frequently draw comparisons between him and Curry. However, it is evident that in terms of offensive intimidation, Curry holds the superior edge, perhaps due to the defensive intensity yet to escalate. The first half of the game concluded with both teams exhibiting remarkably fluid offensive play, resulting in a tie of 17-17. On the Lakers' side, only Kobe was substituted out, with all starters remaining on the court, as Shinmia took the helm and leading the starters in Kobe's stead. From this moment, It was apparent that Shun Mie's court command abilities had garnered the trust of the head coach through a series of impeccable performances. He also earned the respect of his teammates. At this juncture, the Lakers were resolute in their quest for a championship, devoid of internal strife or competition for starting positions, with each player feeling a sense of stability bolstered by the presence of a formidable teammate. After Shun Mie took the court, Coach Phil Jackson remained firmly seated on the bench. The current Hornets team does not yet warrant caution. Moreover, in all the matches since Shun Mie joined the Lakers, his average plus-minus rating has been the highest among the entire team. Thus, during Shun Mie's tenure leading the team, he feels a sense of stability. Even if they cannot extend the lead, they will certainly not fall behind. As Shun Mie approached, he took the initiative to engage with Paul. He relished the exhilarating sensation of competing against an all-star, particularly with players who would play significant roles in the future. "Hello, Paul. It is a pleasure to meet you," he greeted. "Shun, I know you. You are from Huaxia, the same country as Yao." Paul had also exchanged pleasantries with the great Yao, and there existed footage of their encounters during All-Star games. "Indeed. Today, I shall make at least 4 3-pointers over you," Shun declared, showcasing his meticulously crafted banner. Paul's dark visage broke into a smile, his round eyes and head revealing why he was affectionately known as Brother Pal. "I believe in you. I truly do. However, I shall not allow you to achieve this effortlessly." As his words resonated, Shun leaped, launching a shot directly against Paul's defense, the ball swishing cleanly through the net. The score stood at 20-17. Shun Mie swiftly retreated, while Paul advanced with the ball, murmuring about finding Shun Mie. "Oh, Shun, how utterly unyielding you are," he quipped. "There's no choice. This is my forte," Shun Mie replied. When it comes to countering Paul, the strategy is straightforward. Launch a 3-pointer directly at him. Once engaged in confrontation with Paul, he inevitably resorts to subtle maneuvers, seeking to intercept the ball. Paul's defensive flaw lies in his height advantage, which allows Shun Mie to shoot over him. The outcome relies solely on his shooting touch. His influence as a smaller defender is decidedly limited. However, when the opponent employs a smaller player to challenge, their offensive skills and techniques can be nothing short of exemplary. At that moment, Paul executed a through-the-legs pass, sending the ball to David West, who completed a layup and drew a foul from the Lakers' interior defense. He converted the free throw, completing a 2-1 play for the Hornets. In his youth, Paul displayed quite an audacious playing style. As Shun Mie brought the ball past half-court, the defender switched to Devin Brown, a guard with a 3-point shot and comparable height to Shun Mie, who was also a solid defender. Shun Mie positioned himself 2 steps behind the 3-point line as Ron Artest circled around. Shun Mie deftly passed the ball to Artest, who, utilizing Shun Mie's positioning for cover, attempted a 3-point shot, only for it to veer off course. Observing Artest's 3-point attempt, his defender, Julian White, turned to retreat, abandoning his defense to sprint towards the backcourt. Alas, the Hornets seized the rebound. Although Shun Mie anticipated the play and swiftly pursued Julian White, he was ultimately outmatched by the latter's impressive athleticism. Julian executed a layup that found its mark, prompting Derek Fisher to remain in the frontcourt, recognizing that Shun Mie would not catch up in time. Seizing the moment while the opponent was still off balance, Shun Mie executed a swift throw, with the quarterback delivering a long pass that Fisher comfortably caught, executing a flawless layup. The score stood at 22-22, with both teams once again equal. Despite Shun Mie's defensive prowess against Paul, the latter's ability to navigate through smaller adversaries rendered such efforts largely ineffective. Even if he could contest the shot, the pass was inevitably unguarded. Paul maintained possession, with Shun Mie not directly matched against him. Fisher, a formidable defender in his own right, stepped up to guard Paul, both players sharing a similar physique. Although Fisher's footwork was somewhat sluggish, his physicality was on par with Paul's. Yet, Paul remained Paul, an all-star caliber player. He penetrated the paint, executing a sudden stop to evade Fisher's defensive grasp and smoothly sank a mid-range shot. On the other end, Fisher passed the ball to Shun Mie, who returned it, allowing Fisher to advance past half-court. This time, Paul engaged in tight defense, and it was unclear what subtle maneuvers he employed, but soon, verbal exchanges flared between Fisher and Paul. In a moment of distraction, Paul managed to strip the ball from Fisher, and Shun Mie, keenly observing the situation, reacted swiftly. In an instant, he reclaimed possession and sent a precise pass to the basket. Benga, positioned beneath the hoop, was slightly delayed in his reaction, nearly losing the ball. But fortunately, no interference came, allowing Benga to complete a successful dunk. This play ignited the atmosphere in the arena. The large screen above the court repeatedly replayed the slow-motion footage of the spectacular play, showcasing how Shin-Mie retrieved the ball, turned, and dispatched it to the basket without even glancing at his teammate. It appeared as though he had fumbled the ball upon turning. Yet the precision of his pass unmistakably indicated that Shin-Mie had anticipated both the ball's trajectory and his teammate's location. Chapter 33. The Beat King. Following a mandatory timeout. Just 2 minutes had elapsed. Hornets head coach Byron Scott called another timeout, substituting all his starters for a breather. He hadn't anticipated that a backup point guard could lead the team with such fluidity, surpassing the initial starters. If this continued, with Kobe Bryant poised to enter the game in the second quarter, the Hornets would likely face a significant challenge, given Bryant's explosive scoring ability, one of the highest in the NBA at present. On the Lakers side, head coach Phil Jackson, noticing the Hornets' lineup adjustments, seized the opportunity to replace the remaining 4 starters, allowing Shin-Mie to lead the full bench unit onto the court. This lineup was one that Shin-Mie had crafted specifically for three-point shooting. With 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Shin-Mie took to the court alongside Adam Morrison, Luke Walton, Jordan Farmar, and Sasha Vujacic. The Hornets also substituted in their reserves, whose caliber was not to be underestimated. Although lacking in height, they comprised 3 forwards and 2 guards. Upon entering, the Hornets bench immediately launched into an aggressive offensive strategy, executing a tactical play that, despite not resulting in a score, saw Shin-Mie secure the rebound. Shin-Mie faces off against the season 2. 3-meter-tall James Posey, a veteran whose wealth of experience is matched only by his exceptional defensive prowess. It is often said that when discussing the league's finest defensive role players, one cannot overlook Posey. With his extensive experience and keen judgment, he adeptly guards power forwards who tower over him by 3 inches despite his own physical limitations. Furthermore, this remarkable player has clinched championships with 3 different teams, though his most recent title was achieved in the capacity of an assistant coach. Presently, he boasts a championship from the Miami Heat as well as one from the Boston Celtics. Shin-Mie recalled his understanding of the player and then began to dribble past half court. For his first attempt, he decided to make a strike. It soon became evident to Shin-Mie why this player was regarded as a formidable defender. Posey was able to completely obstruct him from the perimeter. To penetrate the paint, one must engage in physical confrontation, yet Shin-Mie's physique was no match for his opponents. Since he could not breach the defense, Shin-Mie skillfully altered his dribbling rhythm, retreating while raising his hand, and effortlessly launched a 3-point shot that swished through the net. The score read 27-24. Posey was taken aback. It was his first time witnessing such a release. He had not anticipated that the opponent would retreat instead of advancing, creating an ample gap. Seeking clarification, he gestured to the referee, suggesting a traveling violation, but the referee merely shook his head in denial. Posey glanced back at the empty screen above the court. Typically, he seldom reviewed other teams' games, unaware of this Huaxiao player's identity or skill set. The camera panned to the Lakers bench, where a group of jovial teammates began to mimic Shin-Mie's movements, playfully retreating, with Artest nearly tripping over himself. On the Hornets side, shooting guard Marcus Thornton brought the ball past half court, necessitating vigilance against his 3-point shooting. Shin-Mie directed the defense, with Jordan Farmar assigned to guard Marcus Thornton. Upon hearing Shin-Mie's command, Jordan Farmar approached with unwavering confidence, ready to apply tight defense, trusting in Shin-Mie's judgment. Marcus Thornton was a scoring guard, renowned for his exceptional 3-point shooting, having once achieved a remarkable 42 points in a single game, often sinking 7 or 5 3-pointers. However, due to defensive challenges, he seldom received the opportunity to truly showcase his talents. At that moment, as Marcus Thornton leaped, Jordan Farmar had anticipated the move, jumping alongside him to contest the shot, which ultimately rattled off the rim. Shin-Mie had long awaited near the basket, anticipating the position, and skillfully secured the rebound. As he initiated a drive towards the hoop, he exchanged nods with Jordan Farmar. On the Hornets bench, Paul murmured, "This young player from Huaxia is truly tenacious." "That's how young rookies are," David West replied nonchalantly. "No, he is no rookie. His defensive anticipation and shot selection are commendable. Perhaps he lacks in innate talent, but his basketball IQ is exceptionally high. Moreover, he possesses remarkable shooting prowess," Paul assessed. Approaching the 3-point line, Shin-Mie halted, executing a handoff to Luke Walton. Walton circled around, returning the ball to Shin-Mie beyond the arc, who then passed it to Morrison, who had found space in the corner. Without hesitation, Morrison unleashed a swift shot. embodying the resolute spirit required of this lineup, and the ball swished through the net. The score read 30-24. Hornets head coach Byron Scott rose from the bench, striding to the sideline, clapping his hands and vocally urging his team to focus on defense. The starters had not conceded points. Instead, they had fallen victim to a 6-0 run from the Lakers bench, which incensed him. However, Marcus Thornton soon found his rhythm, engaging in a three-point shootout against Sean Mie's second unit. As the clock ticked down, the first quarter concluded with the Lakers leading 36-30, ending the period with a 6-point advantage. Both teams retreated to their respective benches as a troupe of NBA cheerleaders ascended to the center of the court, captivating the audience with their alluring and spirited dance. Sean Mie turned his head to glance at the audience, noticing Lee Mengru's position, where she was glaring at him with a warning expression. Feeling somewhat guilty, Sean Mie awkwardly touched his nose. As the second quarter commenced, Lakers coach Phil Jackson orchestrated a lineup led by Kobe, featuring a small unit devoid of a center, consisting of two starting forwards, along with Shannon Brown and Josh Powell. Conversely, the Hornets fielded James Posey along with the remaining four starters, excluding Paul, clearly indicating their intent to establish a strong defensive stance. However, the Lakers' tactical adjustments proved to be a stroke of genius. Although this lineup lacked height and shooting precision, their penetration was formidable, with each player exhibiting explosive physicality. Coupled with Kobe's one-on-one prowess, the Hornets' defense was rendered chaotic, often unable to keep pace and resorting to fouls. After 5 minutes of play, with Kobe scoring once more, the score escalated to 48-36, widening the gap to 12 points, prompting the Hornets to call for a timeout. Head coach Byron Scott of the Hornets was taken aback that his defensive configuration had inadvertently allowed the score to balloon, while they had indeed restricted the opponent's shooting. They found themselves overwhelmed by drives to the basket. In response, Scott recalibrated the lineup to incorporate a balanced offensive and defensive strategy, bringing Paul back into the game. Meanwhile, Kobe took a breather, and Sean Mie remained on the bench. Following the timeout, on the first possession, Paul exploited a mismatch against Shannon Brown, launching a three-pointer that swished effortlessly through the net. After the Hornets secured a defensive rebound, Paul initiated another offensive play, hitting a mid-range jumper that again found its mark, resulting in a 5-0 run, narrowing the score to 48-41. This was Paul in his element, while he typically sought to create opportunities for his teammates. When the moment called for his scoring, he delivered consistently, stabilizing the situation. Thus, in such instances, fans often affectionately referred to him as St. Paul. The moniker christened her Emmanuel Paul derived from the middle name Emmanuel, commonly used in masculine names to signify God is with you. Paul's two scoring efforts steadied the game, preventing a score runaway. Subsequently, the Lakers executed a tactical play, converting a two-point basket, while the Hornets, under Paul's orchestration, saw a notable uptick in offensive efficiency. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the Lakers held a narrow lead of 52-47. At this juncture, Paul's assists had already reached 9, poised to achieve double digits. Chapter 34, Injury. 5 consecutive wins, both teams retreated to their locker rooms for halftime, utilizing the intermission to recalibrate their strategies. Gentlemen, maintain an aggressive offensive stance. If the outside shot isn't falling, drive into the paint and draw fouls. They cannot contain us. Once this game concludes, we shall secure 5 consecutive victories. The Lakers coach conveyed his intentions clearly. Offense was paramount. On the Hornets side, the directive was to fortify their defense, with their shooting percentages dwindling. It was imperative to tighten their defensive efforts and convert those crucial shots, particularly the open ones. As the second half of the match commenced, the Lakers, led by Kobe, fielded their 4 most proficient players from the first half, including Shannon Brown and Luke Walton, both of whom successfully converted 2 three-point attempts. Kobe had already amassed a total of 26 points. Meanwhile, for the Hornets, Chris Paul continued to steer the team alongside 3 starters and James Posey. The game unfolded with a spirited exchange, as both teams traded baskets. Paul appeared as a stabilizing force on the court, guiding his team and keeping the score tightly contested, preventing the Lakers from widening their lead. With 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the score stood at 66-58, as the Lakers extended their halftime advantage to 8 points. The Lakers called for a timeout to make adjustments to their lineup, allowing Kobe a moment of respite. Sean Mie replaced Kobe, leading a combination of starters and substitutes onto the court. Paul remained on the floor, appearing to have no issues with his stamina. Sean Mie dribbled past half court and once again sought out Paul for a matchup. The stocky and shorter Paul may lack in height. Yet Shinmia was acutely aware that he might not necessarily overpower his opponent in terms of physical confrontation. Shinmia leapt and raised his hand to push, attempting another three-pointer, but the ball veered off course, striking the rim and bouncing out. A long rebound at a 45-degree angle was captured by the Hornets' Darius Sangila. Shinmia had no particular impression of him, other than knowing he hailed from a small Western nation, Lithuania. The Lakers swiftly retreated on defense, while Darius Sangila, standing at 2.06 meters tall, charged forward, noticing the Lakers' defensive lineup was not properly positioned. Shinmia lowered his head and abruptly accelerated, finding himself the closest to the opposing player, whose steps were not as swift as his. He resolved to pursue and thwart this individual. Just as Darius Sangila leaped for a layup, the ball still ascending, Shinmia arrived and delivered a resounding volleyball-style block, sending the ball soaring away. The home crowd erupted in cheers, their fervor ignited for the first time in the second half. This player from Huaxia had a remarkable ability to stir the hearts of the fans. In moments of tight scores, during periods of stalled offense, and amidst errors, Shinmia consistently emerged to salvage a phase or a possession. At that moment, the Hornets prepared to inbound the ball, but Paul mishandled it slightly. Out of nowhere, Shinmia appeared, swiftly slapping the ball into the front court. Once in the front court, he executed a thunderous dunk, eliciting another ecstatic roar from the home crowd. A single block had disrupted the opponent's transition offense, while a steal created an opportunity for a fast break for his team. As a Hornets player prepared to inbound the ball, he cast a sidelong glare at Shinmia, his expression decidedly unfriendly. Shinmia smiled faintly, retreating with small, measured steps. His defensive maneuvers, combined with a counterattack, momentarily disrupted the Lakers' momentum. Observing that the coach did not call for a timeout, Paul, now in possession of the ball, began to deliberately slow down the pace, seeking to stifle the Lakers' rising momentum. Shinmia proactively switched defenses and approached Paul once more. "Paul, I'm here to guard you again," he declared, feeling a surge of determination as he aimed to effectively challenge his opponent. "You cannot stop me," Paul retorted, and with that, he dribbled forward, accelerating for a drive. But where was the ball? Shinmia anticipated the moment Paul would be vulnerable and intercepted the ball deftly. Paul reached for it repeatedly from the ground, but Shinmia skillfully reclaimed it. As Paul lunged, he lost his balance and was unable to secure possession. With the ball in hand, Shinmia sprinted toward the front court. This time, he opted for a layup rather than a dunk, successfully scoring. The Lakers surged ahead, leading by 12 points at 70-58. The Hornets called for a timeout, prompting the referee to blow the whistle. Paul appeared visibly frustrated, shaking his head as he made his way to the bench, his steps somewhat unsteady. Shinmia, having exited the game, was met with enthusiastic gestures of acknowledgement from his teammates on the sidelines. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Coach Phil Jackson chose to maintain the same lineup, keeping Shinmia at the helm. However, this time, Shinmia found himself closely guarded by Darius Sangila from Lithuania, who shadowed him relentlessly. Paul attempted a mid-range shot that missed, but Morrison secured the rebound and passed it to Shinmia. He dribbled beyond the three-point line without hesitation, facing Sangila directly before launching a three-point shot. Realizing he could not reach in time to block the shot, Sangila lunged forward, inadvertently stepping on Shinmia's foot. As Shinmia landed, he inadvertently twisted his ankle upon contacting Sangila's foot, quickly losing his balance and falling to the ground. He had always been wary of such situations, especially with the increasing number of players prone to stepping under others' feet. Apart from wearing ankle braces, he had specifically researched ways to evade such injuries. Upon landing, he clutched his ankle, his expression revealing a hint of pain. He sensed it was not severe, yet a dull ache persisted. The referee signaled for a three-point play. Shinmia's teammates rushed to assist him as the officials reviewed the play, confirming the foul against him. Lee Mengru also rose from her seat, her face etched with concern as she observed Shinmia on the court. Ultimately, the officials deemed it a regular shooting foul. After converting the free throw, Shinmia completed the three-point play, prompting the Lakers to call for a timeout. Although instances of players stepping under others had become more frequent, they were generally ruled as unintentional contact and had not yet escalated to a flagrant foul status. Shinmia endeavored to appear less severe than he truly felt, before returning to the bench, where his ankle swiftly swelled, presenting a rather alarming sight. Although he sensed that the injury was not grave, it was likely to sideline him for several games. "Shun, does it feel serious?" inquired the team doctor as the head coach approached. "Not serious," "It's merely a sprained ankle, without any stress-related injuries," Shin replied. At that moment, he had already led his team to a 16-point advantage during his time on the court. After Shin went down, the match resumed. Perhaps influenced by the injury Shin sustained, the Lakers' demeanor suddenly transformed into one of ferocity. Their defensive maneuvers intensified, leading to a series of errors from the Hornets. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the score stood at 88-70, with the Lakers enjoying an 18-point lead. Once the team physician had applied ice to Shin injury, he turned to Meibo, offering her a reassuring glance, which allowed her to ease her concerns slightly. Shin began to watch the match intently, his expression remarkably calm, as if he were not the one who had suffered an injury. He had come to terms with this reality, acknowledging that injuries are an inherent part of the game. Fortunately, he had already showcased his abilities, which was one of the reasons for his recent fervent efforts. Demonstrating his skills early on was advantageous. Had he not performed well during this period, an injury could have jeopardized his position in the rotation, or worse, led to his dismissal. As the fourth quarter commenced, Derek Fisher led the starting lineup onto the court, with Luke Walton entering the fray, while Kobe was given a temporary reprieve. With a lead exceeding 10 points, it was prudent to allow Kobe a moment's respite, reserving him for the decisive moments later on. By the time the first timeout of the fourth quarter arrived, the Lakers had extended their lead to 20 points, rendering Kobe's participation unnecessary. The Hornets promptly substituted their starters for the bench players, ushering the game into garbage time. Ultimately, the match concluded with the Lakers triumphing 110-96, securing yet another home victory and marking the season's first 5-game winning streak. Chapter 35, Collaboration from Home Post-Game Interview. The players summoned for the post-game interview today were Shin and Kobe. This interview format differed from the typical on-site interviews immediately following the game. Instead, it took place backstage, with the two interviewees seated side by side. "Shin, could you share what you discussed with Paul during your matchup?" a Caucasian male reporter inquired as he approached. "Well, we exchanged our mutual admiration. After all, we are both point guards. Assisting our teammates is something we both prefer to do. Additionally, I offered him some advice on how to enhance his offensive efficiency." Shin responded. During the interview, having witnessed numerous situations, he had a profound understanding of the essence of the league's interviews. He adeptly engaged in verbal tai chi. Any thoughts he wished to convey but could not express directly could also be subtly relayed through the media. "We noticed your ankle is injured today. Might this impact your professional career?" a black female journalist inquired. "Not at all. My ankle protection measures are quite effective, and the injury is not severe. However, I may miss a few games. If you are my fan, you might find that rather unfortunate." The journalist smiled, appreciating this Huaxiao individual's grasp of humor. "By the way, I would like to address the act of stepping on someone's foot. I believe it contravenes the ethics of sports. Moreover, this action carries a high probability of causing injury to the ankle. I think the rule makers of the league should examine this foul more closely." His additional remarks, somewhat critical yet forward-thinking, immediately piqued the journalist's interest, sensing the potential for controversy. Shin actions were undoubtedly intentional. The media's influence possesses the power to pressure the league, drawing the management's attention to this matter, potentially safeguarding the ankles of numerous players. The journalists were elated, as typically their interviews with players yielded minimal responses. However, this Huaxiao player seemed quite loquacious and consistently provided interviewers with delightful answers. "Shin, what are your thoughts on the point guard Paul, who entered the league before you?" "This question, I believe I have just addressed. Kobe is right beside you. Do you not have inquiries for him?" Upon hearing this, Kobe displayed his signature smile. Having been engrossed in the spectacle, he was abruptly pulled into the fray. With a pat on Shun's shoulder, the reporters swiftly turned their attention to him. In the post-game interview with the Hornets, Chris Paul sat with a discontented expression alongside David West at the microphone. "Paul, what is your opinion of Shin?" he was asked. "He is enthusiastic and possesses commendable shooting talent, yet he remains a rookie. He must learn to protect himself during games." Just moments ago, Shin mentioned in an interview that he had taught you how to enhance your offensive efficiency. Is there any truth to that? What? Do you understand basketball? He is merely a rookie, okay? On the Lakers' side, Shin received news from colleagues who had just interviewed the Hornets players, indicating that Paul stated he was just a rookie and did not teach him how to improve his offensive efficiency. "Oh, that careless fellow. I believe I have demonstrated that to him." After the interview concluded, the team disbanded on the spot, with those wishing to return to the arena guided by staff to await the bus. The majority of players, however, headed directly to nightclubs to celebrate their 5th consecutive victory. Shinmye gazed enviously at the retreating figures of his companions, shook his head, and strolled outside. He intended to see Meng Ruo off, as she was to return to school the following day. At the entrance of the Staples Center, his cousin's father had already arrived, having waited a while to pick up Meng Ruo and take her home. "Uncle, Dad, did you buy the medicine?" Meng Ruo called out as she approached. "Ah, yes. I did," he replied. "Cousin, remember to use it. Take a break from training these few days. I'll head home first," Li Meng Ruo said as she handed the medicine to Shinmye. With her father present, Li Meng Ruo said little more, bidding a tender farewell to Shinmye before turning to get into the car. "All right, Uncle, drive safely." "Sure thing. You also return home early and don't wander around. It's not safe in this country at night." As he watched his cousin's father drive Meng Ruo away, Shinmye picked up the medicine in his hand, a bottle of Huixiong oil and a tube of ointment for injuries. Moved by a surge of emotion, Shinmye contemplated that such a thing could likely only be found in Chinatown. Grasping the medicine in his hand, he followed the bus and staff back to the arena. Upon disembarking, he did not enter the venue but instead returned home, where he removed the ice pack and applied some red flower oil. After a brief massage, he finally succumbed to sleep. Just as he began to drift off, a call from China interrupted him. Who could this be? It was 1 a.m. here. "Hello. Is this Mr. Shinmye?" "Yes, it is. Greetings. I am the business manager from Lining." "Oh, hello." Shinmye felt a surge of alertness. This was the moment he had been waiting for. "We are calling regarding a potential endorsement deal for sneakers, and we would like to discuss a collaboration with you." "Sure." The other party was taken aback by the ease of his response, momentarily at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to them, Shinmye had been anticipating this call. Sensing their astonishment, he continued, "Why don't you come to America? We can discuss this face to face. I have some ideas, and I suggest that you bring someone with decision-making authority. My expectations may be quite high. Do you have an agent?" The caller inquired, regaining composure. "No. I am my own agent." "Understood. We will arrange for someone to travel and meet with you shortly." "All right. I'll let you go now. It's 1 a.m. here. Apologies for the disturbance. Goodbye." The caller suddenly remembered the time difference and offered repeated apologies. After hanging up, Shinmye exhaled deeply. He had finally received the call he had been waiting for. Although Nike and Adidas had not yet reached out, he hoped to collaborate with domestic brands for his signature sneakers. In his previous life, he had always favored shoes above all else. The aesthetics of clothing mattered little, but shoes had to be perfect. He had numerous inspirations for sneaker designs and recognized that this endorsement fee would be the cornerstone of his commercial plans. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Shinmye headed to the arena for training and was surprised to find a group of individuals arriving. They were Nike's business representatives. Feeling a slight headache, he acknowledged that Nike possessed considerable expertise in this domain. They had come swiftly upon hearing of his recent performance. In his recollection, most Chinese players who entered the NBA had aligned themselves with American brands for their endorsements, with one player even changing shoes mid-game, creating quite a stir. As guests, Shinmye led the Nike representatives to a conference room in the arena. "Hello, Mr. Shun." "Hello. I believe you understand the purpose of our visit?" "Yes. I have a general idea. We would like to offer you a sneaker contract for 3 years at $5 million. What are your thoughts?" "Not very favorable," Shinmye replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Inwardly murmuring to myself, "Are we dismissing beggars now?" Chapter 36, The Sneaker Contract. With a single remark from Mr. Shin, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. The visitor wore a forced smile, clearly taken aback by such a response. Mr. Shin's command of English is truly impressive. Should you possess any alternative thoughts, feel free to express them, and we shall engage in further discussions. Shinmye is acutely aware that, from the perspective of others, the price he demands for himself as a rookie may seem excessive. After all, even ordinary domestic players in the United States may not secure lucrative sneaker endorsements. However, Shinmye possesses a clear understanding of his own worth. He recognizes the magnitude of his future influence. As a Chinese basketball player establishing himself in the NBA during his rookie season, his commercial value is destined to be formidable. Furthermore, international players typically embody the market potential of their respective countries. With his homeland being so powerful, Shinmye exudes confidence, especially since he does not intend to sign with Nike. 5 years for $100 million. This is my only condition. If you agree, we can sign immediately. But I am only willing to commit for 5 years. Shinmye uttered this statement precisely because it was deemed impossible. advising the counterpart to retreat in the face of difficulty. Should the other party acquiesce, he would concede. Oh my heavens, you must be jesting. Even LeBron James's rookie endorsement contract does not reach such heights. I am not jesting, nor am I LeBron James. If you agree to my terms today, I shall sign. If you do not, the opportunity shall elude you. Behind me stands a formidable nation, a vast market. Is that not why you are here? I apologize. But we have come with sincerity. I fear we have not perceived any earnestness on your part to finalize this collaboration. We shall take our leave. Very well. Allow me to escort you, Shinmie said courteously, rising to bid them farewell. The visitors observed Shinmie's actions, clearly recognizing that he was not merely being polite. He genuinely did not wish to engage with them. The newcomers felt a sense of urgency, yet had no recourse but to depart. It was apparent that they lacked the authority to agree to such a lofty contract price, and they had not anticipated Shinmie's audacity from the outset. Shinmie vaguely recalls that in the second year after Yao Ming entered the NBA, Nike presented him with a paltry contract worth $1.6 million over 4 years. At that time, Nike had just finalized a 7-year, $90 million deal with the rookie LeBron James. Their arrogant demeanor overlooked the immense commercial value that Yao Ming possessed. Ultimately, when Nike returned with a revised offer of $120 million over 7 years, Yao Ming declined, opting instead for a more sincere contract with Reebok worth $50 million over 7 years. Now, as he contemplates a self-offered deal of $100 million over 5 years, Shinmie grows increasingly uneasy, wondering if these individuals might agree to such terms upon their return. Increasingly sensed something amiss. If the other party truly acquiesced, he would find himself ensnared. Without hesitation, he dialed the number of the Lining business he had contacted the previous evening. Once the call connected, he stated, "Hello. This is Shinmie. Greetings. Please expedite the drafting of a contract and send it over. I am currently facing a predicament. Are you short on funds? Not at all. Please allow me to finish. Nike has approached me with a 3-year contract worth $5 million, but their intentions seem far more ambitious. Personally, I am reluctant to endorse a brand from M country. Hence, I proposed a 5-year contract totaling $100 million. However, they hesitated and merely mentioned they would report back to their superiors. I suspect they might acquiesce. Please act swiftly. If I wait for their approval, I will be cornered." Understood. I will immediately report this to the leadership. However, a 5-year contract worth $100 million is indeed quite substantial. Shinmie interrupted the conversation and continued. It's fine. I won't demand an exorbitant amount from you, but I do require a share of the equity. You may deliberate on this matter. Remember, what I can offer you extends far beyond mere financial terms. After hanging up the phone, Shinmie increasingly believed that Nike might very well acquiesce to his request. The team's general manager and head coach recognized his extraordinary talent, allowing him to substitute for Kobe. He now possessed at least half of Kobe's abilities. And with the immense market potential behind him, how could Nike's executives possibly overlook this? If all else failed, he could invoke Yao Ming's previous rationale to reject Nike's initial proposal, deeming it disrespectful. In China, it was already 8 p.m. The individual who received the call promptly informed the higher-ups for further discussions. Upon learning of Shinmie's demands from Nike, they hesitated. A 5-year deal worth $100 million was financially feasible, but the request for equity genuinely made them contemplate withdrawing. The senior executives at Lining convened an emergency meeting, simultaneously contacting the head of the Nankong branch to participate remotely. "Good evening, Mr. Li." The attendees greeted. Did he make any additional demands beyond the equity request? The individual referred to as Mr. Li inquired. No, but he appears quite anxious. Clearly, he believes Nike is likely to agree to his $100 million for 5 years. I believe we should decline. He is merely a rookie, and a second-round draft pick at that, who has yet to garner widespread attention domestically. What if his claims regarding Nike are fabrications intended to manipulate our offer upwards? I concur with Mr. Zhang's assessment. Are we perhaps overestimating his significance? The meeting fell into silence. After a moment, Mr. Li continued. Did he mention anything else? He stated that we should reach a decision promptly. Oh, I almost forgot. He concluded with a remark that he could provide us with benefits that extend well beyond these terms. At this, everyone fell silent. Could a player entering the NBA boast such grand promises? Or was he truly capable of delivering? Does he have an agent? Mr. Li pressed on. He stated yesterday that he is his own agent. I understand. Let us draft a contract. Since he has not articulated specific demands, we shall extend our goodwill with a 10 equity share, in addition to a $100 million deal over 10 years. The attendees were astonished. Even the legendary Sun Wukong would not have received such treatment. In recent years, Li Ning had indeed been scouting for a high-caliber star, willing to secure him with equity and a substantial monetary offer, but they had not anticipated such a swift conclusion. First, they would stabilize the situation by informing him of the preliminary terms of the contract. While the specifics of the signing process might take some time due to domestic visa issues, the head of the Nankang branch would proceed directly to discuss any further inquiries in person. Understood. An hour later, Shen Mie received a notification from the staff of Li Ning regarding a 10% equity dividend, along with an additional $100 million over a decade. Shen Mie was taken aback. Boss Li's generosity was extraordinary, surpassing even the 12-year contract of Wade. Wade's agreement amounted to $100 million over 10 years. Yet he certainly did not receive such a substantial equity dividend. It appears that it is time for Shen Mie to prove himself. Otherwise, he would be betraying the trust that Li Ning has placed in him. Clearly, the other party is betting on his potential. Shen Mie retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, a clear and melodious voice, adorned with playful intonations, greeted him. What are you doing? Still in class, but it's quite noisy now. Everyone is engaged in experimental discussions. Have you been thinking of me? Shen Mie asked with a sense of pride. Li Ming replied softly, prompting Shen Mie to chuckle with delight. You seem off. Has something good happened? Li Ming inquired from the other end. My dear Ming, how astute of you to guess. What is it? Li Ning has sent me a sneaker contract with a 10 equity dividend plus a staggering $100 million over 10 years. $100 million? Good heavens. Focus on your class. I must go train now. I'll visit you in the city when I sign the contract. All right. Chapter 37. Another team approaches after hanging up. Shen Mie limped towards the basketball court for his morning shooting practice. His ankle was still swollen, preventing him from partaking in any other training. But he could manage stationary shooting. Initially, the head coach had advised him to rest at home for the next few days. However, Shen Mie felt it was essential to show up for shooting practice each day, if only to stay informed about the team's happenings. Shen, did you turn down Nike? Kobe asked in astonishment as Shen Mie arrived. When the Nike representatives had come earlier, the team members were aware that they were there to sign Shen Mie. Indeed, their offer was quite disrespectful, 3 years for $5 million. Even if they added a zero, I wouldn't be interested. At a zero? Oh no, I must be dreaming. How could I possibly hear such a thing? How did you respond to them? Their expressions seemed rather grim when they left. Other players gathered around, eager to listen. After sinking a free throw, Shen Mie replied, I told them I would agree if they offered me $100 million for 5 years. Kobe was left speechless, giving Shen Mie a thumbs up. Although he believed Shen Mie was indulging in fanciful dreams, he could not bring himself to criticize his teammate. The other players listened in shock, doubting Shen Mie's mental state. After all, securing an endorsement from Nike was an opportunity that ordinary rookies could scarcely dream of. Don't believe me? Just wait. A spectacle will unfold shortly. The other players shook their heads in disbelief, scattering away. The role players within the team could only harbor envy, questioning why such fortune did not befall them. Beyond the player's inherent skills, securing a sneaker endorsement could significantly enhance a player's market value and standing within the league. Moreover, such monumental collaborations would invariably generate news buzz, elevating the player's prominence, even if the concept of trending topics had yet to fully materialize. Shen Mie expressed understanding towards everyone's perspective, noting that their viewpoint differed from his own. Back in 2003, Shen was certain that Nike would never offer such a price to an ordinary rookie. However, the year was now 2009, and since the financial crisis of 2008, economic globalization had deepened substantially. Many astute investors had recognized the vast international market, with the most powerful economic engine emerging from China. During lunch, as everyone dined, they resumed their discussion about Shen's potential sneaker endorsement, sharing their opinions. Shen, I believe you could elevate your demands, perhaps to an average annual price of $5 million over a 5-year term, suggested Adam Morrison. Indeed, Shen, I concur with Adam's perspective. 5 years is neither too brief nor too extended, and it allows for greater opportunities for larger contracts in the future while securing your income for this period. Added Pau Gasol. Guys, you don't understand. I have my homeland behind me, a formidable market. There are only 2 Chinese players in the league, and Yao is currently injured. I know that Nike eventually offered Yao a 7-year contract worth $120 million, but your demand exceeds Yao's, Shen replied. Times have changed, my brothers. Just wait and see. I believe there is an 80% chance that Nike will acquiesce. Even so, I am not truly prepared to accept their offer. $100 million over 5 years. I cannot believe they would refuse. Who would turn down such money? The other players shook their heads, expressing their disbelief. At that moment, Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak called, announcing the arrival of a team from Adidas. All right, I'm on my way, Shin replied, hanging up. Another team is here. The Adidas representatives. Oh, for goodness sake. Why not me? Those stars have already saturated our domestic fan market. Damn it, I also aspire to be an international player. In the Lakers training facility on the 3rd floor, in the office, Shin was greeted. Hello, Mr. Shin. It's a pleasure to see you. I believe you are aware of our purpose here. Yes, Nike just left this morning, Shin responded. Did the negotiations fall through, Mr. Shin? Indeed. They proposed a 3-year contract worth $5 million, but I declined. Oh, damn it. Their offer lacked sincerity. We are willing to sign you to a 10-year contract worth $50 million. What do you think? Adidas representatives estimated the timing and value of Shinwei's career based on the duration of Yao's professional journey. To be candid, their calculations were quite astute. However, the changes over a decade are profound. I proposed to Nike a demand of $100 million over 5 years, which is 4 times their offer. But they stated they would need to consider it further. Given your initial sincerity, should your side propose a 5-year contract worth $90 million, I might contemplate it. There is indeed a sincere value in that, albeit a reduction of $10 million. The group from Adidas exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions laden with meaning. Curiously, all of them were Caucasian men, and Shinwei's demeanor left them somewhat incredulous. I believe you might consider lowering the price. No, I shall not reduce it. Furthermore, let me clarify. I will only sign for 5 years. 10 years is out of the question. The leading representative shook his head, responding with a smile. Okay, we believe you have no reason to refuse. However, since you have made a request, we will discuss it with our higher-ups. All right, I have my own thoughts. If a deal cannot be struck, let us part amicably. I acknowledge your sincerity. Then we shall take our leave. Goodbye. Goodbye. Shinmei returned to the players' lounge, where his teammates approached him with curiosity, inquiring about the nature of the Adidas offer. 10 years for $50 million? I turned it down. Shin exclaimed. Oh my goodness. Shun, you are too greedy. That amounts to $5 million annually, which is indeed far more generous than Nike's proposal. No need to rush, gentlemen. Haste makes waste. Shin replied, maintaining his composure. Observing Shin's calm demeanor, Kobe speculated that Shin must have a plan in mind. Shin, how is your ankle? Kobe inquired. It's nothing serious, but I may need to sit out a few games. During my absence, I will rely on all of you, Shin responded. Rest assured, we are a championship team. There are very few who can defeat us, Kobe assured him. Indeed. Shinmei nodded, offering no further comments. While uncertainty lingered in various aspects, he understood that without his contributions during the games against the Eagles and the Rockets, the Lakers would have been thoroughly defeated. After all, one of the dual cores was absent. In the afternoon, Shinmei spent some time at the court, as his teammates engaged in physical and strength training. He informed the head coach of his departure to recuperate. Initially, the coach had suggested he refrain from attending for the next few days, yet he still chose to come. Today was November 9th, and the next match was scheduled in 3 days against the Phoenix Suns at home. This injury presented a timely opportunity to accomplish what needed to be done. Chapter 38. He ran at the Adidas headquarters. The boss expressed concern, stating, We have not reached an agreement. The other party demands $90 million over 5 years. Moreover, Nike approached them before us. He inquired about the details of their meeting. Upon hearing about Nike's involvement, the individual seated leaned back in his chair and responded. The white man who had been conversing with Shinmei began to recount the details of the encounter for the leader. Should we acquiesce to their demands? He asked, his expression tinged with skepticism. Charles, the leader replied, the other party didn't even inquire about your name throughout the entire discussion. Do you genuinely believe they are interested in negotiating? Charles appeared bewildered as he reflected on the proceedings. Indeed, Shinmei had not asked for his name. It was evident that this Chinese player had already formed his own conclusions. Even if they were to concede to his demands, he would likely not sign with them. Investigate his communications with Nike. Damn it. I instructed you to do this earlier. Why did you delay until the afternoon? Understood. Shortly after Shinmei returned home, a call came from Li Ning, indicating that the head of the Nongguang branch is expected to arrive at Los Angeles International Airport tomorrow morning. Shinmei glanced at the map. The airport was remarkably close, making the trip to the city for negotiations somewhat circuitous. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to host his counterpart at home. With this decision in mind, Shinmia promptly called Li Mingru. Mingru, tomorrow I will be receiving Li Ning's Southern Port branch manager at my residence to discuss the sneaker contract. All right. I shall take a leave of absence tomorrow to support you. Should I bring my parents along? Yes, it would be prudent to have them present. Considering the significance of this matter. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Shinmia's cousin's husband drove with his family to Shinmia's abode. It was also the first visit for his cousin's wife to this location. Uncle, aunt, they greeted. Shinmia welcomed his two elders into the house and turned back to take the fruit from Meng Ro's hands, heading to the kitchen to boil water. Meng Ro adeptly joined him in the kitchen to wash the fruit. Yuan, your apartment is quite impressive, remarked his cousin as she surveyed the surroundings. Indeed. It was Meng Ro who helped me find it, he replied. Why do you have two sets of toiletries? Are you sharing the place with someone? His cousin wandered into the bathroom, and Shinmia exchanged a nervous glance with Li Meng Ro, as it seemed there were personal items belonging to her inside. Oh. I keep a spare set here. The coast is nearby, and when I travel for games, Meng Ro can come here for the weekend. Shinmia explained after a moment's thought. Ah, no wonder the shampoo brand is identical to the one Meng Ro uses. Aunt, uncle, tea is ready. Shinmia announced as he emerged from the kitchen with the tea. Ah, splendid, his uncle replied. Shinmia's cousin initially considered the matter trivial. But upon hearing his daughter mention a $100 million contract, he took a half-day off to come over. Xiaoyan, what is the story behind that contract? Cousin Li Shin inquired. A name Shinmia had deliberately asked his parents about. At that moment, his cousin also settled onto the sofa, ready to listen as Shinmia recounted the intricate details. Meanwhile, the head of the Li Ning Group's Nongguang branch had just landed at Los Angeles International Airport. Shinmia had provided his home address in advance, and they were en route by taxi. So that's the situation? $10 million a year. Does playing basketball in the NBA pay that well? Cousin Li Shin asked. Indeed, it does. Do you think otherwise? The achievements of athletes symbolize the glory of competitive sports. They inherently possess a certain aura. If an athlete is among the best, they become a star. Clearly, his cousin, who had once been an athlete herself, found it much easier to comprehend. Let me tell you, Yin Yin. Since they are willing to invest such a sum, you must perform well and deliver results. Of course, we shouldn't shy away from what is rightfully ours. I understand. Cousin, look at your older cousin. I suggested he pursue a career in sports, but instead, he insisted on studying astrophysics and aerospace technology. ISNT, that's something for a girl? But he is a boy too. Even if I were to play in the women's NBA, I wouldn't earn $10 million a year. That is true. You certainly don't make things easy. Shinmia secretly smiled to himself as Li Mingru shot him a glare. The group was engaged in conversation when suddenly a knock echoed from the door, prompting Shinmia to hastily open it. Upon swinging the door ajar, he was greeted by three impeccably dressed women in professional attire. The leading lady, adorned in a sleek gray suit with her hair neatly tied up, held an LV vintage bag, exuding a fresh and competent aura, seemingly in her 30s. Good day, Mr. Shin. Upon noticing Shinmia's height, they quickly surmised that he was indeed the NBA player, Shinmia. Greetings, everyone. Please, come in and make yourselves comfortable. Mingru, would you kindly attend to our guests while I fetch some water? Li Mingru stepped forward, and as the women entered, she noticed three others in the room and promptly greeted them. Are you Mr. Shin's girlfriend? Not quite. I am his cousin. These are my parents and my uncle. Li Mingru blushed slightly, but graciously introduced them. Uncle, aunt, hello. Recognizing the visitors as Shinmia's elders, they instinctively addressed them with respect. Oh, greetings to you as well. Please, take a seat. You young ones can discuss your matters at leisure while I prepare lunch. We shall have Chinese cuisine today. Sounds delightful. Before long, Shinmia returned with 3 cups of tea, placing them before his guests. Mr. Shun, here is my business card. These two are my assistants. This is Xiao Min, and this is Xiao Qi. Hello, Mr. He. Greetings to both young ladies. Shinmia took the card, glancing at the urban beauty before him. Named he ran. This is the draft of the contract we prepared. Please take a look. Shinmia accepted the document, briefly perusing it before passing it to his uncle. Uncle, could you review this? Li Shin took the contract, beginning to meticulously examine it for his nephew. Meanwhile, Mingru had ventured into the kitchen to lend a hand. Just as Shinmia was about to speak, his phone rang unexpectedly. Shinmia answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Shan. This is Daisy, the business manager from Nike. A voice filled with authentic American English emerged, belonging to a woman. Shin Miedian activated the speakerphone and placed it directly on the coffee table. Hello, Ms. Daisy. Indeed, Mr. Shun. After deliberation among our senior management, we have decided to acquiesce to your request, amounting to $100 million over the span of 5 years. However, we would like to secure the right of first refusal for contract renewal after this period. Shinmia cast a glance at Iran, who felt her heart race with fervor. $100 million over 5 years. Shinmia had not deceived them. Meanwhile, her offer stood at merely $100 million over 10 years, a stark half of what was proposed. Ms. Daisy, I regret to inform you that my sneaker contract has been finalized just moments ago. Had you contacted me sooner, I might have considered your proposal. Oh, what a pity. May I be so bold as to inquire if your contract is with Adidas? Not at all. It is with a domestic brand. I graciously declined Adidas yesterday afternoon. Congratulations. Then, I apologize for intruding on your time. Very well, goodbye. After hanging up, Shinmia turned his gaze back to Hiran. She bit her red lip, gazing at him with a foolish admiration. There was an undeniable charm in the way he rejected other women. Mr. He, you have witnessed my position clearly, Shinmia remarked, only to find he ran unresponsive. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, Mr. He? My apologies, Mr. Shun. I momentarily lost my train of thought, Hiran replied. Her face flushed with embarrassment, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he responded, no worries, let us proceed. Chapter 39. Cooperation achieved. Thank you for your trust. I shall report this matter with utmost sincerity, Hiran replied earnestly. That is unnecessary. Your party's sincerity has already surpassed my expectations. Let us agree on an investment of $100 million over 10 years, he proposed. However, I believe 10% equity is excessive. Excessive? Hiran expressed her surprise. Who would ever complain about too much money? I do not require such a substantial equity stake. No reward without effort. 5% will suffice. Nevertheless, I hope you will heed my advice in the realm of sneaker design and duly credit my contributions. Very well, I shall make a note of that. With that, Hiran retrieved a notebook from her assistant and diligently recorded Shinmia's words. By the way, how will the $100 million be dispersed? What is the interval between payments? We have established a schedule of 4 installments. The first will be $10 million, the second will be $20 million next year. The third will be $20 million in the 4th year, and the final payment will be $50 million in the 6th year, paid in one lump sum. That is quite a lengthy timeline. Please inquire if it is possible to expedite the process. I currently require $50 million for some investments. Ideally, I would like to receive it upon signing the contract, with the remaining $50 million dispersed in subsequent installments. That may require coordination with our headquarters. Our branch does not currently possess such cash flow. That is quite all right. Please check with them. I trust that a large enterprise will have a solution. Do you have any other requests? Nothing else for now. Here are some design sketches of signed sneakers I created last night. Please take a look. Shinmia retrieved a stack of A4 papers from beneath the coffee table, showcasing a collection of meticulously crafted sneaker designs. The multitude of colorways and styles exhibited a striking avant-garde aesthetic, far surpassing the conventional sneakers of today. Did you design these yourself? She inquired, her voice laced with awe. Indeed, he replied. Oh my. Hiruan's cheeks flushed with excitement as she eagerly flipped through the pages. The sketches were rendered with remarkable clarity, each color meticulously annotated with its corresponding code. Beside the designs, the creative concepts and names were inscribed. Tai Chi Enlightenment. One design, featuring a harmonious black and white palette, showcased gentle intertwining lines that enveloped the shoe in an air of mystery. Nighttime Gold Digger. Another design boasted a black base adorned with sporadic golden splatters. Flame Number 1. This pair exhibited an all-encompassing fiery red hue, even the soles ablaze in crimson, complemented by a golden flame logo that formed the character for Yan, with a phoenix emblem at its tail. This one is my favorite. It symbolizes my rebirth, and I aspire for it to be my inaugural signature shoe. Very well, I shall preserve these diligently, he assured her. Hiruan, overwhelmed by the day's myriad surprises, had initially anticipated Shinmia to be a challenging character. However, everything unfolded with unexpected ease, and even the stake had diminished. MHM, she responded, still reveling in the moment. Shinmia offered a faint smile, considering that these matters could be deemed commercial secrets, crafted with insights drawn from over a decade ahead of the times. I shall now engage in final discussions with our domestic counterparts to finalize these terms. As for the delineation of other rights and responsibilities, I may not possess sufficient understanding. I will consult my uncle and cousin for their insights. I trust in your professionalism in this regard. Thank you for your confidence in us. We shall refrain from any alterations to the contract. Oh, it must be quite late over there now, isn't it? He suddenly recalled. Indeed, came the reply. And what about you? Are you not experiencing any jet lag? We're managing well. We had a chance to rest on the plane during our journey. Very well then. My cousin is preparing lunch. Let us dine at home. Lunch was a sumptuous affair, featuring delicacies that Shinmia had specifically procured the previous day in preparation for this occasion, under the guidance of Shinmia's cousin and uncle. The majority of the contract's contents were established, pending only Shinmia's few special requests awaiting approval. At 2 in the afternoon, as Shinmia's cousin prepared to leave for work, and with all matters settled, he also offered to escort his cousin's family back home. Ruan's 2 young assistant secretaries, already weary, had arranged to book rooms at a nearby hotel under her direction. In the home of Shinmia, only he and Ran remained. Shinmia began to tidy up the kitchen, and their conversation flowed intermittently. Let me help you, Ran offered, stepping forward to assist. Observing that she didn't even roll up her sleeves, Shinmia recognized her as a young lady unaccustomed to household chores. No need, just sit and relax. I can manage this quickly, he replied. Mr. Shun, do you often handle household chores? She inquired. Not too often. But I used to live alone and always cooked and washed dishes for myself, he answered. Was that during university? Did you rent a place? Yes, indeed. Oh, in no time, Shinmia had organized the kitchen and poured them both a glass of water. Thank you, she said. Not at all, he replied. Mr. Shun, do you have a keen understanding of investments? I know a little. Are you also interested in investing, Miss He? Yes, my major in university was related to this field. Finance has many connections, and over the years, I've accumulated some capital. I'm considering investing in various sectors, but I'm uncertain where to begin. I have a favorable outlook on the smartphone and mobile internet sectors. They may be the next big wave, but it's crucial to find the right investment targets. Which companies do you find promising? Could you perhaps address me differently? Calling me Mr. Shun feels a bit awkward. I'm only 21 this year, Shinmia said, scratching his head. All right, let me think. How about Shinzong? That doesn't seem right. Just Shin? Or perhaps I could call you little brother, since I'm 31. Exactly 10 years your senior. You can call me sister. Sure, having such a beautiful sister like Ranjie is an honor. Shinmia, little brother. Splendid. With only the 2 of them remaining in the room, Ran relaxed a bit, regaining her former poised and capable demeanor. Throughout the day, she felt somewhat overshadowed by the young man, not merely due to his height, but also an inexplicable sensation. Speaking of businesses, regarding domestic companies, I'm currently unaware of any emerging tech firms, but TX and AL are undoubtedly worthy of investment. As for the United States, I have great expectations for Apple's future. Really? Yes. As far as I know, they are developing their own chips and refining their operating system. Coupled with advancements in communication technology, once they reach a certain stage, they may achieve a revolutionary breakthrough. That sounds like a prelude to a storm. Indeed. It could potentially alter societal habits in various aspects, such as allowing seamless internet access via smartphones, as fluidly as using a computer. With such tools, the efficiency of communication, exchange, and information acquisition will also change. Am I correct in my assumptions? Absolutely, you're quite astute, Ranjie. I hold a doctorate in economics, after all. Then, do you understand the operational mechanisms of investments, Ranjie? Indeed, there exist a multitude of investment avenues. As you mentioned regarding Apple, it is quite straightforward. One can acquire its shares, which were publicly listed in the 1990s. Moreover, I recall that its market capitalization has not been particularly robust this year, although it is currently experiencing a recovery. However, the greatest returns are often found in angel investments, which necessitate a discerning eye. You might consider establishing an investment firm. If one wishes to mitigate risks, forming an offshore investment company could also be a prudent choice. Yet, despite my understanding of investments, I find myself uncertain about where to direct my funds. Curiously, while I am aware of promising industries, I lack the knowledge of execution. Perhaps, Rian, we could collaborate on this venture? Shinmia extended his hand in invitation. Certainly. Rian reciprocated with a delicate, fair hand, feeling completely enveloped in his larger grasp. Chapter 40. Evening conversations. Rian's cheeks flushed, and soon after, their hands naturally parted. Shinmia felt indifferent. Ran lowered her head slightly, attempting to mask her emotions. She was not inexperienced in matters of the heart, so she wondered what was amiss today. Observing her downcast gaze, Shinmia assumed she was somewhat fatigued and suggested that she take a rest upstairs while he made a trip to the gym. He pondered for a moment. To prevent any prolonged uncertainties, she realized she needed to remain here until dawn in her homeland to finalize the contract, after which they would sign directly. Thus, she nodded in agreement. As Shinmia took the opportunity to rest at home, he contemplated visiting the gym, for he had yet to engage in his shooting practice that day. Shin, how goes your sneaker endorsement deal? Curious onlookers inquired as they approached him upon his arrival. Nike offered me a 5-year contract worth $100 million, but I declined. What? No way. We find that hard to believe. Indeed, I have long had other plans. I have already signed with a domestic sneaker brand for a 10-year deal worth $100 million. Wow, that is quite impressive. You're on your way to becoming a billionaire. Haha. Shinmia and Pau Gasol stood nearby, observing the others engaging in strength training while indulging in conversation. Now that you've secured this endorsement, what are your plans? I intend to invest the money. The finances are secondary. Playing basketball is my dream and my primary focus. You could hire an agent to manage that. There's no need for that. I can simply find a company to assist with the management. But that seems quite risky. What if they short sell and you incur losses? I'm quite aware of my decisions. These concerns are trivial. My main priority is to recover swiftly so we can play together. After chatting with Gasol for a while, Shinmia commenced free throw practice, spending over 4 hours in the gym before suddenly recalling that someone was waiting for him at home. Upon leaving the gym, he stopped by a supermarket to purchase some quick meals like burgers, chicken nuggets, and sandwiches. As he exited the store, he inexplicably picked up 2 bottles of red wine, totaling 100. He arrived home around 8 p.m. to find the living room lit. Was awake, communicating with contacts back in China via her laptop. You're awake. How was your rest? Quite well. Thank you for the comfortable bedroom. After a brief separation, the atmosphere between them grew slightly formal again. Come, have something to eat, Shinmia said, placing the quick meals on the coffee table, while he sought a place to store the bottles of wine. Aren't you buying the wine to share with me? Hiren asked with a smile. Do you want some? I bought it on a whim, 2 bottles for 100. I rarely drink. Sure, I'll try the 50 bottle of wine. Wait here. I'll fetch 2 bowls. 2 bowls? Hiren chuckled, realizing Shinmia had a casual demeanor that exuded a sense of freedom, unbound by rules, except perhaps the rules of basketball. Without a corkscrew, Shinmia pondered for a moment, then gently struck the bottle's neck, shattering it. He poured the wine into a larger pitcher to aerate it, discarded the broken bottle, and returned with 2 bowls. A cool breeze swept in as Hiren opened the window on the south side of the living room, speaking on the phone. All right, I'll hang up now. Noticing Shinmia emerge, she ended the call. They settled on the sofa, each with a bowl, the red wine paired with burgers. I'll do my utmost to secure that 100 million for you, Hiren initiated. No need to rush. I don't want to appear too demanding. Just manage as you see fit, Sister Ran. Rest assured, I understand the balance. Moreover, your design sketches are no simple matter. Their value is immeasurable. There are even better ideas. Oh, in your mind? Playful, aren't you? They exchanged smiles, and as Hiren took a bite of her burger, she continued. Why are you so confident that Nike will agree to your request? The times have changed. Following the financial crisis, economic globalization has deepened further, and the domestic market is poised to become the largest engine of economic development in the world. Both Nike and Adidas possess think tanks that discern the latent benefits behind the scenes. Furthermore, I believe that as long as the management of the NBA does not act foolishly, the league's popularity in the domestic sphere will continue to rise. For someone like me entering the NBA's Chinese market, there might be significant commercial value, ultimately revolving around the concept of profit. Indeed, that is true. But why did you decide to choose Li Ning from the outset? It is quite simple. I naturally aspire to provide opportunities for domestic brands to reach a global audience and achieve greater development. It seems that you are not solely motivated by profit. Certainly not. Why did your company send such a stunning beauty as yourself, braving the journey to meet me? You left me quite astonished at the door with 3 women. Are you trying to employ a beauty trap? You are talking nonsense. I am indeed annoyed. Upon saying this, Hiren did not genuinely appear upset. Which woman would mind being complimented as beautiful? I am the head of the Nankong branch, and my personal visit is to express the importance I place on you. Are you local to Nankong? Your accent does not quite suggest that. No, I am from S City. I studied at university in Nankong and later was assigned to work there. Of course, I am also fluent in Cantonese. Oh, I find you delightful. What does that mean? It means I really like you. Oh, I see. I was merely giving an example. Do not overthink it. Understood. Now, cheers. They clinked their bowls together and took sizable gulps of wine. Surprisingly, drinking red wine from a bowl has a unique charm, he Rand remarked. Sister Rand clearly frequents business occasions. I seldom drink, so I am quite casual about it. Indeed, it's quite nice. You have just graduated from university, and you will inevitably encounter such situations in the future. I will teach you later. Sounds good, Shinmia replied with a smile. Does he truly not know how? In his previous life, he faced countless scorn while starting his own business, attending innumerable drinking occasions. Now, he simply prefers a less strenuous life. The two transitioned from discussing work to life, and from life to childhood, quickly finishing a bottle of wine. Eventually, as they delved into the topic of love, Hiran even shed tears, evidently having experienced a love that bore no fruit. Although he had been granted a second chance at life, Shinmia remained a novice in matters of the heart, his impressions of romance lingering in the realm of campus love. In his past life, he had been caught in a cycle of proving himself, continually facing failure. What is your perspective on love? Surely, you have not gone without romantic experiences? Hiran wiped her eyes, shifting from tears to laughter. Well, I indeed have never been in a relationship, but I have endured many hardships in life, which have dulled my perception of love. If one must inquire about how to approach love, I would suggest that one should love those whom they desire and cherish those who love them in return. What kind of answer is that, you may wonder? But what if the person you love does not reciprocate your feelings? That is inconceivable. I have never contemplated such a scenario. If she does not love me, I believe I would not love her either. You leave me utterly speechless. However, given your circumstances, it is true that not many can compare to you. Having said that, Hiran, with a hint of inebriation, gazed intently at Shinmia. Beneath her exquisite makeup, her cheeks were flushed, and her large, glistening eyes sparkled with allure. Faced with such a captivating and mature beauty, Shinmia felt a surge of anxiety. Is she truly intoxicated? How should I handle this? This is the first time in 2 lifetimes that I have encountered such a situation. Chapter 41. Business Strategy. Sister Ran, are you intoxicated? Shinmia asked, feeling a twinge of guilt. You are the one who's drunk, you little rascal. I still have work to do. Hiran quickly composed herself. Glancing at the messages on her computer, the news from home has come through, and they have agreed to all your requests. The initial sum of $50 million will be transferred upon signing the contract, with the remaining $50 million to follow after the new year. As for those sneaker design drafts, I mentioned them to them, and they are taking it seriously. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Ran. How will you express your gratitude? I could invite you to watch a Lakers game at their home court. Hiran paused for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile. All right, it's settled then. Are there any upcoming games? Yes, but I have injured my ankle and need to rest for a few days. What? And you are still drinking? Are you out of your mind? It's nothing. Alcohol does not impact such minor injuries, and besides, the ointment I applied contains alcohol as well. What kind of ointment contains alcohol? Doesn't he it? Of course not. The night passed in silence, with Shinmia once again spending the night on the sofa. This marked the second time a woman had occupied his bedroom. The following day, Hiran returned to her work mode, appearing as a completely different person from the day before. She did not offer her assistant an explanation for her overnight stay. During the signing, her commanding presence left Shinmia in awe. Shinmia harbored no doubts regarding this woman's capabilities. Perhaps the encounter from last night revealed her most vulnerable side. Shinmia, since the contract is signed, we shall take our leave. Do you have any final instructions? No. Sister Ran, as for the investment matters, we shall reconnect at a later time. Very well. Shortly after Hiran's departure, Shinmia's account in the United States witnessed an influx of $50 million. Shinmia had already established a stock trading account and promptly invested $20 million in Apple shares, leaving them untouched thereafter. Subsequently, he set out to locate 2 individuals, one named Elon Musk and the other Mark Zuckerberg. By a stroke of fortune, both of these luminaries were currently managing their technology enterprises in Silicon Valley, specifically in the southern region of the San Francisco Bay Area, known as Santa Clara Valley. After ascertaining their whereabouts, Shinmia, accompanied by Li Mengru, embarked on a strategic journey to San Francisco. As for whether these individuals would regard his substantial investment with favor, he harbored uncertainties. Nevertheless, he believed in the necessity of making the attempt, for in the world of commerce, relationships are paramount. If all else failed, He could always await their company's public offerings and seize the opportunity to acquire their stocks at a lower price. In a CAF in San Francisco, Li Mingru inquired, "Brother, do you have knowledge of aerospace technology?" as she perused the animated presentation on her laptop. According to Shin Mie's understanding of SpaceX from his past life, he invested a substantial sum to create a comprehensive set of animations for rocket recovery, including land and sea platform landings. However, he was utterly uninformed about aerospace technology, which provided a perfect opportunity to bring along Meng Ro for a first-hand experience. He recalled that his cousin Meng Ro had secured an internship at SpaceX after her graduation. He pondered whether these concepts were truly valuable. "Do you find this useful?" he inquired, uncertain. "I am not sure how you conceived of such a recovery method. I heard that SpaceX is researching rocket recovery, and I thought this could potentially impress them. Was it merely to acquire shares of Tesla?" Indeed, every little bit counts. He resolved to use this animation as a stepping stone, supplemented by $20 million, to negotiate for some original shares of Tesla from Musk. "Very well. If you aspire to pursue an academic path, perhaps you possess greater talent than in athletics," he remarked, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. Soon, a figure entered the CAF, Robert, a senior of Meng Ro, who was currently employed at SpaceX. He was a Caucasian man with a beard and thinning hair. "Hello, Senior Robert. This is my cousin. He is an NBA player and has some matters he wishes to discuss with Mr. Elon regarding business." "Oh, investment?" "Yes. Could you take a look at this?" "I designed it," Shin Mie replied, feeling somewhat apprehensive. "Oh, goodness." Upon viewing the animation, Robert immediately made a phone call, revealing an address. The recipient was evidently a pillar of Elon Musk's company, and a mere phone call summoned Musk himself. Shin Mie was unaware that SpaceX had recently overcome a crisis and was back on track after nearly facing bankruptcy the previous year. This was his first encounter with Musk, a figure he had only seen in trending online searches. "Robert, where are the materials you mentioned?" Musk inquired, his hair somewhat disheveled, indicating he had rushed over. "Here it is. How could this possibly have been leaked?" "Leak? No. This was designed by my cousin and me. I heard your esteemed company is exploring the feasibility of rocket recovery, so I offered it to you." Upon hearing this, Elon Musk visibly relaxed, only then noticing the presence of a young and attractive Chinese couple. "You designed this?" "Yes, primarily my cousin," Meng Ro interjected, discreetly pinching Shin Mie, who had no choice but to nod in agreement. Subsequently, Musk posed a few straightforward questions pertaining to aerospace, to which Meng Ro responded effortlessly while Shin Mie remained perplexed. "Mr. Shin, I understand your intentions. Frankly speaking, the concepts you have presented are already part of our research agenda. Initially, Robert and I feared there had been a leak. However, the animation depicting recovery on a sea platform has indeed provided us with some inspiration. I hear you wish to acquire shares of Tesla." "Yes," he affirmed. "Why should one refrain from acquiring shares in SpaceX? My interests lie predominantly in the realm of renewable energy, particularly electric sports cars. As for the aerospace sector, I find myself rather uninformed. As you may know, NBA players often find themselves with more earnings than they can spend, leading them to invest." "Ah, I see. I believe your cousin, Meng Ru, possesses considerable knowledge in this field. She is a prodigy in aerospace." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Li Mingru graciously responded while gently linking her arm with Shin Mie's. "As for this animation, please refrain from sharing it with anyone else. I am willing to sell you shares in Tesla 5 for the sum of $10 million. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely. That sounds perfect." Shin Mie eagerly assented. Fully aware that this venture would undoubtedly yield profit, he initially believed that investing $20 million for a 23% stake was quite commendable. "I have already contacted my finance team, and the contract will be sent shortly." "Excellent. I have a few additional suggestions for you." Drawing upon insights from the future, Shin Mie proposed some recommendations. "Regarding Tesla, I believe it would be prudent to consider expanding production capacity by establishing a factory in China." "Yes, Mr. Shun. We do have such plans, as Tesla enjoys immense popularity in China. I will seriously contemplate your suggestions, and I hope you can participate as a spokesperson when the time comes." "Certainly, that is not an issue." Subsequently, Li Mingru engaged in a discussion with Robert and Elon Musk about various aspects of the aerospace industry. "Miss Li, you are truly a genius in aerospace. Have you graduated yet? I hope you will consider joining SpaceX." Elon Musk praised her enthusiastically. "Oh, let's set that aside for now. She is still quite young." Before Li Mingru could respond, Shin Mie had already declined. Surprised, Li Mingru looked at Shin Mie, who offered her a reassuring glance. Trusting her cousin, She graciously declined the offer. In truth, Shin recalled that in the future, this distant cousin, Lee Mingru, would marry a SpaceX aerospace designer. Soon, the contract arrived, and both parties promptly signed it. Shin transferred $10 million, and the four of them took a commemorative photo at the quaint San Francisco CAF. "You are welcome to come to Los Angeles to watch my games anytime." "Very well, Mr. Shin. We shall not impose on your time any longer. Goodbye." Chapter 42. Curry Treats. After bidding farewell to Musk and Dr. Robert, the two returned to the CAF. Having connections in high places certainly facilitates matters. Coincidentally, Lee Mingru is acquainted with Mark Zuckerberg's wife. They share a cultural background, and during her high school years, Lee Mingru had some interaction with her, as the older student had once assisted her. Having secured one connection, now to await the next. Shin remarked, taking a sip of coffee. "Brother, why did you decline Musk's invitation on my behalf? My brilliant cousin is destined to return home and contribute to the development of our nation's aerospace industry. Rest assured, once I establish a vast commercial empire, I shall create a dedicated aerospace company just for you. I can begin my studies now. For our nation's aerospace industry lags behind here by several decades, does it not? However, a delay of decades does not imply that we require an equal span of time to catch up. Trust me, in the future, our homeland will be exceptionally strong. So, focus on your studies. Your observation is quite astute. A lag of several decades does not necessitate decades for recovery. Very well, I shall heed your advice." Lee Mingru responded with a smile. Having secured matters with Musk, he felt confident that negotiating with Zuckerberg would prove to be comparatively simpler. At this moment, Facebook's valuation was merely an estimation. It had yet to accrue significant worth and was not even publicly listed yet, an event that would take at least 3 years. However, aside from financial considerations, Shin also prepared some compelling elements to persuade his counterpart. Before long, Zuckerberg arrived with his wife for their meeting. "Hello, Mingru." "Hello, Sister Chin." Shin approached Mark Zuckerberg to greet him. In the past, online discussions often likened this individual to a robot, and indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to one. However, when he smiled, there remained a certain shyness about him. "Hello, Mr. Shin. I have watched your matches. You play exceptionally well." "Thank you, Mark. I have long admired you. I just heard that you've invested in Tesla." "Indeed, my friend. Your sources are quite astute. I provided Elon with some intriguing propositions and, subsequently, invested $10 million to acquire a stake. So, have you prepared any of those fascinating propositions for me?" "Yes, I believe you will find them intriguing. I possess considerable insights into the operation of software products. Had I not pursued basketball, I might have ventured into starting a tech company akin to yours." "What is it?" Mark Zuckerberg inquired with keen interest. Zuckerberg held deep trust in his wife, a woman of great wisdom who had been a significant support to him. She held a high regard for the tall woman in question, once remarking that if the Chinese woman chose to pursue fundamental physics, she might very well be in contention for a Nobel Prize. Thus, he found himself captivated by the two Chinese siblings. "Take a look," Shin said, turning the computer screen towards Zuckerberg. Shin made several observations regarding the development of internet technology, including predictions about its evolution and the operational experiences of subsequent products, as well as the advancement in quantitative usage. Currently, we find ourselves in an era where channels reign supreme. "Oh my goodness." Zuckerberg, captivated by the screen, clicked the mouse repeatedly, becoming increasingly engrossed. His reaction piqued the curiosity of his wife, Miss Chin, and Lee Mingru, leaving them somewhat astonished. What, indeed, had Mark discovered? Shin confidently sipped his coffee, awaiting Mark Zuckerberg to finish. "Waiter, 2 cups of Americano, please." Soon, the server brought forth 2 cups of coffee, placing them before Zuckerberg and his wife. "Shin, is that all?" It seems Mark Zuckerberg is left wanting more after reading. "I have more to share regarding the processes and methods, but due to time constraints, I have yet to pen them down. Having read this, I feel quite enriched." "You are truly audacious, Shin. After perusing this, I now feel equipped to grasp the future trajectory of Facebook. Are you not concerned that I might decline your offer after reviewing it?" "Not at all. Consider it a gift from me to you, in gratitude for the assistance that Sister Chun provided to my cousin all those years ago." Mark Zuckerberg gave a thumbs up and remarked, "There is an ancient Chinese saying, 'In business, one speaks of business.' Let us discuss this matter. How much of Facebook's shares do you desire? Do you wish to partake in its operations?" "I will not engage in operations, Mark. I merely wish to make a modest investment, for I have great faith in Facebook's future." 5% will suffice. Perhaps when you go public, I shall divest and return the shares to you. I still wish to focus on my basketball career. Shin, you are squandering your business acumen. If you're only investing, I can offer you a 10% stake for $15 million, along with this document. That is too much. It is of no concern. I believe that what you have provided me will yield benefits far exceeding the investment, perhaps even granting the company a significant advantage in future competition. Facebook currently boasts a vast user base, yet aside from advertising, I have struggled to find alternative directions. Now, I possess a clear objective. Moreover, I will keep an eye on the mobile software development you mentioned, although it seems there are no current prospects. Indeed, you must pay attention to this. For as far as I know, Apple is developing a revolutionary smartphone that may soon be unveiled. Okay, are you returning home tonight? My wife and I would like to invite you and Mingru over. I'll leave the financing contract for later. I will have someone prepare it. Perhaps next time, Mark. But we can dine together tonight, as someone else is treating. Who? My friend, Stephen Curry, a talented player. I know him, the rookie from the Warriors. That evening, in a high-end restaurant in San Francisco. Hey, Biyuruong brother, long time no see. Curry arrived with his girlfriend for the meeting. Stephen, it has been a while. How have you been? Much better, thanks to your call that time. The two shook hands and embraced warmly. Allow me to introduce, this is Mr. Mark, the founder of Facebook, and his wife, Ms. Chun. This is my good friend Stephen, whom I met during the draft, along with his girlfriend Aisha. Hello to you all. The two parties exchanged greetings, with the girls seated together, engaging in a conversation about skincare and makeup. Curry appeared somewhat shy, likely due to Zach's presence, however. Under the harmonious influence of Shinmia, both sides quickly became acquainted. They were all individuals of high emotional intelligence, and the atmosphere was wonderfully congenial. Shinmia adeptly engaged with Curry, articulating basketball-related topics while also ensuring that Mark could comprehend discussions surrounding investment and technology, thus piquing Curry's interest as well. During a delightful dinner, the atmosphere was lively. Curry was aware that Shinmia had secured a significant endorsement contract for a sneaker brand, which he envied. I heard you turned down Nike. That is truly astonishing, he remarked. Indeed, I found their attitude rather uncomfortable. I believe I possess the capability to elevate a brand to greatness, rather than merely serving as a spokesperson. I trust Nike will come to regret this decision. Shinmia responded, prompting a light-hearted chuckle from Mark Zuckerberg, who added, believe me, Stephen, you too possess such potential. Perhaps we shall discuss this later. I have already signed with Nike, albeit at a modest rate, which suffices for now. Cheers to tonight's dinner. It's on you, and I shall cover the expenses. Oh, that's not fair. You've made the effort to come here. Next time, it's on me. Very well. You are now a billionaire, Shinmia teased. As they prepared to part ways, he leaned towards Curry and advised, brother, do take care to protect your ankles. Improper footwork can be quite detrimental. I will be cautious. You take care as well. Goodbye. Chapter 43, Return. On the day of the match, it was quite late as Shinmia and Lee Mingru headed towards their reserved hotel. Cousin, how did you acquire such insights into software product operations? I find myself increasingly perplexed by you, she inquired. Perhaps it's due to my extensive reading of the news, he replied. It's not that simple. Sister Chin is an exceptionally wise woman. When she and Mr. Mark heard your thoughts, she remarked that it felt as though you were a decade ahead, she continued. That may be a bit exaggerated. Perhaps only 3 or 4 years. Shinmia said, touching his nose. Regardless of the years, you are becoming increasingly enigmatic. Do you believe in the concept of fate or reincarnation, or perhaps parallel worlds? He asked. Perhaps there is some truth to it. Although we have not witnessed it firsthand, that does not mean it does not exist. My research includes not only astrophysics, but also quantum physics and theories of space-time. Even if such realms exist, we are currently incapable of grasping their rules, she explained. Are you suggesting that you have returned from the future? Not quite. I once had a dream, somewhat hazy, that transported me about a decade into the future. Wait. Did we reunite in that dream? No. Then let us not discuss it. That is impossible. When I was younger, you always protected me. And I dreamt of the day when I would grow up and traverse any distance to see you, even if it meant crossing time. Thank you, Mingru. Let us return to the hotel. How many rooms did you book, Yingo? 2, why do you ask? Humph. I don't wish to talk to you. Does the hotel in M country have standard rooms? Get lost. On the following morning, the two arrived at Los Angeles International Airport from San Francisco. It was the day of the match, with the Lakers set to face the Phoenix Suns at home that evening. Although Shinmia could not participate in the game, He was determined to support his teammates. Meibo, has the car been at the rental for 5 days now? Should we pick it up today or wait for the weekend? Yes, let's retrieve it today. We can head directly to the city center. After their conversation, they took a taxi to downtown Los Angeles to collect the vehicle, with all arrangements made using Meibo's identification information. Shinmia did not come, however. Meibo could certainly retrieve it herself. Soon, a white Porsche 911 emerged from the store, its engine growling softly, revealing an interior adorned with exquisite red leather. The two decided to indulge in some shopping. Meibo took the wheel, her nerves causing her to hesitate on the accelerator. Los Angeles boasts numerous bustling commercial streets, replete with luxury boutiques, not far from West Hollywood. Inside the car, as Meibo drove cautiously, she engaged in conversation with Shinmia. Is it true that when pulled over by the police in the States, one must keep their hands on the steering wheel? Shinmia inquired. Indeed. Although it depends on the vehicle, Meibo replied. Generally, sports cars are treated with more leniency. However, older or dilapidated vehicles, or those driven by erratic drivers, are more likely to be scrutinized. Oh, I see. Upon reaching their destination, they parked in the mall's underground garage. They then ventured into the shopping center. Shinmia had few fine garments, and now that wealth was at their disposal, they embarked on a shopping spree, embodying the exuberance of newfound affluence. Yet, no matter how much they spent, it seemed as if the funds were inexhaustible. During lunch at the mall, from morning until afternoon, Meibo acquired 2 luxury handbags for herself and another for her cousin. Gifts were also purchased for her cousin and uncle, along with 2 tailored suits for Shinmia, as well as seasonal trendy clothing. Additionally, they acquired some jewelry and high-end beauty products. After exiting the mall, they filled the trunk with their last purchases, already brimming with treasures. Their total expenditure was still under $500,000. How wonderful it is to have wealth, and even more delightful to have a prosperous cousin. Meibo, you can take the car. I will return with the team bus tonight. Remember to give the gifts to your uncle and aunt, Shinmia instructed. All right, she replied. As Shinmia would not be playing that evening, Meibo decided against attending the game, as she had academic assignments to organize, having been preoccupied over the past few days, allowing her studies to languish. After dropping Shinmia off at the Staples Center, she departed toward Chinatown. Upon entering her community, many neighbors were taken aback. The area was predominantly inhabited by the Chinese, and everyone knew each other. Isn't this Lee family's daughter still in college? How did she manage to acquire a Porsche? They murmured. I heard a distant cousin from her family has come to America to play in the NBA for the Lakers. That explained it. Playing in the NBA certainly brings considerable wealth. After parking in the garage, Meibo called her mother to fetch the items, as she could not carry them all at once. Mom, the things are in the front trunk. When Shinmia's aunt saw the trunk brimming with luxury goods, high-end cosmetics, and clothing, she was astonished. My goodness, did you two go on a shopping spree? Have you bought so much? All of this is from my cousin. Didn't he just receive a substantial endorsement fee? What about others? They have gone to the stadium. There is a match this evening. Here are his belongings. And I shall deliver them to him another day, most of which belong to me. By the way, there is also your gift, and my father has one too. And her mess bag. Oh dear, this young man should not squander his wealth so recklessly. Each of them carried a hefty load. Leaving the box from Shinmia in the car. What is the story with this vehicle? Shinmia's cousin took a moment to admire the box before realizing it was a Porsche 911. This is a gift from my cousin. Enough of the admiration, mother. Let us head upstairs. As a young woman, how can you accept such a valuable item? Oh dear, how mundane you are, mother. To me, it is merely a mode of transportation. Since my cousin has given it to me, there must be a purpose behind it. Do not overthink it. Hurry upstairs. In the future, when your daughter earns her own fortune, she will gift you something even finer. This is Lee Meibo, who, once she sees the bigger picture, will not be overly sentimental. In the realm of Shinmia, Lee Meibo has been a tremendous help to him over the past few days. He acknowledges that her assistance far outweighs any trivial gestures he could offer in return. However, he is confident that Meibo does not expect any recompense. Her intelligence and natural grace suggest that she simply wishes to alleviate any burden he might feel. In terms of intellect, he knows he will never be able to match Lee Meibo. She is an academic prodigy of a caliber he can only admire from afar. Today, the team departed later than usual, and messages in the team's social group indicated they were still en route. The match is scheduled for 11 p.m. local time, which corresponds to 11 a.m. back home. Shinmia arrived early in the locker room, assisting the venue staff in organizing towels and other essentials. At 6 p.m., the team bus arrived at the Staples Center. Upon seeing Sun Mia already waiting in the locker room, the players greeted him warmly, including Pau Gasol, who was resting for the day. Andrew Bynum's ankle had healed, and he was confirmed to return as a starter. The team's morale was exceptionally high, riding on a 5-game winning streak, complemented by a 4-day rest. This evening's match was indeed blessed with favorable circumstances. Chapter 44, Los Angeles Lakers vs. Phoenix Suns. Following the warm-up, the curtains of the home arena rose, and the game commenced officially. Starting lineups were announced. For the Suns, Steve Nash, Grant Hill, Amare Stoudemire, Channing Frye, and Jason Richardson. For the Lakers, Kobe Bryant, Andrew Bynum, Lamar Odom, Derek Fisher, and Ron Artest. Channing Frye and Andrew Bynum contested the tip-off, with the Lakers securing possession first. Fisher brought the ball across half-court and delivered a bounce pass to Kobe. Kobe attempted a three-pointer, which ricocheted off the rim. In the ensuing battle beneath the basket, Andrew claimed the rebound and executed a powerful dunk. As Sun Mia applauded, the camera panned to the bench where he sat in casual attire. In the domestic TV5 broadcast studio, the commentator remarked on Boateng's return from injury, noting his impressive form. Indeed, he is quite spirited. It's a pity that Shin isn't playing today, Wong replied. Kobe has been influenced by him. He starts his game by attempting three-pointers to find his rhythm. Laughter erupted as the conversation continued. Shin is in high spirits, having recently secured a major endorsement deal. This is the first time a domestic player has landed such a substantial contract, which highlights Li Ning's significant investment in Sun Mia. I hear there were some behind-the-scenes negotiations, as he turned down offers from Nike and Adidas. But let us not dwell on that. Back to the matter at hand. Shin's physical attributes are commendable. Hopefully, he avoids serious injuries. Perhaps there is a promising future ahead, especially as basketball in the United States begins to emphasize three-point shooting. Meanwhile, Nash brought the ball past half-court, initiating an offensive play that was thwarted, yet he managed to release the ball, scoring off the backboard and drawing a foul. He confidently converted the free throw, completing a 2-1 play. Steve Nash's shooting touch remains exceptional, with a career shooting percentage consistently above average. He has notably been selected 4 times for the 5-4-9 club, achieving a 50 field goal rate, a 43-point rate, and a 90 free throw rate. Sun Mia gazed at the son of the wind with profound respect. Although this player has faced considerable controversy in his coaching career, his time as a player shattered the limits of innate talent. While he never secured a championship during his playing days, his 2 consecutive MVP awards undoubtedly bestowed upon him a commendable honor. Grant Hill once remarked that had Steve been a tad more selfish, he could have effortlessly claimed the scoring title. As the Lakers' Artest penetrated the paint, he passed to Andrew Bynum, who executed another successful layup. On the Suns' side, Hill launched a three-pointer that swished through the net. In a swift transition, Kobe advanced the ball, engaging in a one-on-one, ultimately sinking a fadeaway jumper. The Suns quickly inbound the ball, with Nash racing past half-court to orchestrate a fast break, subsequently passing to Channing Frye, who finished with a dunk. Both teams maintained a rapid pace, with the Lakers exhibiting exceptional form today, while the Suns, known for their fast-paced tactics, were currently playing at the league's quickest tempo. When the first quarter's initial timeout arrived, the score stood tied at 20. Teammates from the bench eagerly welcomed the players as they exited the court, marking an exhilarating start to the game. Bynum contributed 8 points for the Lakers, showcasing remarkable form in his first game back. Pau Gasol was nearing a return from injury, perhaps feeling a sense of urgency. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. For the Lakers, Kobe and Fisher took a breather, making way for Shannon Brown and Sasha Vujasic. The Suns, on the other hand, substituted only Grant Hill, bringing in Jared Dudley to fill his role. Hill, a seasoned veteran, stood among the oldest in the league, with most of his contemporaries having retired. He once vied with basketball legend Michael Jordan for the All-Star voting title and emerged victorious, cementing his status as a Hall of Fame caliber player. Under Nash's leadership, the Suns continued to execute their speedy style of play. Yet the current Lakers lineup was brimming with vitality. Artest, Bynum, Odom, and Brown were all capable of sustaining the Suns' demanding physical strategy. The back-and-forth contest showcased the Lakers' role players performing with exceptional efficiency today. Sun Mia watched in astonishment as Andrew Bynum seemed to truly transform into Pau Gasol, exhibiting an exceptionally high shooting percentage under the basket. In the final 2 minutes, with a three-pointer from Lakers player Shannon Brown, the game was once again tied. prompting a timeout from the Suns. The Suns substituted their starters, opting for an entirely bench lineup. The Lakers followed suit, replacing their remaining 3 starters with substitutes. Once both teams' reserves took to the court, the Suns' shooting percentage immediately declined, as under the guidance of head coach Alvin Gentry, they slowed down the pace. With 1 minute remaining, the Suns aimed to prevent the Lakers from extending their lead significantly, beginning to manage the clock more carefully. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers held a narrow advantage at 30-26. This further highlighted the depth of the Lakers bench, undoubtedly among the elite in the league, especially considering the current Suns team is of Western Conference Finals caliber. As the second quarter commenced, Kobe Bryant remained in the starting lineup for the Lakers, while Steve Nash and Grant Hill of the Suns continued to rest on the bench. Suns player Jason Richardson, serving as the point guard, executed a handoff beyond the three-point line to the approaching Dudley, who swiftly made the shot. Thanks to his efficient performance at the end of the first quarter, Dudley was brought into the game as a starter for the second quarter. A vibrant presence in the locker room, Dudley was adored by his teammates. His sole championship came during the 2019-2020 season with the Lakers, at which point he was essentially a bottom-of-the-bench player. The Suns maintained a steady performance. Yet the Lakers' role players were undeniably effective today. Just 3 minutes into the second quarter, Kobe made consecutive baskets, threatening to push the lead into double digits, prompting the Suns coach to call a timeout and bring Nash and Hill into the game simultaneously. The Lakers kept their lineup unchanged, with Kobe matched up against Nash. Though Nash's team was unable to close the gap, they kept the score tight, preventing the lead from expanding. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the Lakers led the Suns by 10 points, 59-49. 2 players on the Lakers scored over 15 points in the half, with Kobe being the expected standout, while surprisingly, Andrew Bynum was the other. Returning to the locker room, Phil Jackson expressed his delight, stating, "Gentlemen, your performance today has been exceptional. The Suns have an impressive record of 8 wins and 1 loss this season, leading the league. It's time to show them that we are the championship team." In the Suns locker room, the atmosphere was charged as the coach declared, "Team, our goal is the championship, and our opponents are the reigning champions. If we can overcome this challenge, we can achieve it. Let us go." Ideals may be grand, but reality can be stark. As the second half commenced, the Lakers maintained their lead, pressing the Suns with unwavering determination. Phil Jackson closely observed the strategic maneuvers of the Suns head coach, Alvin Gentry. Recently, Gentry has garnered considerable acclaim and is a strong contender for the Western Conference Coach of the Month. Phil remained vigilant, adapting to Gentry's adjustments at every turn. Chapter 45, 6 consecutive victories. Whenever Steve Nash was on the court, Phil Jackson's gaze was invariably fixed upon him, clearly expressing his admiration for the player. Meanwhile, Coach Gentry watched the game with a serious expression, feeling a sense of foreboding that the Suns' winning streak might come to an end in this match. With 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Gentry called for a timeout to recalibrate his lineup, substituting Channing Frye for a small forward. With the last significant height on the court removed, the Suns players, under their coach's directive, relentlessly attacked the Lakers' interior, resulting in a series of fouls and a swift 7-0 run that narrowed the deficit to under 10 points. In response, Phil Jackson promptly called a timeout, bringing in Artest and Odom. The Lakers' defensive intensity surged immediately. Just as the Suns began to gain momentum, their advances were thwarted, showcasing the prowess of both coaches. Though Gentry demonstrated some adaptability, Phil's ability to adjust was evidently superior. As the third quarter concluded, the margin had widened to 20 points. Andrew Bynum was on fire, scoring 26 points on 13 of 18 shooting, emerging as a crucial asset for the Lakers. Frye, typically a reliable interior player, was overwhelmed by Bynum, managing only 7 points throughout the game. At the start of the fourth quarter, Kobe led the bench unit against the Suns' full starting lineup. The Suns were making one last attempt, seizing the opportunity while Artest and other defensive stalwarts rested on the bench. However, Josh Powell, who had just entered the game, emerged as another surprise contributor for the Lakers. While the Suns managed to score, their defensive efforts were ultimately lacking. Nash's defense faltered, and one could not expect much from the 37-year-old veteran Grant Hill in that regard. On the court, the Lakers consistently found open opportunities, successfully converting them into points. After 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, the gap had widened to 23 points, prompting Gentry to call another timeout and substitute all of his starters. He declared the end of the contest. The Lakers followed suit, withdrawing their starters as well, leading into garbage time, where the referee's whistles diminished significantly. In the domestic TV5 broadcast room, the absence of Xiao Shun was noted as the Lakers triumphed over the league-leading Suns, a result that was likely to stir up some controversy. Wang remarked, "One cannot say it this way. Which household does not indulge in dumplings during the new year? Andrew Bynum cannot possibly exhibit such performance in every match. Xiao Shun's current form is commendable, seamlessly fitting into any lineup. He can serve as a substitute for Kobe or start, waiting for opportunities on the perimeter. The moment he enters the game, he creates space and draws defensive attention." As the Suns substitute, Alonzo Tucker consumed the remaining 19 seconds of the match, the final whistle sounded. The game concluded with the Lakers triumphing over the Suns with a score of 121-102, achieving their 6th consecutive victory of the season. For players from the Lakers scored in double figures: Kobe with 29 points, Andrew Bynum with 26 points and 15 rebounds, both displaying remarkable prowess. Josh Powell and Shannon Brown also contributed off the bench with double-digit scores. Players from both teams embraced each other in a show of sportsmanship. The expressions on the Suns players' faces seemed content. After a long winning streak, a loss might provide a refreshing change of pace and mood. The head coaches also exchanged embraces. Engaged in conversation, players on the court sought out media reporters for interviews, while Lakers players were instructed by their coach to remain and return to the locker room for a debriefing, even those unable to participate in the game. Shen Mia, accompanied by the players from the bench, was the first to return to the locker room. Soon, all the players who had completed their interviews gathered together. "Tomorrow we face the Nuggets in an away back-to-back game, so it's imperative that everyone heads home early tonight to rest and maintain optimal condition," the head coach advised. Shin Mia observed the expressions of his teammates and shook his head. It was evident that several of them were unable to contain their restlessness. Kobe inquired if Shun Mia would like to accompany him on the return journey, as he was driving back with his family. After Shun Mia gracefully declined, he directly followed the staff and took the bus back to the arena, alighting at 2 in the morning. At this hour, he felt no fatigue and, disinterested in returning home, opted instead to practice his shooting at the arena. The following morning, the Lakers players gathered at the venue, preparing to embark on their journey to Denver to face the Nuggets. At 5 in the morning, Shun Mia reclined in the lounge for a brief respite. Surprisingly, he did not feel drowsy. Observing his teammates, whose dark circles were stark against their ebony skin, he couldn't help but lament the situation. It seemed they were in for a rough time. The fatigue was palpable, especially with some having clandestinely indulged in a night of revelry at a nightclub the previous evening. The head coach, of course, was well aware of the circumstances. However, there was little that could be done. He had offered his reminders, yet ultimately, it was up to the players to exhibit self-discipline. The recent away games, including several prior, were all in the Western Conference, and the distances were manageable, allowing them to land before noon. Shinmia arrived at the hotel and went straight to rest. Fortunately for him, he was not scheduled to play, allowing others who had not rested well to take this opportunity to recuperate and alleviate their fatigue. The Nuggets' home arena, the Pepsi Center, is situated in the heart of Denver, adjacent to the Children's Museum of Denver. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, the match commenced, and the arena was filled to capacity. At this juncture, the Nuggets stand as a formidable Western team, led by the peak performance of Carmelo Anthony. The starting lineup for the Nuggets includes Carmelo Anthony, Nene Hilario, Kenyon Martin, Aaron Aflalo, and Chauncey Billups. The Lakers' starting lineup features Kobe Bryant, Andrew Bynum, Derek Fisher, Ron Artest, and Lamar Odom. As the game commenced, both teams engaged in a jump ball, with Andrew exhibiting a promising form, allowing the Lakers to seize the opening possession. The starting players from both sides displayed commendable performances. Kobe's initial attempt was a three-pointer, which bounced several times before finally settling into the net. The score stood at 3-0. In the ensuing transition, Anthony attempted a three-pointer, which missed its mark, yet Nene secured the rebound, only to miss his subsequent layup. He leapt again for a second chance, executing a dunk while vocally asserting his presence towards Bynum. Bynum swiftly passed the ball to Fisher, who advanced past half-court and returned possession to Kobe. Aflalo, tasked with guarding Kobe, took a step back, evidently focused on preventing a drive. Kobe obliged, taking a couple of steps in before abruptly halting to sink a mid-range jumper. Following a turnover, Aflalo brought the ball across half-court, subsequently passing it to Anthony. After taking a step in from beyond the arc, Anthony executed a textbook jump shot over Artest's defense, successfully converting a long two-pointer. Both teams exhibited solid performances at the onset, and after testing each other for a spell, they began to elevate their defensive intensity, yet the score remained closely contested. The Lakers showcased exceptional defense today, regardless of any fatigue. The players appeared to be in prime form. The Nuggets boasted a starting lineup characterized by height, agility, and active defensive efforts. The scores remained tightly matched, with both teams' overall offensive efficiencies stifled. As the first quarter concluded, the score read 28-26, with the Nuggets leading by 2 points. The second quarter commenced with the Lakers maintaining their momentum from the first, continuing to engage in a stalemate with their opponents. The Nuggets exhibited remarkable resilience, responding adeptly to every tactic the Lakers employed. 3 minutes into the quarter, Nuggets head coach George Karl, witnessing a lack of progress, called for a timeout, substituting J.R. Smith for Aflalo. This adjustment proved to be remarkably effective. Smith, leveraging his individual prowess, repeatedly penetrated the Lakers' defense, thereby ensuring the Nuggets retained their lead. As the second quarter drew to a close, Kobe experienced a surge of brilliance, nailing a three-pointer and converting an impressive 2-1 play, marking the first lead change of the contest. By halftime, the score read 58-56, with the Lakers ahead by 2 points. In the Lakers' locker room, the atmosphere was one of encouragement. "Excellent. Very well done, gentlemen. Let us maintain this momentum into the second half," continuing to strategize around Kobe, and secure this victory to bring home. In the Denver locker room, everyone performed admirably, and we are poised to secure this victory, especially as our opponents are engaged in back-to-back games. Their starting lineup stamina has noticeably diminished, and we must maintain our defensive intensity without faltering. J.R. must sustain his offensive momentum. As the third quarter commences, the teams continue to field their respective starting lineups. The Nuggets are particularly energized against the Lakers today, rendering the first 2 quarters highly captivating. Phil Jackson remains cautious, ensuring that his starters are on the court as much as possible while the opposing starters are also active. As the third quarter reaches the 3-minute mark, Nuggets head coach George Karl, observing the tight nature of the contest, calls over J.R. Smith for some instructions. Shortly thereafter, a dead ball situation arises, allowing the Nuggets to substitute in J.R. Smith, while the Lakers take the opportunity to bring in Josh Powell, replacing Derek Fisher. Unbeknownst to them, this minor adjustment by the Nuggets marks the onset of a nightmare for the Lakers. The game resumes, but the Lakers miss a mid-range shot, and Bynum secures the rebound, passing it once more to Kobe. Kobe, unable to find his rhythm, misses again, causing the Lakers' shooting touch to grow cold. In the midst of a fast break transition, J.R. Smith sinks a three-pointer. The Lakers advance over half court, but Kobe is intercepted by J.R., who then executes a move reminiscent of Sean Meon's signature style. With no defenders in sight, J.R. Smith capitalizes on the steal to launch another three-pointer, and it swishes through the net. The camera quickly shifts to the Lakers bench, focusing on Sean Meon, whose previous antics have evidently been etched in the memory of the spectators. Sean Meon cast a glance at J.R. Smith, a figure he was somewhat familiar with. Once a fierce presence as LeBron's loyal guard, Smith shone brightly in his career while by LeBron's side. He undeniably possessed a certain proficiency in three-point shooting, often finding his rhythm to sink 7 or 8 consecutive shots. However, with the Lakers currently struggling to find their shooting touch, it seemed inevitable that they would fall behind. Following a brief surge of 6-0, Phil Jackson opted not to call a timeout, allowing his players to adjust on their own. Unfortunately, they failed to recalibrate, and the deficit quickly ballooned to double digits, leaving the Lakers players feeling somewhat despondent as their defensive efficiency began to wane. The high-intensity defensive clash with the Nuggets in the first 2 quarters had taken its toll, revealing the fatigue that had set in. Phil Jackson eventually called a timeout, making adjustments to the lineup and deploying a full bench squad, while the Nuggets also brought in their reserves, with J.R. Smith remaining on the court. Once the timeout concluded, the Nuggets maintained their momentum, with J.R. Smith continuing to hit shot after shot. The Lakers found themselves unable to mount a defense any longer. In the latter half of this period, following a brief surge of 6-0 by J.R., the Lakers collapsed entirely. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 85-66, with the Nuggets leading by 19 points. The Lakers managed a dismal 8 points to the Nuggets' 29 in the third quarter, shocking the audience. They scored only 8 points in the entire quarter, and the bench unit failed to contribute any. In contrast, the Nuggets' morale soared, with teammates eagerly welcoming their fellow players back to the bench, and the atmosphere in the home arena became increasingly vibrant. as the fourth quarter began. The Lakers continued with their starting lineup, while the Nuggets enjoyed a comfortable lead of nearly 20 points, allowing their starters some respite. The Nuggets coach opted to utilize J.R. Smith alongside Ty Lawson to lead the second unit. Lawson, a diminutive guard and a rookie, selected 18th overall by the Minnesota Timberwolves before being traded to the Denver Nuggets. Possessed exceptional ball handling skills, capable of initiating plays and compensating for any potential errors from J.R. As the ball crossed half-court, it found its way into J.R. Smith's hands. Unfazed by the need for coordination, he aimed directly for the basket, disregarding open shots, and passed the ball even when his teammates struggled to receive it, perhaps due to the authority granted by his coach. Remarkably, he was sinking shots today, having already made 4 3-pointers by the fourth quarter. Meanwhile, the Lakers continued to struggle with their shooting, relying solely on layups to close the gap. With 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the deficit had narrowed to 16 points, prompting the Nuggets to call a timeout and reintroduce their starters. The Lakers replaced Fisher with Josh Powell, keeping the rest of the starters intact in a bid to enhance their height and competitiveness. However, the Nuggets' starting defenders proved formidable, making it evident that closing the gap would not be an easy task. Although the Lakers starters had rested well towards the end of the third quarter, the damage left behind was substantial. As the 8th minute of the fourth quarter approached, the deficit remained at 15 points. Kobe, undeterred, took control of the game. Upon crossing half-court and receiving the ball, he attempted to create his own shot. When a 3-pointer failed to find the mark, he settled for a series of mid-range jumpers. Following a transition, Anthony maintained his steady rhythm, executing a smooth fadeaway jumper over Kobe, scoring in a manner reminiscent of Kobe's own prowess. With 2 minutes left in the game, Kobe attempted another 3-pointer, which again clanged off the rim, allowing Anthony to secure the rebound. As the Lakers retreated on defense, Kobe shook his head in disappointment, clearly dissatisfied with his shooting performance. The deficit lingered at 13 points as Anthony crossed half-court, deliberately managing the clock. At this moment, Lakers coach Phil Jackson called a timeout, substituting all his starters for the bench players. The Nuggets followed suit, bringing in their reserves. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Nuggets triumphing over the Lakers, 103-88. For the Lakers, Kobe finished with 19 points on 7 of 17 shooting, while the most efficient performer was, surprisingly, Andrew Bynum. With an impressive tally of 19 points and 15 rebounds from 13 attempts, Shinmiya showcased his prowess on the court. However, the usual contributions from the second unit were disheartening today, as they managed only a dismal performance. 1 out of 8, 1 out of 5, and 1 out of 4. Players from both teams exchanged pleasantries, reminiscing about past encounters, but Shinmiya found himself unfamiliar with them. Observing Kobe's retreat to the locker room, he decided to follow. This individual has always possessed an unyielding competitive spirit. The defeat in this match was undeniably humiliating, particularly the third quarter's dismal 8 points with a score of 8-29. Shinmiya gazed at Kobe, who lay on the bench in the locker room with a towel draped over his face, and said, "Hey, brother, I will be back soon. We still have another game to play. Let us not dwell on the results that have already transpired." "Thank you, brother. I'm fine. I think I might need to practice my 3-pointers with you in the early hours," Kobe replied, sitting up and smiling upon recognizing Shinmiya. "If I can finally sink those damn 3-pointers, we could close the gap to within 2 possessions. There are no ifs. That game is behind us. Let us focus on the next one. We face the Rockets next. We'll reclaim our honor then." Okay. The following morning, the Lakers flew back to Los Angeles from Denver, with afternoon training scheduled in preparation for their home game against the Houston Rockets the next evening. Chapter 47, Lakers vs. Rockets, Game 2. On the afternoon of their return to Los Angeles, the Lakers concluded their daily training and were immediately dismissed. Before departing, the head coach addressed the team, stating that the time leading up to the game tomorrow would be solely for rest, urging everyone to have a proper evening's rest in anticipation of safeguarding their home court victory. After returning home, Shinmiya found himself unable to sleep. Consequently, he resolved to practice at 3 in the morning, initially anticipating that Kobe might be present. However, he ultimately did not arrive. Shinmiya shook his head, lamenting the promised late-night training session that never materialized. "Ah, man. However, it is likely that there is a competition tomorrow, and having just returned from an away game today, he must surely spend time with his family." Shinmiya commenced additional shooting practice, as his ankle injury had nearly healed. However, as a precaution, the coaching staff insisted he take one more day of rest. The Lakers coaching team has always been attentive to the health of their players, never compelling them to jeopardize their careers for a game. In stark contrast, some teams disregard player welfare, focusing solely on profit. For instance, the Trailblazers, notorious for their neglect, have unfortunately rendered 6 of their star players unable to continue their careers. As dawn approached, Shinmiya finally succumbed to slumber in the lounge of the arena, while the elderly white security guard outside had already fallen asleep long before him. In the morning, some staff members discovered that Shinmiya had spent yet another night practicing in the gym and immediately reported this to the head coach. Typically, such excessive training warrants an assessment by the head coach to determine whether to intervene. Nevertheless, Phil Jackson recognized Shinmiya as a determined individual and chose not to have the assistant coaches dissuade him. Instead, he granted Shinmiya the privilege to continue his extra practice. At 2 in the afternoon, staff and players began gathering for their trip to the Staples Center. With the team bus scheduled to depart at 3, players with vehicles, or those accompanied by family, generally opted to drive themselves to the home arena. Shinmiya was preparing to gather with the bus to head to the Staples Center when Meibo appeared at the venue. Glancing at him as she shook the car keys in her hand, "Yingu, get in the car. I'm here to pick you up. You came by yourself?" Shinmiya replied with a fond smile as he stepped forward. Indeed. Once inside the vehicle, Meibo drove towards the city center. "You usually drive slowly. Please make sure to prioritize safety." "I know, don't worry. I've been practicing around Chinatown these past few days, and I've improved significantly." As she spoke, Meibo suddenly accelerated, pushing the speed over 100. Slow down. I'd rather not go through that again." Shinmiya tightened his grip on the seatbelt. "Go through what again?" "It's nothing." At 7 p.m., the Staples Center was already filled to capacity, and Shinmiya exchanged greetings with his teammates in the locker room before taking his seat early. He sat side by side with Meibo in the second row of the players' bench. The Lakers' home court had 2 fixed seats next to the visiting team that were not usually sold, having been reserved for an extended period. Today, one of those seats was occupied by none other than Jack Nicholson, the 72-year-old diehard Lakers fan and recipient of an Oscar for Lifetime Achievement, often regarded as the living mascot of the Lakers' home games. Soon, the players from both teams emerged from their locker rooms to warm up, as the grand curtain on the center screen was about to rise. Currently, the Lakers boasted a record of 7 wins and 2 losses, while the Rockets held a record of 5 wins and 4 losses. Given the absence of Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady, this performance was commendable. As the curtain lifted, the game commenced. Lakers starting lineup: Kobe Bryant, Andrew Bynum, Derek Fisher, Ron Artest, Lamar Odom. Rockets starting lineup: Luis Scola, Trevor Ariza, Aaron Brooks, Shane Battier, Chuck Hayes. The tip-off began with the Rockets maintaining their previous starting lineup, while the Lakers gained possession of the ball. Fisher dribbled across half-court before passing to the advancing Kobe, who attempted a three-pointer but missed. The rebound was secured by Luis Scola, as Kobe shook his head and retreated on defense. Aaron Brooks brought the ball past half-court, switching and passing to Ariza, who had a mismatch on the right side at a 45-degree angle. Ariza confidently launched a three-pointer over Derek Fisher's defense, making it 3-0. As the game transitioned, Kobe held the ball, but found himself closely guarded by Scola as he approached the paint, quickly passing to Andrew Bynum, who finished with a basket underneath the rim. The score was now 3-2. Bynum represented a significant advantage for the Lakers on the court, as the Rockets' starting lineup lacked a towering center, with Scola being the tallest at 2.06 meters. The Rockets advanced past half-court, where Aaron Brooks also took a three-point shot, swishing it through the net. The score was now 6-2, and the Rockets had a strong start. The players quickly found their rhythm, and the atmosphere felt reminiscent of their last encounter. Shinmiya leaned slightly forward, catching a whiff of a delightful fragrance wafting from beside him, and remarked to Meibo, "If this continues, we might just lose." "How can you tell?" "It's only just begun," Meibo retorted. Meibo was dressed casually today in jeans and white sneakers, topped with a high-neck white sweater. Her denim jacket rested on her lap, exuding an air of youthful vitality. The situation felt eerily similar to their last matchup. The Rockets seemed to gain an extra spark whenever they faced the Lakers, possibly due to their playoff rivalry from the previous year, especially with Ariza showing heightened enthusiasm. "I know that player. He was previously with the Lakers," Shinmiya noted. "Indeed, today he faces his former team once again," Meibo agreed. "I find it rather unnecessary. After all, it is merely a commercial alliance, and being traded is quite normal. Why the fervor against the former master? Perhaps it is an attempt to prove oneself." As the two engaged in conversation, they watched the game. And Shinmye felt that having a girl accompany him to watch the match was far superior to sitting on the bench. As the first quarter progressed to the 10th minute, Andrew executed an interior strategy, bringing the score to 24-28, with the Rockets trailing by 4 points. Coach Rick Adelman immediately called for a timeout, substituting Scola with the towering 2'11" center, David Anderson. Observing his movements, Shinmye recalled that the last time this player barely made an appearance, he attempted a shot and ended the game with a score of 0. Why was he brought in so early today? Shinmye was contemplating the situation as the Rockets executed their strategy, with David Anderson scoring 2 points over Andrew. The two teams exchanged blows, but the Lakers faltered in the paint, allowing the Rockets to quickly catch up and surpass them. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Rockets led by 2 points with a score of 32-30 as they entered the second quarter. As the second quarter commenced, the Rockets maintained their momentum, while Kobe struggled to find his rhythm, thwarted by the Rockets' staunch defense. Relying on his one-on-one skills, Kobe attempted 2 strong shots, both of which missed the mark. Throughout the second quarter, the Lakers were dominated by the Rockets. As the halftime whistle blew, the score stood at 58-50, with the Rockets holding an 8-point advantage as they headed into the second half. Shinmye also followed the team back to the Lakers' locker room. "This is our home court. Gentlemen, we cannot afford to suffer consecutive defeats. Let us rally our spirits, okay?" Coach Phil Jackson addressed his players. He could only express such sentiments. It was up to the players to regain their shooting form. Their defensive efforts were no less impressive than those of the Rockets. Yet the Rockets' impact on their shooting was far more pronounced. In the Rockets' locker room, the atmosphere was buoyant. "You all played exceptionally well today. We must secure victory on our home turf. Aaron, continue your aggressive offensive play. You are in splendid form today." With their ball-handling star and center absent, our chances of triumph are significantly enhanced. We have already established a lead, okay? Let us go. Let us go. The Rockets players erupted in a unified cheer, their morale soaring. Chapter 48, consecutive losses. As the second half commenced, both teams resumed their battle. Coach Phil Jackson opted to keep Fisher on the bench for the start of the half, allowing Josh Powell to take his place in the starting lineup to enhance the Lakers' height advantage. Jackson had discerned that the Rockets' accurate shooting in their previous encounters had ensnared the Lakers, primarily due to the height of their forwards, particularly Ariza and Scola, who excelled in both defense and offense. Amid the tension, the Lakers finally sank a three-pointer to halt their bleeding, only for Ariza to respond with a three-pointer of his own. "Incredible!" exclaimed the commentator DJ, capturing the essence of the game. Just as they had stemmed the tide, a new wound was opened. Immediately following, the Lakers lost possession, and the Rockets seized the rebound, executing a fast break that widened the gap by another 2 points, 66-56, marking a double-digit deficit. Upon receiving the ball from the backcourt, the Lakers advanced it to the frontcourt, once again placing it in Kobe's capable hands. Kobe sought an opening and passed to the mismatched Lamar Odom. Odom launched a three-pointer that once again clanged off the rim, and the Lakers failed to secure the rebound. Coach Phil promptly called a timeout. Had he delayed, the Rockets would likely have extended their lead beyond 10 points. At that moment, the camera first focused on the Rockets bench, then shifted to Yao Ming. After a brief pause, it turned to the Lakers bench, where Coach Phil was seen discussing strategies with the players poised to enter the game. The camera then captured Shinmye and Lee Mingru in the back row. This is the beauty of camera language. It was evident that the Lakers' three-point shooting had been abysmal today. When the lens fell upon Shinmye, it stirred imaginations among fans and basketball commentators alike. When might Shinmye return? Would his presence make a difference? Shinmye remained utterly indifferent to the opinions of others. At that moment, he yearned to take the court and rectify the Lakers' predicament. Much like their previous encounter with the Rockets, the Lakers found themselves ensnared in a quagmire. The timeout concluded, and the game resumed. The Rockets' momentum was momentarily interrupted by this break, as they failed to convert on their first possession following the pause. Shinmye was gazing intently when suddenly his phone rang. He took it out and saw a message from Hiran. "Are you watching the match with your cousin?" Shinmye paused momentarily before responding. "Yes. Is Sister Ran watching the live match?" Hiran replied. "Indeed, it's a pity you aren't playing. It seems you have a stunning beauty accompanying you. Who are you chatting with?" Lee Mingru glanced at Shinmye's phone and inquired. "Oh, it's that general, he who was in charge of the Li Ning contract last time." "Oh, how did she suddenly message you?" Lee Mingru asked, her curiosity piqued. "She mentioned she was watching the live match, and the camera just happened to capture us." "Oh, I see. Li Mingru said no more and returned her focus to the match, while Xinmia put away his phone, ceasing to reply to He Ran. In the office of a high-end office building in Nongong, He Ran stared at her phone, waiting in vain for a response. With a frustrated thud, she tossed her phone onto the desk, startling her assistant. "Humph, ignoring me." He Ran pouted her red lips, fixating on the match broadcast on her computer screen as she grumbled. "Manager He, here are yesterday's documents. Could you please sign them?" "Just leave them there. I will sign them shortly." The timeout had indeed proven effective, completely disrupting the Rockets' momentum and reverting them to a rigid strategy. The Lakers, now trailing, could only follow their opponent's rhythm, unable to pick up the pace. Kobe's performance today remained subpar, and he was unable to resolve the pressing issues at hand. The head coach Phil on the sidelines shook his head in disbelief. The atmosphere in the arena grew muted, as it became evident that facing a Rockets team, missing two key players would prove to be such a formidable challenge. 2 minutes elapsed, during which the Lakers managed a mere 2 points, while the Rockets scored 4. With another turnover from the Lakers, the Rockets capitalized on the transition, as Aaron Brooks sank yet another three-pointer, bringing his total to 5 for the day. The Rockets' lead swelled to 15 points. The Lakers bench began to remove their warm-up gear, preparing to substitute the starters when the next dead ball occurred. Following the substitution of several starters, including Kobe, the Rockets also introduced their bench players. The performance of the Lakers bench was notably subpar, contrasting sharply with the Rockets' reserves. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 93-74, with the deficit reaching 19 points. The Rockets' substitutes, Chase Budinger, David Anderson, and Carl Landry, all scored in double figures. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams returned with their regular starters. Kobe immediately took charge, scoring 2 out of 3 attempts within a minute and a half, narrowing the gap to 15 points. However, Aaron Brooks of the Rockets responded with another three-pointer, extending the lead back to 18 points. Brooks had already surpassed 30 points, the highest of the game. The action intensified as both teams engaged in a half-court battle, leading to multiple shooting fouls being called. For the Lakers, this was advantageous, allowing them to close the gap at the free-throw line without consuming valuable time. As the 5th minute of the fourth quarter approached, the deficit was reduced to 13 points, prompting the Rockets to call a timeout, substituting the underperforming starters, Shane Battier and Yao Ming, while bringing in Budinger and Landry to complement the starting lineup. Budinger made an immediate impact, hitting a three-pointer on his first possession, stretching the lead back to 16 points. Just as the Lakers glimpsed a flicker of hope, it was extinguished. Chase Budinger, a rookie this year, is a player adept at drawing defensive attention away from other offensive points, serving as a reliable spot-up shooter. He was selected by the Pistons as the 14th pick in the second round before being traded to the Rockets. With 4 minutes remaining, the deficit ballooned to 17 points, prompting the Lakers to withdraw their starters and concede defeat as both teams transitioned to all-bench lineups. Lakers fans began to exit early, and the cameras focused on the 72-year-old Lakers superfan, Jack Nicholson. Though his expression was hidden behind sunglasses, it was clear that he was not pleased. Ultimately, the game concluded with a score of 118-106, marking the Lakers' second consecutive loss in the 3 matches that Xinmia was absent. Only the game against the Suns showcased the team's remarkable performance, leading to a well-deserved victory. Players from both sides began to emerge from the bench to embrace one another in a gesture of respect. Xinmia, too, stepped onto the court to greet Yao Ming with an embrace. "Congratulations on your victory," Xinmia remarked. "Don't say that. You lost." "What should I say?" Yao Ming responded. "Let us just keep it light," Xinmia chuckled. The two shared a laugh and continued to converse on various topics. Yao Ming was particularly joyful today, as his team had triumphed. Their manner of reconnecting contrasted starkly with that of other players, regardless of their race. The victorious team's players began to seek out the reporters they had arranged to interview for media coverage. It is worth noting that today, the offensive support provided by the Rockets bench surpassed that of the combined contributions from the other 4 starters. However, the pivotal role of the starters' defense was equally crucial to the Rockets' success. It was indeed a collective effort. Chapter 49. The three-point theory. Upon returning to the locker room after catching up with old friends, Xinmia discovered that Kobe had already departed, likely having returned to the locker room early. "Bro, shall we leave as well? Are you heading back to the locker room?" Li Mingru inquired as she descended from her seat. "Of course I'm going. What about you?" "I'll drive you home. Aren't you attending class tomorrow?" "I am." Mingru replied quietly, pouting slightly. "Then hurry home. Driving from your place in the morning is the same. I'd rather not sleep on the couch." You don't have to sleep, Mingru murmured, lowering her head. No way. My aunt would be furious if she found out I took you away. She knows we watched the game together today. Just think, if the camera pans to us, we might even be seen live. As he spoke, Shinmia pointed at the camera. Stop it. I want to go then. Just drive carefully on your way back, Mingru said, feeling a bit guilty. While her mother did not watch the game, her father certainly did. All right, you just drive home. I'll head to the locker room and return with the team bus later. Okay, I'm leaving then. Bye. After bidding Mingru farewell, Shinmia returned to the locker room. With the coach absent, the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy, clearly reflecting the team's dissatisfaction with their loss to the Rockets. Upon seeing Shinmia enter, Kobe remarked, Shun, let us go. Go. Where to? Home, of course. No time to linger. We'll head back to the arena. What about your sister-in-law and kids? They're returning with Paul's family in his car. We'll just practice at the arena. All right then. Kobe disregarded others as Shinmia greeted everyone. The two of them proceeded directly towards the garage. Once inside the car, Kobe revealed his signature smile, regaining his former demeanor, clearly indicating that he had been performing moments earlier. You see, I needed to apply some pressure on them, redirecting their focus from other matters back to the game. I understand. I know you were acting. Does that mean you won't fear me as your captain in the future? Fear? There is no fear, only respect. Besides, I have no reason to fear you. If I were present, we would win today. Kobe chuckled lightly, raising an eyebrow, non-committal in his response. Well, perhaps not. Shinmia followed suit with a smile, acknowledging that he could not genuinely guarantee a victory just by leading the team. However, Kobe's performance today was indeed subpar. Making only 5 of 20 shots, and with free throws, he totaled a mere 18 points, less than Bynum. I admit I was not in top form today, which is why I need to practice more. All right, I'll join you. I have no upcoming games and my energy is overflowing, making it difficult to sleep at night. So additional practice is my only option. Perhaps you need a woman. With that, Kobe cast a mysterious smile at Shinmia. You know, sometimes we athletes indeed need to channel some of our energy elsewhere. Would you like me to introduce someone to you? Who? Shinmia inquired curiously. Taylor Swift. She asked me about you and has seen your games twice. Oh, let us pass on that. It's all about fate. Focus on the road while driving. Our careers are in your hands. Okay. After that, they ceased their conversation and quickly drove towards the Lakers arena. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the venue. Finding that the team bus had not yet returned, they entered the gym and began to practice three-point shots. Shun, how do you shoot your three-pointers with such precision? Kobe today made none of his 4 attempts from beyond the arc. The key is practice, developing shooting speed and arc. It is impossible for us to achieve identical angles and force every single time. Most of the time, it relies on muscle memory combined with a profound sense of belief in making the shot. That belief feels like a force directed at the hoop itself, a mark. Or perhaps it is simply the enhanced judgment that arises when looking at the basket. But I don't perceive it as judgment. I feel I am not judging at all. I merely know the hoop is approximately there, so I throw. Typically, that occurs when the opponent's defense is out of position or unable to recover in time. If you wait until the opponent completely allows you to aim, it means you have a wide-open shot, and such opportunities are rare. I believe I have grasped some insights. What I heard today is immensely beneficial. Your perspective on basketball always makes me feel like you are not a rookie. You don't play basketball with mere technique, but with intellect, though it's hard to articulate. Thus, you have invited me to join you in practice. Indeed, you are exceptional. Thank you. You are here to guard me. Shinmia seized the ball and began to dribble. Then leaning back, he launched a three-pointer against Kobe's defense. The ball swished through the net. Kobe chuckled and shook his head. It's peculiar how sometimes, without defense, one struggles to score, yet with it, one finds their rhythm. I suspect you are merely showcasing your skills rather than demonstrating for my benefit. Kobe, with the ball, advanced towards Shinmia's defense. I am unjustly accused. I am merely expressing my thoughts. Shinmia replied while maintaining his defense. Kobe too leaned back and shot a three-pointer, the ball cleanly finding the net. Ah, quite impressive. As the offense transitioned, Shinmia stepped back and attempted another three, the arc slightly low, the ball piercing the hoop like a sword. Reminiscent of the essence once embodied by the great James Harden. You remind me of a remarkable shooter, Kobe remarked. Who? Ray Allen. I know, the gentleman Ray, indeed. He was one of the players I once emulated. One of? Who else? Jordan, and you. Kobe flashed his signature smile. All three stood at 198 centimeters, indeed quite similar. Yet in terms of physical prowess, Shinmia fell short, and needed to compensate with other abilities. Last year's championship, as you are aware, we lost to the Celtics. Ray Allen's icy composure while shooting astounded me. Yes, he possesses the qualities of a killer. The two engaged in heartfelt conversation, training while chatting, continuing until 3:30 in the morning. Enough, I am weary. Kobe lay on the court, with Shun Mia sitting beside him, hugging his knees. Is that all you can manage? You are the youth, yet your stamina has indeed improved since your arrival. Yes, the commitment to practice at 4 in the morning has borne fruit. Keep it up. We face the Pistons the day after tomorrow, and I hope to have you with us. I will be there. Paul will be back soon too. Together, we shall be unstoppable. All right. The two clasped hands, and as Shin-Mia stood, he pulled Kobe up with him. I must leave. You should rest early as well. Farewell. The two parted ways, with Kobe heading home to rest, taking in the nearly 4 o'clock ambience of Los Angeles along the way. Shin-Mia also departed from the arena, heading in the direction of home. Chapter 50, Los Angeles Lakers vs. Detroit Pistons upon returning home. Shin-Mia sent a message to He-Ran and then ascended the stairs to retire for the night. There were no further words exchanged. On November 16th, Monday, the league featured only 3 games: the Trailblazers versus the Hawks, the Mavericks versus the Bucks, and the Bobcats versus the Magic. The following days would witness a grand display of matches, particularly the day after tomorrow when all 24 teams in the league would partake in competition. The Lakers were scheduled to play tomorrow, and today the team had intensified their training regimen with the return of Shin-Mia and Pau Gasol confirmed. Shin-Mia is set to make his return in tomorrow's home game against the Pistons. Pau Gasol will make his comeback in the home match against the Bulls the day after tomorrow. Typically, home games are referred to as facing an opponent, while away games are termed challenging, a distinction that should be easily comprehensible. In addition to shooting drills, both Shin-Mia and Pau Gasol have engaged in competitive training sessions. Gasol's training intensity today was notably high. Following his final assessment, a 2-day rest will suffice before his return. Today, Shin-Mia participated in the same training as everyone else, and his ankle has shown no issues. At 5 p.m., head coach Phil dismissed the team early, allowing them to return home for rest in preparation for tomorrow's game. On Tuesday, November 17th, the Lakers players engaged in shooting practice. After lunch, they took a break and reconvened at 3 p.m. to head to the Staples Center. Shin-Mia accompanied Kobe in a vehicle en route to the arena. Today, Kobe's family had prior engagements and would not be attending the evening's game. They arrived at the stadium at 4 p.m., as NBA players typically arrive several hours early to the locker room. Given that the game would not commence immediately, they often indulge in recreational activities within the locker room, such as playing cards. It is well known that a former Lakers legend once engaged in a game of mahjong there. Shin, come join us for a card game. I'm not familiar with that. Indeed, Shin-Mia was not well versed in the American style of play. His repertoire included only games like Zhajjiang or Do Di Zhu, and perhaps a game of blackjack at most. Come, let us play. The other players began organizing a game of Shaoa. Kobe was engrossed in a book, while Pau Gasol held today's newspaper. Shin-Mia, feeling rather bored, lamented the absence of a smartphone. Accustomed to the feeling of having a smartphone in hand, where he could watch short videos, languish throughout the day, play mobile games, or read novels. He found this outdated phone frustratingly slow, even struggling with basic messaging applications. Shin-Mia casually picked up a basketball, incessantly kneading it in his hands, continuously exploring the contours of the ball with his palms, or flexing his wrist while gripping it, merely to pass the time. Shin, what are you doing? Kobe inquired, setting aside his book as he observed Shin-Mia's movements. Reminiscent of the graceful motions of Tai Chi, there was an essence to it that intrigued him. Kobe's voice also captured the attention of those around them. Shin-Mia lifted his head and felt a chill run down his spine as he caught sight of a group of black men directing their gaze towards him in unison. Shin-Mia, with a determined demeanor, persisted in executing a peculiar movement, reminiscent of the grand techniques depicted in childhood animated series. As he contemplated how to respond, he mentioned, I am engaging in an exercise that enhances my tactile awareness of the basketball's contours, improving my grip while also preventing finger injuries. Upon hearing this, Kobe picked up a basketball and began to imitate Shin-Mia's motions with great enthusiasm. Wow, if such a secret exists, why didn't you share it with us sooner? It's truly remarkable. I believe I can feel something. Others, displaying expressions of bewilderment, also set aside their tasks and followed suit, each grasping a basketball to emulate Shin-Mia's actions. Shin-Mia was drenched in sweat. This was a predicament. It seemed that the method truly held merit. Luke Walton continued, Shun, I understand why your three-point shooting is so precise. After just a bit of practice, I felt as though I could effortlessly sink the ball into the hoop. Indeed, that's the sensation I experienced as well. Kobe nodded in agreement. Yes, this is a means to train your fingers and enhance your shooting touch before a game. Unlike shooting, this motion familiarizes you with the basketball in your hands, Shinmia elaborated. After half an hour, head coach Phil Jackson entered the room, where a group of large African-American players were engaged in a peculiar motion while handling the basketball. Wong, Tay, you were silver-plated. Coach, we learned a pre-game technique from Shun to improve our feel for the ball. See, Ron Artest stepped forward, demonstrating the motion. Shinmia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wished to escape, yet found himself unable to do so. Coach Phil took the basketball from Artest's hands and, after trying the motion, became increasingly adept at it. He then cast a glance at Shinmia and exclaimed, "Incredible!" Upon receiving the coach's praise for this technique, the group collectively broke into smiles. From now on, this motion will be incorporated as part of our pre-game warm-up routine in the locker room. Shun, typically, how long do you practice this? Well, coach, if it's solely for enhancing touch before a game, about 10 minutes will suffice. For regular training, I practice my wrist and fingers. I usually spend half an hour on it before bed, which doesn't take long. Shinmia spoke with a solemn expression, confessing that his earlier actions were merely a spontaneous whim to pass the time. However, such candidness could not be afforded now. Henceforth, prior to each match, we shall dedicate 10 minutes to enhance our tactile proficiency. As he spoke, Phil took the opportunity to experiment, gripping the basketball with both hands and rhythmically maneuvering it with his wrists, nodding subtly in approval. An hour later, as the match approached, the Lakers' home arena was filled to capacity, with the venerable 72-year-old fan, Jack Nicholson, present once again. Shinmia, clad in the number 47 purple and gold jersey, sat on the bench. In the domestic TV5 live broadcast room, news emerged that today, Shaoxin would make his much-anticipated return. The staff member responsible for gathering information relayed the update. Let us redirect our attention back to the arena. The camera then shifted to the Lakers' home court, where both teams were preparing for the jump ball. The Lakers' starting lineup included Kobe Bryant, Andrew Bynum, Lamar Odom, Derek Fisher, and Ron Artest. The Pistons' starting five were Ben Gordon, Rodney Stuckey, Jonas Jerebko, Charlie Villanueva, and Ben Wallace. The Lakers gained possession first, with Fisher bringing the ball across half-court, executing the familiar exchange of ball control. Kobe received the ball and dribbled a few times. Stuckey, opting not to apply tight defense, seemingly anticipated a drive. Kobe, however, decided to test his range. From beyond the arc, he unleashed a sudden shot, the ball swishing through the net. 3 o'clock. Following this successful shot, Kobe gestured an OK sign towards the bench, prompting his teammates to rise with towels in celebration. Ben Gordon brought the ball across half-court, closely guarded by Fisher. With a height advantage, Gordon knew that being too lax could allow for an open shot. Recognizing the situation, he opted for a three-pointer instead of attempting to drive, and the ball found its mark. 3. The Pistons bench erupted in jubilation as their teammate responded with a three-pointer right at the start of the game. With the game barely underway, both teams had already entered a competitive rhythm. The Lakers, having suffered 2 consecutive losses, were eager for a decisive victory. Facing the Lakers was a motivating challenge for the Pistons, as any team would elevate their performance against such a high-profile franchise. Chapter 51. Ben Wallace. The Lakers consistently held the highest level of intrigue among the 30 teams in the league, particularly when they boasted superstar talent. As the back-and-forth continued, 5 minutes into the first quarter, the Pistons executed a 2-point play, tying the game at 18-18. The Lakers head coach called a timeout, and Shinmia removed his warm-up jacket, preparing to enter the game. Shun, bring your precision and maintain an aggressive offensive approach. Kobe, you're performing excellently today. Do you need a rest? No. I'll take a break in the second quarter. For now, let me play alongside Shin. All right, Derek, Odom, take a breather. Shin, you and Josh are up. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Shinmia advanced the ball past the half-court line and passed it to Kobe. Shun, who will you match up against? Ben Wallace. What a lively exchange. Kobe switched defense with Artest and then exchanged positions with Shinmia, taking on Ben Wallace. Shinmia recalled information about this individual, known by the nickname Ben, a stalwart defender who had been selected multiple times for the all-defensive first team throughout his illustrious career. He had claimed the titles of rebounding king and shot-blocking king, and in the 2004 season, he secured his sole championship with the Detroit Pistons. Remarkably, this player had once been an undrafted talent in 1996. Upon witnessing Shin actively switching defenses in his direction, Ben Wallace smiled and remarked, "Shin, hailing from Huaxia, I am aware of your prowess. Your shooting is impeccable, yet I shall not allow you to score over me." Indeed, no matter how Shin maneuvered, he could not evade the veteran's steadfast grip. This was a seasoned player, second in age in the league only to Grant Hill. Meanwhile, Kobe surged into the paint, executing a crafty layup that rolled into the basket. "Shun, you find yourself in a predicament," Kobe chuckled as he retreated on defense. "No worries. It is my privilege to draw the attention of a formidable defender like you." On the other side, Ben Gordon delivered a precise pass from the free throw line to Charlie Villanueva beneath the basket, who completed a resounding dunk. The score stood at 20-20. Although it may seem impolite, Shinmia couldn't help but observe Charlie Villanueva, who had suffered from alopecia universalis in his youth, leaving him devoid of hair and eyebrows. Now, as Kobe brought the ball past half court, he entrusted it to Shinmia. With an air of nonchalance, Shinmia took 2 steps beyond the three-point line, while Ben Wallace allowed him the space without closing in for tight defense. After a moment's contemplation, Shin decided against taking the long-range shot that was offered. He lowered his center of gravity and began to dribble. Aware of certain characteristics of his opponent, he recognized that Ben's defensive focus was intensely concentrated. At times, this singular focus could be a vulnerability. Once he discerned the rhythm for a breakthrough, Shin surged forward with 2 quick steps, attempting a subtle maneuver that failed to deceive. Undeterred, he pressed on, executing a sudden stop and retreating a step back. In that moment, Ben Wallace stumbled, finding himself on the ground. Shin effortlessly lifted his hand beyond the three-point line and executed a flawless shot. The score stood at 23-20. In the domestic TV5 live broadcast room, astonishment erupted as Big Ben was left bewildered by Shin's deft maneuver. The Lakers fans were in an uproar, and the bench erupted in exuberance, the atmosphere electrified with cheers. Big Ben Wallace had been outsmarted, and the camera panned to a 72-year-old Lakers fan, Jack, who revealed a long-lost smile. Here it came, Shin's three-pointer. A moment that captured the essence of the game. It was indeed surprising to see an aging veteran like Big Ben falter in such a manner, leaving behind a moment that may well be etched in memory. "Darn it," Big Ben exclaimed, pounding the floor in frustration. He had been overly serious. His center of gravity too low, leaving him unable to adjust his footing in time. "Shun, I shall make you pay for this," he vowed, retreating on defense while deliberately seeking out Shin. "My apologies, senior. You've become merely a backdrop in this scene," Shin quipped, indulging in his characteristic banter. "Big Ben, you must adapt." The youth often act impulsively, challenging their elders. "I was once the same," Kobe interjected with a smile as he approached. "Kobe, you are quite protective of this young man," he noted. "Indeed, he is exceptional," Kobe replied. Although there is a 4-year age difference between Kobe and Big Ben, they were both drafted in the same year, with Kobe entering the draft immediately after graduating high school. Meanwhile, Ben Gordon brought the ball across half court, and Big Ben Wallace eagerly called for the ball, which Gordon duly passed to Wallace. Shinmia appeared somewhat perplexed. Was Wallace going to take him on one-on-one? After all, his opponent was not particularly known for his offensive prowess. Just as he pondered this, Wallace executed a bounce pass, slipping the ball through Shinmia's legs and delivering it to the cutting Rodney Stuckey behind him. Josh was a step slow on the help defense, but Stuckey, not particularly formidable, missed the open mid-range shot. Andrew Bynum secured the rebound, and Shinmia launched a fast break, with Ben Wallace recovering and closely trailing him. The fast break did not materialize, yet that sprint left the veteran Ben quite fatigued. Kobe advanced the ball past half court, then handed it to Shinmia, who opted for a straightforward approach this time, driving directly at Big Ben. Exhausted, Wallace failed to preempt Shinmia's path to the basket and was forced to commit a foul. Shinmia released a shot towards the hoop, a miraculous play that found its mark off the backboard, resulting in a 2-1. He converted the subsequent free throw with ease, igniting a brief 6-0 surge that brought the score to 26-20, narrowing the gap to 6 points. The Pistons promptly called a timeout, needing to adjust their lineup and disrupt the Lakers' momentum. The Lakers bench rose in unison to welcome their returning player, and upon Shinmia's return, they felt a newfound sense of composure. With a point guard on the floor, there was no sense of panic. "Shun, splendid job in your first game back. I hope you can show more aggression," said the coach. "All right, coach, I will," Shinmia replied. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Lakers substituted all starters except for Kobe. The Pistons, emboldened, unleashed an entirely bench unit, their gazes towards Shinmye tinged with hostility. A unique aura inherited from the notorious bad boys legacy of the franchise. Just this summer, one of the Wallace brothers, Rasheed Wallace, had been traded. The 2003-04 season's championship-winning new bad boys were comprised of Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Hamilton, Billups, and Prince. Returning to the game, Shinmye defended the ball handler as the Pistons employed a smaller lineup. Matched up against him was Boateng, a 183-meter player who had gone undrafted but had been performing admirably for the Pistons lately. Perhaps this was the pinnacle of his career, as he later transitioned to the CBA for further development. Shinmye maintained a distance of 2 positions to thwart any rapid breakthroughs from his opponent. Unexpectedly, the adversary launched a sudden 3-point attempt, fortunately missing the shot. Kwame Brown secured the rebound, executing a second offensive play and scoring under the basket. As the play transitioned, Shinmye dribbled past half-court, opting for a one-on-one confrontation with Boateng. This mismatch was too advantageous to ignore, and before the opponent's teammates could assist, he successfully landed a mid-range shot. The score now stood at 28-22. As the team switched roles, the Lakers players retreated on defense, while Shinmye closely shadowed Boateng. Boateng advanced a few steps, then paused, finding no teammates available for support, compelling him to drive forward. Fortunately, Shinmye refrained from reaching in to steal the ball. Observing Shinmye's tight defense, Boateng adopted an aggressive posture, prompting Shinmye to step back and shift laterally. Shinmye was accurately knocked down, and the referee's whistle signaled an offensive foul. Shinmye cast a glance at his opponent, thinking to himself, did he truly believe that I allowed him to shoot just out of fear? Chapter 52, Mr. Su's Evaluation. As the ball changed possession, Shinmye advanced over half court, passing the ball to Kobe. Kobe's defensive match was Jason Maxiell, a rather peculiar player who fancied himself a center and opted not to closely guard Kobe. Standing at 2.01 meters, Jason Maxiell was clearly undersized for a center. Yet he preferred to play in that style, particularly relishing the opportunity to seize offensive rebounds for putbacks, while his shooting attempts were virtually non-existent. Upon witnessing Kobe take the shot, Jason Maxiell immediately turned to prepare for the rebound, but he failed to secure it as the ball rimmed out. Underneath the basket, Kwame Brown, though often labeled as a draft bust, stood tall at 2.11 meters with impressive wingspan, successfully grabbing the rebound and promptly passing it to the perimeter to the unguarded Chris Wilcox. The Lakers swiftly retreated on defense. As Chris Wilcox advanced, he passed the ball to Boateng. Shinmye lowered his head and accelerated to catch up. Boateng executed a delicate layup, releasing the basketball from his grasp. At that moment, Shinmye soared through the air, swatting the ball away with a powerful slap. His teammates on the bench leaped up in celebration once more, and the crowd's enthusiasm was ignited by this stunning block. The referee, Dudu, signaled for goaltending. Shinmye spread his hands, mirroring the perplexed expression often associated with the iconic black question mark. At that moment, the scoreboard awarded the Pistons with an additional 2 points, bringing the score to 28-24. All eyes in the arena were drawn to the large screen above, which showcased a slow-motion replay of the play, the ball delicately poised between ascent and descent. There was no conspicuous drop, yet it was evident that it had momentarily paused at its zenith. Discontent surged among the fans, who responded with a chorus of boos directed at the referees. Meanwhile, Shinmye passed the ball to Kobe, who promptly returned it. Shinmye signaled to Kobe with a gesture, a prearranged sign indicating their connection from their early morning practice sessions. Shinmye began to exhibit a hint of emotion as he carried the ball past the halfway line. Shinmye made a decisive advance down the left flank, charging towards the defense. As he leapt into the air, 2 defenders converged to block him. Without glancing at his opponents, he executed a no-look pass to the right side, where Kobe surged in, ready to receive the ball. With a powerful 2-handed dunk, he sent his teammate, Andrew, tumbling beneath the basket. The score stood at 30-24. Oh wow, the connection between Shun and Kobe is something I've never seen before, exclaimed Wong, the commentator, brimming with excitement. This no-look pass demonstrates remarkable synergy. It seems these two share a strong rapport off the court, noted teacher Sue. Little Shun has just graduated from college and is already making waves in the NBA, which speaks volumes about his skill and emotional intelligence, Wong continued, expressing admiration. The crux, however, is opportunity. It's not that other domestic players lack talent to compete in the NBA. They are certainly capable. When Sun tried out in Los Angeles, he outperformed several first-round picks, yet he was ultimately selected in the second round by the Lakers, remarked another commentator. Opportunities are scarce, particularly for players from our country compared to their American counterparts. If we reflect on Littleshin, he initially did not participate in the Summer League, leading us to believe he might be cut from the team. However, during the preseason, he seized his chance, showcasing his tenacity in defense and his three-point shooting. He averaged 15 points and 5 assists over 8 preseason games with the Thunder, leading the second unit impressively. The league certainly took note of that. Teacher Sue elaborated thoughtfully. Now, Teacher Sue, what is your analysis regarding Littleshin's prospects for contract renewal? He is currently on a minimum salary contract, but given his current performance, his market value will undoubtedly rise. Moreover, Lakers fans have taken a liking to him. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he has secured his position, and a mid-level contract seems inevitable for his future. Returning to the game, both teams had engaged in multiple exchanges, with a score of 34-26. The Lakers led by 8 points with just 40 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Will Bynum, having crossed half-court, stepped just outside the three-point line and launched a shot, which found the net. The score was now 34-29. With 33 seconds on the clock, Shinmia brought the ball past half-court, beginning to manage the remaining time. Kobe signaled for him to take the shot himself. Shinmia released a three-pointer with just 4 seconds to spare. The ball bounced twice off the rim but ultimately failed to go in, allowing Chris Wilcox to secure the rebound. The Lakers quickly retreated on defense. As Shinmia retreated, he meticulously observed the potential passing routes of his adversary. Noticing the direction of Chris Wilcox's gaze, Shinmia anticipated the play and swiftly darted toward that angle. Indeed, Chris Wilcox directed the pass in that very direction, aimed at Jason Maxiell. With a deft interception, Shinmia seized the moment, with merely 4 seconds remaining on the clock. As Shin Mi-yoon arrived at the logo on his home court, he faced the basket and, with a raised hand, propelled the ball forward. Although his effort was slightly excessive, the ball struck the backboard and found its mark, concluding the first quarter with a score of 37-29. The home crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, while teammates from the bench rushed forward to offer their congratulations. In the domestic TV5 broadcast room, commentators remarked, "Look at Youngshin, having faced a setback in one play. He immediately sought to rectify it, creating an even greater impact. If this were someone else, even if they managed to regain possession, would they have the confidence to make the shot?" Indeed, one can distinctly sense his uniqueness compared to other domestic players. His current performance echoes the essence of Ginobili. Possessing high basketball IQ, he consistently finds himself in the right position, though he and Ginobili differ in their approach to shooting three-pointers. As the second quarter commenced, the Pistons immediately showcased an aggressive defensive strategy. It was evident that head coach John Kuster was determined not to let this game slip away. The offensive efficiency of the Lakers' role players began to wane. However, Kobe's mid-range shooting was exceptionally sharp today, engaging in a back-and-forth scoring battle with the opponents. 3 minutes into the second quarter, the score difference stood at 7 points. "Shun, you're up. Substitute for Derek," Phil instructed. Shinmia removed his sweater and approached the technical area, poised to enter the game during a dead ball situation. At that moment, he had already accumulated 9 points. Soon, a dead ball was called, prompting Shinmia to substitute for Derek, while the Pistons seamlessly replaced Ben Wallace with Kwame Brown. This marked Shinmia's inaugural opportunity to partner with 4 starting Lakers simultaneously on the court. Andrew passed the ball to Kobe, who then relayed it to Shinmia. Kobe preferred not to handle the ball himself. Instead, he favored scoring opportunities. Shinmia stepped back 2 paces beyond the three-point line, while Ben Gordon advanced closely to defend him, as it was imperative not to allow this Chinese player any leeway with his three-point shot. Ben Gordon is indeed a figure with an intriguing narrative. He holds the distinction of being the youngest recipient of the NBA's 6th Man of the Year award in history, and he remains the only player to have garnered this accolade during his rookie season. Shinmia did not launch a strong attack. Upon noticing Kobe had a mismatch on the right flank, he lofted the ball over to him. Kobe, backing down Rodney Stuckey, executed a series of shoulder fakes before performing a smooth turnaround jumper. All eyes were fixed on the basket, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air, delivering a thunderous putback dunk over the unsuspecting Kwame Brown, who was caught completely off guard and left reeling from the impact. The crowd erupted, standing in applause. The one who delivered the dunk was none other than Shinmia. He glanced at the fallen Kwame Brown and extended his hand, assisting his teammate to his feet. The arena's cameras began to replay the mesmerizing dunk repeatedly. In the domestic TV5 broadcast studio, the commentators were astonished. "My goodness, such talent. Previously unnoticed here at home," one exclaimed. "It's not merely talent, this is intriguing. While he stands at 198 meters, he undoubtedly possesses dunking ability. Yet his timing was slightly premature." Another commentator interjected, "Pay attention to the replay. Observe as the ball Kobe shot is still descending when Shaoxin dashes past the frame. Just as the ball grazes the rim, everyone instinctively leaps to grab the rebound, yet he swiftly executes the putback." Kwame Brown, who had just left the ground, was thrown off balance midair. "What does this signify, Teacher Sue?" someone asked. "This young man is remarkable. He anticipated not only the missed shot but also the subsequent actions of others. Moreover, based on his previous performances, his judgment is often astoundingly accurate. This is a formidable ability. With such reflexes, he can defend against anyone." They reminisced about his preseason game against the Grizzlies, where he successfully stripped the ball from Marc Gasol and even managed to block him, despite the latter being a 7-foot center. He resembles the formidable Ginobili. Yet he also possesses a three-point shooting capability along with the vision and awareness of a point guard. Truly extraordinary. Chapter 53, Victory. A new scoring high as the second quarter reached the 8-minute mark. Shinmia assisted a teammate in scoring another 2 points, bringing the score to 56-44. With the Lakers leading by 12, Pistons head coach John Kuster called for a timeout. At this point, Shinmia had accumulated 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. Lakers coach Phil Jackson seized the opportunity to substitute the current lineup, bringing in the entire bench unit, led by Jordan Farmar. To finish the remaining 4 minutes of the half, Shinmia sat on the bench, observing the game while wiping away sweat. "Shun, how are you feeling? Is your ankle all right?" inquired head coach Phil Jackson as he approached. "Thank you for your concern, coach. There's no issue. It no longer affects me," Shin replied. With that assurance, and as the halftime approached, Phil Jackson moved to the sidelines to whistle a tactical strategy. Jordan Farmar held firm for the final 4 minutes, allowing only a 4-point margin to be diminished. The first half concluded with the Lakers leading 64-56, an 8-point advantage as they entered the second half. Both teams retreated to their locker rooms to adjust their lineups and tactics. In the Lakers' locker room, the coach remarked, "Shin, play a bit more today. You've rested for so many days and have consistently engaged in shooting drills. Your form is splendid." "All right, coach," came the reply. "Guys, maintain our defense without faltering. We can surely claim victory today." In the Pistons' locker room, the directive was clear. Guard Shin closely. He is merely a Chinese player, and his stamina won't last long. Jason, stick to that guy like glue. Don't allow him to shoot, and prevent him from making easy passes. Understood. The second half commenced, and both teams resumed the contest. Shinmia remains a substitute on the court. Although the Pistons lineup pales in comparison to that of the Lakers, they managed to keep the score within reach. As Kobe's team struggles to widen the gap, the Pistons currently hold a record of 5 wins and 5 losses, indicating that their roster possesses considerable strength. In the realm of NBA games, absolute victory is never guaranteed. Even the most formidable stars experience periods of struggle, and even the weakest rosters can erupt unexpectedly. 5 minutes into the third quarter, the Lakers extended their lead to 10 points. Pistons head coach John Kuster promptly called for a timeout to halt the momentum. On the Lakers bench, with Kobe taking a breather, "Shin, you lead the starting lineup for a moment." "All right." The Lakers only substituted Kobe for rest, while the other starters remained on the court. Meanwhile, the Pistons adjusted their lineup. Jason Maxiell stepped in to defend Shinmia, proving to be quite effective against him. Shinmia, exhibiting a remarkable ability to avoid turnovers, lacks optimal offensive options, and instead facilitates his teammates with assists. His passing prowess is both extensive and reliable. Under his orchestrating presence, the starting lineup executes tactical plays with a commendable sense of order. He either delivers the ball comfortably to teammates in open positions or feeds Andrew Bynum with easy scoring opportunities beneath the basket. As the court's commander, he excels in this role, surpassing my own contributions in this regard, though he still has some distance to cover before reaching the pinnacle of excellence. As Kobe noted with admiration, currently, the Pistons lineup represents their best performing configuration, comprising 3 starters and 2 substitutes. 4 of these players have scored in double digits, allowing them to engage competitively with the starting unit led by Shinmia, maintaining a close scoreline. However, their play appears rather cumbersome, often resorting to forced shots in the closing moments of possessions or second chance points. In contrast, the Lakers handle the situation with apparent ease. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers find themselves ahead by 11 points, oscillating around the 10-point mark. They call a timeout, substituting all the starters for a well-deserved respite, allowing Shin Mie to lead the full bench unit for the remaining 3 minutes. The Pistons similarly field their entire bench. In one instance, the Pistons miss a shot, and Shin Mie secures the rebound, advancing towards his team's frontcourt. His defender is now DeJuan Summers, a rookie drafted 5th overall in the second round this year. While possessing commendable athleticism, his technical skills remain unrefined, resulting in limited opportunities to showcase his abilities on the court. Shin Mie gazed at his counterpart, DeJuan Summers, who was clearly focused, occasionally extending his hand, demonstrating a commendable level of initiative. Was this a bold rookie daring to challenge the seasoned veteran? Shin Mie held no recollection of the individual before him, suspecting that he had likely faded into obscurity among the masses. Shin Mie executed a dribble beyond the three-point line, perceiving his opponent's outstretched hand. He promptly leaped, engaging in close contact, allowing his adversary to make contact with his arm as he released the ball. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Pistons head coach John Kuster, flustered, rushed to the sidelines, urgently shouting, "Don't foul." Shin Mie stood at the free throw line, confidently sinking 3 consecutive shots, extending the lead to a remarkable 14 points. Let your fouls be your punishment. Will Bynum, with the ball in hand, crossed the half-court line, defended by Jordan Farmar. Will Bynum opted for a direct drive, drawing a foul from Jordan Farmar. He converted both free throws flawlessly, restoring the lead to 12 points. Shin Mie once again carried the ball past the halfway line, and DeJuan Samuels was somewhat more restrained this time, yet his defense remained notably aggressive. As Shin Mie dribbled the ball, he meticulously sought the rhythm of the game while keenly observing the positions of his teammates. This substitute lineup featured 3 players he had originally selected for their three-point prowess. Soon, an opportunity arose with Sasha Vujacic, who, upon receiving the ball, executed a swift and decisive shot from the corner, successfully sinking a three-pointer. The deficit was reduced to 15 points, with only 40 seconds remaining following a missed shot by the Pistons. Some precious time was consumed in the ensuing scramble for the rebound, which the Pistons ultimately secured. The Lakers had a mere 6 seconds left on the shot clock as the third quarter wound down. The Pistons employed tight defense, and as Shin crossed half-court, he launched a three-pointer that ricocheted off the backboard, momentarily alarming the Pistons. The third quarter concluded with the Lakers leading the Pistons by 13 points, 94-81. As the fourth quarter commenced, Kobe, having rested for a significant portion of the period, returned to the court alongside 2 starters and 2 substitutes. The Pistons immediately initiated an aggressive offensive strategy, exploiting the absence of Artest and Lamar, which slightly diminished the Lakers' defensive efficiency. By the 4th minute, the Pistons had narrowed the gap to 9 points. The Lakers called a timeout, substituting in Artest, Lamar Odom, and Josh Powell for Kobe, Vujacic, and Shannon Brown. This configuration represented the Lakers' strongest defensive lineup, featuring 4 defensive starters plus Powell. Their defensive intensity surged, successfully stifling 2 consecutive possessions while converting on their own, extending the lead to 11 points. Pistons head coach John Kuster stepped to the sidelines to direct the offense, urging his team to capitalize on the absence of the Lakers' star players. The Pistons pushed for a fast-paced attack upon regaining possession, but the Lakers' defense was undeniably playoff caliber. Despite their efforts, the Pistons struggled to score, and the Lakers also faced consecutive offensive failures. With 7 minutes remaining, a dead ball situation arose. Following the previous timeout, both teams managed to add just 4 points each over the ensuing 3 minutes, maintaining the 11-point margin. With 5 minutes left on the clock, the Lakers seized the opportunity during the dead ball to reintroduce Kobe, Shun, and the 3 best-performing substitutes of the night, clearly intending to finalize the game with this lineup. With both Kobe and Shin on the floor, defensive efforts became less critical as the Pistons managed to score on 1 possession. However, for every point the Pistons tallied, either Kobe or Shun responded in kind, causing the clock to swiftly dwindle through this exchange. As Shun crossed half-court, he held the ball for the final 20 seconds. When the final buzzer sounded, the Lakers triumphed over the Pistons with a score of 118-110, breaking their 2-game losing streak. Kobe finished the game with an impressive 35 points, shooting 14 for 25 from the field, along with 5 assists and 5 rebounds. Shin delivered an impressive performance, shooting 10 out of 15 from the field and securing 28 points, along with 7 rebounds and 10 assists. Achieving his first double-double and marking the highest plus-minus of the game. He also set a new career high in scoring. Chapter 54. Rising Heat post-game interview with the Lakers. Sean, you are the third Asian player to showcase such talent in the NBA, following Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian. Do you have any insights to share? Well, my performance largely hinged on the support of my teammates. They converted my passes into crucial baskets and helped draw the opponent's defense away from me. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities on the court. If there is any insight to share, it would be that I need to be more proactive. I understand that such opportunities are rare, so I strive to seize them. A player must always exhibit passion on the court. Even if I only have 10 seconds of play time, I must make the most of those 10 seconds. That is why I achieved such results. How do you feel after reaching a new career high in scoring in the NBA? To be honest, I feel quite elated. I owe it to the trust of my coach, and, of course, I am even happier that the team secured a victory. Thank you very much for your response. My pleasure. Kobe's perspective. Kobe, what do you think of your teammate Shin's performance? As you witnessed, he remained consistently stable from the moment he stepped on the court to the final seconds of the game. The trust the coach has in him and his ability to lead the team has elevated him to a starting position. I believe nothing is more convincing than that. What are your goals for this year? Lakers championship. Thank you for your cooperation. My pleasure. Post-game interview with the Pistons. Ben, what do you think of the Chinese player who managed to outmaneuver you today? He is a very enthusiastic player. Kobe remarked that he resembles him in his desire to challenge veterans, and I believe that is quite accurate. Perhaps in the future, you will see him outsmarting other stars. Ben, I must ask a somewhat offensive question. What were you thinking when he outmaneuvered you today? You know that question offends me. Why would you ask it? Next question. In today's game, you only scored 2 points. Have you considered retirement? Why bring that up? I am a defensive player. Scoring is not my forte. As for retirement, I will announce it when the time comes. Thank you for your response. As the post-game gathering disbanded, most Lakers players, unable to contain their excitement, were eager to celebrate at a nightclub. Shin, come with us. Let me show you the charm of the west coast of Los Angeles, along with the beauties from Hollywood. That sounds enticing, but I feel there is room for improvement in my performance today. I plan to return to the arena for extra practice. You are utterly uninteresting, Shin. Shin certainly would not continue to practice excessively. With a full day of training scheduled for tomorrow, an additional evening session would be superfluous. Upon the team's return home, he began to compile the operational insights and methodologies he had promised to Mark Zuckerberg, subsequently dispatching them via social media. Unbeknownst to him, the explosive performance in today's match had significantly elevated his popularity domestically. A post on Weibo titled Chinese basketball prodigy Shin replacing Sun to become the Lakers' new star sparked a flurry of comments. User A remarked, "Is Chinese basketball about to take off?" User B countered, "What does that even signify? Look at his defense. He consistently gives opponents 2 steps for a drive, and against a precise shooter, he stands no chance. Can he really handle the physicality in the paint?" User C responded to User B, "Your criticism seems unwarranted. Shin boasts impressive offensive efficiency. There are numerous players with poor defense. Many small guards rely on tenacity, which often has little impact. Moreover, Shin passing skills are commendable." As a rookie in the NBA, Shin had quietly secured a lucrative endorsement deal worth hundreds of millions. User D chimed in, "Shin? What a peculiar name. Who would name their child that?" User A replied to User D, "Critiquing his name seems unnecessary. Surely his parents chose it with meaning. Perhaps they feared he might become too famous, wanting to temper his aspirations." User C remarked, "You are quite insightful." User B lamented, "When will I ever earn 100 million? User C replied to User B, "I heard there's a bonus involved. I wonder if that's true." User B added, "Leaning is making significant investments. They truly aim to elevate this newcomer. As the rising star in basketball takes flight, he becomes the third player to firmly establish himself in the NBA." User D cautioned, "Let us not speak too soon. In terms of talent, he falls far short of Yi Jianlian." User A countered, "Positions differ. Observe Shin playing efficiency. His style is fluid, and his ability to orchestrate the team's offense is something Yi Jianlian lacks." The following day, Shin woke to find his phone inundated with text messages and missed calls, as he typically kept it on silent while sleeping. He was urged by he ran to log onto his computer to review the messages she had sent. As Shin opened his laptop, he shook his head, lamenting the inconvenience of not having a smartphone. "Come out, Pikachu. After logging into his account, he discovered a plethora of posts and comments from a domestic news portal. The sensation was peculiar. He had anticipated this day, yet it was surreal to become a figure of public interest due to his profession. The mixed opinions online did not faze him. Having been reborn, what was there left to be troubled about? Closing his laptop, Shin proceeded downstairs to freshen up and prepared a simple Chinese breakfast. The training session was scheduled to commence at 9 a.m., and he arrived at the gym by 8:30, where the staff were gradually trickling in. Pau Gasol was always one of the first to arrive. "Hey, Paul, good morning," Shin greeted. "Good morning, Shun. How are you feeling?" "I'm feeling great. You'll see me in action tomorrow during the game. That will surely be another resounding victory," Shin remarked. Pau Gasol chuckled heartily at his words, clearly amused. As the two engaged in casual conversation, the Lakers players began to gather. "Shun, this afternoon the coach has arranged an inter-squad scrimmage. Shall we face off?" Gasol inquired, his tone warm yet competitive. "Absolutely," Shin responded enthusiastically. "Hey, what are you two discussing?" Kobe shouted from a distance. "Paul wants to see how we match up," Shin replied once Kobe drew nearer. "Oh, Shun, you'll be overwhelmed. That's not your forte. I can match up with Mark Gasol." "Oh, that might actually be interesting to watch." Lunch consisted of a nutritionally balanced meal prepared by the team's dietitian. After a brief rest in the afternoon, under the guidance of head coach Phil Jackson, the scrimmage was about to commence. Today, Kobe and Pau would take turns selecting their teams for the inter-squad match. The players were eager, thrilled at the prospect of witnessing both Lakers stars on the court simultaneously. "Okay, Paul, you go first. I believe you need an excellent point guard," Kobe remarked with his trademark smile, displaying his chivalry. "I choose Ron Artest," Pau replied, raising his eyebrows, clearly intent on matching up with Shun. Ron gestured and moved to stand beside Pau. Kobe chuckled, shaking his head. "If you don't choose, I will." "Shun, come on." Chapter 55, Battling the Bulls. Gasol returns. Upon hearing this, Shin shrugged and smiled, moving closer to Kobe. Derek Fisher and Pau Gasol continued to make their selections. Andrew Bynum followed suit, and Kobe inquired of Shin. "Who do you think would be a suitable choice for today's exhibition?" "Shannon Brown," Shin replied thoughtfully. Coach Phil noticed Kobe heeding Shun's suggestion and cast him a glance. During the last inter-squad game, Shin had not chosen Shannon Brown. It seemed Phil agreed that Brown was indeed a fitting addition to today's lineup, affirming Shun's keen insight into team composition. Josh Powell ultimately selected a forward, deciding that with Fisher as the sole guard on his side, he was adequately equipped. Kobe surveyed his roster and concluded, Sasha Vujasic. Both teams were given 3 minutes for preparation, after which the match would commence. As Phil Jackson's words echoed, the teams began strategizing. The arena staff commenced clearing the court. 3 minutes later, the game began with Pau Gasol and Andrew Bynum at center court for the tip-off. Pau successfully directed the ball to his team. Derek Fisher advanced past half court and, observing that Andrew Bynum had not yet fully settled into defensive position, swiftly lobbed the ball into the paint. Gasol executed a bank shot, scoring effortlessly. Bynum passed the ball to Shun, who crossed half court before returning it to Kobe. Recognizing his most familiar teammate guarding against him, Kobe charged forward, executing a powerful dunk over Gasol. The score was now tied at 2-2. Gasol deftly sidestepped, and upon witnessing Kobe's slam, shook his head and shared a knowing smile. Kobe retreated on defense as Gasol passed to Fisher, who quickly transitioned back to the front court. Shannon Brown, matching Fisher in height, effectively utilized his impressive athleticism to guard him. Gasol abandoned the paint, maneuvering around to receive a handoff pass, setting the stage for an exciting play. Seizing the opportunity, Shun switched defensive assignments with Andrew Bynum and positioned himself before Pau Gasol. "Shun, I am taller than you," he remarked, though the height difference was merely 15 centimeters. Gasol remained silent, opting to advance along the right side, inching closer with each step. Although Shun could not physically displace him, he did not yield an inch, maintaining a close guard. When a player is engaged in backing down or contesting within the paint, the moment for a shot inevitably arrives. Once the shooter prepares to release the ball, their body rhythm will invariably shift. For instance, there may be a sudden separation between the two players. At this juncture, the defensive player's reaction becomes crucial. Typically, they wait until the opponent leaps before considering a block, but by then, it is often too late. Shun raised his hand high, anticipating the moment of change in Gasol's movements. He leaped from his position without hesitation, for any delay would render him incapable of blocking the shot at its lowest point. Such a judgment, even if he failed to block the shot, could still disrupt the opponent's line of sight. Should the opponent feign a move, it would be akin to falling for a ruse. Indeed, as Gasol suddenly pivoted, Shunmia sensed a shift in the force before him and sprang into action. Gasol's arm ascended, and just as he released the ball with a flick of his wrist, he realized that Shunmia had already leaped, anticipating him perfectly. Shunmia deftly sealed the three-pointer, yet the ball did not touch the rim, allowing Andrew to secure the rebound. He passed the ball to Shin. "Oh, how remarkable. Shin, you anticipated my move. Now I understand how you managed to defend against my brother," Gasol exclaimed in awe. "Thank you, Paul. But aren't you concerned that I might feign a move, leading you to be deceived and allowing me to draw a foul?" "Of course I am. Such an opportunity can only be utilized once. Next time, I shall employ a different tactic," Shunmia replied with a mysterious smile. As the transition between offense and defense occurred, Gasol began to guard Shunmia. Shunmia carried the ball past half-court, seemingly intent on taking this shot alone without passing to Kobe. The other players spread out, their gaze fixed on Shunmia, eager to witness how he would execute this play. Paul allowed Shunmia a step, confident that with his height, he could defend against both a drive and a shot. Ready for either eventuality, Shunmia was contemplating how to execute this shot. Should he take a step back, or perhaps attempt to slip the ball through his opponent's legs? After all, the others had already spread out. He could seize the opportunity to dunk it in, but that seemed rather mundane. After some consideration, none of these options felt quite right. Today, he decided to showcase something spectacular, to demonstrate how an exceptional point guard scores. Shunmia began to lower his center of gravity, dribbling swiftly while reminiscing about the moves of the legendary European player from his past life. It was evident that Shunmia was preparing to launch an attack, igniting the anticipation of everyone in the arena. Shunmia initiated a leftward thrust, followed by a swift lateral movement. He then pulled back, executed a small prayer gesture, and advanced with a powerful drive. Shunmia veered to the right, maneuvered behind, shifted back to the left, and successfully scored with a left-handed layup. Gasol stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. The coach and players on the sidelines erupted in applause and exclamations. There were no exaggerated feints, only pure skill, relying on proficient ball handling to exploit weaknesses. Both Gasol and Shunmia were content to engage in their respective matchups. The positional play resumed its normal rhythm, leading to an exchange of offensive sequences. Kobe's team played with unrestrained freedom, boasting a premier scoring guard alongside an undrafted high-energy point guard, showcasing a diverse array of mid-range jumpers, long-range shots, and dunks. Gasol's team, in contrast, demonstrated a more traditional half-court approach. Whenever Gasol received the ball, it was either a mid-range shot or a hook, albeit with varying techniques. Thus, while some may claim that Gasol's play is soft, it merely appears that way. His scoring is anything but gentle. Under the relentless offensive onslaught from Kobe and Shunmia, Kobe's team triumphed in this intra-squad match with a score of 52-46. After the afternoon training session, the head coach announced the disbandment, instructing all players to rest well, as they were to face the Bulls at home the following evening at 6 p.m. This match was scheduled early, with no domestic broadcast available. The next day, after completing shooting drills, the team gathered at 2 p.m. to head to the Staples Center. By 5:30 p.m., the arena was once again filled to capacity, as the fans eagerly awaited the return of Shunmia's impressive performance. Among the spectators was the 72-year-old fan, Jack Nicholson. During the warm-up phase before the game commenced, the Lakers players lined up neatly in 2 rows, each holding a basketball, rolling it between their hands. What kind of ritual was this? It seemed unfamiliar. On the Bulls bench, head coach Vinny Del Negro was left bewildered, as was the Bulls star player, Rose, along with the rest of the team. Rose's expression mirrored that of someone witnessing New Zealand players perform the haka at the Olympics. "Coach, why are they giving the basketball a bath?" Rose finally managed to ask. "I don't know," judging by Phil Jackson's reaction. He clearly understands this is likely a training method he designed or approved. Ross furrowed his brow and gave it a try. It seemed rather intriguing. Soon, the warm-up period concluded, and the match was about to commence. The starting lineup for the Lakers included Pau Gasol, Kobe Bryant, Ron Artest, Derek Fisher, and Lamar Odom. The Bulls starting 5 featured Derrick Rose, John Salmons, Joakim Noah, Luol Deng, and Taj Gibson. Pau Gasol made his official return to the starting lineup. Chapter 56. The Rose of the Windy City. The tip-off began. The Bulls center, Joakim Noah, stood at an imposing 2.11 meters. His natural talent unable to rival that of Gasol. The Lakers secured the initial possession, with Derek Fisher dribbling past half-court. Kobe maneuvered from the left side at a 45-degree angle, stepping back 3 paces beyond the three-point line to receive the pass. Fisher quickly positioned himself back at the left side 45-degree angle. Defending Kobe was the Bulls' serious-looking 2.1-meter guard, John Salmons, while Derrick Rose matched up against Fisher. Derrick faced off against Derrick. Known by the moniker Salmon, Salmons sported 3 Chinese characters tattooed on his right arm. One can only wonder how the tattoo artist explained its significance. Nonetheless, it was indelibly etched onto his skin. This time, Kobe refrained from shooting. As Joakim Noah failed to closely guard Gasol, he effortlessly lobbed the ball into the paint for Gasol, maintaining his high efficiency. Gasol lightly tapped the ball in with a hook shot. Noah inbounded the ball, and Rose received it, accelerating past half-court, leaving Fisher trailing in his wake. After bypassing Fisher, Rose soared into the paint, utilizing Noah's screen, and executed a dunk, landing while casting a glance at Kobe as he retreated on defense. In the transition to offense, Kobe brought the ball past half-court and switched with Fisher, finding himself against Rose. After a few dribbles to establish his rhythm, Kobe drove in, scoring by banking the ball off the glass against Rose's defense. Both teams exhibited commendable energy from the outset, and Rose's intensity today was unmistakably high. However, Fisher, having been momentarily outpaced, resolved to intensify his focus. Others may be taller, but we are of similar height. Why should I concede to you? In terms of defensive prowess, Fisher was not inferior to Rose, and perhaps even superior. Observing Fisher's determination, Kobe engaged briefly before allowing Rose to be contested by Fisher, which immediately diminished Rose's effectiveness. Although Fisher was nearly stripped of the ball during a pass, the ball fortunately went out of bounds, retaining possession for the Bulls. The game unfolded with both teams exchanging blows, each displaying tenacity that elevated the defensive intensity of the Lakers. They began to alternate leads, neither side yielding an inch. With 6 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, the game reached its first mandatory timeout, with the score standing at 17-15 in favor of the Lakers. Remarkably, aside from Derrick Rose, the Bulls starters boasted an average height exceeding 2.05 meters. The defense against the Lakers proved to be quite effective. Coach Phil brought in Shun and Andrew Bynum, while the Lakers substituted only Kobe and Lamar Odom for a brief respite. Shin Mia led a lineup featuring 3 starters and 1 substitute, forming a dual tower configuration. On the Bulls' side, no substitutions were made for the time being, as the head coach evidently wished to observe whether they could capitalize on the opportunity to close the gap while Kobe was off the court. Shun Mia directly switched defenses with Fisher, deliberately positioning himself before Derrick Rose. Indeed, he felt compelled to face off against anyone with the potential for Hall of Fame recognition. "Hello," he greeted, his accent revealing his Chinese heritage. "Greetings, Rose. I am aware of your prowess as the Windy City Rose." "Thank you." In's mind. Memories of this player's career flickered like a fleeting bloom. At the zenith of his prowess, he triumphed over peak LeBron and the formidable Dwight Howard, securing the regular season MVP. Alas, misfortune struck in the form of a grave injury, causing his career to falter intermittently from its pinnacle. He was indeed an exceptional point guard. Rose suggested, pausing momentarily. "I believe you might consider altering your playing style." The unspoken words lingered in his mind. Do not exhaust your body in pursuit of flair. A single injury during your prime could confine your best years to the realm of rehabilitation. Yet, he sensed that offering such counsel in his current capacity might yield adverse effects. Both players were, in a sense, rookies, Rose being last year's draft number 1. May feel that such advice might be inappropriate. "Why?" Rose inquired. "The style of changing direction without reducing speed and landing without bending your knees places immense stress on your knees. I recommend you incorporate more mid-range and long-range shooting." "Oh. No, brother, thank you for the reminder, but I believe that style is too soft." "Very well," conceded, choosing not to elaborate further. The youthful exuberance of his counterpart perhaps would lead to understanding in due time. Just then, Rose deftly maneuvered past, executing a gravity-defying double-handed dunk, exuding an aura of compact power. The score stood at 17-17, prompting the entire Bulls bench to rise in jubilation for Rose. As he bounced back to defense, he glanced at and wagged his finger playfully. "Damn," S expression hardened. "Today, you'll learn how it feels to be outscored." Upon crossing half-court, Rose intensified his defense against. The only aspect of his defense that warranted caution was the potential for a steal, both passing and shooting were within his grasp to secure suitable scoring opportunities. Observing that was about to break free, swiftly delivered a bounce pass to him, perfectly timed as shed his defender. A three-point shot was launched, swishing through the net. 2017. "Oh, damn, your passing is simply phenomenal," exclaimed, finally grasping why his teammates lauded its passing ability. The synergy of the open shot and the ball arriving simultaneously was a feeling that transcended merely receiving the pass in space. "Just get accustomed to it," replied with a smile as he retreated defensively. The arena's screens began replaying its exquisite passing interplay, with the transition from offense to defense allowed Fisher to guard Rose. Realizing that containing Rose's penetration posed considerable difficulty, Rose's first step was reminiscent of Wade's explosive burst. This time, Rose, under pressure from Derek Fisher, opted for a mid-range jump shot. The attempt went awry, and Pau Gasol secured the rebound, immediately distributing the ball to before touching the ground. Shinmia received the ball and swiftly turned to initiate a fast break, while John Salmons hastened to pursue him on defense. The opposing player exhibited remarkable speed. Being a defensive-minded guard, Shinmia cast a glance at the trailing Atai, noting the distance between them, and opted for a leap to the basket, an audacious attempt. Just as anticipated, John Salmons' block surged in pursuit. The shot was disrupted, prompting Shinmia to leap again, deftly directing the rebound to Atai, who had positioned himself perfectly behind. Atai stepped back, retreated to the three-point line, made a slight adjustment, and released another shot. Swish. The scoreboard read 23-17. The Bulls immediately called for a timeout, initially hoping to capitalize on the moment to score, but within a mere 2 minutes, the Lakers had widened their lead to 6 points. The Lakers bench players rose in unison to greet their teammate, offering warm gestures of camaraderie. Shin continued to lead the bench unit until the end of the first quarter. Okay. With the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Lakers introduced Shinmia alongside an entirely substitute lineup, while the Bulls countered with their second unit. Chapter 57, Connection. Pau Gasol. The Lakers bench featured a backcourt pairing of Jordan Farmar and Shinmia, a dual point guard setup. The Bulls' second unit also employed dual point guards, with Kirk Henrich handling the ball, a player whose likeness bore a striking resemblance to the renowned American actor Adrian Brody. As Kirk Henrich crossed half-court, Shinmia retreated while maintaining his defensive stance. Jordan Farmar was tasked with defending another guard, Janniro Pargo. Upon reaching the three-point line, Kirk Henrich attempted to drive past Shinmia, but, finding no success, retreated and passed the ball to the forward, James Johnson, a rookie drafted 16th overall this year. James Johnson had experienced a tumultuous career, having played for too many teams to count. However, he had managed to sustain a lengthy career. Notably, in the year Shinmia faced a personal calamity, Johnson seemed to have joined the Nets. Upon receiving the ball, James Johnson launched a shot, which clanged off the rim. The rebound was secured by Andrew Bynum. Noticing Shinmia had retreated on defense, Andrew Bynum passed the ball to Jordan Farmar. Recently, Jordan Farmar had been feeling quite discontented due to Shinmia's stellar performance, which had diminished his own opportunities. Yet, he found it hard to harbor any resentment towards Shinmia. Despite being a rookie, his repeated displays of brilliance had earned Farmar's admiration. After crossing half-court, Jordan Farmar sized up Janniro Pargo, who was of similar stature. He resolved to take him on one-on-one, lowering his center of gravity and adjusting his pace. Jordan Farmar charged forward with determination. As Shinmia observed that Farmar played this round with such ease, he found himself momentarily distracted. The ball was swatted down by Brad Miller, the interior player of the Bulls' second unit. Brad Miller swiftly secured the ball and delivered a long pass to Kirk Henrich. Shinmia turned to see that his mark, Kirk Henrich, had inexplicably retreated to the backcourt. In a rapid transition offense, Kirk Henrich executed a layup, scoring. The score now stood at 23-19. Jordan Farmar shook his head in frustration. "Hey, buddy, lift your spirits, don't overthink it. Our goal is to defend our championship title. Let go of any distractions and focus on the championship ring." With Shinmia's encouragement, Jordan Farmar regained his composure and hastily made his way to the backcourt to inbound the ball. Shinmia advanced to the backcourt to receive the ball. Once Jordan Farmar had crossed half-court, he returned the ball to him, signaling his desire for Farmar to orchestrate the offense. Although the specifics of the game remained unclear, Shinmia's selfless demeanor did not go unnoticed by his teammates. Lakers head coach Phil Jackson, observing this scenario, understood the situation all too well. Disregarding distractions, Jordan Farmar made another penetrating move, only to find himself enveloped by the opposing defense in the paint. In response, he swiftly passed the ball to Shenmue, who had positioned himself at a 45-degree angle on the opposite side. Upon receiving the ball, Shenmue exhibited remarkable dexterity and immediately passed it to the open Andrew Bynum, who had found space due to the opposing center's defensive commitment. Bynum effortlessly scored under the basket, bringing the score to 25-19. This exquisite display of teamwork ignited cheers from both the bench and the audience. Watching Shenmue play is always a visual delight, a testament to the prowess of a player with high basketball IQ. The contest continued with both teams exchanging leads, and at the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers held a 5-point advantage at 27-22 as they entered the second quarter. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers reintroduced their customary starting lineup, with Bynum substituting for Gasol. The Bulls retained their starting five. After a fiercely contested first quarter, the Bulls showed signs of fatigue, compounded by several injuries that limited their rotation. Engaging in a half-court battle against the Lakers proved challenging, resulting in suboptimal efficiency. However, Kobe was effectively curtailed by John Salmons, who bore a tattoo of a coffin on his arm. Consequently, the score gap did not widen significantly. After 4 minutes of play, the score stood at 34-31. With just a single possession separating the teams. Lakers head coach Phil Jackson opted to replace the starting players of the second quarter, bringing in Gasol and Shenmue to lead the bench unit. The Bulls similarly substituted 3 starters, including Rose, for a breather. This strategic maneuver further highlighted the acumen of coach Zen Master, as he leveraged Kobe's presence to neutralize the opposing starters, while maintaining a formidable interior presence coupled with a high-energy playmaker to challenge the Bulls' second unit. Had Kobe been in better shooting form, the point differential might have been even more pronounced. In this instance, Phil Jackson chose to keep Jordan Farmar on the bench, alongside 3 others, Shannon Brown, Josh Powell, and Adam Morrison. Shannon Brown advanced past half-court, passing the ball to Shenmue. Shenmue shook his head, realizing that since he was paired with Gasol, it was essential to provide the center with comfortable assists in order to showcase his versatility. Shenmue lowered his center of gravity, executing a powerful left-side drive, and delivered a perfect alley-oop to the right side of the basket for Marc Gasol. Gasol comfortably received the ball and leaped to score. The score stood at 36-31. As the teams transitioned between offense and defense, the 2 players retreated while exchanging respectful gestures. "Shin, your passing is remarkably imaginative," remarked his companion. "You'll get used to it." Meanwhile, the Bulls implemented an interior strategy, with Brad Miller scoring a hook shot beneath the rim, narrowing the score to 36-33. Gasol passed the ball to Shenmue, who advanced across half-court. Maneuvering along the 3-point arc, Gasol moved forward to set a screen, positioning himself in the path of Shenmue's defender. Without hesitation, Shenmue launched a 3-pointer, confidently turning away while raising 3 fingers in an OK gesture. The ball traced a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. 39-33. This shot, made with his back to the hoop, stirred the emotions of the home crowd. Shin has an extraordinary ability to engage the fans, while others rely on spectacular goals during play to captivate the audience. Shin manages to seize every opportunity to grab their attention. Kobe marveled from the bench. Unbeknownst to him, many prominent players would later adopt a similar turn after sinking a 3-pointer. Nearby, head coach Phil Jackson overheard Kobe's remarks and replied, "He always gives me the impression of a cunning veteran on the court. Much like Michael's blindfolded free throw, he hardly resembles a rookie. The first time I encountered him, he exuded an air of mystery, which is why I gave him that chance." Was it during the game against the Hawks? Indeed. He should thank you, Phil. He has already expressed his gratitude. His performance is the finest gift. Meanwhile, as the play transitioned, Bulls player Kirk Hinrich drove forward, drawing a foul from Pau Gasol. Shenmue gently patted Gasol, signaling him to await the conclusion of the free throws at the 3-point line while he took charge of guarding the paint. This subtle shift went unnoticed by most. Following the successful free throws, the score stood at 39-35. Gasol grasped Shenmue's intent as he initiated a backcourt pass, executing a quarterback-like long throw. Gasol skillfully caught the ball, leaving Brad Miller unable to intervene in time, and he completed a layup, bringing the score to 41-35. Seizing the opportunity, Brad Miller launched a long pass while Gasol had yet to settle into position. Typically, such long passes during transitions would captivate the attention of all players on the court, allowing the opposing team to capitalize on the moment. Shenmue, however, remained vigilant, anticipating this very scenario. Observing Miller's long pass, Shinmye swiftly approached, deftly intercepting from behind Kirk Hinrich, thereby executing a steal. The atmosphere in the arena surged once more. Invigorated by this remarkable defensive play, Shinmye accelerated, breaking through the opposing team's center, Brad Miller, and delivered a lob to the waiting Pau Gasol beneath the basket. Gasol executed a flawless alley-oop dunk. With the score at 43-35, the Bulls called another timeout as the Lakers gained momentum. The Lakers did not make any substitutions during the second quarter. The timeout concluded, and the score stood at 54-44 by the end of the first half. Shinmye and Pau Gasol led the team, swiftly extending the lead to 10 points. Shinmye recorded 6 points and 6 assists, with all but one assist directed towards Gasol, who surpassed Kobe in first-half scoring, leading all players. Chapter 58, a clash of first- and second-year players in the Lakers' locker room. The atmosphere was buoyant. Gentlemen, we are in excellent form today. In the second half, we will return to our regular starting lineup. Paul? You will start in the second half, the coach announced. That's fine, coach. I can continue partnering with Shin. We can maximize the depth of our second unit, Paul replied. Brother, do you even hear what you're saying? Are you planning to abandon me? Kobe teased, laughing. All right, then I shall play with you in the starting lineup, Paul conceded, eliciting laughter from the room. In the Bulls' locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Several starting players draped towels over their heads, remaining silent. Come on, everyone. Let's pick up our spirits. We are a makeshift team today, and we have performed admirably. We played well in the first quarter, even holding our own against the championship team, Rose urged, shaking his head. Guys, let us not give up. There are still 24 minutes left. We have a chance to close the gap. Although Rose, the Windy City's young Rose, had yet to mature into an MVP-caliber player, he exuded the charisma of a leading star. As the second half commenced, both teams sent out their starters. Derek Fisher continued to defend Derrick Rose effectively. The rest of the Bulls struggled to step up, and just 3 minutes into the half, Kobe's three-pointer ignited the scoreboard, bringing the score to 11-6. The Bulls quickly called a timeout with the score at 65-50, a 15-point deficit. The head coach grabbed the tactical board as the players returned to the bench, ready to devise strategies and adjustments. On the Lakers side, the coach announced, next, Kobe and Paul will take a breather. Shun, you and Andrew Bynum will fill their positions. Okay, said Shun. Bulls head coach Vinny Del Negro couldn't help but envy the Lakers' depth. With Kobe and Pau Gasol resting, the Lakers lineup remained formidable, with Shun's performance even outshining that of the starters, and Andrew had originally been a starter at the season's outset. The Bulls did not adjust their lineup, continuing with their starters against the Lakers. Shinmye continued to pursue Ross, who, upon crossing half-court, locked eyes with him, lowering his center of gravity. He executed a series of rapid changes in direction, creating an opportunity. With a mid-range jumper, the ball bounced a few times before settling into the net. The score now stood at 65-52, narrowing the gap to 13 points once more. Shinmye advanced past the halfway line, reaching beyond the three-point arc, while Rose eagerly approached to defend him closely. Shinmye did not lower his center of gravity. Facing Ross's defense, he stepped back and attempted a three-pointer. Having hardly shot today, the ball swished through the net, as reliable as ever. The score now stands at 68-52, with the deficit returning to 16 points. As Shinmye retreated, he cast a glance at Ross and shook his finger disapprovingly. Noticing Shinmye's gesture, Ross's expression darkened. After receiving the ball, he advanced past the halfway line, continuing with a solo attempt. He skillfully maneuvered past Shinmye, executing a powerful dunk over Andrew Bynum, scoring decisively. Upon landing, he remained steadfast, exhibiting an explosive style. The score now stood at 68-54, with the gap reduced to 14 points. Shinmye was invigorated, confident in their 16-point lead, feeling no urgency whatsoever. After crossing the half-court line, Shinmye first passed to Atai at the arc, then deftly maneuvered around Atai's position to create an open shot, receiving the ball back with a seamless handoff and rising for yet another three-pointer. The basketball sliced through the air and swished through the net. The score stood at 71-54, a 17-point gap. The home crowd discerned the intensity of the duel between these two players. Both benches rose in unison to rally behind them, while the on-court players were taken aback by the sudden surge of energy. Meanwhile, Rose continued his individual play. Rose, are you certain you wish to persist? A three-pointer always surpasses a two-pointer by 1 point, Shinmye remarked, showcasing his mathematical prowess. Shin, I find it hard to believe you can score consistently. Perhaps not in the usual course, but tonight I have indeed found my rhythm. Are you willing to give it a shot? As you can see, we have exhausted all other options. There are not enough players to rotate. As Shunmia lowered his center of gravity, he engaged in conversation while maintaining an acute focus, his gaze fixed upon Rose's dribbling hand. Indeed, Rose once again opted for a drive, and Shunmia followed closely. Although his reaction was sufficiently swift, one could not catch up to Rose when choosing to pursue rather than obstruct. Rose approached the basket and executed a layup, scoring. The score now stood at 71-56. A 15-point deficit. Andrew Bynum inbound the ball to Shunmia, who first passed it to Derek Fisher. Fisher, a seasoned player, was careful not to disrupt the rhythm of competition, mindful of Shunmia's shooting touch and the prevailing circumstances on the court. After crossing half-court, Fisher returned the ball to Shunmia. Double team, shouted Bulls head coach Vinny Del Negro from the sidelines. The referee promptly approached to remind the opposing coach to remain behind the boundary. Seeing Shunmia receive the ball, Rose immediately closed in on him. Shunmia received it and began to dribble, taking his time to assess the situation. John Salmons, defending Fisher, also moved to cover Shunmia's passing lane, subtly creating a double-team scenario. However, Salmons did not commit to the double team. It seemed he harbored doubts about Shunmia's ability to make a three-pointer. Dribbling backward, Shunmia retreated 2 steps to the Lakers logo. He then leaped and released the ball. Would they doubt his capability? The ball traveled gracefully through the air, seemingly suspended in time for the Bulls players. It swished through the net. The score now reads 74-56, an 18-point margin. The home crowd erupted, with fans vociferously chanting MVP. Perhaps three-pointers lacked the spectacle of dunks, yet when they found the net, the exhilaration was truly profound. The whistle blew, and the Bulls called for another timeout, their players exiting the court with expressions of despair. In this exchange of three-pointers and two-pointers, the Lakers consistently edged ahead by a single point. Perhaps the Bulls players were gambling on missed opportunities, yet that shot found its mark today. The Lakers bench acknowledged Shunmia with greater enthusiasm, their gestures filled with respect. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Bulls deployed their bench players, while the Lakers substituted all their starters, allowing Shunmia to continue with the reserves. This time, Shunmia refrained from reckless shooting, opting instead to orchestrate the offense and facilitate for his teammates. The Bulls were afforded a moment of respite, as their backup center, Brad Miller, had been performing admirably, second only to the starting Rose within the team. Perhaps the Bulls coach should have granted this substitute more opportunities earlier to avoid such a predicament. As the third quarter concluded, the Lakers held a commanding lead of 86-66, entering the fourth quarter with a 20-point advantage. The fourth quarter commenced with both teams fielding their starters once more. Shunmia had a premonition that he would not be called to play, and indeed, after just 3 minutes, the deficit had increased by a point, reaching 21. The Bulls called for a timeout and promptly withdrew their starters, opting for their most bench-heavy lineup. Shun, do you still wish to play? No, coach. Let others have the opportunity. The Lakers also substituted their main players, and the benches exchanged shots in a back-and-forth manner. As the Bulls player, Lynchy Hunter, exhausted the final offensive possession, the final whistle sounded. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Bulls at home with a score of 109-93, securing their second consecutive victory of the season. Although it was merely a 2-game winning streak, the return of Pau Gasol heralded the most significant boon for the Lakers. Chapter 59. A headache of a weekend at this moment. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning domestically. The Lakers' 2 consecutive victories once again became a focal point of discussion online. Chinese player Shunmia dazzled with a rain of three-pointers, extinguishing the Bulls' hopes. Netizen A. I watched the live broadcast of the game. I must say, Shunmia's three-pointers were incredibly sharp. Each one made my heart race. It was truly frightening. Netizen B. I fail to see the significance of such games. They lack any entertainment value. Netizen C to Netizen B. Three-pointers certainly have their own allure. I think it's quite enjoyable. Netizen A. I have a feeling the Lakers are on their way to another championship. I can tell Shaquille O'Neal that I have 5 championships. Netizen C to Netizen A. As long as the Lakers management doesn't make foolish decisions, they might just create a dynasty. Netizen D. What does Shunmia have to do with it? Before he arrived, the Lakers were already champions. Meanwhile, during the Lakers post-game interview, Paul, how does it feel to score the highest points in your first game back? I feel fantastic. Our teammates were phenomenal, each one outstanding, especially Shun. He is like a commander on the court, or rather, a microwave. Oh no, I believe he's more akin to a killer, striking at the heart. Do you think Shin has the capability to be a starter? Do you understand basketball? Shin's skills absolutely warrant a starting position. However, the coach currently has no plans to place Shun in the starting lineup, and he bears no dissatisfaction. He prefers to fulfill the role the team requires of him. Shun, did you say that yourself? Of course I can. The coach's directives take precedence over everything. On the court, I can be the commander, but off the court, I trust the coach more. Shin, what did you say to Rose during your shootout? Well, I advised him to practice his shooting more, particularly his three-point shots. After all, 3 points are always one more than two. 3 points being one more than two. Now that sounds like a theorem. In the Bulls' post-game interview, Rose sniffed slightly as he faced the camera, his expression somewhat dazed. Rose, during your shootout with Shin today, he mentioned that 3 points are indeed one more than two, correct? 3 points, of course, surpass two by a single point. Are you aware of what you were inquiring about? Rose appeared slightly distracted. Apologies, what I meant to ask was whether the opposing player had indeed spoken those words. Yes. What kind of player do you perceive Shin to be? He is a player who can be quite vexing, regardless of how one defends against him. He always finds an opportunity to shoot, and his innate shooting talent turns those opportunities into successes. Rose, will you practice 3-point shots? The statistics indicate that all of your 20 attempts today were 2-point shots. I will indeed. Next time, we will be well prepared to counter Shun. Are there any further inquiries? None, thank you. In the Lakers' locker room, Shin had just returned, and buckets of icy water cascaded down upon him. Hiss. As Shin Mia endured and accepted the ritual, he simultaneously engaged in greetings with everyone. Shun, they said, there are only 3 days until the next match. Let's venture out to experience the charm of Los Angeles tonight. No, 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 you all go ahead. I need to practice more, he replied. Shay-te, someone remarked. Your refusal puts us in an awkward position. Rest assured, I will only be practicing my shooting, not my defense, he assured them, prompting a burst of laughter from the locker room. After the team's disbandment, Shin Mia also gracefully declined the invitations from Kobe and Gasol, who wished to celebrate with their families. Shin Mia boarded the bus heading back to the stadium, and shortly after the vehicle commenced its journey, the phone rang, and it was Mingru. Hello, Mingru. Yengu, has the match concluded? Yes, it has. Are you on holiday? We have a break starting tomorrow evening. How did your game go today? It was decent, 18 points and 11 assists, another double-double. Yengu, you were so impressive. This is nothing. It merely reflects a third of my capabilities. Indeed, only a third. Greater achievements lie ahead. Even more impressive? Why is that? Let me illustrate. In the past basketball era, the closer one got to the basket, the better the shooting options were considered. However, in the last decade, the ability to evade defense has become paramount for optimal shooting choices. Of course, an open three-pointer has also emerged as a prime opportunity. Currently, individuals like me, who take numerous three-point shots, are still few, though there are some. In the future, entire teams may consist of players proficient in three-point shooting. That will usher in a new era. Imagine the status an exceptional three-point shooter would attain, especially if they were a point guard. They could become the cornerstone of a team. Just like Stephen Curry, the extraordinary talent we discussed during our meal together. I am striving towards that goal. And I may already be a step ahead of him. He has yet to break through the rookie wall. I understand. Is this related to the dream you mentioned? Perhaps it is, but I have only shared this with you, Mingru. Rest assured, I will keep it confidential. Speaking of dreams, let me tell you about what happened at our school today. What? I will be visiting you this weekend. All right, come on over. The conversation flowed seamlessly, covering the match and amusing anecdotes from her school until he finally returned to the gym and ended the call. Barely a moment after hanging up, his phone rang again. It was he Ran. Hello, Ranjia. Who were you talking to for so long? Since the match ended, I've called 3 times. And you were engaged in conversation each time. Oh, there was a bit of a situation at home, Shinmia replied as he walked back. All right, little brother Shinmia. I heard there is a Lakers home game this weekend. Remember you mentioned treating me to a game? I'm considering flying to Los Angeles to watch it and discuss some matters with you. Is that all right? That should be fine. What do you mean should be fine? Is it inconvenient? It's convenient. Great. Then I want to book a hotel. I'll stay in your room, and you can continue to sleep on the sofa. I have to go. I have other matters to attend to. Bye. Shinmia was rendered speechless as he gazed at his phone screen. Who were these people? Occupying his bedroom and becoming addicted to it? No, this was troubling. Ming Ro was also coming. Now, he was in a quandary. After pondering for a while, Shinmia could not fathom what it would be like for the two of them to appear simultaneously and see one another. Never mind, he thought. One must trust that a path will reveal itself when one reaches the mountain. Shinmia returned home, took a refreshing shower, and retrieved a notebook to commence jotting down his thoughts and plans. Recently, he found himself with some leisure time, during which he endeavored to contemplate specific matters and inscribe the ideas that surfaced in his mind. This practice was to prevent the passage of time from erasing certain concepts. For instance, he noted the titles of films within the entertainment industry, along with their general plots. Additionally, he recorded insights regarding industry developments and the business trajectories of domestic companies. Such documentation proved far more beneficial than attempting to recollect these details when the need arose. Shinmia continued writing until the early hours of the morning, finally completing today's work and stretched his back. Shinmia sighed, pondering that literary creation is truly not a task for mere mortals. It is even more exhausting than playing basketball. After a moment of contemplation, he donned his jersey and slipped on a jacket before heading out towards the gymnasium. Chapter 60, The Bonds of Sisterhood. November 20th, Friday, sunny. Shinmia woke from a restful slumber, feeling invigorated. The previous night, he had engaged in a brief session of basketball practice, dedicating merely an hour to honing his three-point shooting, which alleviated the stiffness accumulated from his writing endeavors. Today, he was to immerse himself in an entire day of training. After completing his morning routine, Shinmia made his way to the gymnasium to partake in the rigorous training session. November 21st, Saturday, overcast skies. As Shinmia descended the stairs, poised to freshen up, a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he discovered Meibo standing there, bearing breakfast. "Good morning." "Yin ge," she greeted. "Good morning. You needn't have brought anything," he replied. "It's breakfast. I figured you might not have had a traditional Chinese meal in a while, so I brought it from Chinatown just for you." "Thank you. Do we have training today?" he inquired. "Yes, just be there before 9, she confirmed. "All right then. Enjoy your meal and head out. I'll catch a bit more sleep. I woke up quite early and feel rather drowsy. The car keys are right here. Take the car if you need it. It's just a short distance to the gym. No need for the car. You go back to sleep. I'll be leaving shortly." "Okay." Shinmia savored a cup of soy milk and relished 2 fried dough sticks before heading to the gym for practice. The morning was devoted to shooting drills, ball handling exercises, and other skill-based training. At noon, he visited the gym's cafeteria to collect a nutritious meal when a sudden thought of another person at home crossed his mind. Shinmia pondered for a moment, then decided to take a few more nutritious meals to share with Meibo upon his return. The nutritional offerings of NBA teams are indeed quite abundant. Among the vegetarian options, there are various boiled vegetables, while the meat selections include shrimp, squid, salmon, and chicken breast, all of which are high-protein delicacies. Shinmia packed a few items and informed his teammates before heading home for a meal. As the afternoon training was set to commence at 3 o'clock, upon arriving, he found it difficult to open the door. Shinmia, carrying 2 large bags of food, rapped on the door with the back of his hand. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing Meibo. Her face etched with displeasure as she shot him a glare, then stood at the threshold, her gaze drifting towards the living room. "What happened?" she inquired. As Shinmia followed his gaze, he beheld a graceful urban beauty rising to her feet, clad in a knee-length black dress. Her slender calves were subtly adorned with black stockings, creating an alluring silhouette. The visitor was none other than Ran. "Shinmia, you've returned." Ran greeted him with a warm smile as she approached. A wave of discomfort washed over Shinmia as he realized he had forgotten this detail, leading to an awkward situation. Instantly, he understood the reason behind Meibo's discontent. "Ranjie, you've come. Please, have a seat. I brought back a plethora of nutritious meals from the gym. Let you all sample the Lakers' culinary offerings. Meibo, could you fetch some plates?" Shinmia set down the 2 large bags of food and led Meibo to the kitchen. "Why are you here?" Meibo pouted, her expression filled with discontent. She said she came to discuss something. "Discuss something?" "She even brought her suitcase and just told me she plans to stay here tonight." "What kind of discussion requires such arrangements?" "She seems overly familiar with the place. That night, she had waited for the dawn in the country to sign a contract, so she stayed upstairs for a night. I assure you, there is nothing between us." "Humph, you don't need to tell me. I can see that for myself." "Let's eat first," sighed Meibo. The 2 of them retrieved some plates from the kitchen, and the 3 began to sort through the various dishes, enjoying the nutritious meals inspired by NBA teams. To be honest, this meal was quite suitable for girls, and they ate with great enthusiasm. "Sister Ran, what are you here to discuss?" Meibo inquired. Some matters regarding future investment plans, she replied. Oh, aren't you booking a hotel? No need, I can manage here. I actually found this place quite pleasant last time. I'll be staying here tonight as well. Usually, when I'm around, my cousin sleeps on the couch. That's fine. I'll keep you company tonight. The bed is quite spacious. Meibo took a resentful bite of the squid and shot Shinmia a glare. Felt utterly speechless. Lowering her head to consume her meal while her mind began to ponder her next course of action. Should she escape during the afternoon training? Would they end up clashing? Dreamy sister, what major did you study in university? He inquired, her tone reminiscent of casual familial banter. Astrophysics, along with quantum physics. Quantum physics? What is that? It is a branch of microscopic physics. Oh, it appears that Dreamy sister must be quite the academic prodigy. Well, it's manageable. With some effort. Obtaining a Nobel Prize or something similar shouldn't pose much of a challenge. As He was sipping her water, she suddenly choked upon hearing this. Breaking into a fit of coughs. Dreamy's lips involuntarily curved into a slight smile. How long do you think you'll be staying this time? Ranjia, do you really not need to book a hotel? I can arrange it for you, Shinmia queried. No need. Aren't you inviting me to watch the Lakers home game? When is it? Yes, there's a game against the Thunder tomorrow. Perfect. The Thunder has that Durant, right? The one who seems to possess a certain architectural charm. Yes, indeed. That's him. Then let us attend that game. By the way, Dreamy sister, would you like to join us? Of course, I was planning to go anyway. Great. Just the two of us will cheer for our brother Shinmia from the stands. Yes, sounds good. I'm full now. So I'll head to the arena first since there's training this afternoon. All right, go ahead, Dreamy and he replied in unison. Exchanging a glance that felt somewhat charged with rivalry, Shinmia was suddenly overwhelmed with confusion. Would they truly part ways without any confrontation? Perhaps it would be best to abandon the idea. Since both of you are likely to find yourselves bored at home, I shall forego my training this afternoon, and we can simply engage in conversation. Yet, conversing alone seems rather dull. Let us play a game of poker, suggested he. Poker? Shinmia tilted his head, pondering the idea of three individuals playing cards. It inevitably led him to a certain train of thought. Indeed, why not? You should go buy a deck of playing cards. He urged. All right, I will. Just wait for me, you too. Shinmia snapped back to reality, dismissing the chaotic thoughts that had invaded his mind. It was all the fault of the mobile internet. Some things had become too convoluted to comprehend directly. Shinmia first visited the gymnasium and spoke with the head coach, informing him of a prior engagement in the afternoon and his intention to conduct additional training in the evening. The head coach, aware of Shinmia's recent habit of evening practice, merely cautioned him to avoid overexertion before allowing him to leave. Shinmia purchased a deck of playing cards from the supermarket and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to indulge himself with 2 bottles of $100 red wine. He also acquired an assortment of snacks, such as cookies and potato chips, along with imported spicy strips from Huaxia, a delicacy he used to savor. However, he refrained from indulging in these treats now, as athletes are frequently subjected to rigorous health examinations. Shinmia returned home, taking a deep breath. As he unlocked the door with his key, a burst of feminine laughter resonated from the living room. Shinmia peered in and noticed the 2 lovely ladies engaged in lively conversation, a stark contrast to their demeanor at noon. What could account for this change? It baffled him, yet he resolved that as long as it was not a negative shift, it was acceptable. Welcome back, Yin Gu. What brings you to purchase wine? Meibo stepped forward to take the items from his hands and inquired. Just setting it aside for later. We shall drink together tonight, $50 a bottle. Very well. She replied. Come, let us play some cards. What games do you enjoy? Located in Nanport, the allure of gambling had a strong hold on He. As for card games, I can only play Do Di Zhu and Mahjong, Shinmia responded first. I've heard of those, but I don't know how to play. My mother enjoys Mahjong, and there are Mahjong houses in Chinatown, Meibo replied. Mahjong requires 4 players, so let us play Do Di Zhu. I will teach you. With that, Shinmia began to explain the rules of Do Di Zhu to Meibo. Did you understand? Shinmia asked. I did, she affirmed. Chapter 61, The Second Encounter with Thunder. A sequence. I will take a turn as well. As Shinmia shuffled the cards, he remarked, with my king bomb. I am left with only 2 cards. Doesn't that signify my impending defeat? Meibo extended her delicate fingers to indicate a pair of 2s, eliciting simultaneous glances of exasperation from He and Shinmia. A pair of 3s. To keep it for the finale, you truly are a prodigy, Meibo. He exclaimed in admiration. You do not comprehend, do you? I have calculated this round. Playing it this way ensures the highest safety. I possess numerous high cards, and the probability of regaining the final play is nearly certain. However, I lack a pair. Should I play the pair of threes too early? It could easily allow you to alter your strategy. I have no other pairs left. He ran and Shun Mia exchanged incredulous looks after a whole afternoon of play. It was the novice Meng Ro who emerged victorious more often than not. Their cards were meticulously calculated by her. Truly, a genius is exceptional, transcending disciplines. She is a prodigy. No, this is not merely a change of discipline. This is a crossover of realms. Shall we cease for now? Are you both hungry? Let's go out for a meal, Shinmia suggested as he laid down his cards. I am a bit hungry, Meng Ro admitted, patting her stomach. Let us go. In the vicinity, there were no Chinese restaurants, so the trio made their way to a Western eatery, ordering steaks and pasta. After their meal, Shinmia proposed. Why don't you accompany me to the gym? I have some training to do. That sounds great. Meng Ro and I could use some practice shooting as well. He responded. Upon exiting the restaurant, it was already 7 p.m., and they headed straight to the Lakers training facility. The gym was bustling with activity, predominantly staff members. Shun, you've arrived. Is this lovely lady your girlfriend? Fisher, who was just about to leave, stared at the curvaceous he ran, his eyes wide with surprise. Indeed. Are you heading home? Farewell, Shinmia replied curtly, bypassing him. Oh, goodbye, Fisher muttered as he watched the trio make their way into the gym. Pondering the carefree nature of youth. Having stayed a bit later than usual, he decided this was noteworthy news to share with Shun the following day. What were you just saying? Hiren asked Meng Ro, her cheeks flushing. Did you see the way he looked at you? If I didn't say anything. That fellow would surely pursue you. Stay clear of him. He has an affinity for green teammates. What do you mean by green? What are you talking about? Nothing of consequence. Let us proceed. Upon entering the training area, although some staff were still at work, no players were on the court, leaving only a few tidying up the facility. Shinmia led the two young women to a designated area, presenting them with 2 basketballs, before he himself pushed a cart laden with balls to the adjacent court. This was his daily regimen of extra practice. Honing his 3-point shooting skills, some shots taken from the arc, others from a step, 2 steps, or even 3 steps beyond the 3-point line. He ran, and Meng Ro, burdened with the basketballs, soon found themselves fatigued and opted to rest on a nearby bench, observing his training session. During practice, Shinmia exhibited an unwavering focus, completely absorbed in the task at hand, oblivious to the world beyond the court, his gaze fixed solely on the scattered basketballs and the cart. After completing a set of shots, he would load the balls back onto the cart and continue shooting. Does he not tire? He promised to be done soon. Yet it had already been 2 hours, Hiren murmured. Is there an athlete who isn't fatigued? However, this is his vocation and his aspiration. Perhaps contemplating it that way alleviates the exhaustion, Meng Ro replied. Meng Ro, do you have feelings for your cousin? I do not. She retorted. I can see it clearly. You're just speaking nonsense. If you are not interested, then I certainly am, Hiren teased. Meng Ro scoffed lightly, then continued. You might as well give it a try. Are you not jealous? Not at all. Go ahead and try. Regardless, your cousin is quite remarkable, and if not you, there will surely be other women who appreciate him. It's only natural. What are the two of you discussing? Shinmia finally paused and approached them. Meng Ro stood and handed him a bottle of water. Your cousin's sister has sold you out, he jested. Ah, women, he sighed. Let us return home. All right. Hiren stood and linked her arm with Meng Ro's as they followed him. As the trio made their way home, the gymnasium was deserted save for the elderly white gentleman at the entrance. Upon returning home, Shinmia went straight to the bathroom for a shower, then collapsed onto the sofa, shutting his eyes and relinquishing all worries. Meng Ro shot him an exasperated glance, exchanging a knowing look with Hiren. Why don't you go wash up first? Very well, they responded in unison. I shall go first then, Hiren declared, taking the initiative. Shinmia closed his eyes and was greeted by the faint sound of water trickling from the bathroom. After a while, a fragrant breeze wafted through, followed once more by the gentle patter of water. This sequence repeated, with intervals of fragrant air accompanying the soft sounds of water. Eventually, as the living room lights dimmed, he could faintly discern the low murmur of conversation emanating from the second-floor bedroom. The following day, before dawn, Shinmia awakened and glanced at the clock. Noting it was only 6 in the morning, Shinmia pondered that the two of them had chatted until the early hours of the morning, and she estimated they would sleep for quite a while. She prepared a simple breakfast and left it in the pot before heading to the gym. The morning was once again dedicated to shooting practice. Head coach Phil arrived at 7 a.m. and found Shin Mie already drenched in sweat from her early training. Shin, you've been practicing all night, and their essay game this evening. Without a coach, I merely arrived a bit earlier. As long as it does not affect tonight's game, that is acceptable. After completing the usual shooting drills in the morning, the team disbanded. After having lunch at the gym's cafeteria, Shin Mie took some food back with her. At 4 in the afternoon, the three of them drove to the Staples Center, the home of the Lakers. Iran was the driver, and it was her first time driving for others, though her driving skills were commendable. As the clock struck 7:30 p.m., the game was about to commence, and the Lakers arena was filled to capacity. In the Thunder's locker room, head coach Scott Brooks addressed his team. "Gentlemen, we are a young team, fearless and determined. Tonight, we shall triumph on their home court. Let us go." The Thunder's spirits were high. In the Lakers' locker room, the atmosphere was equally charged. "Guys, tonight we must claim victory and embark on a new winning streak." "Shun, you are quite familiar with them. Maintain an aggressive offensive approach this evening." "Understood, coach." At 8 p.m., the game officially began as both team starters took to the court. The Thunder's starting lineup included Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, Thabo Sefolosha, Jeff Green, and Nenad Kirstic. The Lakers starters comprised Kobe Bryant, Andrew Bynum, Pau Gasol, Ron Artest, and Derek Fisher. Tonight, Lamar Odom's starting position was taken by Andrew Bynum, as the previous pairing of Bynum and Gasol had proven exceptionally effective. The game commenced with a jump ball between Pau Gasol and Nenad Kirstic. As they contested, Kirstic managed to tip the ball to his side, allowing the Thunder to gain possession first. Chapter 62. A brief interlude on the court. Westbrook advanced with the ball. Crossing half-court, he faced Fisher's defense, halted, and passed to Durant, who circled around to receive the ball. When playing against the Lakers, Westbrook approached with a degree of caution. Beyond the three-point line, Gasol was tasked with defending Durant. In the paint, Bynum matched up against Kostic. Durant executed a long-legged hesitation move, taking advantage of Gasol's lagging footwork to launch a three-pointer that swished through the net. After the basket, KD took a deep breath, performing a few light steps back on defense. Meanwhile, Bynum passed the ball to Kobe, who advanced past half-court. With Thabo Sefolosha defending him, Kobe elevated for a three-pointer, which also found nothing but net. Both legendary scorers displayed remarkable shooting touch today. As the teams transitioned between offense and defense, Westbrook pushed the ball past half-court and attempted a drive, but came up empty. Bynum secured the rebound and passed to Kobe, granting the Lakers possession. Seizing the opportunity, Kobe stormed into the front court, exploiting the opponent's unstable defense to execute a sudden stop-and-pop jumper that found its mark, drawing a foul from Thabo Sefolosha. He converted the free throw, completing a 2-1 play, bringing the score to 6-3, with the Lakers establishing an early lead. "Today, Kobe's shooting touch is quite impressive," remarked Zhang, as the domestic TV5 broadcast captured the scene. "Both sides seem to be in good form. What role do you think Shaoxin is playing in the team?" the commentator inquired. "Shaoxin is clearly filling the role of Kobe's backup. He has taken on more responsibilities at the point guard position and possesses a reliable three-point shot. He can lead the second unit without losing ground, which is quite remarkable. If you insist on labeling him, he is truly the quintessential sixth man," came the high praise. On the other end, Westbrook's latest drive resulted in a foul by Fisher. Both teams had now each committed a foul, signifying that everyone had settled into the game's rhythm. During Westbrook's free throw, the camera panned to the front row of spectators across from the scorer's table. "Wow," Shin Mie exclaimed, astonished. "What is up, Shin?" Lamar Odom asked. "Nothing, brother, just spotted an actor I admire," Shin replied. Odom glanced up at the large screen above the court, where Scarlett Johansson and her husband Ryan Reynolds appeared, evidently enjoying a day off. "Scarlett Johansson? You like Scarlett? Too bad she's already married." No, I like her husband." "What?" Odom looked bewildered at Shin. I enjoy his performances." Okay. At that moment, the camera panned to reveal Taylor Swift and her close companion not far away. These talented actors and singers have become the dazzling new stars of Hollywood, particularly Scarlett and Ryan, whose decade-long endeavors are poised to culminate in their careers reaching their zenith. As the game progressed to the 5-minute mark, the score stood at 16-12, with the Lakers leading by 4 points, prompting the Thunder to call a timeout. The Lakers substituted Pau Gasol and Kobe Bryant, bringing in Shin Mie and Lamar Odom. The Thunder, in turn, replaced the underperforming Sefolosha with James Harden. At this juncture, the Lakers lineup resembled their starting five in the absence of Gasol, with the sole distinction being Shun Mia stepping in for Kobe. Fisher continued to match up against Westbrook, while Shun Mia approached Harden. "Brother, it's been a while," Shun Mia greeted him amicably. "Indeed, it has, Shun," Harden replied, maintaining his endearing demeanor. "How have you been lately?" Shun Mia inquired. "Not too well, Shun. Have you experienced the rookie wall? I feel as though I'm encountering some challenges lately. My shooting has been off," Harden confessed. "The key to shooting lies in your mindset. You must trust your instincts and view the hoop as your target. Do not shoot for the sake of shooting, as that can lead to inconsistency, and do not be overly concerned. It's quite normal for a rookie to face such issues." "Why aren't you struggling?" Harden asked. "Perhaps it's the difference in our environments. I am an international player," Shun Mia responded. As Durant dribbled the ball, Harden paused their conversation to receive it. He then executed a step-back three-pointer towards Shun Mia, who leaped in a symbolic manner, slightly affecting the shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, allowing Andrew Bynum to secure the rebound and deliver a long pass to Shun Mia. Shun Mia received the ball, swiftly transitioned down the court, initiating a fast break. As he glanced back, he noticed Harden closing in, with Arteas trailing closely behind. It was a prime opportunity for a 2-on-1 advantage. Shun Mia stepped beyond the three-point line, paused for a moment, and halted in the right side of the paint. He executed a bounce pass to the free throw line, where Arteas arrived just in time to receive the ball and executed a comfortable dunk. 18-12. "Why didn't you take the shot yourself? You had the opportunity just now," Harden inquired. "As point guards, we can score on the court, but we can also assist. When our own shots aren't falling, we facilitate for our teammates, and that's our contribution to the game." "I understand now. Thank you, Shun." "You're welcome." The Thunder inbound the ball. Westbrook dribbled past the half-court line and passed it to Durant, who maneuvered past the defending Arteas to make a mid-range jumper. 18-14. As the teams transitioned from offense to defense, Shun Mia brought the ball past half-court, progressing to the three-point line with a rhythm he knew well. Facing Harden, he executed a step-back three-pointer. The ball swished through the net. 21-14. "Oh, brother, you're making this difficult for me. Ha. You need to break through the rookie wall quickly. I'm putting some pressure on you." As they conversed, Westbrook, with the ball, suddenly lost control as it slipped from his grasp. Fisher quickly reached in for a steal, but his hand brushed the ball without securing it. The ball raced toward the sidelines, but Shun Mia, with quick reflexes, dashed forward in the direction of the Ryan couple. He steeled himself, thinking, "Sorry about this." With a leap, he made a save, sending the ball back into play, but his momentum carried him directly into the embrace of the Ryans. Ryan steadied Shun Mia's left arm and leaned down to make a face at him, truly befitting his character. Silly Ryan, silly Ryan." Shun Mia turned over, hastily retracting his left hand, unaware that it had grazed a soft, warm surface during his movement. He then pushed himself up from the ground. Scarlett's drink was also toppled, spilling all over her, and some splashed onto Shun Mia's arm, which seemed to carry the scent of alcohol. "Pardon me, madam, are you all right?" Shun Mia inquired. Scarlett Johansson. Her cheeks flushed, shook her head, uncertain whether it was due to the wine or the surprise. "It's quite all right," she reassured him. Sitting by the sidelines to watch the game, there will always be opportunities to interact with the players. Ryan Reynolds chuckled, jesting. Meanwhile, on the court, Andrew Bynum had already scored, prompting the Lakers to swiftly call a timeout upon observing the situation. Shun Mia requested a new towel adorned with the Lakers logo from the staff on the bench and presented it to Scarlett. "Thank you," she said, using the towel to dab the wine off her dress. "No need to mention it. It's all my fault," he replied. "It's nothing." At that moment, the large screen began to replay Shun Mia's moment of saving the ball. In the third row behind the Lakers bench, he ran and Meibo gazed at the replay above the court. "Surely your cousin isn't attempting to impress a beautiful star on purpose, is he? With such a commanding lead, and still allowing the opposing team a chance, why would he make such a save?" He ran cast a discontented glance towards Scarlett in the front row. "Impossible. My cousin is not that kind of person. He wouldn't know any celebrities from M Nation." "You are far too naive. Meibo, your cousin is quite extraordinary. In matters of the heart, he may appear blank. But this isn't about feelings, it's about being captivated by beauty. Just wait. Next time you might even collide with her." Chapter 63, The Dismal Harden as the timeout concluded. The game resumed. The Lakers substituted their starting trio, allowing Shun Mia to lead the bench players for the final minutes. The Thunder also replaced their starters, with Harden taking command of the bench unit. With possession of the ball, Harden crossed half-court. Inside, Andrew Bynum was effectively pushed aside by Serge Ibaka. Harden delivered a timely pass, which Ibaka seized and dunked under the basket. Although Ibaka was slightly shorter than Bynum, his physicality in the contest was formidable, and his defense was robust. The score now stood at 23-16, with the Lakers ahead by 7 points. As the Thunder retreated defensively, Jordan Farmar advanced past half-court, passing the ball to Shinmye, who then lofted it to Andrew Bynum in the paint. Bynum extended his long arms, securing the ball with ease before executing a smooth hook shot, showcasing his superior height and wingspan. The score shifted to 25-16. In transition, Harden crossed half-court, and Shinmye approached, yet maintained a two-step distance. The Lakers bench was bewildered. Why wasn't Shinmye applying more pressure? Shin, do you think I can't make the shot from here? You're giving me so much room, Harden exclaimed. Indeed, go ahead and shoot if you dare, but don't even think about breaking through. Frustrated, Harden, feeling provoked, stepped beyond the three-point line and launched a shot. But Shinmye didn't even extend his hand in defense. The ball clanged off the rim and sailed out of bounds. Head coach Phil Jackson looked perplexed. Was this a case of lax defense? The impact Shinmye had on Harden was astonishing. As the Thunder regained possession, Harden sought another opportunity to shoot a three-pointer, yet he simply could not find the mark. Shinmye contributed significantly with both scoring and assists, amassing 10 points in the closing moments. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers held a commanding lead of 35-20, ahead by 15 points. The teams retreated to their benches. Harden, however, struggled with his three-point shots, missing all 4 attempts. Shin, why are you allowing Harden to shoot? Coach Phil inquired, perplexed. Because I know he won't make it. It's better to defend against his drives, Shinmye replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. After all, it would be unwise to admit that he was intentionally letting Harden shoot to help him through a rough patch. It seems you truly understand him, Phil remarked. Indeed. His performance is faltering. His shooting form appears unstable, unlike before, which is why I allowed him to take the shots. If I were to pressure him closely, he might find his rhythm. Understanding dawned among the Lakers players, who nodded in agreement, their respect for Shinmye deepening. They recognized that some players, when faced with defensive pressure, could more easily discover their shooting cadence. On the Thunder's side, Durant urged, James, it's all right. Maintain your aggressive approach and believe in yourself. You are the third option. Do not let Shin's words affect you. He hasn't affected me. He's merely letting me shoot, James replied defiantly. Humph. This guy underestimates our players too much. Just a month ago, he was one of us. Durant expressed his frustration. That's not his fault. He was traded, Harden murmured, clearly still troubled by the transaction. With the Lakers enjoying a substantial lead, fans at home rose in excitement, greeting the cameras with fervent cheers and gestures. As the second quarter commenced, both teams fielded their starters once again. However, the deficit the Thunder faced from the first quarter weighed heavily on their morale. Players hesitated, fearful of letting the score spiral out of control. The Thunder relied on Durant and Westbrook's individual plays to close the gap. Yet, the Lakers maintained their momentum, capitalizing on every turnover by Westbrook to score. Just 4 minutes into the quarter, the Lakers had stretched their lead to 19 points, prompting an immediate timeout from the Thunder. The situation had spiraled beyond their control, while the Lakers' home crowd erupted in jubilation. On the Thunder's bench, Coach Scott Brooks delivered a rallying speech. Guys, don't focus on the scoreboard. Keep your defensive intensity high. When on offense, be decisive. Every player on the court should take a good shot when the opportunity arises. Russell, be mindful of your turnovers. In the second half, let James handle the ball. The players of the Thunder nodded in agreement, while Westbrook appeared momentarily dazed, his forehead glistening with sweat as he gazed at the scoreboard. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Upon re-entering the court, the Thunder players exhibited a notable resurgence, shifting their focus away from their deficit to concentrate on executing each possession with fervor. Conversely, the Lakers, basking in their substantial lead, adopted a somewhat lackadaisical approach, displaying less urgency in their plays. Nevertheless, they occasionally managed to maintain their momentum, yet the Thunder steadily narrowed the gap. With 5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the deficit shrank to a mere 13 points, prompting the Lakers to call a timeout. They opted to substitute all their starters. While the Thunder's relentless defense and offense had undoubtedly exhausted the starting lineup, Harden remained on the court, leading the Thunder's bench unit into action. Upon his entrance, Shinmye resembled a detached assassin. In the first round, with a three-point shot, he widened the gap to 16 points once more. The echoes of MVP resonated throughout the Lakers' home court. As the play transitioned from defense to offense, Harden, with the ball in hand, crossed half-court and, Facing Shinmia's defense, launched another three-pointer. Shinmia swiftly turned and dashed towards the basket. The ball soared through the air, slicing across the arena, only to ricochet off the rim. Shinmia seized the rebound and, spotting the fast-breaking Jordan Farmar, delivered a long pass. The Lakers executed a swift transition, securing an additional 2 points. The Thunder's coach paced anxiously along the sidelines. The domestic TV5 broadcast commented on the performance, stating that it was quite difficult to articulate. After all, Harden, despite being the third overall pick, had yet to lead a team as effectively as a second-round selection. Frankly, the game had become somewhat unappealing. The commentator noted. However, it was not solely Harden's shortcoming. The performance of the Thunder's second unit, aside from Harden, was relatively commendable, managing to score in half-court plays. Yet, when compared to the second unit led by Shaoxin, they appeared somewhat inferior. The Lakers' bench operated more cohesively, demonstrating the potency of tactical synergy, a testament to Shaoxin's influence on the court, coupled with Andrew Bynum's rebounding prowess, which effectively subdued Serge Ibaka of the Thunder. The Lakers found themselves in such a favorable position. Thus, it was indeed Shaoxin's exceptional play that stood out. While one could argue that the Thunder's performance was lacking, it was not entirely without merit. Ibaka showcased defensive skills and resilience, warranting a place in the starting lineup. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 65-42, with the Lakers boasting a 23-point lead as they entered the second half, having thoroughly overwhelmed the Thunder's second unit. Both teams retreated to their locker rooms, with the Lakers in high spirits, teammates engaging in light-hearted banter as they made their way back. Before Shinmia exited the stage, he exchanged a gesture with Meibo and he ran, yet the camera failed to capture this moment. Generally, during the course of a game, the NBA prohibits players from interacting with fans. The body language of the Thunder players as they left the court appeared somewhat despondent. Harden once again failed to secure a single three-pointer, ending the half with a dismal 1 for 9 shooting and 0 for 7 from beyond the arc. His lackluster performance evidently impacted the outcome of the game for the Thunder. Chapter 64, The Annihilation of Deities. During the halftime intermission, posts on domestic social media went viral. Shinmia, the Godslayer, descended like a divine force, leading the substitutes to dismantle the Thunder in the second half, earning the title of Godslayer. Netizen A, is there still anyone who doubts the prowess of the Godlayer? Netizen C, the Godlayer is more than just a deity, he can also slay gods. His performance leading the team surpasses that of the Lakers starters, truly remarkable. Netizen B and Netizen C, oh come on, can't you see how subpar the Thunder's second unit is? Netizen D and Netizen B, actually, they're not that weak. The Thunder's second unit includes Boateng, this year's third overall pick, Harden. Their depth is commendable. I'm starting to develop a fondness for the Godslayer. He plays with genuine confidence. Netizen A, absolutely, he is a joy to watch, whether scoring or assisting. The Godslayer shines brilliantly, appearing consistently in the right place to deliver the perfect pass. Thunder locker room. Guys, are you still half asleep? This is Los Angeles, and we're facing the championship team with a nationwide broadcast. Let us showcase our finest performance. Thunder players nodded while sipping water. Lakers locker room. Team, let us not become complacent. In the second half, Andrew will start, and Paul, you'll partner with Shin on the second unit. Regardless of whether we're starting or on the bench, we must completely dominate our opponents. Okay. Shinmia continuously sipped water to replenish his stamina, having played significant minutes early in the game, resulting in considerable energy expenditure. Shin, are you all right? No problem, coach. I managed to endure the first 2 quarters. And after this halftime break, I'll seamlessly finish the third quarter. The Lakers' locker room erupted with joyous laughter, as though victory was already secured. As the second half commenced, the Thunder maintained their starting lineup, while the Lakers replaced their starting center with Bynum. Kobe initiated the scoring with a solo effort. Following a failed Thunder offensive, Fisher connected with Bynum under the basket, extending the lead to 27 points. Fortunately, Durant promptly responded with a three-pointer and capitalizing on the Lakers' unsuccessful possession. He struck again from beyond the arc. The score shifted to 69-48, with a 21-point gap, underscoring that a comeback would necessitate three-point shooting in a matter of 3 minutes. Both teams exchanged baskets in a back-and-forth scoring spree. The Lakers' starting lineup refrained from three-point attempts, with Kobe missing numerous shots, relying solely on two-point conversions. Conversely, Durant was proficient from both 2- and 3-point range, gradually chipping away at the deficit. As 6 minutes remained, the gap narrowed to 18 points. prompting the Lakers to call another timeout. The players on the Lakers bench stood to greet their departing teammates, while the Thunder's morale visibly surged, with bench players welcoming their returning comrades. "Shun, Paul, the final 6 minutes are in your hands." "Rest assured, Coach," replied Gasol. With the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Thunder's dynamic duo remained on the court, clearly unwilling to concede. Additionally, Ibaka was brought in, alongside the commendable DJ White, who replaced Cephalosha and Kostitsin. Together with Jeff Green, these five represented the Thunder's finest performance of the day. Quite the compliment. Shunmia murmured to himself as he accepted the inbounds pass from Gasol and advanced the ball past half court. The defender assigned to him was the long-armed Durant. "KD, long time no see. You left us, and during your time with the Thunder, you didn't exhibit such prowess. Regrettably, I was traded beyond my control. Yet, regardless of where I play, I strive to excel in every game. When with the Thunder, I merely facilitated as a point guard alongside you and Russell. Here, I'm needed for my three-point shooting. I want to allow you to score a three-pointer over me. I believe you." With that, Shunmia utilized the screen set by Gasol, maneuvering past Durant as Westbrook quickly moved to assist defensively. Shunmia, disregarding the presence of others, delivered a parallel bounce pass to the advancing Gasol, who, positioned just inside the three-point line, executed a shot. The ball swished through the net, securing a long 2 points. Such plays left the Thunder helpless. They were acceptable, for the opportunity was crafted through teamwork, and the shot was executed flawlessly. Westbrook, possessing the ball, crossed half-court and once again entrusted it to Durant. Durant had been in action for 7 continuous minutes, clearly fatigued, with a noticeable sense of exertion lingering around him. It caused Shunmia to wrinkle his nose, yet he bore it in silence. "KD, glance at Scarlett on the sidelines. She is already married," Shun remarked. "Whatever you say this time, I shall not be swayed by you. Your petty tactics will not affect me." With that, Durant swiftly maneuvered past Shunmia, sinking a mid-range shot, while lifting his chin, revealing his sparse goatee, and retreating with a bounce in his step. Durant's scoring prowess is undeniably formidable as an adversary. He is a source of frustration, yet as a teammate, he is utterly dependable. If there exists any method to defend against him, it might simply involve wishing for his shots to miss that day. Shunmia advanced past the half-court line, observing that his teammates had little opportunity on their end. Ibaka was firmly guarding Gasol. Withdrawing slightly, he attempted a three-pointer, only to have it swatted by Durant's fingertips. The ball did not even graze the rim before being secured by Ibaka, who promptly passed it to Westbrook. The Lakers players quickly retreated on defense. "It's all right, Shun. If you can't make it, just lob it to the paint. I've got this," Gasol reassured. Understood. Shunmia did not utter much. He was well aware that although Ibaka's height fell short of that of a traditional center, his rebounding prowess remained formidable. In this moment, Westbrook, with the ball in hand, crossed the halfway line, taking just 2 steps before accelerating towards Shunmia. Anticipating Westbrook's trajectory, Shunmia shifted slightly, only to be knocked down by Westbrook's charge. Seizing the opportunity, Westbrook released the ball, which ricocheted off the backboard and found its way into the net. The referee, with a decisive gesture, confirmed the validity of the basket and ruled a foul. Shunmia spread his hands, firmly convinced that his defensive move had occurred before the opponent penetrated the 3-second zone. The referee disregarded his protest, signaling for Westbrook to take his free throw. Shunmia refrained from further comment. Indeed, NBA referees often exhibit a tendency to favor the disadvantaged side with subtle, less noticeable calls. Yet, this instance felt overtly conspicuous. Westbrook successfully sank the free throw, extending the deficit to 15 points. Shunmia displayed an air of indifference as he prepared to serve the ball. Crossing half-court, he stood at the logo and unleashed a three-pointer. It swished through the net. The point gap was restored to 18. The Lakers players swiftly retreated on defense. The home crowd's spirits were reignited, and even the Lakers bench rose to their feet. The Thunder players were left dumbfounded. They had initially planned to engage in a strategic battle, only to be met with Shunmia's audacious three-pointer. At that moment, his teammates felt no particular concern, but for the adversaries, witnessing such a shot was profoundly demoralizing. Chapter 65. First 30 with the Thunder in possession, Westbrook dribbled past half-court and aggressively attacked Jordan Farmar, penetrating the paint. Confronted by Pau Gasol's defensive support, Westbrook passed to Ibaka, who completed the layup. Gasol then passed the ball to Shunmia. As the game approached its midpoint, Durant advanced to apply close defense against Shunmia. Shin attempted to break through, but was thwarted and subsequently passed the ball to Jordan Farmar. While maintaining his vigilance against the off-ball Shin to prevent him from evading his guard and receiving the ball, Durant simultaneously kept a watchful eye on the ball's trajectory, subtly observing the movements of the other offensive players on the court. Faced with Westbrook's defense, Jordan Farmar made repeated attempts but struggled to create an offensive opportunity. With the shot clock dwindling, only 5 seconds remained. Shin surged forward, evading Durant, and positioned himself to receive the ball. Jordan Farmar performed a seamless handoff to Shin. At that moment, Durant had already closed in, leaving Shin with little time to adjust. He sidestepped and executed a leaning, off-balance shot. The ball swished through the net, a remarkable three-pointer made with great difficulty. The score gap widened to 19 points. The home crowd erupted, with shouts of MVP echoing throughout the arena. In the domestic TV5 broadcast studio, the commentator exclaimed in astonishment, "He has completely lost his balance. And yet he still makes the shot. This is utterly unreasonable." The commentator further remarked, "This shooting touch is beyond description. Young Shin is redefining our understanding of three-point shooting." As we observe Shin's performance, it becomes increasingly evident that many of his shooting techniques are specifically honed for three-pointers. Do you recall how traditional three-point shooters execute their shots? Teacher Zhang, could you elaborate on that? The standard shooting technique involves waiting in the corner to receive the ball, adjusting an open space before taking the shot. Shin, however, incorporates various mid-range shooting techniques into his three-point shots. His approach to three-point shooting has transcended our previous understanding. Ultimately, it matters not how the three-pointer is executed. As long as it finds its mark, it is deemed reasonable. Indeed, quite reasonable. As Shin retreated defensively, he made a gesture pointing to his wrist with his finger. This is the signature celebration of Lillard. In his heart, Shin silently apologized to Damian Lillard, promising to make amends in the future. Meanwhile, on the Thunder's side, Durant's attempt at a one-on-one fell short. The Lakers seized the opportunity, executing yet another fast break, causing the Thunder starters to exhibit signs of despondency, their defensive efforts noticeably lagging. The point differential grew to 21. Thunder head coach Scott Brooks called a timeout. Withdrawing his starters, Harden continued to lead the bench unit for the final minutes of the third quarter, with Harden as his direct opponent. Shin instinctively dialed back his offensive efforts, focusing on facilitating for his teammates. Neither team intensified the pace nor yielded an inch, exchanging blows in a balanced manner. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 91-67, a 24-point gap. Paul and Kobe needn't play anymore. Shin, you will lead the starters in the fourth quarter. Okay. At the onset of the final quarter, Shin took the court alongside Andrew Bynum, Derek Fisher, Artest, and Odom. The Thunder maintained their starting lineup. In the fourth quarter, Durant led his team for 4 minutes, scoring 6 points, while Shin followed suit with 5. The point differential remained at 21. With 8 minutes left, Coach Brooks called a timeout, pulling his starters to conclude their efforts. The bench unit, led by Harden, took to the floor. The Lakers, however, did not immediately substitute, allowing Shin to continue for an additional 3 minutes. With 5 minutes remaining, the Lakers called a timeout to introduce a pure bench lineup. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Lakers triumphing 110-95, securing their second consecutive 3-game winning streak of the season. In a remarkable performance, Shin finished with 32 points and 11 assists, including 13 field goals and free throws, leading the Lakers in scoring. This marked the first time in his professional career that he achieved a double-double with over 30 points. Following the game, Shin approached the opposing side to embrace Harden in a gesture of sportsmanship. "Congratulations, Shin. You are becoming increasingly exceptional," Harden remarked. "Thank you, my friend. Keep pushing yourself." "You possess greater talent than I do," Shin replied. "I will," Harden affirmed. Later, the Lakers participated in an ESPN sideline interview, with Shin being the focus of attention. The interviewer, a robust African-American female journalist, greeted Shin. "Hi, Shin. Hello. What contributed to your remarkable efficiency in today's game? Was it the matchup against the Thunder?" "Well, firstly, I felt great shooting from the very beginning. Secondly, it's the trust from my coach. As you saw, we established a significant lead in the third quarter, allowing me to take the place of the starters at the beginning of the fourth, which meant our main players could rest. Indeed, Shin. May I ask about the gesture you made after sinking that three-pointer during the countdown at the end of the third quarter? What did it signify?" "Time. I made that shot while managing the clock. I was thrilled. It was simply a celebratory gesture." "Oh, how vivid. Are there any further questions?" "No, that will be all." Thank you very much for your cooperation. My pleasure. After finishing the interview, Shin noticed Ryan Reynolds waving at him alongside his wife, Scarlett. Shin approached them. Sorry about what transpired on the field today, Ryan. I truly admire your work. Your character in Wolverine was rather loquacious, he remarked with a chuckle. Thank you. Allow me to share something with you. What is it? I have become a fan of yours today. Thank you. With that, they exchanged smiles, shook hands, and embraced warmly. Mrs. Reynolds, I apologize for soiling your dress today. It's quite all right, Sean. Unforeseen incidents are part and parcel of the game. Thank you for your understanding. Following this, they shook hands once more and embraced naturally. After a brief conversation, Shun Mia parted ways with the two individuals. Subsequently, he ran and Meng Ro approached, and Shun Mia embraced them in turn. In a quiet, secluded section of the audience at the Lakers' home court, General Manager Mitch and Jim Buss were also watching the game. Phil had increasingly come to trust this Chinese player, who indeed possessed remarkable skills, capable of delivering such impressive performances. In a post-game interview, Russell was asked about his former teammate Shin's performance. He was fantastic, truly outstanding. This is the ability he has always possessed. He simply showcased what he is capable of. When asked what he and Shin discussed on the court, KD replied, "We reminisced about the days we battled side by side." When questioned about his prior statement of not knowing Sean, he clarified, "Of course I know him. I just didn't want to answer your questions." Any other inquiries? Regarding the trade between the Thunder and the Lakers, he stated, "I'm merely a player. Such matters are beyond my concern. However, exceptional players like Shun will always attract interest from teams." As the locker room dispersed, Shin Mia approached. He ran and Meng Ro, inquiring with Meng Ro, "Do you have class tomorrow?" "Yes," she replied. "Then you need not follow us. Let us take the bus back." "What about you two?" he asked. "Sister Ran and I are going to my house. She is leaving from here tomorrow." "Is that so, Sister Ran?" "Yes." "Meng Ro and I agreed to go back to her place tonight. You should return with the team. We plan to explore the streets. And I have yet to visit Chinatown in Los Angeles." "What about your luggage, Sister Ran?" "It's nothing of great importance. You can help me pack it. I can use it when I come back next time. There's plenty back home." "All right then. Drive safely. I'll return with the team." "Yes, take care." Chapter 66. The arrival of Curry on November 23, 2009, under clear skies. The team engaged in a full day of training. The following evening, the Los Angeles Lakers faced the New York Knicks at home. The Knicks, under D'Antoni's coaching, had suffered a dismal record of 3 wins and 10 losses, placing them at the bottom of the league. Ultimately, the Lakers secured a victory with a score of 100-90, marking their 4th consecutive win. Shin Mia, coming off the bench, contributed 14 points, 9 assists, and 4 rebounds. Thus far this season, his average statistics hovered around 18 points, 5 assists, and 3 rebounds. Following 3 consecutive days of training, on the morning of November 28th, while Shun Mia was engaged in shooting practice, his phone rang. It was Curry. "Hello, Shun." "Hi, Steven. Have you arrived in Los Angeles?" "Yes." "All right. See you tonight. We can catch up after the game." "Sure. Play lightly tonight." "Haha. I shall assist you." Indeed, this evening, the Los Angeles Lakers will host the Golden State Warriors at home. Shun Mia eagerly anticipates this match, particularly because it features Curry. It is noteworthy that, in a few years, this team will undergo a remarkable transformation. Today, the Lakers face the Warriors, and Sue. Would you care to predict which team might perform better? How will Shaoxin fare? Undoubtedly, it will be the Lakers. While it is true that there are no weak teams in the NBA, there are certainly strong ones. And the Lakers boast a championship roster. Even if others are not in top form, Shaoxin's performance is assuredly consistent. He is remarkably steady. Today marks the first encounter between Curry and Shaoxin. Indeed, the two share a good rapport, having previously gathered in San Francisco, where their friendship likely blossomed during a training session. Thus, we have a captivating matchup today, a clash between two rookie friends. At 9 p.m., the match officially commences. The Warriors' starting lineup includes Monta Ellis, Corey Maggette, Stephen Curry, Vladimir Radmanovic, and Mickey Moore. The Lakers' starting lineup features Pau Gasol, Kobe Bryant, Ron Artest, Derek Fisher, and Andrew Bynum. Andrew Bynum and Mickey Moore engage in the tip-off, with the Lakers securing possession, passing the ball to Kobe. Instead of rushing to score, Kobe opts to switch his matchup with Fisher, deliberately positioning himself in front of Stephen Curry. "I couldn't help it." Shin Mia let out an expletive. "What's wrong, Shin?" inquired Lamar Odom, seated nearby. "I'm fine, Lamar," Shin replied. Shin Mia is currently responding. while Kobe effortlessly sinks a three-pointer over Curry, whose defensive impact proves negligible. This situation becomes awkward, as Kobe's special regard for Curry prompts him to focus more intently on the matchup, leading to a series of isolations against Curry. It is worth noting that early in Curry's career, he faced criticism primarily for his defensive shortcomings. Meanwhile, Monta Ellis advances past half-court, attempting a three-pointer against Fisher's defense, which swishes through the net. The score is now tied at 3-3. As the offense transitions, Kobe again takes possession and deliberately approaches Curry. They exchange words, albeit from a distance where Shun Mia cannot discern their conversation. Nonetheless, he feels a sense of urgency. He and Curry forged a connection during their training sessions and frequently exchanged greetings thereafter. Observing Curry being overwhelmed in this moment does not bode well for his standing within the team. Shin began to exhibit a desire to take the court, which soon caught the attention of Coach Phil. "Shin, do you wish to play?" he inquired. "I might have a yearning to compete, having not played for 3 days. However, I shall adhere to the coach's strategy." "All right, just a moment." As the game progressed to the 4th minute, the Lakers led 10-5. Phil called for a timeout, initially intending to substitute Kobe for a respite, but upon reflection, he decided to replace the less efficient Derek Fisher instead. From the Lakers bench, Coach Phil instructed, "Derek, take a breather. You shall play in the second quarter. Shin, you will join the starters." He addressed the team, "Gentlemen, the opposing team is in a state of rebuilding. I am well aware of their coach, Don Nelson. He can accept defeat, but despises being humiliated in the process. Today, let us deliver them a resounding loss. Shun, Kobe, Ron, amplify our offensive aggression." "Understood." With the timeout concluded, the game resumed as Warriors star Monta Ellis brought the ball past half-court. Shun Mia boldly stepped forward to confront Monta Ellis, who was enjoying a remarkable season, having been awarded the most improved player in the 2007 season. "Shun, I am aware of your presence. Much like Steven, you are a rookie," Monta remarked. "Indeed, but Steven surpasses me by a considerable margin," Shun Mia replied. No. You are the superior player. I have observed your games. Your performance is consistently impressive. If given the choice, you could effortlessly take Steven's position in the draft." "Thank you." Shin Mia let out a sigh, contemplating whether to mock this fellow on Curry's behalf. However, he understood that such an action would likely backfire and potentially incite further complications. Moreover, one should never strike those who wear a smile. As he pondered this, Monta Ellis made a decisive drive, bypassing Shin Mia. Yet, Shin Mia, quick to react, pursued him and, aided by his height, managed to stifle his advance. Realizing he could not score, Monta Ellis passed the ball to the center, Mickey Moore, beneath the basket. Mickey Moore leaped to receive the ball, but was thwarted by Pau Gasol's block. Gasol secured the rebound, while both Kobe and Shun Mia signaled for the ball. After a brief moment of hesitation, Gasol ultimately opted to pass to Kobe. Subsequently, Shun Mia and Gasol swiftly positioned themselves for an offensive play. Kobe crossed half-court, gesturing for Shun Mia to come forward before handing him the ball. Shun Mia did not hold back, dribbling the ball. He sought out Monta Ellis and launched a three-point shot right in his direction. Monta Ellis leapt with all his might in an attempt to block the shot. Yet it proved futile as the ball swished through the net. The score stood at 13-5. With this immediate scoring upon entering the game, the Lakers bench erupted in celebration, some raising their hands while others twirled towels in joyous exultation. "Shun, you are truly a gifted shooter," Monta Ellis complimented. "Thank you, Monta. You are remarkable as well." As the Warriors prepared for their inbound pass, Shun Mia retreated defensively while exchanging a meaningful glance with Curry, as if to say, "I've avenged you." Curry shook his head, a grin reminiscent of an eager schoolboy lighting up his face, before sprinting down the court. Finally, Monta passed the ball to Curry, who was met with Kobe's staunch defense. Despite Kobe's formidable guarding, Curry found a sliver of space to release his shot. The ball arced beautifully, striking the rim twice before settling into the net. The score now read 13-8. Observing the successful basket, Kobe turned and playfully slapped Curry on the backside, and the two shared a laugh as they retreated to their defensive positions. Shin Mia received the serve from Bynum and advanced the ball past the halfway line. He once again faced off against Monta Ellis. Although Monta Ellis later faced considerable criticism for his perceived marginalization of Curry, he is, in fact, a capable guard. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the leadership of the Warriors. Moreover, Monta Ellis possesses a particular prowess for stealing the ball. Shin Mia exercised great caution as he dribbled, deftly evading Monta Ellis's outstretched hand, yet he refrained from passing the ball. Upon reaching a step beyond the three-point line, he altered his rhythm, executed a step-back maneuver, and released a three-pointer, which found its mark once more. The score now stood at 16-8. Shinmye scored 3 points consecutively at Monta. Chapter 67, The Rookie Core Matchup. The Lakers swiftly retreated on defense as the Warriors initiated their offense. Shinmye commenced his defensive pursuit of Monta Ellis shortly after crossing half-court. Taken aback by Shinmye's sudden surge in defensive intensity, Monta Ellis found himself momentarily flustered and, in a state of disarray, attempted to pass the ball to Corey Maggette. However, Shinmye's fingers intercepted the pass, redirecting the ball towards the Warriors' backcourt. Shinmye deftly evaded Monta, seizing the ball and charging towards his team's south front court. He executed a smooth three-step layup, successfully scoring just beyond the free throw line. The offensive maneuver orchestrated by Monta Ellis was thwarted by the Lakers, resulting in a turnover. The score stood at 18-8, with the deficit stretching into double digits. The Warriors promptly called for a timeout. On the Warriors' bench, the players were urged, "Gentlemen, are you fatigued in this first quarter? Rally your spirits, avoid mistakes, and maintain your defensive matchups." As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Warriors introduced a substitute lineup led by Curry, while Monta Ellis was taken off the court. Meanwhile, the Lakers also replaced their starting unit, with Shinmye now directing the substitutes. At that moment, spectators noticed that the court had transformed into a clash of the new core talents of both teams. Shinmye finally achieved his long-cherished wish, facing off against Curry. In the domestic TV5 live broadcast room, the commentator Wang remarked, "They are matched up. This is intriguing. The two are conversing, clearly well acquainted. Could it be that they jest? Good buddy, I'll let you shoot? Haha, just kidding." Curry dribbled past half-court, while Shinmye, keeping pace with Curry's rhythm on defense, initiated a dialogue. "Steven, would you like my assistance?" Shin inquired. "Thanks, but please refrain. You should treat me with the same respect as Kobe," Curry replied. "Okay. By the way, I was just about to ask, what were you discussing with Kobe earlier?" Shin continued. "He mentioned that you are an exceptionally talented player, and he trusts your judgment. However, he assured me that he wouldn't hold back and would respond with his most formidable defense," Curry noted. "Truly fitting of him." "Well then, I shan't hold back either," Shinmye responded with a smile. Shinmye focused intently on Curry's dribbling rhythm, allowing him a step's leeway to guard against a potential drive. Curry, devoid of flamboyant maneuvers, consistently employed single-handed dribbles, weaving through to identify possible openings. His dribbling tempo was rapid. Shinmye had previously devoted considerable time to analyzing Curry's movements and had discerned the pattern. As Shinmye extended his hand, he deftly intercepted the ball just as it was about to be within Stephen Curry's grasp. The ball veered away to the side, prompting Shinmye to give chase. Curry, in a swift motion, leaped forward and deflected the ball towards his teammate, Anthony Morrow. He then promptly regained his footing and actively repositioned himself. However, Anthony Morrow opted not to pass it back, instead taking a direct shot from beyond the arc, which unfortunately missed the rim entirely. Shinmye dashed into the restricted area, secured the rebound, and pivoted to sprint towards the front court. Curry hurriedly pursued Shinmye, while the others swiftly retreated on defense. Shinmye did not rush to attack. He paused just beyond the three-point line, deliberately waiting for all players to position themselves and create space. As he dribbled, his gaze remained fixed on Curry's youthful visage, unadorned by facial hair and crowned with a tousle of golden curls. "Steven, do you believe you can defend against me?" "I certainly can," he declared. "Allow me to teach you the art of the step-back three-pointer." With that, Shinmye altered his rhythm, taking a step forward before swiftly retreating and launching a three-point shot that swished through the net. The score stood at 21-8, a 13-point gap. In the transition of play, the Warriors finally executed a tactical maneuver successfully, bringing the score to 21-10. Shinmye then attempted two more three-pointers, both of which clanged off the rim, allowing the Warriors to seize the rebounds. The Warriors' form began to improve significantly. With 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Curry scored with a crafty layup, prompting the Lakers to call a timeout. The score read 28-19, with the Lakers holding a temporary lead of 9 points. Shinmye was taken off for a break, and Kobe led the starting lineup for the remaining 2 minutes. Typically, when 3 minutes are left in a quarter, Coach Phil usually opts for substitutes. However, today, in the final moments, he clearly intended to play his starters from the very beginning. showing no intention of granting the opponent any respite. Warriors head coach Don Nelson chose not to substitute, opting to remain on the sidelines to observe the concluding 2 minutes. The Lakers, with Kobe orchestrating the offensive strategy or executing individual plays, faced the Warriors, where Curry was tasked with defending against Fisher. Kobe, confronting the defense of Anthony Morrow, executed a successful isolation shot. On the other end, the Warriors attacked, with Curry passing to Morrow, who scored a three-pointer, bringing the score to 30-22, narrowing the gap to 8 points. The Lakers continued their offensive efforts, with Kobe assisting Pau Gasol for a hook shot that found the net. Curry attempted another three-pointer for the Warriors, but his shot was skewed due to Fisher's defense. Gasol secured the rebound and passed to Kobe, who stormed into the paint for an emphatic dunk, raising the score to 32-22. With 35 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Curry attempted yet another three-pointer, which once again failed to connect, allowing Gasol to grab the rebound. Shaking his head, Curry retreated on defense. At this juncture, Kobe began to manage the clock, and with 8 seconds left on the shot clock, he executed a back-to-the-basket move on the right side, hitting a fadeaway jumper just in time, bringing the score to 34-22. The Warriors, with only 13 seconds remaining on the shot clock, initiated their offensive play. Curry received the ball and quickly advanced past half-court, closely pursued by Fisher. As Fisher closed in, Curry engaged in a bit of contact and launched a three-pointer. The referee's whistle blew, signaling a foul on the three-point attempt. Curry stepped up to the free-throw line, chewing on his mouthguard as he prepared for the shots. Kobe watched Curry at the line, muttering something, to which Curry responded with a smile. He confidently sank all 3 free throws, bringing the score to 34-25. With a 9-point deficit, the Lakers faced a mere 2 seconds left in the offensive time, executing a backcourt inbounds play. Fisher launched a shot from the backcourt, which ricocheted off the backboard. The first quarter concluded. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers took the court once more, led by Kobe. The Warriors fielded their starting four alongside Anthony Morrow, while Curry remained seated on the bench during this quarter. The Lakers initiated a fierce offensive right from the outset, with Kobe scoring the first 2 points. The Warriors struggled offensively, allowing the Lakers to secure another 2 points in the paint. Back and forth, the score escalated to 38-25, widening the gap to double digits. With possession now with the Warriors, Morrow, who started in the second quarter after coming off the bench, hit a three-pointer, narrowing the deficit to 10 points. However, the disparity between the Warriors starters and the Lakers starters was glaringly apparent. As the second quarter reached the 6-minute mark, the score stood at 55-37, with an 18-point gap. The Warriors called a timeout, prompting the Lakers to substitute their starters for rest, allowing Shin Mie to lead the bench players onto the court. The Warriors also introduced their bench, led by Curry. The two emerging stars faced off once again on the court. As Curry dribbled, he engaged Shin Mie in conversation. "Can you guess what Kobe said to me during my free throw?" "How could I possibly guess? But I assume it was something about me." Shin Mie replied with a smile. "Indeed, it was about you. He remarked that your free throw style resembles mine." "I don't believe it." "I bet he said my free throw style resembles yours." Shin Mie's response elicited laughter from Curry. Chapter 68, The Collapse of the Warriors. Curry attempted a drive, then pulled back, executing a quick crossover before penetrating the paint. His series of moves successfully evaded Shin Mie's defense, resulting in a layup. "Good job," Shin Mie exclaimed in admiration. Curry waved his fingers dismissively as he jogged back on defense. Receiving the inbounds pass, Shin Mie advanced past half court, stepping 2 paces beyond the three-point line, positioning himself before Curry. "Don't backpedal while on defense," Curry advised. "Why not? What if you trip and end up injuring your tailbone?" "What?" As Curry finished his remark, Shin Mie unleashed a long-range three-pointer, the swish of the net resonating beautifully. In the domestic TV5 live broadcast studio, such long-range shots were deemed unreasonable, yet Shin Mie made the basket. Indeed, aside from the shot clock running down, forcing a half-court heave, no one typically shoots like that. Even if Shin Mie's shooting percentage exceeded 40, the shot still appeared illogical. Professor Su pondered whether such shooting styles could possibly evolve into a trend. It is indeed difficult to ascertain. Previously, the Thunder's rookie, Harden, mentioned in an interview that Shin Mie was advised to extend his three-point shooting range, much like Curry. Should these two players eventually excel and reach a significant level of influence, or if a particular crucial game were to be decided by such shots, it is likely that NBA players would need to consider whether ultra-long-range three-pointers could be adopted as a standard weapon. I perceive that in this match, Shin was not merely matching Curry. Rather, he was demonstrating to him executing stepbacks and long-range shots. Yes, during their matchup, they might have exchanged insights, suggesting how to shoot in various ways. However, it would be rather unfortunate if others on the court overheard, as it could be construed as aiding the opponent. Shin, why are you attempting three-pointers from such a distance when you could easily shoot from closer? I am unable to defend against your shots from that range. Steven, do you think this type of shot could potentially become a conventional weapon, even with ample time on the shot clock? Well, anything is possible. But it requires an exceptional shooting talent that is quite rare. Perhaps it stems from strength or shooting technique. Like you, your confidence in shooting is unparalleled within the league. I believe you could do it. I cannot. If I attempted such shots, my coach would likely bench me. Unlike you, I did not start with that label affixed to me. Therefore, Shun, I admire your ability to integrate into the team so swiftly. Perhaps it is a result of differing environments. As they spoke, Curry passed the ball to Chris Hunter beneath the basket, who managed to maneuver past DJ Mbenga and score. 58-41. Mbenga inbound the ball to Shun Mia, who then passed to Jordan Farmar, before positioning himself ahead of the half-court line. Curry closely followed him. Farmar could not find an opportunity and attempted a three-pointer that missed the mark. Beyond Shin, the Lakers bench players were not performing well today, with a lackluster shooting percentage. During Curry's South tenure on the court, the team maintained a steady grip on the score, preventing a significant gap from forming. At halftime, the Lakers led with a 15-point advantage, 69-54, as both teams returned to their locker rooms. Warriors locker room. Guys, we still have a chance. In the second half, let us alter our defensive strategy. We need to tighten our defense while slowing the pace down, fully utilizing each offensive possession to execute our tactics and narrow the gap. Their stamina is waning. Steven, the player from Huaxia, is merely another Asian athlete. When the bench unit comes in during the third quarter, let us double-team him. I doubt he can maintain such performance. Okay. The Warriors players responded in unison. Lakers locker room. Excellent. Let us continue to maintain our offensive aggression. We need to instill a sense of limitless offense, catching them off guard. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. Okay. As the second half commences, you take the place of Andrew Bynum, stepping into the starting lineup. Domestic TV 5 live broadcast room, Mr. Su, could you forecast the unfolding of the second half? The Warriors are unlikely to prevail unless the Lakers experience a significant decline in shooting accuracy and defensive efficiency. However, it is evident that the Warriors' defensive efficiency is also lacking. Their roster depth does not match that of the Lakers. I believe the most favorable outcome would be to keep the score close, maintaining suspense until the fourth quarter. Indeed, this would add intrigue to the match. Let us return to the game as the second half begins. Shinmia made his debut, disrupting the Warriors' strategy, and upon his arrival, Kobe immediately entrusted the ball to Shinmia. Shinmia, unrestrained, launched a three-pointer directed at Monta Ellis, the ball swishing through the net. The score stood at 72-54. Meanwhile, the Warriors attempted a layup but failed to convert. The Lakers, through a connection between Kobe and Gasol, secured an additional 2 points, extending the lead to 74-54. A 20-point gap. Shortly thereafter, Monta Ellis, under the vigilant defense of Shun Mia, succumbed to another theft, with Fisher, positioned for support on the other side, retrieving the ball. Shun Mia surged towards the front court, arriving simultaneously with the ball. He received a pass from Fisher and executed a resounding dunk. The score stood at 76-54, a disparity of 22 points. During the halftime break, the once diminished spirits of the fans were reignited by this surge of consecutive points. The Lakers unleashed a brief 7-0 run, effectively halting the Warriors' momentum at the onset of the game. Most of the Lakers players had barely broken a sweat, while the Warriors exited the court with expressions of dismay. At this juncture, the camera panned to the Warriors' bench, capturing head coach Don Nelson, who was animatedly gesticulating and speaking passionately. The players of the Warriors nodded in agreement. This was a brief timeout, which soon concluded, allowing the game to resume with both teams maintaining their lineups. Under the coach's fervent encouragement, the Warriors players appeared to regain some of their former vigor. However, in reality, it proved to be inconsequential. Monta Ellis attempted a drive, but was thwarted. Pau Gasol secured the rebound and passed it to Kobe. Upon crossing half-court, Kobe entrusted the ball to Shun Mia. He realized that having Shun Mia as an external shooting threat transformed his approach to the game, as he relished the sensation of racking up assists whenever they shared the court. Corey Maggette, noticing Shun Mia with the ball, quickly rushed to assist Monta Ellis in double-teaming him. Shin Mie did not wait for his opponent to establish a defensive threat. He retreated a step, and with a swift motion, launched another three-pointer towards Monta Ellis. The ball soared through the air, plunging into the net with a perfect swish. The deity of destruction had descended. The fans rose to their feet. When asked why they didn't remain seated, it was evident that the urge to kneel in reverence was overwhelming. The domestic TV5 broadcast exclaimed in disbelief. This was extraordinary. Such mastery over the three-point shot rendered the game nearly unplayable. The score stood at 79-54, a staggering 25-point lead. Since the onset of the second half, the Warriors had yet to score. Chapter 69, the second six-game winning streak. Faced with this predicament, the Warriors found themselves utterly helpless. They could only allow their players on the court to adjust independently or hope that Shin Mie would miss his shots. There exists an unwritten rule in the NBA. When a teammate is on fire, the others should endeavor to pass him the ball. However, Shin Mie would not hoard the ball. After all, he was sharing the court with the Lakers starting lineup. When Kobe passed to him, he reciprocated, or shared the ball with other teammates. The Lakers starters continued to perform with remarkable consistency, transitioning between offense and defense with high efficiency, reaping rewards in each possession. The Warriors began to make some gains, yet the point differential continued to fluctuate, slowly closing in and then widening again, generally remaining around 25 points. This illustrates why basketball games have garbage time. When one team leads by a significant margin, the trailing team finds it exceedingly difficult to catch up, as scoring for one side invariably leads to scoring from the other. Additionally, time is limited. Achieving 35 points in a quarter is already considered a remarkable feat. If the deficit nearly matches the total points scored for the entire quarter, what hope is there for a comeback? Unless, of course, there are consecutive scores of 0 on the other side, creating a series of small surges. The Warriors' performance crumbled utterly at the start of the third quarter, as the Lakers starters maintained their stable play, pushing the lead towards 30 points. As Warriors players attempted to mount an offense, the Staples Center reverberated with boos. The fans were caught in a dilemma, yearning for an exhilaratingly close contest while simultaneously wishing for their team to secure victory. Alas, the opponents were proving ineffectual. Thus, they could only boo throughout the arena. With 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the score reached 95-64, a 31-point gap. The Lakers, seizing the opportunity during a dead ball, substituted in their entire bench lineup. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the Lakers starters could essentially clock out for the evening. Shin Mie had already taken his place on the bench, observing the game, as the Lakers failed to convert their final possession. The whistles signaling the end of the third quarter echoed through the arena. The Lakers held a commanding lead of 101-70 as they entered the fourth quarter, with a 30-point gap rendering the final period little more than garbage time. The Lakers starters remained on the sidelines, while the Warriors, though not fully resorting to their bench lineup, clearly relinquished their fight. The starters on the court operated independently, devoid of tactical cohesion, revealing a palpable disunity within the team. Head coach Don Nelson watched with a vacant expression as his players meandered on the court. With 5 minutes remaining, the score still stood at a 25-point deficit, prompting the Warriors to call a timeout and substitute in their deepest reserves. Sitting on the bench, Curry draped a towel emblazoned with the Warriors logo over his head, his gaze unfocused as he observed his teammates navigate the waning moments of the game. As the final buzzer sounded, the Lakers emerged victorious with a score of 130-107, marking their second 5-game winning streak of the season. After the game, Shin approached the opposing bench, and Curry, snapping back to reality, stepped forward to embrace him. "Keep pushing, Steven. I believe you will soon claim the mantle of leadership for the team," Shin encouraged. "Thank you, Shin. You taught me a valuable lesson today. I feel as though I've discovered something important. Believe in yourself, truly, Steven. You will understand in due time, even without me. From the moment I first met you, I recognized your potential to transform an era of basketball. Please, the more you say that, the more it weighs on me. I despise the feeling of facing you as an adversary. It's disheartening. However, congratulations on your 5-game winning streak." "Thank you." In the post-game interview, Monta was asked, "How do you evaluate your matchup against Shin?" "Oh my God, how can I even begin to evaluate that? He drained 6 3-pointers over me and hit 8 overall. He is a killer, extinguishing the excitement of the game. I think those responsible for the draft should be held accountable. How did such a player slip to the second round? Thank you for your cooperation." "My pleasure." "Steven, what did you discuss with Sean during the game?" We reminisced about our draft experience, recalling our time training together in New York, and exchanged some friendly banter typical among friends on the court. How would you assess Shin as a player? He is truly one of a kind, integrating into the team faster than any rookie. The Lakers should feel fortunate to have acquired such a perfect piece for their puzzle. His uniqueness is evident. We all know he excels at three-pointers, much like Ray Allen. Perhaps I should also dedicate more time to honing my three-point shooting. Thank you for your cooperation. My pleasure. After the dissolution of the team, Shinmiya immediately followed the team bus back to the arena. At that moment, it was noon in the country, and Shinmiya's popularity on social media was skyrocketing. Shinmiya scored over 30 points, sinking 8 out of 13 three-pointers. User A remarked, "The rise of the god of destruction heralds the dawn of a golden era for Chinese basketball." User B responded, "Oh, please. I admit Shinmiya played exceptionally well, but have you not noticed how lackluster the Warriors are?" User C added, "Every time the god of destruction makes a three-pointer, my heart skips a beat. I genuinely feel for the Warriors. How utterly despairing that must be." Upon returning home, Shinmiya first replied to Ming Ro's message and then to He rants. He then ascended to his room and retired for the night, his thoughts unspoken. The following morning, he arrived early at the gym for shooting practice, as there was a back-to-back game scheduled for that evening. The entire Lakers team seemed to regard this matchup with indifference. The head coach had instructed everyone the previous day to rest well in preparation for the game. Ironically, he was off on a date with Aunt Jeannie. Throughout the morning, only Shinmiya, Adam Morrison, and a few substitute players were engaged in additional training. At 11 o'clock, an announcement from the office declared that players were free to pursue their own activities, with a gathering scheduled for 3 p.m. to prepare for the match. Those who had not yet arrived would make their own way. The reason for such a lack of attention to this game was due to the opponent, the Brooklyn Nets. Under the guidance of head coach Tom Barrise, the Nets had endured a season marked by an abysmal record of 16 losses, placing them at the very bottom of the league. Their dismal performance was remarkably thorough, as they had yet to secure a single victory. Upon entering the home locker room, Shinmiya observed his teammates, each bearing dark circles under their skin, a testament to their exhaustion. Initially, he felt a twinge of concern. However, as the game commenced, the Lakers' starting lineup swiftly dominated, establishing a commanding 20-5 lead against the Nets within the first 5 minutes. It was only during the latter part of the first quarter, when the substitutes took to the court, that their rhythm faltered. The first quarter concluded with a score of 35-22, followed by a second quarter tally of 25-21. As they entered the second half, the Lakers maintained a 20-point advantage with a third quarter score of 29-26. In the fourth quarter, the starting lineup played for 3 minutes without allowing the gap to close, prompting a substitution with the bench players. Ultimately, the Lakers secured a resounding victory, triumphing over the Nets with a final score of 116-97, marking their 6th consecutive win. Chapter 70, December 30th, the last day of November, was a modest game day, featuring only 4 matches across the league. The Lakers dedicated the entire day to training. Shinmiya, in addition to the training sessions arranged by the team, diligently maintained his practice of shooting drills. He also opted for a nutritious meal at the arena's restaurant in the evening, continuing his intensive training until well past midnight. Shinmiya had just begun to pack his belongings to return home for the night. The nights in Los Angeles during December still bore a slight chill, indistinguishable from those of November. Yet, time seemed to pass swiftly. It was surprising to realize that December had arrived in the blink of an eye. Shinmiya has recently found little time for sorrow over the passage of seasons, reflecting on the past or contemplating the future. He is wholly absorbed in the competition, exerting every effort to seize every opportunity presented in each game and every play. After acclimatizing to the high intensity of the matches, he has begun to pursue a semblance of life outside basketball, striving to cultivate his social circle. During his university days, he was quite the individualist, often found in internet cafes or on the basketball court playing street ball, rarely taking the initiative to maintain relationships with his roommates. Even now, despite receiving daily greetings from Ming Ro from afar, the persistent chatter from his parents over the phone, and the occasional banter from Iran, he still feels that life in a foreign land lacks a certain vibrancy. On the morning of December 1st, Shinmiya rose punctually. He had shooting practice scheduled for the morning, and in the evening, the Lakers were set to face the New Orleans Hornets at home. Chris Paul of the Hornets was still listed as questionable prior to the game. On November 14th, during a match in which the Hornets lost 78-86 to the Portland Trail Blazers, Paul sustained an injury to his left knee and had already been resting for half a month. The Hornets have recently been plagued by a wave of injuries, with two key players unable to participate. At 8 p.m., the game commenced. In the first quarter, the Pelicans trailed the Lakers 27-31, with Okafor and Collison performing commendably, keeping pace with the Lakers. However, in the second quarter, the Hornets faltered collectively, allowing the Lakers to dominate, resulting in a halftime deficit of 20 points. The third quarter saw a score of 27-28, with the gap maintaining around 20 points. In the fourth quarter, the score was 30-20, and within the first 3 minutes, the Hornets failed to close the gap, prompting the Lakers to substitute in their bench players for garbage time. Ultimately, the Hornets could not catch up, and the Lakers secured their 7th consecutive victory with a score of 110-99. On December 2nd, Shin Mia engaged in a full day of training. The recent string of victories had rendered the Lakers somewhat fatigued by their success. Typically, NBA teams find it challenging to maintain winning streaks between 5 and 10 games. As this phase often breeds a sense of victory fatigue, players are reluctant to lose yet wary of the pressure that a prolonged winning streak can impose on subsequent games, leading many star players to contemplate rest during this period. However, once a team surpasses 10 consecutive victories, the player's mindset shifts towards a desire to preserve the streak. The Lakers now grappled with the dual emotions of joy and strain stemming from their 7-game winning streak. On December 3rd, at noon in the arena cafeteria, Kobe sat beside Shin Mia. Across from them were Pau Gasol and Ron Artest. "Hey, Shun, why do you seem so energetic? The assistant coach mentioned you've been practicing late every night. Aren't you exhausted?" Shin replied, "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's youth. My stamina recovers quickly." Kobe shot him a sidelong glance. Shin raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of fearless determination. "Shun, you are still quite young. Your age is precisely when your abilities peak. Therefore, mental well-being is of utmost importance. A measure of entertainment, or rather, a balanced period of rest and relaxation, is equally essential. We have achieved an impressive 7 consecutive victories. It is time to unwind, perhaps indulge in a fleeting romance," Atai remarked with a carefree attitude. No. Let us not discuss that. Tomorrow we face the Miami Heat, a formidable opponent that demands our utmost seriousness. Indeed, the Heat are strong. Yet they are currently engaged in a battle against the Nuggets. Tomorrow, they will be playing back-to-back games, while we have enjoyed 2 days of rest. Victory is within our grasp. Kobe and Gasol nodded in agreement, clearly exuding confidence in their prospects. Shin Mia shook his head, choosing not to say any more. With a match scheduled for tomorrow, he decided to forego extra practice today and went home once the session concluded. Upon arriving home, Mengro called. "Hello, Mengro. Are you free tomorrow evening?" "Yes, I was just about to mention that I have the day off tomorrow. After class, I'll head home." "Brother, do you have a game tomorrow?" "Indeed, against the Heat. Jiasi Min and Hannah are also free this weekend. We agreed to watch the game together. They both expressed a desire to see you play. You have no idea, you've already secured a place in the hearts of Lakers fans." "Is that so? Well then, I'll make arrangements for you in advance." "Brother, make sure to perform well tomorrow." "Absolutely." The night passed in silence. On December 4th, Shin Mia arose as usual and made his way to the gym for shooting practice. At 3 in the afternoon, the Lakers team gathered to head to the Staples Center, enjoying a comfortable schedule with consecutive home games. The match was set to begin at 9 a.m. local time, coinciding perfectly with a live broadcast. Moreover, playing against the Heat was particularly enticing. Once at the arena, Shin Mia headed to the locker room. At 8 p.m., he stepped out to meet Mengro, Jiasi Min, and Hannah. During their first encounter, Jiasi Min had been relaxed and quite forthright. Now, however, she could hardly bring herself to meet Shin Mia's gaze. "Hello, Jiasi Min." Hannah, Shin Mia greeted them warmly. "Shun, your recent performances have been outstanding. I've become your fan," Jiasi Min said, pushed forward by Mengro, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Thank you." "Shin, I like you too." Hannah, the black girl, was notably more forthcoming. Thank you. Come on, let me take you inside. You can sit behind the Lakers bench." By 8:30 p.m., the players were warming up on the court. Recently, the Lakers had been maintaining the pregame shooting routine Shin Mia had taught them, believing that this practice had significantly contributed to their consecutive victories. In the domestic TV5 broadcast studio, the commentators were a perfect duo, Teacher Yu and Teacher Su. "Ah, it's starting again. I heard this routine was invented by little Shun. Ha ha ha, I must ask him about it someday," they chuckled. Teacher Su, Today, the Heat are also facing injuries, with only 8 players available. If one more goes down, the game might not even proceed. What do you think the Heat's chances are? I believe it's more meaningful to look at both teams' recent offensive and defensive statistics. The comparison reveals a team's overall strength. The Heat are not weak. Their core players are intact, and Wade can galvanize the entire team. How many points do you think little Sean will score tonight? Some netizens are saying that the entire class of boys skipped school to watch him play, hoping he'll score over 40. We also wish to witness Shao achieve a score of 40 or more. However, given his current tactical positioning, it remains a formidable challenge unless he seizes every offensive opportunity. Perhaps he could create such a miracle. Speaking of skipping class to watch the game, if I were a teacher, I would join my students in their escapade to catch the match, but after enjoying the game, we would return to our studies with diligence. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with that. Chapter 71, Miami Heat vs. Los Angeles Lakers. As the warm-up concludes, the game is poised to commence. Shinmia returned to the bench, while the gossipy Lamar Odom leaned in closer, whispering into Shin's ear, "Shin, are you aware? Those media reporters mentioned you during the Heat's interview. That Richardson mocked you in his pre-game interview." "Oh, how did he mock me?" Shin inquired. "He claimed your three-point shooting resembles a gamble, asserting that he intends to teach you how to properly shoot a three-pointer on the court." Do not underestimate him. He once clinched the three-point contest championship during the All-Star weekend. Recently, Lamar Odom had been relegated to the bench, and his frequent partnership with Shun had cultivated a camaraderie between the two. "Thank you, Lamar. I appreciate the insight." At 9 o'clock in the evening, the match commenced, South Coast charm against West Coast fervor. The Miami Heat's starting lineup featured Dwayne Wade, Jermaine O'Neal, Quentin Richardson, Mario Chalmers, and Michael Beasley. The Los Angeles Lakers starting 5 included Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol, Andrew Bynum, Derek Fisher, and Ron Artest. As the game began with a jump ball, Jermaine O'Neal faced off against Andrew Bynum, with O'Neal securing possession for the Heat. It is noteworthy that this O'Neal is not the legendary one, but rather a role player. Additionally, a brief anecdote unfolded between Jermaine O'Neal and Andrew Bynum, as O'Neal once held the record for being the youngest player to take the court in the NBA, a record that has since been eclipsed by Bynum. Recently, Bynum has exhibited remarkable efficiency in the paint, earning him the moniker Little Shark. Initially stepping in as the starting center to replace Gasol, he has now firmly secured a starting position over Lamar Odom. Mario Chalmers advanced the ball past half court, passing it to Wade. Wade immediately executed a lightning-quick drive, with the Lakers failing to provide staunch defense. He finished with a layup, prompting the Heat to retreat on defense. The Lakers inbound the ball, with Fisher bringing it past half court and passing it to Kobe, who was closely guarded by Wade. The Heat demonstrated an aggressive defensive mindset from the outset, particularly given they were in Los Angeles facing the Lakers, and notably Kobe Bryant. The Heat's head coach, Erik Spoelstra, known for his ironclad defense, was at the helm. Wade, matched up against Kobe, wore a broad smile and exchanged words, causing Shun Mia to involuntarily smile at Wade's expression. The most vivid memory Shun has of Wade is that moment when Wade cast a concerned look at a foolish player, following an incident where a referee ejected Wade during a confrontation with Stevenson. Returning to the game, Kobe attempted a three-point shot over Wade but missed, allowing Bynum to secure the rebound and dunk it in, leveling the score at 2-2. The Heat inbound the ball to Wade, who maneuvered past half court, facing Kobe's defense. Instead of attempting to go one-on-one, Wade passed to the circling Quentin Richardson, who confidently sank a three-pointer. The score now stood at 5-2. After the shot, Richardson gestured a three-point sign toward the Lakers bench, which happened to be directed at Shun Mia. It is worth mentioning that not only Richardson, but several players of African descent in the league have recently expressed their displeasure toward Shun Mia. Shun Mia garnered attention due to his three-point prowess, further amplified by the fact that he plays for the illustrious Lakers. Additionally, as an Asian player, he inevitably attracted a degree of envy. In a swift transition from defense to offense, Kobe Bryant passed the ball to Derek Fisher, who positioned himself in the low post on the right side before lofting the ball back to Kobe. With a graceful turn, Kobe executed a fadeaway jumper, scoring and bringing the tally to 5-4. Both teams exchanged blows, with the Heat relentlessly pressing their offensive momentum, while the Lakers clung to the scoreline thanks to their imposing lineup. The lead oscillated between the two sides. By the 6th minute, the score stood at 13-12, with the Heat holding a slender one-point advantage, prompting the first official timeout of the match. The Lakers substituted their starters for the second unit. The Heat, lacking in numbers, kept Dwayne Wade and Quentin Richardson on the court, allowing the other three players to rest. As the Lakers regained possession, Jordan Farmar brought the ball across half-court and passed it to Shinmye, who found himself face-to-face with Quentin Richardson, sharing the same height. Shinmye did not rush to shoot in search of rhythm. Instead, he passed the ball to Lamar Odom, who had a mismatch in his favor. However, Odom did not shoot immediately, opting to dribble instead. The Miami Heat's substitute center, Jamal Magloire, swiftly advanced to provide assistance. This exemplifies the Heat's defensive responsiveness. Characterized by one word, proactive. Odom returned the ball to Shinmye, who, feeling no need for courtesy this time, executed a step-back three-pointer right in the face of Quentin Richardson's defense, successfully making the shot. He then turned and retreated to defense. In a university cafeteria back in China, the live broadcast of the game on TV5 was underway. Several roommates, enjoying breakfast, were watching the match, clearly having finished their morning classes and coming to eat afterward. Whether or not they had a second class in the morning was known only to them. He has done it. Shinmye has made his first three-pointer today. How many do you think he can make? One of them asked. I don't know, but I know what Shinmye would say, came the reply. What would he say? I don't know how many three-pointers I can make, but as long as I can help the team win, that's what matters. Laughter erupted among them. As the Heat regained possession, Dwayne Wade appeared somewhat fatigued. After crossing half-court, Shinmye proactively requested to switch defense, positioning himself in front of Wade. On the Lakers bench, Kobe Bryant grinned and remarked, "See, I told you. Remember to pay me $100. Andrew Bynum beside him shook his head in resignation. Evidently still unfamiliar with Shinmye. I've noticed Shin's tendency. He seems to enjoy matching up against all-stars or even Hall of Famers, perhaps as a form of respect. Wade. You won't be able to guard me, Wade said with a smile, having frequently heard Shinmye's name lately. He held a favorable view towards the Chinese player, recognizing that he had many fans in China. Wade once mentioned in an interview how he felt envious when Kobe's 8-second moment on the big screen during the 2008 Olympics brought a roaring cheer from the crowd. A three-pointer? Go ahead and shoot. I'll give you 2 steps, but don't even think about driving past me, Shinmye said with a grin. Wade's smile faltered as he felt provoked, raising his hand to take the shot. Shinmye, noticing Wade actually shooting, turned and sprinted towards the basket. As expected, the shot missed, and Shinmye secured the rebound, while Lamar Odom was already making his way down the court. Shinmye executed a long pass to the quarterback, while Odom delivered a resounding dunk. The score shifted from a lead of 1 point to a deficit of 4, leaving Wade shaking his head, lamenting the mishap of falling for the rookie's ploy, especially given his poor three-point shooting percentage. Chapter 72, Dunking on Jamal. This brief surge of 5-0 prompted a timeout for the Heat, which was timely, as Wade indeed needed a moment to rest. Head coach Spoelstra of the Heat grasped the tactical board, welcoming the players off the court, while casting a fierce glare at Shinmye. In a domestic TV5 live broadcast room, commentators remarked on Shinmye's effectiveness, noting how his entrance forced a pause in the game for the Heat. However, it was apparent that the Heat's rotation was somewhat strained. Observers were keen to see how Coach Spoelstra would manage his limited roster to strategize effectively. In a university cafeteria, a group of dormitory mates had just taken a couple of bites of their meals while still fixated on the game. Have you noticed how Shinmye particularly relishes the challenge of matching up against star players, even when the positions may not align? One of them remarked. For instance, he has gone up against the likes of Shaquille O'Neal, Chris Paul, Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, and now Wade. Another responded, could it be that Shinmye does this deliberately? Shouldn't those who have been matched up against him take pride in it? If one hasn't faced Shinmye, it suggests they lack stature in the league. Laughter erupted among the group. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Heat's substitute guard Dorell Wright connected with substitute center Jamal Magloire, drawing a foul from Benga. Magloire, unfortunately, missed both of his free throws. His career free throw percentage had lingered below 50 in most seasons, even dipping below 40 at times. The Lakers initiated an inbound play, with Shinmye bringing the ball across half-court and passing it to Lamar Odom in the low post. Facing Jamal's defense, Odom wasted no time, attempting a hook shot, but his touch was off, causing the ball to circle the rim and fall away. Jamal Magloire secured the rebound and passed it to Dorell Wright. The Lakers quickly retreated on defense, with Shinmye closely guarding Wright, who, just a step beyond the three-point line, suddenly unleashed a surprise shot. Shinmye exerted every effort to defend against the interference, yet the ball was still successfully made by the opposing team. The score stood at 16-17, with the Heat having caught up. As the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball, Shinmye received it and passed it to Jordan Farmar, who advanced it past half-court. The defender closely shadowed Farmar, prompting him to pass the ball back to Shinmye. At this moment, Darrell was almost akin to a player of CBA caliber. Nearing the end of his career, confronted with Darrell's tight defense, Shinmye dribbled a few times before decisively choosing to drive towards the basket. Darrell was unable to keep pace, resulting in a foul as he made contact with Shinmye's arm. The referee's whistle signaled a shooting foul. Shinmye successfully converted both free throws. The score stands at 16-19, with a 3-point deficit. The Heat inbounds the ball, and Darrell advances past half-court, delivering a lob to the interior for Jamal Magloire. Magloire executes a layup, becoming the sole advantage for the Heat on the court at this moment. The score narrows to 18-19 as the Heat closes the gap once more. In the transition from offense to defense, the Lakers seize an opportunity, but Vujacic's open shot goes awry. Magloire secures the rebound over Odom, prompting the Lakers to retreat swiftly, granting the Heat a chance to take the lead. The Heat's counterattack unfolds with remarkable speed. Darrell receives a pass from Magloire and sends it forward. Udonis Haslem, positioned in the front court, catches the ball and drives toward the basket. Vujacic attempts to chase down Haslem, but his speed is insufficient, and he is evidently too late. Haslem's layup finds the net, giving the Heat a 20-19 lead. With 2 minutes remaining, both teams succeed with mid-range shots in the next 2 possessions, following a series of missed attempts. The clock shows 40 seconds left, and the score remains 22-21. Finally, the Lakers execute a cut to the basket, netting 2 points and taking a 22-23 lead by 1 point. The Heat, now under time pressure, initiates their offense with only 5 seconds left on the shot clock, resulting in a foul against the Lakers. Darrell steps to the line, converting both free throws to bring the score to 24-23. Lamar quickly inbounds the ball, and Shinmye pushes it forward. The Lakers have one final possession, while the Heat intensify their defensive efforts, eager to maintain their slender lead as they approach the second quarter, even if it is by a mere point. Shinmye advanced past the half-court line without a moment's hesitation, executing a direct breakthrough. The Miami Heat players retreated to fortify their defense in the paint. Just before Shinmye was halted by the defense, he deftly passed the ball to the open Jordan Farmar. Farmar, upon receiving the pass, made a slight adjustment and released the shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, as Shinmye's hand descended upon the court like a divine weapon. He anticipated the trajectory of the ball and, with a deft maneuver, slammed it through the hoop over Jamal Magloire. Just then, the buzzer signaling the end of the first quarter echoed through the arena. The Lakers bench erupted in applause, rising in unison. Meanwhile, the officials at the scorer's table scrutinized the replay, while players from both teams cast their gazes towards the screen. It was evident that the dunk had occurred with 0.9 seconds remaining, thus counting as valid. The score read 24-25. In the stands, Jasmine's cheeks flushed a vibrant red. "Oh no, Ming-Ro, I think I have developed feelings for your cousin," she confessed. "There are many who like my cousin. You should think this through," replied Ming-Ro. "I like him too," chimed in Hannah, the African-American girl. Ming-Ro was left speechless, pondering silently that this particular interest might not align with his preferences. Shinmye extended his hand to lift Jamal Magloire. This player possesses a narrative of his own. In China, the affluent are often culturally enriched, whereas in the United States, wealth is closely tied to capital, leading to a pursuit of elite education. Conversely, those in impoverished circumstances are often compelled to seek recognition through athletics. Many African-American players in the NBA have endured unfortunate childhoods, and numerous individuals with remarkable talent have fallen victim to the pervasive gun violence in the United States. Jamal Magloire is emblematic of this struggle, bearing a striking resemblance to the future superstar Kawhi Leonard, not only in appearance, but also in circumstance, as he is a family member of a victim of such violence. Jamal's brother, Justin Shepard, was an even more gifted athlete, yet in 2001, he lost his life to gunfire. At that time, Shepard had already secured a scholarship to a prestigious basketball institution in the United States, but his dreams were tragically extinguished by 2 bullets. Consequently, Jamal Magloire has since chosen to adorn himself with no embellishments and has dedicated himself to advocating for a reduction in gun violence. As the first quarter concluded in the domestic TV5 broadcast, Teacher Sue's insights were sought. How did he perceive the dynamics of the second quarter and the subsequent match? Based on the initial quarter, both teams appeared to be performing below par, with a score of 24-25 after 12 minutes. It cannot be deemed poor. Yet it certainly lacked excellence. The shooting accuracy was mediocre, and the Lakers players seemed notably less enthusiastic. Perhaps this is a consequence of their recent winning streak. In the latter part of the quarter, Shun missed several shots, making it challenging to predict the outcome. It appears that the Lakers will find it difficult to extend their winning streak today. Chapter 73. The Lakers counterattack as the second quarter commenced. Lakers coach Phil made the decision to reintroduce Lamar Odom into the starting lineup for this period. The Miami Heat maintained their original starting five. In the paint, Andrew Bynum faced off against Shaquille O'Neal. Pau Gasol remained on the court, poised to partner with the second unit. The Heat's ability to score multiple times towards the end of the first quarter was partly attributable to the Lakers' diminished height in the paint. Kobe Bryant opened the quarter with a three-pointer, successfully landing the shot, bringing the score to 24-28. As the game transitioned, Dwayne Wade accelerated beyond the three-point line, penetrating the lane to score while drawing a foul from Bynum. Wade converted his free throw, completing a 2-1 play, narrowing the gap to 27-28. Wade's prowess in drawing fouls is unmatched. For instance, during the 2005-2006 season, he averaged 16.2 free throws per game in the finals. A staggering impact given that teams typically scored between 80 and 90 points in a game. As the Lakers struggled offensively, the Heat seized the opportunity to counterattack and took the lead. Following 2 consecutive turnovers by the Lakers, the Heat capitalized on these mistakes, including a successful three-pointer, extending their lead to 6 points. This time, Kobe, rather than passing, challenged Wade's defense with a fadeaway jumper to reclaim 2 points. Shortly after, Wade surged into the paint, drawing another foul, bringing Bynum's total to 3 for the game. Wade made his free throw, elevating the score to 36-30, maintaining the 6-point lead. Despite the situation, Lakers coach Phil Jackson opted not to call a timeout to protect Bynum, allowing him to continue playing, although Bynum appeared hesitant to assert himself. The Lakers' offensive efforts faltered once more, with the rebound claimed by O'Neal, who facilitated a pass to Wade. Wade advanced past half-court, delivering the ball to guard Mario Chalmers. Chalmers, facing Bynum, penetrated the lane without resistance, successfully scoring, which pushed the Heat's lead to 38-30. Phil Jackson shook his head in disapproval, but refrained from calling a timeout, hoping to see if his players could adjust on their own. Yet, during the next offensive possession, the Lakers' passing and cutting strategy was interrupted, granting the Heat a fast break opportunity. Wade executed a swift layup, extending the lead to 40-30. After just 3 minutes into the quarter, the Lakers called a timeout. At this juncture, only Kobe had managed to score 5 points, while the rest of the team remained scoreless. The camera panned to the Lakers bench, where Phil was passionately addressing his players. "Gentlemen, we are well-equipped and a healthy team. We cannot afford to lose this game. Let us rally our spirits. Lamar, you made adjustments from the first to the second quarter. I noticed that their defense struggled against you. Aside from the center, they lack any players taller than you. You must take the initiative on offense." Lamar nodded repeatedly. It was not unexpected. Indeed, there were mistakes. Could it be that the Heat would win back-to-back games today? It is quite possible, as many Lakers players seem to be out of form. It remains to be seen whether the coach's timeout can rekindle the players' former competitive spirit. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. This time, Kobe also recognized that Lamar Odom was a strong point. Aside from Michael Beasley, who matched up against Artest, and the center, Shaquille O'Neal, none of the opposing players exceeded 2 meters in height. Yet, even so, their drive was difficult to defend against, which was uncharacteristic of the Lakers. Dribbling. Kobe recalled what Shin Mia had said during their meal the other day. Indeed, the team had been somewhat lackadaisical in recent days. With this thought, Kobe's gaze hardened with determination. He attempted to drive, but upon failing, he passed the ball to Lamar Odom in the low post. Odom executed a direct low post play, shooting over the Heat's defense for a mid-range jumper that swished through the net. 40-32. Odom is indeed one of the more versatile players in the NBA, capable of scoring, rebounding, and assisting. Before LeBron James emerged, Odom was even the youngest player in NBA history to achieve a triple-double. Moreover, as a left-handed player, he was once dubbed the left-handed magician upon entering the NBA, as many noted the resemblance to Magic Johnson in his play style, boasting a height over 2 meters and the ability to play 5 positions. However, in the end, there is only one true magician. Odom's desire to score is notably low. He has stated that he lacks a strong offensive ambition. In 2014, Phil Jackson remarked that Lamar Odom had lost the spirit and attitude expected of a professional player. Returning to the game, after the Lakers executed a successful offense, they quickly transitioned to defense. The Heat's power forward, Michael Beasley, took a mid-range shot against Artest's defense, but it bounced off the rim. Bynum secured the rebound and passed it to Kobe. Kobe paused beyond the three-point line, controlling the tempo. Once both teams were positioned, he passed to Lamar Odom again. Odom pushed back against Quentin Richardson, while Beasley was entangled with Artest and unable to assist. Odom lifted his hand and tossed the ball, once again securing 2 points. 40-34. With a 6-point deficit, the Miami Heat's head coach, Erik Spoelstra, exercised utmost caution, promptly calling a timeout as the Lakers initiated a brief surge to narrow the gap. This strategic pause aimed to disrupt the Lakers' momentum. Meanwhile, the Lakers seized the opportunity to substitute their starters, retaining only Lamar Odom, who continued to partner with the second unit alongside Pau Gasol. This time, the Lakers' second unit boasted both offensive prowess and height. The camera panned to the Heat's bench, where Coach Spoelstra elucidated tactical adjustments while discreetly observing the Lakers' second unit. Noticing the presence of Gasol, Spoelstra swiftly devised a counter-strategy, deploying both Shaquille O'Neal and Jamal alongside the sharpshooting small forward Richardson and 2 guards. This exemplified the hallmark of an exceptional coach, his ability to adapt to roster changes. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed, and the Lakers' player substitutions did little to hinder the momentum they had previously established. Shinmia advanced past the halfway line, initially slowing the pace with his first shot, which turned out to be a three-pointer that missed its mark. Capitalizing on the situation, Shaquille O'Neal seized the rebound, aided by Jamal's restriction on Pau Gasol beneath the basket. The Lakers swiftly transitioned into defense. Darrell received the pass and, crossing the halfway line, relayed it to Mario Chalmers. Chalmers penetrated the paint and dished the ball to the charging O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal executed a thunderous dunk, letting out a roar. The score now stood at 42-34, narrowing the gap to 8 points. The broadcasting prowess of domestic TV5 showcased Coach Spoelstra's remarkable adjustment capabilities. Indeed, if the Lakers could manage to maintain their defense without conceding any points for the remaining half of the second quarter, it would be quite commendable. Chapter 74. The Coach's Dilemma. Pau Gasol prepared to inbound the ball. After Jordan Farmar crossed the halfway line, he entrusted the ball to Shinmia for further action. Shinmia, clutching the ball, stood still as Pau Gasol descended into the low post, initiating his dribble. At that moment, only 10 seconds remained on the shot clock. Unfazed by the defender Dorel right before him, Shinmia boldly surged into the paint, releasing a shot aimed at the side where Gasol had positioned himself. Gasol's attempt at an alley-oop was unsuccessful as the Twin Towers effectively constrained his movements. Fortunately, amidst the chaos beneath the opponent's basket, he managed to secure an offensive rebound. He passed the ball back to the advancing Shinmia, who executed a jump shot that found its mark. The score stood at 42-36. Mario Chalmers of the Heat carried the ball past half-court, with Jordan Farmar stepping up to defend. However, as Farmar approached, Chalmers swiftly maneuvered past him. Confronted by Gasol's looming defense, Chalmers nearly executed a handoff to Shaquille O'Neal beneath the rim. O'Neal soared for a dunk, letting out a resounding shout. The score changed to 44-36. Today, several Lakers players appeared lackadaisical in their defensive focus, prompting their head coach on the sidelines to shake his head in disapproval. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Shinmia advanced past half-court, facing off against his assigned defender, Dorel Wright. Without a hint of hesitation, Shinmia charged forward. Wright was utterly unable to contain him and resorted to a foul. Seizing the opportunity, Shinmia released the ball, though it failed to find the net. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a shooting foul. Shinmia confidently sank 2 free throws, restoring the lead to 6 points. The Heat, constrained by their roster size, found it challenging to extend their advantage. With each score they achieved, Shinmia proactively attacked to keep the score close. Shinmia has repeatedly created excellent opportunities for his teammates, promptly delivering the ball to their hands, yet they remain unable to score. Each time, it seems the point difference is on the verge of reaching double digits. Shinmia embarked on a solo endeavor, penetrating the inner line, aiming either to score or to inflict damage. By the end of the first quarter, Dwayne Wade had accrued 3 fouls. With 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Heat called for a timeout as their players began to exhibit signs of fatigue. The score stood at 48-42. 2 of the Heat's starters had yet to rest during the second quarter, compelling them to readjust their lineup. with Wade substituting for Mario Chalmers towards the end of the period. On the Lakers side, Jordan Farmar was replaced by Kobe Bryant. The core trio comprised Pau Gasol, Kobe, and Shin Mia, forming a formidable backcourt partnership. At last, the Lakers seemed to have discovered their rhythm and momentum. After halftime, Shin delivered a splendid pass to Kobe, who executed a flawless cut and dunked the ball effortlessly. Following this, the Heat missed their shot, and Kobe once again assisted Shin, who had found himself in an open position. Shin made a successful shot, yet his foot grazed the line, resulting in a 2-point score. The two players commenced with a swift exchange, bringing the score to 48-46, a mere 2-point difference. Following this, Wade from the Heat executed another successful drive to the basket, elevating the score to 50-46. Subsequently, both teams struggled to find the net, with the Heat failing to capitalize on their final offensive possession as the shot clock expired. The Lakers secured the rebound, now with 7 seconds remaining on the clock. As Shin Mia advanced towards the Lakers logo, he refrained from passing the ball to anyone, launching a shot amidst Wade's defense in the final second. His body twisted awkwardly as he released the ball. The halftime buzzer echoed, and the ball gracefully pierced the net. With an indifferent expression, Shin Mia gestured toward his wrist, indicating the time remaining. The score stood at 50-49, with the Heat's lead reduced to a mere point. The Lakers bench erupted in celebration, thumping chests and bumping shoulders with Shin Mia, as if they had already claimed victory despite trailing by a point. As the halftime concluded, both teams retreated to their locker rooms. In a university cafeteria back home, the meals of a few dorm mates had grown cold in front of them. "Oh no, my noodles have turned mushy. Hurry up and eat. It's halftime," one exclaimed. "Wow, Shin Mia is truly impressive. He always gives me the impression of being like Lee Yunlong from The Sword of Light, a relentless force on the court, aiming to score over star players. That celebratory gesture is quite something. Enough talk, let's eat quickly. The second half is about to start." In the domestic TV5 broadcast studio during halftime, Teacher Sue prepared to analyze a tactical play. "Everyone, observe how Kobe assisted Shin Mia with that three-pointer from the sideline." Initially, Kobe utilized Pau Gasol's screen at the arc to penetrate the paint, drawing the attention of the entire court. Notice that Gasol remains at the Lakers' arc, effectively blocking Shin Mia's defender. At this juncture, Kobe executed a precise pass, creating an open three-point opportunity for Shin Mia. "Teacher Sue, could you predict the developments for the second half?" "Well, I believe the third quarter will be pivotal. It serves as a decisive phase if one side falters. They essentially face defeat. If the score remains tightly contested, the fourth quarter will likely be just as intense, with a possibility of overtime." In the Lakers' locker room, Coach Phil Jackson addressed Shin. "You'll be starting in the second half. Additionally, I'm curious why you haven't employed your elevator door tactic?" His teammates looked on with intrigue, for Shin Mia had not utilized it since the internal scrimmage. Indeed, Shin Mia possesses a remarkable three-point strategy. It's essential to reserve such skills for critical moments. I believe it may yield even more extraordinary results in the playoffs or finals. Given our current form, it may not be necessary during the regular season. Phil Jackson nodded, acknowledging this rationale. Though the timing for its deployment was indeed as described, the reasoning behind it was not quite the same. Shin Mia was acutely aware that the elevator door tactic had been prohibited later on. Had he unveiled it prematurely, the three-point shooters might have mimicked the strategy, potentially leading to its early ban. Consequently, future players who trained in three-point shooting might have disregarded it as a primary skill set. Such a scenario would pose a setback to the advent of the small ball era and could even result in unpredictable consequences. Thus, he intended to allow the influence of the three-point shot to mature before employing the tactic, albeit for a limited duration. According to subsequent league regulations, the elevator door tactic involved a degree of moving screens, which led to its prohibition. In the Miami Heat locker room, the players were fatigued and panting. "Dwayne, how are you feeling?" Coach Spoelstra inquired, as Wade was perhaps the player he cherished the most, both as a mentee and a friend. "I'm fine, Coach," he replied. "In the second half, if Kobe and that Chinese player are on the court simultaneously, we should double-team them. The player in the low post should guard the one without the ball. We can afford to let their outside or mid-range shooters go. But we cannot allow Kobe and Shin in the paint." "Understood." The Heat players nodded in agreement. The second half commenced, with the Heat's usual starters taking the court. While the Lakers adjusted their lineup, Shin Mia replaced Fisher as a starter. The height of the Lakers' starting lineup decisively overshadowed that of the Heat. Clearly, Coach Phil decided against engaging in a tug-of-war with the Heat and opted to deploy the most effective offensive lineup, seizing the advantage in the third quarter. Chapter 75. Misjudgment. 6 fouls and departure. In the second half, Wade brought the ball across half-court. Faced with Kobe's defense, he accelerated into the paint but still could not evade the Lakers' defensive coverage and was forced to pass the ball out. Mario Chalmers received the pass and attempted a jump shot from the perimeter, which went astray. Pau Gasol secured the rebound and handed the ball to Kobe. Kobe maintained possession as he crossed half-court, while Shunya moved without the ball, guarding the small forward, Mario Chalmers. Trailing by a point at that moment, Kobe refrained from passing and initiated his own attack, executing a bank shot to score. 50-51. As the third quarter commenced, the Lakers had leveled the score and taken a 1-point lead. Wade brought the ball over half-court, slowing the pace and avoiding a forceful drive, as such exertion would deplete his stamina. While dribbling, Wade directed his teammates to position themselves, aiming to resolve the situation through either shooting or attacking the basket. Soon, the movement of all players created an opportunity beneath the hoop, and Wade delivered a precise pass. Shaquille O'Neal, engaging in a physical confrontation, cleared Andrew Bynum and executed a dunk, drawing a foul in the process. At the beginning of the third quarter, Andrew Bynum found himself burdened with 4 fouls. Shaquille O'Neal's free throw attempt was unsuccessful, but the Lakers secured the rebound and called a timeout. Bynum was substituted out for Lamar Odom. Although the Lakers' height slightly diminished, they still maintained an advantage over the Heat's lineup. The Lakers resumed play from the sideline, and upon receiving the ball, Kobe attempted a three-pointer from beyond the arc, which swished through the net. 52-54. As the Heat inbound the ball, Wade faced immense pressure under Kobe's defense, while Mario Chalmers quickly freed himself from Shinya's coverage to receive the pass. Shinya was taken aback when Mario Chalmers received the ball and effortlessly sank a three-pointer into the net. Answer ball. Echoed in response, the score now 55-54. This moment left Shinya somewhat displeased, as he had yet to attempt a three-pointer since entering the game, only to witness his opponent score one against him first. As the possession shifted, the Lakers took control of the ball, with Kobe crossing the halfway line. Shinya began to actively reposition himself, and Kobe discerned Shinya's intent to attack. As Shinya advanced, the ball was directly passed to him. Upon receiving the pass, he leapt without hesitation, fully aware that Mario Chalmers was trailing behind him. Without any adjustments, he released the shot. The ball struck the front rim and bounced straight up, cascading into the net. The score was now 55-57. Shortly thereafter, the Heat's offensive possession faltered, resulting in a missed shot. Kobe of the Lakers executed a solo play, scoring 2 more points, bringing the score to 55-59. With the starting lineup complemented by Shinya's perimeter prowess, the point differential steadily grew in their favor. As the third quarter reached the 6-minute mark, the score stood at 65-72. The Heat called a timeout to allow their rotation players a moment of respite. The Lakers also substituted their starters, bringing in the bench players. However, Shinya was not among them, and given the Lakers' recent performance, the substitutes were underwhelming. After 4 minutes of play, they managed to score only 2 points, allowing the Heat to narrow the gap to a single possession at 74-76. With 2 minutes remaining, the Lakers called a timeout to reintroduce Shinya and Lamar Odom onto the court. On the Heat's side, Dwayne Wade, who had rested for 2 minutes, was also brought back into the game. Shinya advanced beyond the halfway line, slightly adjusting his tempo as he sought his rhythm. He faced off against Doral Wright and launched a three-pointer. The ball swished through the net effortlessly, bringing the score to 74-79. As Shinya took the court, the previously subdued home crowd erupted once more in exuberant cheers. This Darrell had become Shinya's veritable cash cow today. With the Heat controlling the ball in the half-court, Shin switched defensively with Jordan Farmar, purposefully positioning himself in front of Wade. Shin, you are exceptional. Would you be interested in joining the Heat? We could be brothers, playing brotherly basketball. I can be your brother, but brotherly basketball is another matter. I only aspire to perform well in every game. Regardless, I will remember you. Is that not enough? What? I intend to make you unforgettable. With that, Shin abruptly reached for the ball, astonishingly managing to snatch it away. However, Wade reacted swiftly, diving to push the ball to his teammate, Quentin Richardson. Caught slightly off guard, the matchup between Quentin Richardson and Vujasic faltered, leading to a breakdown in defense. Quentin Richardson seized the opportunity and sank a three-pointer. 77-79. The Lakers' home crowd fell silent once again. Subsequently, the Lakers bench player Mbenga scored inside, bringing the score to 77-81. The Heat, undaunted, saw Wade pass the ball again to Quentin Richardson, but his shot missed. Nevertheless, the Heat center, Jamal, capitalized on the rebound. 79-81. With 45 seconds remaining, Shinmia launched a daring logo three-pointer after crossing half-court, but it failed to find the net. Jamal of the Heat once again maneuvered past DJ Mbenga to secure the rebound. At this moment, it became evident that Mbenga, resembling a monkey, had his deficiencies in the paint. No wonder he found himself without a team later, ultimately heading to the CBA. The Heat, running down the clock, failed to convert their offensive play, while the Lakers faced tight defense in the final 10 seconds, resulting in a shot clock violation. The third quarter concluded. As the fourth quarter commenced, it indeed unfolded as Professor Sue had predicted, with both teams ensnared in a similar deadlock to the third quarter. The lead exchanged hands repeatedly. Whenever the Lakers surged ahead, the Heat would swiftly catch up. The Heat displayed unwavering spirit, yet their bodies were weary. The Lakers, initially struggling with their form, found themselves dragged into a quagmire by the Heat, leading to both mental fatigue and physical exhaustion. With 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the tension escalated. The Heat decided to remove their starting point guard, replacing him with Udonis Haslem, thereby employing this finishing lineup. The Lakers, featuring the formidable twin towers of Andrew Bynum and Pau Gasol, alongside Kobe Bryant and Shannon Brown in the backcourt, supplemented by Ron Artest, represented what the Lakers coach deemed their strongest configuration for the decisive moments of the game. It was evident how fiercely contested this match was, with both teams exchanging baskets in a relentless back and forth. In the final 30 seconds, Kobe Bryant executed a fadeaway jumper, leveling the score at 106-106. Dwayne Wade, drenched in sweat yet radiating determination, was acutely aware that this was a do-or-die situation, especially after the Heat's recent defeat to the Nuggets, as they sought to avoid a two-game losing streak. As Wade crossed half-court, he aimed to consume the clock, leaving the Lakers with minimal time, while simultaneously maximizing the return on this offensive possession. With just 5 seconds remaining, Wade surged towards the paint, challenging Andrew Bynum, his arm seeking contact as he released the shot. The ball was disrupted, and Bynum secured the rebound. Just then, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Bynum. In a fit of anger, Bynum tossed the ball aside, exasperatedly spreading his arms, preparing to confront the official, with Shannon Brown hastily intervening to restrain him. The whistle had come rather late, as the game clock had dwindled from 7 seconds to 5. All eyes turned to the large screen above the court, where it appeared that Bynum's defense on Wade bore no evident foul, raising suspicions of a misjudgment. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd, yet there was no recourse to a challenge rule at that moment. As Shinmia shook his head, he approached the referee to express his dissatisfaction. Kobe quickly intervened, signaling for Shun to let him handle the situation, fearing that Shun, as an international player, might become a target. Nonetheless, the outcome was irreversible. Andrew Bynum had committed his final foul and had no choice but to exit the game after receiving his 6th foul. Turning away, Bynum left the court, tossing his jersey to a fan as he made his way through the players' tunnel. Chapter 76. The Alley-oop Game Winner. A first encounter with young Ken. Wade stepped up to the free throw line, taking a deep breath before successfully sinking his first shot. He inhaled deeply once more, preparing for his second attempt. Thoughts raced through his mind. Should he make the second free throw, the Lakers would call a timeout, leaving only 5 seconds on the clock, presenting them with a chance for a game-winning three-pointer. Conversely, if he missed, the Lakers could grab a long rebound, wasting precious time, and the chances of victory would greatly increase for them. With this in mind, Wade aimed for the left side of the rim, but the ball ricocheted off. A figure soared through the air, leaping above Shaquille O'Neal to secure the rebound. It was Shinmia, who had anticipated this very moment. Noticing Wade's hand slightly tilt left as he shot, Shin understood that the rebound was perfectly aligned with his position. As the clock ticked down to 5 seconds, the Lakers immediately called a timeout upon seeing Shin secure the rebound. Coach Phil held up the playbook, sketching out strategies. With a mere 5 seconds remaining, Wade had made one free throw, capable of either a three-pointer or a two-pointer for the win. Kobe positioned himself at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line to receive the pass, ready to drive in and execute a mid-range jumper. Believe in yourself. You can do this, Phil encouraged. Kobe, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded in agreement. It was a simple isolation play, but the key was that the ball had to be delivered. In a university cafeteria, a group of dorm mates had finished their meals but remained engrossed in the game, their eyes fixed intently on the television. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed, and the players took their positions. I felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if a game winner would unfold today. Just 3 seconds left. It was a challenge, but with Kobe on the court, anything was possible. In the TV5 live broadcast studio, Mr. Su remarked, "The Lakers have a chance for a game winner. Who do you think will handle the ball? It has to be Kobe, no doubt about it. He is a superstar, and at this stage, he must shoulder that responsibility. It is his duty. Could it be Shun? After all, his perimeter shooting is more reliable." Unlikely. This play is definitely designed for the core player. Even if it doesn't go in, it should fall on someone earning millions, not on a player making just hundreds of thousands. Besides, with Kobe's character, he would prefer to take such shots himself. Indeed, that makes sense. Now, let us return to the game. The Lakers prepared to inbound the ball from the sideline, enveloped in an eerie silence within their home arena. The referee passed the ball to Pau Gasol, and all eyes were fixated on his hands. Gasol dribbled the ball twice, contemplating his next move. Yet the Heat players relentlessly pursued their defensive assignments. Meanwhile, Kobe Bryant found himself tightly guarded by Quentin Richardson, his positioning effectively obstructed. Anxiousness crept into Gasol as he sensed that passing to Kobe at this moment could lead to disaster, and the clock was ticking down. Suddenly, he spotted Shun Mia deftly maneuvering around his defender, sprinting towards the basket, with defenders hot on his heels. In that instant, Gasol cast aside any coach's strategy. True star players adapt in the heat of the moment. He hurled the ball towards the vicinity of the hoop, while Shun Mia disregarded the defenders trailing behind him. With a single hand, he executed a spectacular alley-oop over the outstretched body of Shaquille O'Neal, sending the ball soaring high into the air. Shun Mia gently sent the ball into the net as the final buzzer echoed through the arena. At that moment, the Lakers bench and players on the court erupted in a frenzy, rushing towards Shun Mia, who was soon enveloped by his teammates. Above the home court, a slow-motion replay began, capturing the sequence from Pau Gasol's pass to Shun Mia's cut, leap, and the alley-oop. As the ball left his hands, only 1 second remained. An effective game winner. Oh my goodness. He did it. He truly made the game winner. Students in a university cafeteria in China exclaimed, their voices rising in excitement as midday approached, and many were still watching the game. The cafeteria resonated with cheers of admiration. Great shot. Shun, you did fabulously. This seamless alley-oop play, executed without a hint of hesitation, showcased Shun Mia's excellent passing skills. The two commentators in the domestic live broadcast were flushed with excitement, astonished by the unexpected outcome. Meanwhile, the Miami Heat players gazed at the giant screen replaying the moment, a sense of loss washing over them. They had fought valiantly, deserving the title of the 8 Warriors, giving their all to secure a victory against the Lakers on their home turf. Yet, the sting of a last-second shot erased all their efforts. Dwayne Wade furrowed his brow and sniffled, unsure whether it was perspiration or emotional turmoil that affected him. He remained transfixed, still staring at the screen above. The other Heat players had begun to accept the outcome, while the Lakers dispersed, approaching for handshakes and embraces. Friends exchanged familiar pleasantries, and Kobe came over to hug Wade, who finally snapped back to reality, recalling Shun Mia's words, "I want to make you remember me." In the post-game interview, an African-American female reporter from ESPN found herself unexpectedly interviewing Shun Mia. "Hello, Shin. This marks your second game-winning shot. And it's your rookie season. Truly remarkable. How do you feel after defeating the Heat?" "I'm elated. Nothing is more thrilling than hitting a game winner. I'm wondering if I might earn a new title, Mr. Clutch." "Indeed, you are. Thank you for your cooperation." "My pleasure." Shun Mia had just completed an interview when he noticed Lamar Odom approaching, accompanied by a tall and youthful girl, exuding an air of vivacity. Shun Mia was nearly rendered speechless, for this sight was astonishingly familiar. Is this? Although he had largely confirmed it in his mind, he still voiced the question. "This is my wife's younger sister, Kendall Jenner. She has just entered high school." Indeed, he had forgotten that at this moment, Khloe Kardashian was the wife of Lamar Odom. "Hello, Jenna." "Hi, Brother Shin, how are you?" The youthful Chinese she spoke, tinged with a slight accent, was unmistakable. After saying hi, Jenna greeted him in Mandarin. "I am well, and you are truly beautiful." Shun Mia gently ruffled Jenna's hair, smiling as he offered his compliment. At just 14, Kendall Jenner already stood over 1.7 meters tall, resembling an 18 or 19-year-old young woman, having developed into a striking figure. Study hard. And keep your distance from those NBA players. They're not good people. Jenna obediently nodded. Oh, dear, Shin, what are you talking about? Lamar, with a perplexed expression, interjected. Brother, does that include you? Of course, I am not a good person either. I don't believe that. You are so handsome. You must be a good person. Can I have your jersey? Certainly. Chapter 77. The end of the 11-game winning streak. Little Jenna was quite clever. Not only did she not falter in the presence of a star athlete, but she also exuded confidence. Shinmia is adorned in a golden jersey, number 47 today, a hue typically donned during home matches. Shinmia removed his jersey, revealing a white fitted tank top beneath, already dampened by sweat, showcasing his robust physique. His muscles were well-proportioned and harmonious, not as exaggerated as those of individuals of African descent, but embodying the unique aesthetic of the Asian race. Shinmia took the pen from Jenna's hand and inscribed his signature. This marked the first occasion he had gifted a jersey to someone. He closed the pen and handed the jersey back to Jenna. With a joyful smile, Jenna accepted the jersey, her gaze subtly drifting toward Shinmia's upper body. At that moment, the young Kindle had already begun to exhibit the potential of a supermodel and had officially debuted in the reality show alongside the Kardashian sisters. Keep it up and focus on your studies. I've already entered the workforce and am filming advertisements, he advised. You are still young, prioritize your education. And everything else will come in due time. Such a nag, Jenna playfully pouted in response, yet her face radiated happiness as she skipped towards the audience, where her sister awaited her. Shinmia and Lamar Odom exchanged a smile, clasped hands, and embraced in a gesture of camaraderie, before both made their way toward the player tunnel. In the post-game interview, Dwayne Wade and Quentin Richardson sat at the interview table, their faces etched with melancholy. Dwayne, we observed your interaction with the young Chinese talent Shin during the game. What did you both discuss? He mentioned that he would make it impossible for me to forget him, Wade replied, a mysterious smile creeping onto his face. Richardson, maintaining a stoic expression, shot a glance at Wade. Did he achieve that? Indeed, our collective efforts were rendered futile by that last-second alley-oop. I harbor resentment, yet he is undoubtedly a remarkable player. His future is immeasurable. I will remember him. Thank you for your cooperation. You're welcome. Quentin, may I ask, do you still intend to teach Shun how to shoot three-pointers? Do you comprehend what you were saying? He scored 6 three-pointers over us and delivered a dagger to our hopes. Do not mention that name to me. Having spoken, he turned and left. The following day, news broke that Quentin Richardson was fined $10,000 for refusing to cooperate with media interviews. Following this remarkable 8-game winning streak, the Lakers glimpsed the possibility of continuing their success. With 3 upcoming games still to be played at home and their upcoming opponents in poor form, optimism reigned. On December 6th, the Lakers faced the Phoenix Suns at home. As the match commenced, the first quarter concluded with a score of 29-26. The Suns starting strong and engaging the Lakers in a competitive exchange. Regardless of the Suns' efforts, the Lakers consistently maintained their offensive prowess, keeping the opposition at bay. In the second quarter, the score was 25-18. The Lakers remained vigorous, while the Suns' shooting accuracy began to wane. Nash struggled to find the basket, assisting teammates who also faltered. At halftime, the Lakers led 54-44, entering the second half with a 10-point advantage. The third quarter ended with a score of 33-22. With renewed vigor after the break, the Lakers extended their lead further, finishing the third quarter with a 21-point advantage. As the fourth quarter began, the starting lineup played for 3 minutes without the Suns closing the gap, prompting the Lakers to substitute in their reserves, effectively sealing the victory. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Suns with a resounding 108-88, marking their 9th consecutive win. For the Lakers, Shin Ming, upon entering the game, recorded 15 points, 9 assists, and 5 rebounds, showcasing himself as a pivotal point guard. For the Suns, Nash finished with 12 points and 10 assists on 4 of 7 shooting, the highest efficiency on his team, yet his teammates struggled with their shooting accuracy. On December 9th, the Lakers faced the Utah Jazz at home. With a pregame record of 12 wins and 8 losses, the Jazz were not a weak contender, as the Lakers aimed for a double-digit winning streak. The fatigue of previous victories seemed behind them. The game commenced with the first quarter ending in a tie at 24-24. Neither team able to pull ahead by more than 2 possessions. In the second quarter, the Jazz struck first, establishing a 5-point lead. The Lakers began to chase, but the Jazz maintained their rhythm, with Mehmet Okur and C.J. Miles each sinking 2 three-pointers. At halftime, the Jazz held a 4-point lead. The third quarter, with a score of 25-19, saw the Lakers alter their starting lineup, swiftly erasing the 4-point deficit and beginning to dominate the game as the Jazz's shooting percentage declined. The fourth quarter's score was astonishing, 28-6, as the Jazz managed only 6 points. The Lakers secured a 101-77 victory, achieving a 10-game winning streak and becoming the first team of the season to accomplish such a feat. Shin Mia showcased an impressive performance, shooting 7 out of 10 from the field, complemented by free throws, culminating in a total of 19 points, 7 assists, and 6 rebounds, marking a well-rounded statistical contribution, with the highest plus-minus rating of the game. On December 11th, the Lakers faced the Minnesota Timberwolves at home, a team struggling with a dismal record of 3 wins and 19 losses prior to the match. The first quarter concluded with a score of 33-24. Both teams started strong, yet the Lakers exhibited an exceptional form, with role players consistently making their shots, maintaining a steady lead over the Timberwolves. In the second quarter, the score shifted to 23-30 as the Timberwolves found their rhythm and intensified their defensive efforts, capitalizing on the Lakers' consecutive turnovers to reduce the deficit by 7 points. As the second half commenced, the Lakers adjusted their starting lineup, with Shun Mia and Kobe taking the court simultaneously, resulting in a fluid offensive display that overwhelmed the Timberwolves with a staggering 30-14 in the quarter. The Lakers entered the final quarter with an 18-point advantage. The fourth quarter saw a score of 18-24, after just 4 minutes of play from the starters, sensing the Timberwolves' waning desire to mount a comeback. The Lakers shifted to their bench unit, effectively signaling the conclusion of the game. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed with a score of 104-92, achieving their 11th consecutive victory, thus maintaining their status as the team with the longest winning streak of the season. Notably, Shin Mia averaged 18 points and 6 assists over these 3 games, aligning closely with his seasonal averages, epitomizing the essence of scoring efficiency. The following day, the Lakers embarked on a series of away games, facing off against the formidable Western Conference rivals, the Utah Jazz, having just celebrated their 11-game winning streak with a night of revelry in Los Angeles. Unsurprisingly, they succumbed in their first away game, despite Shun Mia's remarkable performance of 16 out of 25 shooting, netting 37 points, the highest of the game, as the Lakers resorted to passing the ball to him in desperation. However, victory remained elusive. Shun Mia achieved a remarkable milestone in his professional career by scoring over 35 points for the first time, yet the game ended in defeat. The performance of other players was dismal, with shooting percentages such as 1 out of 5 and 1 out of 7, alongside various defensive lapses. Thus, their impressive 11-game winning streak came to an abrupt halt. In the post-game interview, Shun Mia expressed, "I would rather the team secure the victory than focus on my 35 points." This statement served to further motivate the entire Lakers team, who recognized that they had become somewhat complacent recently. Chapter 78, Lakers vs. Bucks in the blink of an eye. Half of December had passed amidst a flurry of intense matches. Meibo had already begun her winter break, which for universities in America typically commences around 2 weeks prior to Christmas. Recently, the domestic online platforms have been inundated with news concerning Shin Mia. Shin Mia's stunning performances have begun to captivate domestic basketball fans. With 2 game-winning shots, Shin Mia has become the first Asian player to achieve this feat in the NBA after the legendary Yao Ming. The future of Chinese basketball is promising, as a new star rises with all-star caliber performances. Shin Mia's performance has garnered significant attention within the Chinese entertainment industry, which is currently experiencing a less than favorable reputation. The focus is gradually shifting from various sensational events and scandals to a transitional phase dominated by reality shows. Notably, numerous stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan have been frequently traveling to the United States to watch Shin Mia compete, eager to capture photographs with him and obtain his jerseys. During this period, images featuring Shin Mia have become the most prevalent on social media, as if failing to secure a photograph with him implies a lack of status. Additionally, Shin Mia has distributed around 10 of his jerseys, much to the chagrin of the equipment manager for the Lakers' logistics department, who has expressed dissatisfaction over the frequency of these giveaways. Shin Mia finds this quite bothersome, yet he has no choice. On one hand, some celebrities genuinely possess commendable character and integrity. On the other hand, as they may cross paths again in the future, it would not be prudent to refuse them. Shin Mia skillfully navigates away from individuals whose moral fiber is prone to collapse. He strives to remain focused on the NBA games, acutely aware of his unfinished endeavors, lest he become a mere fleeting moment. At this juncture, he cannot afford to redirect his attention back to his homeland. The timing is still not ripe. On December 15th, Shin received a call from Iran. "Oh my, a major star is actually calling me. How exhilarating. Am I not replying to your messages daily? But you never call me first. I'm not fond of making calls." This is indeed true. In this era before the advent of voice messages, he had long grown accustomed to nonverbal communication. "Where are you?" "I'm on the bus, preparing to fly to Chicago for a game tonight." "Oh, Christmas is approaching. I'd like to visit America to see the Christmas showdown. Would it be convenient to stay with you?" "Not particularly convenient. By the way, I have some good news to share." "Well, that is something. It's barely convenient." "Shin the celebrity, are you really this pragmatic?" "Just average, ranking third in the world." "Hey, I've been hearing that phrase a lot lately." That's quite an old joke, isn't it?" "Is it? What do you mean by joke?" On the evening of December 15th at 7 p.m., the Lakers faced off against the Bulls as the visiting team. The Bulls currently boast a record of 8 wins and 14 losses, having recently suffered 2 consecutive defeats. The game commenced, with the first quarter ending in a tie at 31-31. Both teams appeared to be in good form. The Lakers had enjoyed a 2-day respite, while the Bulls, who had previously lost to the Lakers, were eager for revenge and desperately sought to reverse their recent misfortunes. In the first quarter, both teams concluded in a stalemate. The second quarter saw a score of 23-17. Under the directive of their head coach, both sides elevated their defensive intensity. However, the star players of the Lakers ultimately proved to be superior, withstanding the defensive pressure and securing a 6-point lead by halftime. The third quarter ended with a score of 18-25. As the second half commenced, the Bulls implemented a double team on Kobe, which had a significant impact, and the supporting players failed to maintain their offensive momentum, resulting in a 1-point deficit. The fourth quarter saw a score of 24-14. Fatigue began to manifest in the Bulls lineup, which was overall outmatched by the Lakers, who were eager to reclaim victory. In the closing moments of the final quarter, Shin made 3 consecutive three-pointers, extending the lead to double digits and extinguishing any hope for the Bulls. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Bulls with a final score of 107-94, reclaiming their victory. After spending a night in Chicago, the entire Lakers team departed for Milwaukee, commencing yet another back-to-back road journey. On the evening of December 16th at 8 p.m., the much-anticipated matchup between the Lakers and the Bucks was set to begin. This marked their first encounter of the season, with the Bucks holding a record of 11 wins and 11 losses, achieving a win rate of 50. Once, Jianlian was selected by the Bucks as the 6th overall pick, but regrettably, he could not remain with the team for various reasons. The Lakers' starting lineup included Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol, Ron Artest, Andrew Bynum, and Derek Fisher, while the Bucks' starting lineup featured Ersan Ilyasova, Andrew Bogut, Brandon Jennings, Luke Richard Mbah, and Carlos Delfino. As the game commenced, both teams engaged in the jump ball, with Andrew Bogut and Andrew Bynum participating in the duel. Bogut secured possession for the Bucks. Brandon Jennings then advanced the ball past half court, marking the debut of this year's first-round, 10th overall rookie. He is undoubtedly among the most accomplished rookies at present. In the match against the Warriors at home on the 14th of last month, he achieved an impressive 21 out of 34 from the field, including 7 out of 8 from beyond the arc, amassing a remarkable total of 55 points. Consequently, Brandon Jennings has etched his name in NBA history as the youngest player to score 50 points in a game, although his overall performance remains somewhat inconsistent, oscillating between brilliance and mediocrity. Securing a regular starting position is quite commendable. The Bucks initiated their first attack with power forward Ersan Ilyasova successfully making a mid-range shot from the left side at a 45-degree angle. Meanwhile, Fisher brought the ball across half court, passing it to Kobe before positioning himself on the side. Kobe attempted a three-pointer but missed the mark. Bogut secured the rebound and passed it to Brandon Jennings. Jennings swiftly launched a fast break. However, the Lakers responded quickly, with Artest rushing to Jennings' side. Brandon pivoted and dribbled beyond the three-point line, opting to pause for his teammates to position themselves. Once they were set, he eschewed any tactical play or passing and attempted a three-pointer against Fisher's defense, but it clanked off the rim. Bynum collected the rebound and handed it to Kobe. Kobe swiftly advanced past half-court, maintaining his speed, and penetrated the lane for a driving shot off the glass, leveling the score at 2-2. Thereafter, Both teams engaged in a back-and-forth exchange in a battle for position. The Bucks lineup proved to be quite formidable. Their defense was on par with that of the Lakers, and their frontcourt height was commendable as well. However, the shooting percentages for both teams were lamentably low today. It seemed that every time one side failed to score, the other would grab the rebound, only to miss their own attempts as well. Shin Mie observed with a furrowed brow, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Such situations were often witnessed domestically. As the match progressed to the 6th minute, the first mandatory timeout was called, with the score tied at 10-10. From the Lakers bench, the coach urged Shin, "You're in. Seize every opportunity to shoot. Do not pass the ball. We need to ignite our offense." In recent games, the coach's trust in Shin Mie had significantly grown, granting him the liberty to shoot freely within the bench lineup. On the Bucks bench, Coach Scott Skiles shouted to his players, "Defense, gentlemen. We must hold our ground. Their shooting rhythm has been curtailed by us today. That young lad from Huaxia is quite accurate. Do not allow him a chance." The players preparing to sub in nodded in agreement while removing their warm-up jackets. Chapter 79, The Tenacious Bucks. Who do you think Shin will match up against? Kobe inquired with a smile, directing his question at Gasol. The latter was momentarily taken aback, turning his attention to the opposing lineup. Considering Shin Mie's usual tendencies, Gasol remarked, "Andrew Bogut?" "I share that sentiment," he replied. Although Shin Mie harbored such an inclination, it was not imperative to engage in a direct matchup to satisfy this peculiar penchant. Moreover, aside from being named to the all-rookie first team, Bogut's most notable achievement remained being the first overall pick in the 2005 draft, which was somewhat lacking in stature. Shin ultimately opted to match up against Brandon Jennings. On the bench, one might exclaim, "Oh dear, we were all mistaken." It appears that during the game, Shin prioritized rationality over emotional impulses. Perhaps he deemed that Bogut still lacked the capacity to pose a significant challenge. Brandon Jennings advanced past the half-court line. Today's broadcast on domestic TV 5 revealed a match of rather subpar quality from both sides. Youngshin has entered the game. Let us see if he can turn the tide. Youngshin is now guarding Brandon Jennings, maintaining an advantage in height. Shin Mie closely shadowed Brandon Jennings, his footsteps meticulously tracking him, leaving Brandon with no choice but to pass the ball. Michael Redd, who had just entered the game, received the pass and, facing the defense of Jordan Farmar, executed a flawless three-pointer. The score stood at 10-13, with the Bucks striking first. Lamar Odom initiated the inbound pass, while Shin Mie brought the ball past half-court. Brandon refrained from advancing, fully aware that his 185-meter stature rendered him incapable of containing Shin Mie. Consequently, it fell upon Michael Redd to match up against Shin. "Shin, I know your shooting accuracy from beyond the arc is exceptional. I, too, am currently honing my three-point skills," remarked Michael Redd. "Do you still need to practice your three-pointers?" Shin replied, "I recognize your prowess. Michael, you are a remarkably consistent shooter. I have watched your games, and your performances are commendable. I believe you are more suited to start." "Thank you, Shin. I admire you as well. Your ability to influence pivotal moments with your three-point shooting is remarkable." "Thank you." As the exchange concluded, Shin Mie adjusted his footwork rhythm, prompting Michael Redd to quickly advance. However, Shin Mie had already stepped back and released the shot. The three-pointer pierced through the net, and Shin Mie gracefully fell to the ground. In the domestic TV5 broadcast room, the commentators were more animated than the spectators present. "What a remarkable response," one exclaimed. The referee's whistle echoed, signaling that the basket counted and an additional free throw was granted. "Goodness, Shin, you are quite the trickster." Shin Mie smiled faintly as he received the pass from the referee, amidst a chorus of boos echoing throughout the Bucks' home arena. He confidently sank the free throw, completing a three-point play. The score now stood at 14-13. The Lakers players swiftly retreated on defense as the Bucks prepared to inbound the ball. Brandon Jennings carried the ball past half-court, now guarded by Jordan Farmar. Shin Mie and Farmar have exchanged positions. "Shin, you cannot withstand my prowess. Your resistance is futile." With those words, Michael Reed raised his hand, intending to overpower Shin Mie. Shin Mie remained motionless, his upper body slightly turning to locate his elbow, then effortlessly toppled over. The referee, Dudu, signaled a foul for offensive interference. Michael Reed spread his arms in exasperation, relinquishing the ball in a gesture of resignation. Shin Mie once again achieved a remarkable feat as the possession shifted. The Lakers initiated a sideline inbounds play, while Michael obstructed Shin Mie's path of attack. Evidently intent on applying full-court pressure, Shin Mie took a couple of steps, paused momentarily, evading Michael's serve while advancing the ball past the halfway line. The Bucks maintained a commendably aggressive defensive stance. In the first half of the quarter, the Lakers' starting lineup managed to score only 10 points, clearly illustrating the formidable nature of the Bucks' defense. Such relentless full-court pressure can indeed be quite challenging to contend with. Shinmia observed Jordan Farmar approaching and directly handed the ball to him. Subsequently, Shinmia positioned himself in the corner, moving without the ball. Jordan Farmar, confronted by Brandon Jennings' defense, attempted to drive in but found himself stymied, hastily passing to his original position. At this moment, Shinmia had already circled around from the corner. Seizing the opportunity for an open shot before Michael Redd could close in, Shinmia took the shot. Unfortunately, it clanged off the rim, but fortuitously, Lamar Odom secured the rebound and executed a putback. The score stood at 16-13, narrowing the deficit to 3 points. The Lakers' offensive rhythm appeared to have finally returned to normalcy. Shortly thereafter, the Bucks also regained their momentum, seemingly mirroring the Lakers' scoring efforts. Several of Milwaukee's bench players performed notably better than the starters had in the earlier part of the game. Michael Redd, facing Shinmia's defense, successfully drained 2 3-pointers. The score remained tightly contested. Lakers head coach Phil Jackson was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that substituting Shinmia into the offensive lineup would dispel their previous slump. Contrary to his expectations, the Bucks proved resilient and found their stride. The score remained closely matched. As the game approached the final 2 minutes, the Lakers called a timeout. "Kobe, you need to contain that opposing bench guard. He has found his rhythm," the head coach instructed. Bringing Kobe onto the court while substituting out Jordan Farmar for Andrew Bynum in place of DJ Benga. The defensive capabilities of the latter two were lacking. The intent behind this lineup was clear: to widen the point difference. Kobe and Shinmia began to connect, orchestrating their offense. Kobe drove into the Bucks' interior while Shinmia provided external firepower. The gap gradually began to expand, yet the Bucks coach felt the lead was still manageable, believing they could hold their ground in the final 2 minutes. Unexpectedly, however, the Lakers' backcourt duo swiftly extended the advantage to 2 more points. With just 40 seconds remaining, Kobe executed a mid-range fadeaway, pushing the score to 28-20, an 8-point lead. Transitioning between offense and defense, the Bucks advanced the ball past half-court. Beginning to run down the clock, the standout bench player, Michael Redd, took the reins. With only 4 seconds left in the offensive possession, Redd launched a 3-pointer against Kobe. The ball ricocheted off the rim and swished through the net. Kobe shot Redd a surprised glance, clearly taken aback that he managed to score in the face of his defense. The score altered to 28-23 as the Bucks seized another opportunity. The Lakers inbound the ball. Kobe received Bynum's pass and crossed half-court, beginning to run down the clock. Instead of passing to Shinmia, Kobe resolved to take on Michael Redd himself. With only 2 seconds left, Kobe rose and shot. Michael Reed made a sudden advance, attempting a shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 28-23. Kobe shook his head while heading towards the sidelines. Where he encountered Shinmia, "I should have passed you the ball," he remarked. "No, that was your moment. I understand your character." Believing in oneself is also a valid choice in such instances. If you had passed, it wouldn't have been the true you. Laughter erupted from Kobe, dissipating the frustration of his missed shot. Chapter 80, Michael's outburst. The second quarter commenced. The Lakers starters faced off against the Bucks starters. This time, both teams' starting lineups found their offensive rhythm, no longer resembling the disarray of the first quarter's beginning. The Bucks executed an inside play, closing the gap to 28-25. Immediately, Kobe responded with a 3-pointer, extending the lead to 31-25. In the ensuing transition, Bucks power forward Ersan Ilyasova, despite Arteas' defense, also sank a 3-pointer, bringing the score to 31-28. Shinmia observed the player's performance and nodded. That 3-pointer was indeed remarkable. Few power forwards possess such precision from beyond the arc, and this international player is certainly one of them. Ersan Ilyasova, a Turkish athlete, currently stands out as a tall figure among the Milwaukee Bucks. He has now become a stable core of their rotation. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Fisher of the Lakers soared for a layup, only to be thwarted by Bogut's block. The Bucks secured the rebound and initiated a fast break, narrowing the deficit to just 1 point. The intensity of the Bucks' defense once again began to stifle the Lakers' offensive efficiency. The tug-of-war between the teams indicated that the Lakers would find it challenging to secure victory in this encounter. The Bucks, not only leading with a score of 50, appeared to be evenly matched against the Lakers. As the second quarter reached the 3-minute mark, the score read 36-38, with the Bucks overtaking the Lakers by 2 points, prompting an immediate timeout from Los Angeles. Coach replaced veteran Fisher with Shinmia, pairing him with the other 4 starters. In response, the Bucks also substituted in Michael Redd, who had performed well in the first quarter, replacing the shorter Brandon Jennings, known for his scoring prowess. Shinmia secretly commended this performance. Since his entry into the league, he had scarcely encountered anyone capable of matching his prowess from beyond the arc. The last time he experienced such competition was with J.R. Smith. Even Curry's three-point shooting does not exhibit the same steadiness. However, today, Michael Redd truly excelled, especially as he sank the shot in the face of both himself and Kobe. As the game approached its midpoint, Shin relinquished the ball to Kobe, positioning himself in the corner to await an opportunity. Kobe connected with Pau Gasol, who executed a deft hook shot beneath the basket. The score stood at 38-38. With the turnover in possession, the Bucks' Carlos Delfino penetrated the lane, sinking a mid-range shot. The score shifted to 38-40. This player, hailing from Argentina, represents the international talent that has increasingly graced the NBA. Over the past decade, particularly in the early 21st century, the league has warmly embraced international players, marking a period of rapid globalization for the NBA. However, during this era, international players seldom secured substantial contracts or emerged as the unequivocal linchpins of their teams. It was not until the subsequent 6 or 7 years that international athletes began to solidify their roles as foundational players or leaders, with figures like Dirk Nowitzki, Nikola Jokic, and Giannis Antetokounmpo rising to prominence. These players have since illuminated the league, achieving the stature of superstars. Returning to the matter at hand, the Bucks displayed remarkable aggression today, showing no hesitation in confronting the Lakers' offense. Upon Shinmia's entry into the game, he expanded the defensive space, prompting the Bucks to shift their focus on perimeter defense. Kobe was afforded opportunities to penetrate the interior and either score or draw fouls for free throws in every possession. The Bucks, however, maintained their shooting prowess, with the power forward Ersan Ilyasova possessing deep-set eyes and a distinctive appearance, already accumulating 10 points in a single quarter, showcasing a performance befitting a star athlete. Whenever Kobe missed a shot inside, the Bucks seized the opportunity to take the lead, only for Shinmia to regain the advantage with a long-range shot. As the game clock approached the 8th minute, the score stood at 46-47, with the Bucks clinging to a 1-point lead. The Lakers called for a timeout, substituting their starters for a breather. The Bucks also made adjustments to their lineup, bringing back Brandon, who had rested for a significant portion of the quarter. The Lakers opted to allow their main core to rest, with Lamar Odom and Vujacic among the substitutes taking the court. In the final 4 minutes, both teams' reserves played with fervor, albeit with slightly diminished shooting accuracy. The Bucks' scoring ace consistently drew fouls from the Lakers, following transitions between offense and defense. The Lakers managed to maintain their scoring momentum. However, the Bucks had established a 2-possession lead. In the last possession for the Lakers before halftime, Lamar scored a 2-pointer. But just before the halftime buzzer, the Bucks executed a clutch play, bringing the score to 52-57, still maintaining a 2-possession gap. Both teams retreated to their locker rooms. In the domestic TV5 broadcast studio, as the first half concluded, a brief respite was taken. Teacher Sue pondered the potential dynamics of the second half. It was evident that the Bucks were embodying the spirit of defending their home court. The Lakers undeniably had a roster advantage, yet they struggled to widen the scoring gap. Winning would not be so straightforward. Might there be a last-minute thrill? Laughter ensued as the possibility lingered. If such an opportunity arose, Kobe, at this juncture, might not necessarily be the first choice for the head coach. In the Lakers' locker room, the atmosphere was palpable. Fellas, I know this game has been taxing for everyone. The Bucks have indeed executed their defense admirably. This is their home court, and we must seize victory from them. Shun, in the second half, you will start the match. Maintain an aggressive offensive approach, and Atai, ensure you are prepared to defend against that formidable power forward. Shinmia and Atai both nodded. In the Bucks' locker room, their opponent was the Lakers. Today, they were facing a back-to-back game, and they had an opportunity to secure victory. Maintain offensive aggression, Michael. You will start in the second half. Yes. Michael Redd's face was alight with excitement. Today, he would prove himself. Shinmia was correct. He was entering the starting lineup for the second half. As the second half commenced, Kobe from the Lakers brought the ball across half court. The Bucks applied full court pressure. and Shunmia moved forward to support Kobe, who effortlessly passed the ball to him. The Shinmian organization launched an assault, confronting Michael Reed. Shinmia did not act independently. Upon noticing Kobe positioning himself in the low post, he promptly passed the ball over. The first round was executed with caution. Kobe, with an elegant turn and a graceful fadeaway, made a shot that was a sight to behold. The ball swished through the net flawlessly. 54-57. As the transition between offense and defense occurred, on the Bucks side, Michael Reed advanced the ball past half-court. He boldly launched a three-pointer right in the face of Shunmia's defense, which again found its mark perfectly. 54-60. The gap widened to 6 points. Shunmia couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Today, the role players of the Bucks were exceptionally impressive. As the Lakers initiated their backcourt play, Shunmia seized the opportunity, crossing half-court and executing a three-pointer from 2 steps beyond the arc. The ball swished through the net. 57-60. The two players engaged in an intense exchange. Alas, without making three-pointers, the point differential would inevitably widen to 3 possessions. As the game transitioned between offense and defense, Michael Reed found his rhythm, overpowering Shunmia and driving into the paint for a floater that found its mark. 57-62. With the change of possession, Shunmia brought the ball past half-court and entrusted it to Kobe, recognizing that consecutive three-point attempts were not sustainable. Michael's explosive performance was a stroke of fortune. Altering the tempo was imperative, as he could not afford to trade blows with him. Chapter 81. Free throw for the near game-winning shot. Taking advantage of Shunmia's defensive pressure on the Bucks, Kobe once again penetrated the paint, executing a sudden stop and rising over the defense to sink a mid-range jumper. 59-62. The Lakers swiftly retreated on defense as the Bucks prepared for their backcourt play. In the ensuing 4 minutes, Shunmia primarily focused on passing or assisting. He refrained from shooting unless a clear opportunity for an open shot presented itself. The firepower of the starting lineup undeniably invigorated his partnership with Kobe in the backcourt. As the third quarter progressed to the 5th minute, the Lakers not only leveled the score but also ignited an 8-0 run. The Bucks promptly called a timeout to disrupt the Lakers' momentum. Despite the Lakers substituting in reserves, Shunmia remained on the court, clearly indicating the coach's intention to keep him until the latter part of the third quarter before substituting him out, a moment when the starters could seamlessly replace him. During Shunmia's presence on the court, the team's overall performance remained relatively stable. Following the timeout, the game resumed. After the starters exited, Shunmia gained a considerable amount of shooting privileges, and this time he would not hold back. He needed to maintain the rhythm effectively. With the current advantage, his only responsibility was to ensure that the team did not suffer any points. Michael Reed was benched by the Bucks coach, and that young man had certainly exerted himself considerably. He was exhausted. Brandon Jennings advanced the ball past half-court. Shunmia entrusted the task of guarding Jordan Farmar to his teammate, while he himself took on the responsibility of defending Charlie Bell, thus ensuring that both matchups were favorable. Charlie Bell possessed a commendable three-point shooting percentage. However, he had yet to make a significant impact in the NBA. Brandon Jennings swiftly maneuvered past Jordan Farmar, but fortunately, the Lakers' interior defense disrupted his shot. The ball rimmed out, and Benga secured the rebound as the Bucks began their retreat on defense. Shunmia received the pass from Benga and advanced past the halfway line. He initially attempted to drive past Charlie Bell from beyond the three-point arc, sensing an opportunity to penetrate, but after a moment's reflection, he withdrew, realizing he had been somewhat indecisive. Once Mbenga positioned himself, Shunmia resolutely charged back inside, lofting the ball towards the rim. Mbenga executed a spectacular alley-oop dunk. "This is where you differ from Shun," remarked Gasol. "I understand he considers the other players. Yet in my eyes, securing victory holds greater significance. I would rather place my trust in myself." He performed admirably. Our team now has too many Mavericks and requires someone who thinks of the collective. Shun, he is genuinely kind, is he not? Gasol nodded in agreement. Shunmia indeed harbored the intention of enhancing his teammates' performance. After all, the ball was seized by Mbenga, thus serving as a reward. However, it is evident that his actions have instead garnered greater trust from the team. As the third quarter reached the 9-minute mark, the score stood at 76-71, with the Bucks narrowing the gap to 5 points. Yet, to achieve such a result with the bench players, who were not in optimal shooting form today, Shunmia has already performed admirably. Shunmia was also panting heavily, and with a long-range shot, he scored 2 points, bringing the score to 78-71. The point difference had returned to nearly what it was before the starters left the court. The Lakers called a timeout, withdrawing all their substitutes. They opted for a semi-starting lineup, complemented by bench players who had yet to see action, to play the last 3 minutes of the third quarter. The Bucks, sensing an opportunity to close the gap, brought their entire starting lineup back into play. Although the Bucks starters appeared to be somewhat fatigued, the prospect of victory spurred them on. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 82-80, with the Bucks narrowing the margin to a mere 2 points. As the fourth quarter began, Shinmiya did not return to the starting lineup. The Lakers starters faced off against a semi-starting Bucks lineup, bolstered by Michael and other substitutes who had performed admirably in the game. Both teams exchanged leads, fiercely contesting the score. While the Bucks managed to hit a few three-pointers, the Lakers relied primarily on 2-point shots in Shinmiya's absence, leading to a reversal in their fortunes. With 3 minutes gone, the Lakers called a timeout, substituting Kobe, Gasol, and Artest. They then introduced 3 substitutes who had performed relatively well that day, pairing them with Bynum and Fisher. Coach Scott Skiles of the Bucks recognized the Lakers were gearing up for a decisive finish and also opted to rest his starters for a brief moment. 4 minutes later, the score read 98-96, with the Lakers ahead by 2 points. The Bucks called a timeout, and both teams, in perfect synchrony, reintroduced their starters. The Lakers' finishing lineup consisted of Kobe, Gasol, Artest, Shinmiya, and Odom, while the Bucks countered with Andrew Bogut, Ersan Ilyasova, Michael Redd, Luke Ridnour, and Luke Richard Mbamut. Each possession became a battle, with both teams trading 2-point scores and limiting outside shooting opportunities as time ticked away. As the Bucks scored another 2 points, the score became 106-107. With only 31 seconds remaining in the game, the Bucks led by 1 point, adopting an impenetrable defensive stance. The stakes were high. Any foul would send the opposing team to the free throw line. Kobe, holding the ball, penetrated the paint, but was quickly met by the opposing defenders, forcing him to halt his advance. In a moment of urgency, he scanned for an outlet, and just then, a flash of purple darted into view, appearing just in time as Kobe made a swift handoff. Shinmiya leapt into the air to catch the ball, striking a pose as if to dunk. However, from this distance, he was incapable of completing the act. Bogut, the Bucks' interior defender, panicked and swiftly reached out to pull Shinmiya down, causing him to fall to the ground. Shinmiya immediately crossed his arms and rolled back and forth. The referee's whistle blew. Kobe advanced directly to confront Bogut, but was swiftly restrained by the agile Gasol. Artest pulled Shinmiya to his feet, and Shinmiya shook his arms. The referee was reviewing the foul replay, but ultimately decided against an escalation, merely awarding a standard shooting foul. Shinmiya shook his arms, received the pass, and with a confident flourish, shot the ball effortlessly into the net. The score stood at 107-107 as the next free throw approached. 2 winning strategies flickered through Shinmiya's mind. However, upon reflection, neither seemed reliable should a teammate fail to secure the rebound. The likelihood of extending the game to overtime loomed large. Thus, upon receiving the ball from the referee, Shinmiya calmly sank the shot, bringing the score to 108-107. The Bucks called their final timeout. In the domestic TV5 broadcast room, the Bucks still had a glimmer of hope, with 7 seconds on the clock. Sufficient time to devise a last-minute winning play, whether from the perimeter or within. Should the Bucks fail to execute the game-winning shot, it would be tantamount to Shin's free throw serving as a near-game winner. Indeed, the foul was executed beautifully. Shin had feigned a dunk, though it was likely beyond his reach, prompting Bogut to act in haste. As the timeout concluded, play resumed. The Bucks inbound the ball, and Michael, receiving it while navigating a screen, leapt for a shot. Unfortunately, the attempt clanged off the rim, and Andrew Bogut secured the rebound, attempting to dunk again. As the final whistle blew, the basket was ruled invalid. Michael Redd, having shot 11 of 22 for 28 points, was left despondent, his near-game winner falling short, rendering his efforts futile. The Lakers, however, celebrated joyously, embracing one another as they embarked on a new winning streak. Chapter 82. The Versailles free throw post-game interviews featured Artest and Shinmiya. Shin, what was going through your mind when you made that final free throw? Though the journalist posed the question, he likely anticipated a generic response akin to those from other players, something about remaining focused and effortlessly sinking the ball. However, when it came to the free throw, Shinmiya would not respond in such a manner. Well, I had many thoughts. When I received the referee's pass for the second time, I contemplated at least 4 different ways to win the game. In truth, he had only considered 2. Wow, could you elaborate? Ah, that touches on our secret tactics, which I cannot disclose, but I can tell you there were risks involved. There was even the possibility of everyone ending up in overtime. And I knew my teammates were exhausted, so I opted to make that free throw. This decision also granted the opposing team a chance for a game winner. But the outcome was favorable as we trusted our defense, and thus we emerged victorious. Oh, Shin, thank you for your insights. Also, may I ask how your free throw technique is so exceptional? Despite distractions, you still managed to score? According to ESPN statistics, you have never missed a free throw in your career. How do you achieve this? Well, it comes down to practice. Continuous practice has ingrained it into muscle memory. To me, free throws represent points given freely. Missing one would bring me a sense of shame. Beside him, Ron Artest could not help but cast a glance at Shin, his eyes betraying an undeniable urge to confront. Ron, what has enabled you to endure and withstand the pressure of playing in the Bucks' home arena and ultimately secure the victory? Perhaps it is our unity, he replied. As you know, there are often dissonant voices in the opposing team's arena that can disrupt your game. Just as you mentioned, we withstood the pressure. Our fervent desire for victory is the secret to our success. Thank you for your cooperation, came the response. You're welcome. In the Lakers' locker room, everyone awaited the return of the two for interviews. Oh, shoot. I no longer wish to accompany Shin for the interview, Artest remarked, shaking his head. Shin could not help but chuckle softly from behind. Was it truly necessary to engage in such ostentation? What transpired? His teammates inquired. A reporter posed a question to Shin, asking why he had never missed a free throw. Do you know what Shin replied? He has never missed a free throw? Oh my goodness, what did I just hear? Several African-American players feigned astonishment, as if they had encountered an unbelievable revelation. What did he say? Not wrong. Kobe asked. Allow me to mimic his tone at that moment. Artest's expression shifted, and he regarded Kobe with a cool demeanor. You know, I believe free throws are simply points handed to you. If I were to miss even one, it would be a disgrace for me. Artest imitated him perfectly, and the raucous atmosphere of the locker room suddenly fell into a profound silence. Shin sensed an ominous air. It wasn't he as exaggerated as it seemed, after all. Missing free throws is an inevitable part of the game. The conversation shifted, yet it found its way onto the trending topics of the NBA in the United States. The Chinese rookie player Shun proclaimed that missing a single free throw would be a disgrace. Netizen A from America remarked, Indeed. I too believe that missing a free throw is a source of shame, even though I have no skills in basketball myself. Standing there unguarded and still failing seems rather simple. Netizen B responded, I fear Shin may soon become the league's pariah. Who among us has not missed a free throw? Netizen C countered, Shun has never missed a free throw. Thus, he is entitled to express such sentiments. Netizen B replied to Netizen C, just wait. There will come a day when he too will miss a free throw, and at that moment, everyone will revel in his misfortune. Exasperated, Curry shut his computer and shook his head, donning his jersey as he made his way to the arena. Damn it. Free throws, cursed free throws. The big shark, Shaquille O'Neal, slammed his laptop shut and tossed it aside, discarding his headphones as well. Shin, I will remember you. Shin is undoubtedly indifferent to the repercussions of such matters. The next match is a challenging away game against the New Jersey Nets in 2 days. Despite the 2 full working days in between, NBA players typically refrain from returning home during such circumstances. When a series of away games commences, they will continue to travel without respite. Even during breaks, they opt to find training facilities in the cities they visit to maintain their practice regimen. Time swiftly passes, and it is now December 19th. The Nets suffered a defeat against the Raptors in their previous away game and are now faced with the unfortunate circumstance of back-to-back home games tonight. Currently, the Nets' record stands at 2 wins and 25 losses, having secured an additional victory. Unsurprisingly, the Lakers dominated the Nets from the onset of the first quarter. The Nets managed to narrow the point gap somewhat in the second quarter, leading to a nearly even score at halftime. However, the Lakers dismantled the Nets in the third quarter, achieving a staggering 30-14 scoreline. Due to the Nets' dismal performance, the Lakers fielded their entire bench in the fourth quarter, effectively signaling the conclusion of the game. The Nets were unable to overcome even the Lakers' substitutes in the final quarter. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed with a resounding score of 103-84, marking their 3rd consecutive victory of the season. On December 20th, the Lakers faced the Pistons in another back-to-back away game. In the first 2 quarters, the Lakers averaged 30 points while the Pistons managed only 19, resulting in a halftime score of 60-38 in favor of the Lakers. Following halftime, The Pistons improved their performance somewhat, yet still fell behind in scoring for each quarter. By the start of the fourth quarter, the Lakers held a commanding 30-point lead, allowing their starters to rest. The Lakers bench only managed to score 10 points in the final quarter, but the Pistons remained unable to mount any significant comeback. The Lakers secured their third consecutive four-game winning streak. As December 22nd arrives, only 3 days remain until the Christmas showdown. The Lakers finally return to their home court for the third time this season to face the Thunder. The first two quarters are fiercely contested, with Durant and Westbrook bringing their utmost determination against Shinmye. Harden has significantly elevated his performance recently, averaging around 15 points in the last few games. Perhaps due to their long absence from home or the approaching holiday spirit, the players exhibit remarkable form. The Lakers display a collective effort, with 7 players from both starters and bench scoring in double digits. Although the score does not widen substantially, the Lakers maintain control throughout, rarely trailing the Thunder. Shinmye's shooting touch is so precise that he hardly needs to attempt shots from beyond the arc, ultimately concluding the game with 11 points and 16 assists. The Lakers narrowly defeat the Oklahoma City Thunder with a score of 111-108, achieving a season sweep against them. The true highlight, however, is set to arrive in 3 days, the Christmas showdown between the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Los Angeles Lakers. This match features two of the league's titans, Kobe Bryant and LeBron James, preparing to clash. At this moment, Kobe undoubtedly reigns as the king. Chapter 83, New Shoes. Christmas Showdown Warm-Up, December 23rd morning. Shinmye arrived at the gym early for training, dedicating himself to rigorous practice until nearly noon. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Hiran. Shinmye's heart suddenly sank with an ominous feeling. He answered the phone. Initially, there was silence, followed by the voices of 2 women. "You speak first," one urged. "No, you go ahead," the other replied. Was momentarily at a loss for words. "Please bring back some nutritious meals from your team during lunchtime, and I have just arrived home." The 2 women seemed to have conspired, as they both made their way to his place simultaneously. "All right, is there anything you would like to drink? What would you prefer?" inquired on the other end of the line. "Let us have that red wine priced at $50 a bottle. It's quite delightful," she replied. "Did you hear that?" "Yes, understood. I will hang up now and return shortly. Please bring back plenty of shrimp. I have a craving for them." "Of course." After ending the call, raised an eyebrow. His tone was tinged with exasperation, yet the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his true feelings. To be honest, he found joy in having 2 women at home. It provided a sense of belonging, especially with such uniquely charming ladies. At 11 o'clock, the team disbanded, preparing to head to the restaurant for a meal. Shinmye requested a leave of absence from the head coach, as he had matters to attend to in the afternoon and would not be coming in. He mentioned that he would engage in extra practice later in the evening. Upon hearing this, Phil promptly replied, "Shun, take your time to rest. There is no need for additional training." With the Christmas showdown approaching, the Lakers had no further games scheduled. After today's practice, the team would enjoy a full day off tomorrow for Christmas Eve. It was evident that several players had already excused themselves from training today, presumably to spend time with their families. Shinmye nodded and proceeded to the dining hall to collect the meals, gathering an array of nearly 30 boxes, ensuring he had enough for the evening as well. He then carried the nutritious meals homeward, stopping by the supermarket to purchase 2 boxes of red wine, totaling 4 bottles. Upon reaching his doorstep, just as he was about to set down his belongings to retrieve his keys, the door swung open. Hiran stood before him, clad in a sleek professional black dress, her exquisite makeup accentuating her features, gazing intently at him. "You're back," she uttered, her crimson lips parting to form the 3 words. Shinmye examined Hiran closely. Her hairstyle had transformed, with softly curled bangs parted to the sides and her hair elegantly gathered into a bun, revealing her smooth, fair neck. Sister Ran was growing increasingly beautiful. "What a smooth talker. Allow me to assist you," he remarked, taking the wine from her hands. Upon entering the room, he discovered someone in the bathroom, accompanied by the faint sound of water, indicating that Meng Ro was inside. Meng Ro was bathing, and I would soon remove my makeup as well. "It looks quite nice to do so in the evening," Shinmye noted with careful attention. "All right," Hiran replied shyly, lowering her head and beginning to organize the food, placing some duplicates back into the refrigerator. Soon, they had arranged everything, and shortly thereafter, Meng Ro emerged, wafting in a fragrant breeze. 2 distinctly different styles. Meng Ro, barefaced yet naturally beautiful, donned a milk-white bathrobe, cinched tightly at the waist, accentuating her curvaceous figure. "Are we ready to eat?" "Yes, I've been waiting for you." "Just a moment," she replied, lightly drying her hair before gathering it up. "Next." Shinmia busied himself with great enthusiasm. "I want that. I'd like to try this one. Please pass me a bit of that." Due to the multitude of boxes, the arrangement was somewhat scattered, so Shinmia moved back and forth to serve her dishes. "By the way, Sister Ran, didn't you have some good news to share with me?" "What good news?" Meibo inquired with curiosity. "I'll tell you after dinner," came the reply. "For me? A gift?" Ran teased, piquing the curiosity of both Shinmia and Meibo. After the meal, Meibo began to tidy the coffee table while Ran opened her suitcase and retrieved a dust-free, sealed red box. "Shoes," Shinmia deduced upon seeing the box. "Yes." Ran nodded, and Meibo also glanced over with intrigue. Shinmia unfastened the clasp and opened the shoebox. Inside lay a pair of vividly crimson shoes, adorned with intricately rendered flame cloud patterns. At first glance, they were strikingly conspicuous, the kind of footwear that would undoubtedly catch one's eye in a crowd. While they might seem somewhat peculiar for everyday wear, they would undeniably be the most eye-catching choice on the basketball court, whether for display or during play. Furthermore, the team at Lining had not anticipated the remarkable effect produced by the design Shinmia provided. "Wow, impressive indeed," he exclaimed, noting that some adjustments had been made to his design, all of which were executed splendidly, aligning perfectly with contemporary trends. "Yes." They mentioned that the style might come off as somewhat eccentric, perhaps too wild, he acknowledged. "Indeed, but such boldness may become fashionable in the future." He resolved to inform them that shoes for external sales could be modified according to current trends, while those specially crafted for him would remain as originally requested. "Just design them according to my specifications. Fashion invariably progresses," he concluded. "All right, to try them on first." Shinmia effortlessly loosened the shoelaces and slipped his feet into the shoes. Indeed, they fit perfectly. The design of the shoes was meticulously crafted based on the data that Ran had previously obtained from Shinmia. They conformed flawlessly to the contours of Shinmia's feet, although the insoles were of a standard design rather than custom-made. This was due to the necessity of specialized tools to accurately measure the three-dimensional data of the foot. Nevertheless, the materials employed were of the highest quality available, with the sole constructed from ultralight shock-absorbing material and the bottom featuring the most advanced anti-slip design. Shinmia, wearing the 47th edition of the oversized footwear, strolled back and forth on the ground, discovering that they far surpassed the conventional sneakers he had purchased. Indeed, they were specifically designed for excellence. As he donned these shoes, he felt an invigorating confidence, as if he could challenge Kobe Bryant in a one-on-one duel. "Splendid. I am truly fond of them. It is delightful that you appreciate them." Shinmia sat down, preparing to remove his shoes, when Ran promptly crouched down, carefully assisting him in taking off his footwear. This unexpected gesture took him by surprise, and as Ran lowered her head, her bosom was momentarily unveiled. Shinmia promptly adjusted his posture and glanced towards Meibo, who in turn shot him a fierce glare. By afternoon, the trio gathered at home, engaging in a game of cards while simultaneously tuning into the live broadcast of the day's match. At this moment, domestic sports platforms were already buzzing with the anticipation of the Christmas showdown. Regardless of whether it was on online platforms or official media, the league was abuzz with the clash of the titans from the East and West. It marked the first professional encounter for the rising star Shinmia against the Cavaliers, with the formidable Big Shark declaring his intention to dominate that braggart known for his free-throw antics. As Ran watched, she scrolled through the latest trending news online, pausing to linger on articles about Shinmia. "Which team are you supporting in the Christmas showdown?" Ran inquired. "The Cavaliers. They have a match against the Kings today as well. Many of my classmates are fans of LeBron, but I am not. I prefer players who are graceful and dynamic." "Like my cousin or Kobe," Meibo replied. "My skills are undeniable, yet LeBron's playing style is undeniably appealing. I admire him too. This time, I'll seize the opportunity to face him directly. You should probably avoid matching up with him. You don't want to get knocked around." "Don't worry. If I can't outplay him, I'll just shoot him down," Shinmia retorted, prompting laughter from the trio. Chapter 84, Lakers vs. Cleveland Cavaliers that evening. At the behest of the two young ladies, Shinmia engaged in additional practice, as they were eager to witness his usual shooting drills. Shinmia, accompanied by Ran and Meibo, practiced shooting in the gym for 3 hours. It was nearly 3 in the morning when they returned home, chatting leisurely along the way. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. Where shall we go during the day? He-Ran inquired. How about my house? Meng-Ro suggested. Shin-Mia harbored little sentiment towards Western festivities. However, adhering to local customs, he observed those around him bustling with preparations for a holiday. He felt no compulsion to do anything extraordinary. The following day, he ventured to Chinatown with his cousins to celebrate Christmas Eve over a meal. After dining, he drove himself home. Initially, Meng-Ro had expressed reservations about his return, concerned for his safety, given his inexperience behind the wheel, particularly with no companion by his side. Nevertheless, with his new shoes still at home and the prospect of basketball practice the next morning to prepare for the Christmas showdown, he ultimately decided to return alone. And He-Ran chose not to accompany him. After all, it was unwise for a solitary man and woman to remain together in close quarters, prompting He-Ran and Meng-Ro to share a room instead. Shun-Mia drove the Porsche gifted to Meng-Ro, maintaining a steady pace as he returned home. A journey that should have taken 40 minutes yet extended to an hour. Silence enveloped the night. On the morning of December 25th at 9 a.m., the Lakers players assembled at the arena, engaging in a brief shooting practice. After a midday meal, the team bus transported everyone to their home court well before the game. Due to the heightened anticipation surrounding this matchup, those required for interviews attended them, while others rested in the locker room, anticipating potential visits from media representatives. At 4 p.m., the Lakers arranged for Shun-Mia, Kobe, and Pau Gasol to participate in the pre-game press conference. Shun-Mia was rapidly emerging as a formidable third pillar for the Lakers. His prowess on the court and burgeoning influence often had garnered him immense admiration from Lakers fans. During the press conference, an ESPN reporter inquired, Kobe, how do you view today's game? Kobe responded, we will give our all to deliver an exhilarating match for our fans. The reporter continued, Kobe, this is your first encounter with Shaquille this season. Do you have anything to say to him? Kobe raised 4 fingers, stating, I now have as many championships as he does. Laughter erupted from the assembled journalists. The reporter then directed a question at Shin. Shaquille claims he will dominate you. Shin replied confidently, that's fine. I will dominate the Cleveland Cavaliers. Kobe and Gasol exchanged exaggerated looks of surprise, with Kobe's expression betraying a hint of mischief. The journalists reveled in this thrilling exchange, as it was precisely the kind of provocative dialogue they craved. At the Cavaliers' pre-game press conference, LeBron was asked about Shun's declaration of intent to overpower the Cavaliers. Who? Shun? Sorry, I don't know him. I only know Kobe. Turning to Shaquille, the reporter asked, do you know Shun? Shaquille responded, of course, the shooter, that free throw interview. I can't stand him. I want to dominate him. Once the interviews concluded, the players gathered in the locker room. Head coach Phil Jackson adjusted his glasses and addressed the team. Gentlemen, we absolutely cannot lose this game. It is the Christmas showdown, one of the most watched games. We must secure this victory to reaffirm our determination as defending champions. Let us go. The Lakers players chorused their encouragement. Observing their enthusiasm, Shun-Mia shook his head, pondering whether they had once shouted just as fervently before succumbing to defeat. Indeed, he recalled that game vividly, as it marked the first clash of the season between the Cavaliers and the Lakers, which he had deliberately watched live. Noting the Lakers' 20-point loss, just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the coach's voice interrupted Shun-Mia's reverie, this time with his presence. There would be no room for failure. Only victory was permissible. Now, we have some free time, and we shall commence our skill training at 6 o'clock. All right, Shun, are you feeling nervous? Kobe inquired, noticing Shun's distracted demeanor. No. Do you recall what you said during the interview earlier? Of course, I mentioned that I would dominate him. I couldn't very well counter by saying I could overpower him too. Instead, I had to seek a different arena. You are remarkably clever. You could do it as well? Me? What do you mean? If one day someone claims they can outplay you, you could retort by saying you can surpass their mother team. Kobe pondered this for a moment and nodded, though he mused that perhaps no one would dare to speak to him in such a manner. All right. Shun-Mia observed Kobe's expression, which clearly indicated disbelief that anyone would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Shun-Mia silently chuckled. Just wait. After the finals conclude, there will be something. In the Cavaliers' locker room, head coach Mike Brown addressed the team. Gentlemen, we shall triumph at the Lakers' home court. We are the team worthy of the championship. Do we have confidence? Yes. Go. At precisely 6 o'clock, Lakers players took the opportunity to bring their families inside, entrusting them to staff members who arranged seating beside the Lakers bench. Today, both Meng-Ro and He-Ran were positioned in the front row. The two presented a striking transformation, adorned in alluring attire and exquisite makeup, radiating charm. On December 25th, at 6:30 p.m., both teams were engaged in warm-up shooting. The Lakers had already performed shooting drills in the locker room. However, several players remained on the court, executing movements reminiscent of Tai Chi. LeBron James observed with interest as the Lakers engaged in their peculiar warm-up routine. He had heard about this before. It seemed that players from other teams had begun to adopt it as well. This mirrored his own habit of handling the basketball at the start of games, as sometimes. Understanding the game also involves finding one's rhythm. I heard this was devised by that player Shin from Huaxia. Huaxia's martial arts, Tai Chi. Shaquille O'Neal remarked as he approached LeBron. After speaking, O'Neal picked up a ball, squeezed it, and joined in the warm-up. LeBron James followed suit, creating a combination of youthful James and veteran Shaq. By 7 p.m., the Lakers' home arena was filled to capacity, with only the sounds of the DJ echoing throughout. The Lakers' starting lineup included Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol, Ron Artest, Derek Fisher, and Andrew Bynum. The Cavaliers' starting lineup featured LeBron James, Shaquille O'Neal, Emma Williams, Anthony Parker, and J.J. Dixon. As the game commenced, the jump ball was contested. The aging Shaq struggled to elevate, allowing Andrew Bynum to secure the ball for the Lakers. Kobe received the pass and, after crossing half-court, welcomed Fisher, who then returned the ball to Kobe. In the domestic TV5 live broadcast room, there was a hint of anticipation regarding whether Shin would match up against James when he took the court. No, Shin is quite rational. He would not choose to face James but rather O'Neal, which carries some controversy. He has little interaction with James and they are not of the same caliber. Winning this match is challenging. He should focus on his own responsibilities. Indeed, the situation with O'Neal was a misunderstanding. He intended to discuss his free throw accuracy, but it came across as offensive to others. Haha, that's true. I must say, from my observations, Shin might be doing it intentionally. He is quite skilled at generating buzz. Just look at how many people are waiting for him to miss his first career shot. In a certain university cafeteria in the country, students who relish watching basketball but lack access to a computer either skip classes to visit internet cafes or gather in the cafeteria to watch television. Some young staff members who share a passion for the game sit intently on benches in the hall, wielding their spoons. At the Staples Center, the cameras occasionally capture fans adorned with Christmas hats. It is worth noting that there are quite a few supporters for LeBron James today. Kobe, in an attempt to gauge his shooting touch from beyond the arc, has increased his focus on three-point shooting, especially as its significance has become increasingly apparent. After a missed shot, James secures the rebound. The Cavaliers push for a fast break while the Lakers swiftly retreat on defense. As they cross half-court, LeBron accelerates, overpowering his opponent, Artest, for a layup that finds its mark with certainty. The referee's whistle pierces the air, indicating an additional free throw. During this period, LeBron's prowess was truly unstoppable, leaving opponents with no choice but to commit fouls. Once he made his move, it often resulted in a 2-1 situation. Although James missed the free throw, the opportunity was squandered. Andrew Bynum secured the rebound and passed the ball to Kobe. As Kobe crossed half-court, LeBron proactively switched defenses with his teammate Anthony Parker, positioning himself before Kobe. This time, Kobe refrained from attempting a three-pointer. Instead, he dribbled past, executed a sudden stop, and hit a fadeaway jumper from mid-range. The score stood at 2-2. Following the Cavaliers' backcourt inbounds, Maurice Williams, also known as Emma Williams, advanced the ball past the half-court line, handing it over to LeBron James. Typically, whenever LeBron is on the court, the ball tends to flow through his hands. Kobe, on the Lakers' side, also aligned himself to defend against James. LeBron attempted to push past Kobe in a bid to dominate the play, yet Kobe's defense proved formidable. Rather than persist in the confrontation, LeBron opted to pass the ball back to Emma Williams. After a few dribbles, Williams created space on the perimeter and, with Fisher defending, sank a three-pointer. The Lakers trailed at 2-5. The Cavaliers started strongly, scoring on both of their initial possessions, showcasing excellent form today. Transitioning between offense and defense, the Lakers quickly inbound the ball. Fisher dribbled past half-court and passed to Kobe, who then delivered a bounce pass to the towering Pau Gasol. Gasol elevated and executed a hook shot, scoring with finesse. The score was now 4-5. Shaquille O'Neal's defensive presence had waned considerably. Age had clearly taken its toll, and his performance this season had noticeably declined. Nevertheless, his ability to dominate in the paint remained intact whenever he received the ball. As the game progressed, The referee's whistle was seldom heard, with both teams exchanging plays at a rapid pace. It wasn't until the 6:30 mark that a dead ball was called, leading to the game's first mandatory timeout. The players on both sides were highly engaged, showing no signs of fatigue. The Lakers, particularly, had family members in attendance for this Christmas matchup, eager to make a strong impression. The score at this juncture was 12-14, with the Cavaliers leading by 2 points. The Lakers brought in Shinmia, along with Jordan Farmar and Lamar Odom, substituting for Kobe, Gasol, and Fisher. Andrew Bynum and Artest remained on the floor, with Bynum serving as the center for the second unit. The Cavaliers also made adjustments, with LeBron James staying on the court while O'Neal took a breather. The center position was filled by the backup Zydrunas Ilgauskas, a towering international player standing at 2.21 meters from Lithuania. The previous dead ball was a result of the Lakers' possession, thus granting the Cavaliers the ball. Shinmia took the initiative to step forward, first locating LeBron James. Oh my! He is indeed defending LeBron. Kobe instantly straightened up, towel in hand, observing the unfolding situation on the court. LeBron positioned himself in the low post, while Mo Williams cautiously maneuvered, clearly attempting to lob the ball over. Shinmia would not wait for him to hang there. He leaped and thrust, sending the ball out of bounds. This offensive attempt was thwarted, and the Cavaliers prepared for a sideline inbounds pass. The Lakers bench erupted in applause. LeBron James received the inbounds pass and, facing Shinmia's defense, attempted a three-point shot. The shot veered off course, beneath the basket. Cavaliers center Zydrunas Ilgauskas seized the rebound and executed a one-handed dunk, bringing the score to 12-16. LeBron cast a glance at Shinmia before retreating defensively with a series of quick steps. Shinmia received the serve from Bynum, dribbling past the halfway line. LeBron proactively approached to defend against him. However, Shinmia chose not to pass. Clearly, he was intent on making his own shot. Shinmia stepped just beyond the three-point line, altering the rhythm of his dribbling before executing a step-back shot. LeBron attempted to contest the shot, but he was too late. Unfortunately, the ball fell short, resulting in a complete airball. The ball went out of bounds. Shinmia shook his hand and glanced at it, pondering the unusual circumstances of the day. Could it be that the Cavaliers were truly on the verge of victory? As the Cavaliers prepared for a backcourt inbounds, LeBron dribbled past half-court. Artest intended to step forward to defend LeBron James, but Shinmia gestured for him to refrain. This time, LeBron James, confronting Shinmia's defense, charged forward with determination. Observing LeBron's imposing physique, Shinmia contemplated briefly before leaning in and opting to embrace him, only to be momentarily off balance. Seizing the opportunity, James released the ball, which sailed through the air. The referee, signaling a shooting foul, drew the attention of the Lakers players, who sought to contest the call, asserting it was a premature foul. Shinmia was not particularly concerned about this. He was still savoring the recent matchup. James's physique was truly formidable, even more so than those towering centers who appeared robust. If he charged forward, it was likely that Shinmia would be unable to withstand the impact. A direct confrontation would probably send him flying. LeBron James flashed a broad grin, shooting free throws while casting a somewhat provocative glance in Shinmia's direction. Shinmia cast a seemingly indifferent glance at him, feeling no remorse for his choice. This was merely the beginning, and there was no need for haste. LeBron's free throws were inconsistent, but he managed to sink both this time. The score was now 12-18. Phil Jackson, the head coach of the Lakers, began to feel a twinge of anxiety as the score widened over 2 consecutive possessions. This time, Shinmia refrained from being reckless. He advanced the ball past half-court and delivered an assist to Andrew Bynum beneath the basket. Bynum capitalized on the opportunity, scoring 2 points. The score now stood at 14-18. The atmosphere in the Lakers' home arena relaxed momentarily, as the previous series of missed shots had been rather alarming. Of course, Shinmia orchestrated all of this deliberately to savor the experience of matching up against LeBron. Chapter 86, trailing by 20 points at halftime subsequently. Shinmia relinquished the task of defending James back to Artest. After attempting it once, he decided not to overexert himself, as it could tarnish his defensive reputation. Defending against LeBron James could not merely rely on familiarity. However, he could still exploit opportunities during offensive plays. Once again, LeBron charged towards the basket against Artest's defense, overpowering him, but failed to convert. This resulted in a foul against Artest. He missed the first free throw, but the second one swished through the net, making 1 out of 2. As the team switched from offense to defense, Shinmie altered his strategy, showcasing his ball-handling skills against Mo Williams. Driving to the basket and delivering a clever pass beneath the rim or opting for a drive-in dish. The Lakers executed 2 successful plays in succession. Shinmie abruptly transitioned his style, invigorating the team's offense with an impressive display that left the Cavaliers somewhat flustered. When the deficit narrowed to just 2 points, the Cavaliers hastily called for a timeout. At that moment, the score stood at 22-24, with 2 minutes remaining. The Lakers substituted Bynum and Artest for Kobe and Gasol, seeking to capitalize on the momentum. As the timeout concluded, play resumed with the Cavaliers in possession, though LeBron James had taken a seat on the bench. This shift in personnel afforded the Lakers a distinct advantage, as their superior lineup faced the opposing reserves. In the very first possession following the timeout, as Shinmie surged towards the basket to contest a rebound, he suddenly clutched his shoulder and collapsed to the floor. Blood began to seep from his fingertips almost immediately. The domestic TV5 broadcast exclaimed, "Oh no, Shun's shoulder appears to be injured," seemingly after a collision with Ilgauskas. Urgent attention was required, and it was anticipated that the referees would review the incident. On the court, a replay of the rebounding sequence unfolded, revealing that as Shinmie leapt, he was inadvertently struck on the shoulder by Zydrunas Ilgauskas, resulting in a laceration. The wound was significant enough to cause blood to flow freely, prompting Shinmie to hasten to the sidelines for treatment. The referees deemed the incident a standard rebounding foul, awarding possession to the Lakers without granting any free throws. Josh Powell replaced Shinmie on the court. However, this disruption thwarted the Lakers' momentum, which had been poised for an upward surge. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers' towering 2.21-meter center proved to be an imposing force in the paint, effortlessly scoring at will, while Gasol struggled to contain him. Additionally, the Cavaliers' small forward, Jamario Moon, experienced a surge of energy, further widening the gap. As the first quarter concluded, the score read 25-32, with the Cavaliers leading by 7 points. On the Lakers' bench, concern was palpable as someone inquired, "Shin, are you all right?" The wound on Shinmie's arm had been covered with a towel for a while, yet it continued to bleed, clearly indicating that the cut was quite deep. It was evident that the gentleman had likely neglected to trim his nails. "You can rest for now," said the coach. The team physician uncovered the towel and began disinfecting the injury, causing Shinmie to involuntarily gasp in pain. The cameras at the home court captured the scene of the injury being treated, while he ran and Meng Ro watched the Lakers bench with expressions of deep concern. After disinfecting, the physician applied a zipper bandage to align the torn skin and stop the bleeding, followed by a layer of protective adhesive bandage. "Shun, this cut is somewhat deep. Continuing to play could cause it to reopen," the physician cautioned. "Understood, thank you," Shinmie replied, relieved that the bleeding had temporarily ceased. Meanwhile, the second quarter of the game had commenced. The Lakers starters faced off against the Cavaliers starters. Right from the outset, the Cavaliers exhibited remarkable form, with LeBron James charging forward. Showing no fear against the Lakers' defensive setup, they steadily increased their lead, and the young James was particularly wary of teams that demonstrated excellent teamwork and consistently made their shots. He thrived in confrontational defense. After merely 3 minutes of play, the score gap had widened to double digits. The Lakers hastily called for a timeout, recognizing the need for a strategic discussion. "Gentlemen, do not hesitate to be aggressive. The opposition has Shaquille and LeBron, and we lack the advantage in the paint. If they drive hard, it's a foul. Let us send them to the free throw line," Coach Phil instructed. The old hack-a-Shaq strategy was once again employed against the Big Shark, though it was indeed the coach who had previously orchestrated it. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Cavaliers showed great momentum in their offense while their defense remained formidable. Although the Lakers managed to momentarily disrupt the Cavaliers' surge after the timeout, their own offensive efforts faltered. Failing to score in one possession, the Cavaliers swiftly transitioned into a fast break and converted. Kobe Bryant attempted 2 mid-range shots, both of which missed the mark, prompting him to focus on assisting his teammates instead. The only viable scoring option appeared to be the towering Pau Gasol, who still managed to score against Shaquille O'Neal in the paint, showcasing a softer touch around the rim. However, in comparison to the Cavaliers' offensive onslaught, his contributions were clearly insufficient. Shinmie shook his head in disapproval. Whenever Kobe was thwarted from scoring, the others consistently failed to step up in a timely manner. It was evident that the Cavaliers' lineup effectively countered the Lakers. The head coach, with his left hand supporting his right elbow and his right hand thoughtfully stroking his chin, observed the game while pondering the issues at hand. Clearly, he recognized the predicament. As the Lakers missed yet another shot, the ball was lost in the scramble and went out of bounds, resulting in a dead ball. The Cavaliers called a timeout and brought in their bench players. The Lakers, too, temporarily substituted Kobe and Pau Gasol, allowing a few other starters along with the reserves to continue battling against the Cavaliers' second string. The Cavaliers' towering center, standing at 2.21 meters, re-entered the game, and Mo Williams was on fire today, outscoring even LeBron James. The point gap continued to widen, and by halftime, the Cavaliers sank a buzzer-beater three-pointer, extending the lead to a staggering 20 points. The Lakers' morale had dipped. It was clear that no one anticipated such a disheartening outcome, especially on their home court. Both teams retreated to their locker rooms. "Shun, how are you feeling?" the head coach inquired as they walked through the players' tunnel. "I'm fine. I can play in the second half," Shun replied. "All right." Back in the locker room, "Gentlemen, this is the Christmas showdown. Our families are watching us. We cannot afford to lose this game. Let us stay focused and execute our defensive responsibilities. Shun will start in the second half. Shun, unleash your aggressive offensive prowess." During the pre-game press conference, you emphatically declared your intention to dominate the Cleveland Cavaliers. Now, the opportunity has arrived. In the second half, whenever a chance arises, ensure that the ball is passed to Shun. Understood? Kobe has taken the lead in affirming this. Is it clear? The other players have echoed their agreement as well. Shinmia gently touched his shoulder, feeling an unsettling sensation that this was no mere coincidence, as if some unseen force was orchestrating a correction. Yet, he remained resolute, determined to lead the Lakers to victory today, for he had no desire to taste defeat. In the Cavaliers' locker room, head coach Mike Brown was delivering an impassioned address. "Gentlemen, you are performing admirably. Maintain this momentum. Be steadfast in your offense and do not slacken in defense. If you find yourself overwhelmed, simply pass the ball to LeBron." In the domestic TV5 live broadcast room, Teacher Sue pondered, "What do you anticipate for the second half?" The Lakers are formidable, trailing by 20 points. And with Xiao Shun injured, should he not hit his three-pointers today, our chances of a comeback dwindle. If he cannot score in the third quarter, it is likely the Lakers will be unable to close the gap. The Lakers' lineup strikes fear into the hearts of many, but they reserve their trepidation for the Cavaliers. With absolute strength and towering presence, every aspect of the Cavaliers' roster presents a challenge for the Lakers. One might argue that if Kobe were to unleash a performance exceeding 50 points, there might still be hope. However, as it stands, his shooting percentage today leaves much to be desired. Chapter 87. Are you truly the chosen one? As the second half commenced, the Lakers replaced Fisher with Shun Mia in the starting lineup. Mo Williams dribbled past half court and passed the ball to LeBron. LeBron orchestrated from the top of the arc, delivering a pass to the cutting J.J. Hickson, who, under the interference of Pau Gasol, failed to convert his shot. Amidst the chaos, Andrew Bynum secured the rebound and relayed it to Shinmia. Shinmia carried the ball past the halfway line, opting not to pass to Kobe but instead seeking out LeBron. Recalling that he hadn't exchanged a word with LeBron in the first half, Shinmia felt a surge of enthusiasm. How could he possibly decline the opportunity to converse with such a historically significant superstar for the very first time? "Hello, LeBron. I recognize you, the chosen one." "Who? I don't know you." "Humph, that is quite all right. You will come to know me." Shinmia chuckled softly to himself, thinking, "Today, I shall let you experience the sensation of being vanquished by Curry's shooting." With that, he retreated and leaped, executing a three-point shot that pierced the net. Just like that, the deficit shrank to 17 points. As Shinmia retreated defensively, a confident smile emerged on his face. The first score of the second half was a three-pointer, alleviating much of the anxiety among the home fans, which dissipated in the warmth of that player's grin. Since joining the Lakers, this athlete has made numerous indelible contributions, earning the unwavering trust of the supporters. The Cavaliers' small guard, Williams, advanced the ball across half-court. Shinmia proactively advanced to defend, exhibiting a remarkable seriousness in his efforts. Williams initially attempted a shot but was thwarted. Moreover, Shinmia's judgment in intercepting the ball left him feeling somewhat flustered. Throughout the first half, it became evident that this player from Huaxia, when he chose to strike, did so with exceptional precision. Additionally, his physical stature bestowed him an advantage over Williams. Rather than forcing an attack, Williams opted to pass the ball to James. James, challenging Arteist's defense, attempted a backward mid-range jumper, which unfortunately rimmed out. Upon noticing Gasol's positioning, Shinmia swiftly initiated a fast break. Gasol secured the rebound, and promptly launched the ball towards the opponent's backcourt. Shin received the pass just beyond the three-point line. Before the opposing defenders could close in, he adjusted his stance and leapt to release the ball. The three-pointer pierced the net, and Shin raised 3 fingers, gesturing towards the heavens above the court. This audacious style of fast-break shooting, marked by risk, was uniquely his own. A brief surge of 6-0 unfolded. Yet the Cavaliers chose not to call a timeout, as the second half had only just begun, a mere minute in. The deficit swiftly returned to 14 points. As the Cavaliers prepared for an inbounds pass, LeBron took charge, advancing the ball across half-court. Shin continues to defend against Mo Williams while matching up offensively against LeBron. This time, LeBron, relying on his physical prowess, forcefully penetrates and scores a two-pointer. The score stands at 46-62, with a deficit of 16 points. As the play transitions, Kobe receives the ball in the backcourt and advances it past half-court. The Lakers commence their ball movement, no longer settling for simplistic plays. As Shin positioned himself at the corner, awaiting an opportunity, Kobe surged into the paint from the left side, only to have the ball momentarily intercepted by Anthony Parker. The sphere careened off the floor beneath the basket, bouncing towards Pau Gasol. Shaquille O'Neal noticed the play, but Gasol, with remarkable agility, swiftly retrieved the ball and deftly passed it to Shin. LeBron James hurriedly approached, attempting to block the shot, but it was too late. He collided with Shin instead. With a swift and decisive motion, Shin sank a three-pointer, falling to the ground in the process. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a three-point play. As both teams took their positions, Shin received the ball from the referee. The arena fell silent, as all present were acutely aware that Shin had yet to miss a free throw in the NBA. Curiosity and speculation filled the air regarding when Shin would finally miss his first free throw. Shin made no adjustments, confidently executing his free throw with precision, completing a three-point play. The score shifted to 50-62 with a 12-point gap. As the Lakers began to retreat on defense, the Cavaliers prepared for a backcourt inbound, prompting Coach Mike Brown to call a timeout. Just 2 minutes into the second half, the Cavaliers found themselves halted. Shin, the Chinese player, suddenly ignited with a remarkable shooting touch, causing a stir for the Cavaliers coach, who seized the opportunity to disrupt the opposing momentum with a few words. As the Lakers players exited the court, those on the bench welcomed them warmly. A 20-point deficit in the second half often instills a sense of urgency. Once it dwindles to below 15 points, the prospect of a comeback seems tangible. In the domestic TV5 broadcast room, the commentator remarked on Xiao Shin's explosive three-point shooting, which was indeed formidable. Teacher Su nodded in agreement, noting, others may hesitate to shoot like him. He has established a remarkable reputation from the outset, which is quite astonishing. Take that transition three-pointer, for example. Others would not attempt such a shot, yet he did, and no one found it unreasonable. According to Teacher Su, it appeared that the Lakers were beginning to gain momentum. Observing Shin's current form, he believed this point differential would not hinder the Lakers. The next focus would be on how the Cavaliers coach would respond. On the Lakers bench, Coach Phil inquired, "Shin, is your shoulder all right?" Shin gently touched the bandaged wound and shook his head, indicating that he was fine. "Good. Maintain an aggressive offensive stance. Seize any opportunity to shoot, even if the shots do not land." Though such words were spoken, Phil was well aware that Shin would not take reckless shots. On the Cavaliers bench, the coach instructed, "LeBron, you must attack and target Shin. On defense, you must also focus on him. If he navigates around a screen, follow him closely and do not switch assignments." In the first half, LeBron's offensive efforts against Shin proved to be remarkably effective, as Shin struggled to contain LeBron's drives. However, this approach would undoubtedly exhaust LeBron. Yet, there seemed to be no alternative. Should they double-team Shin, Kobe would undoubtedly thrive on the opposite side. If Kobe found his rhythm, the game would likely slip away. Head coach Mike Brown had his strategy well calculated. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed with a sideline free throw for the Cavaliers. LeBron James received the ball, maneuvered around a screen, and positioned himself directly in front of Shin. Shin inhaled sharply, realizing that this was the moment he would be struck. Just as this thought crossed his mind, James surged forward with determination. Shin made a brief pursuit, but ultimately relinquished the interference, recognizing that any attempt to disrupt would likely result in a foul. He shifted his focus to the paint. Gasol's defense loomed large as James passed the ball to O'Neal beneath the basket. With a powerful two-handed slam, O'Neal secured 2 points. The score now stood at 50-64. Following the Cavaliers' successful shot, They commenced a collective retreat on defense. After Shinmia served the ball to Kobe returned it to him. Clearly, it was still left to him to make the play. Shinmia was not polite, just halfway through the first half. LeBron's defense was already in place. Should we commence our defense right from the Lakers logo? As Shinmia dribbled forward, LeBron extended his hand, prompting Shun to momentarily pause and steady his rhythm before advancing. He approached the three-point line, and upon realizing that Shinmia was not seeking assistance, the Lakers players understood that he was poised for a one-on-one confrontation with LeBron. Indeed, Shin began to adjust his footwork, and LeBron, sensing the impending threat, prepared to leap and block the shot, keenly observing Shin's movements. Suddenly, Shin shifted his weight to the right, intending to execute a lateral step back, a shot that involved an initial drive followed by a smooth, sidestepping retreat rather than a backward retreat. The three-pointer sliced through the net. LeBron James found himself momentarily off balance, having evaded the initial feint but misjudging Shin's lateral maneuver, leading to a stumble. The atmosphere in the arena ignited, and the crowd erupted in chants of MVP. Shinmia opened his mouth to utter disparaging words. "Is it you who calls yourself the pride of heaven?" Chapter 88. A Clash of Titans. The fans were ecstatic. Upon hearing these words, LeBron James's eyes were already filled with a fierce intensity. Shinmia sensed the mounting pressure. However, he found a certain joy in provoking James. The score stood at 53-64, with an 11-point deficit, as the transition between offense and defense unfolded. LeBron once again targeted Shinmia, charging forward with determination. Shinmia allowed him to break through, entrusting the situation to the big man inside. LeBron made a successful layup, drawing a 2-1 foul. He then confidently converted the free throw, bringing the score to 53-67. The deficit was once again reduced to 14 points. Shinmia ceased to speak, fully immersing himself in the one-on-one confrontation. Kobe, with the ball in hand, crossed the halfway line and directly passed it to Shinmia. Shinmia skillfully navigated the dribble to find James, adjusting the rhythm of the game while showcasing his exquisite ball handling skills, creating space for yet another successful three-pointer. The score stood at 56-67. Upon seeing Shinmia's shot release, James retreated in anticipation, unbeknownst to his Lakers teammates. Shaquille O'Neal executed a long quarterback-style pass from the backcourt, but Artest rushed to defend too late, allowing James to receive the ball and surge forward. He leaped, his body soaring, with his head already above the rim, executing his signature tomahawk dunk with precision. The score now read 56-69. Artest promptly hurled a long pass toward the front court. Kobe received the ball and immediately passed it to Shinmia, who, with LeBron's defense yet to settle, unleashed an extraordinary long-range three-pointer that swished through the net. The score was now 59-69, with a 10-point gap. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, LeBron James brought the ball past half-court, facing Shinmia's defense. Just as he was about to halt his dribble, he passed to a teammate for a brief exchange before receiving the ball back. The entire arena was captivated by the exhilarating duel between James and Shinmia. James penetrated past Shinmia for a layup that found its mark. The score now stood at 59-71. Shinmia received the pass, deftly evading his defender while advancing past the halfway line, refusing to pass to anyone. In the midst of his movement, he unleashed a three-point shot. The ball pierced through the net with precision. The score now stands at 62-71, a gap of 9 points. Shinmia has gone berserk, and Coach Phil stands on the sidelines, witnessing a performance unlike any he has seen in his coaching career, where a player has so effortlessly shot three-pointers. The entire crowd is equally enthralled. Whenever Shinmia secures the ball, the arena reverberates with the sound of MVP. Wherever the spotlight shines, the fans erupt in ecstatic fervor. In the domestic TV5 broadcast room, the commentators exclaim in disbelief, "My goodness, he scored again. What kind of play is this? Has Coach Sue ever witnessed such a spectacle? Haha, never. I have never seen anything like it." The intensity between the two players has escalated, rendering the rest of the team mere spectators, as the third quarter devolves into a showcase between them. As the game transitions from offense to defense, LeBron James steps just beyond the three-point line, halts abruptly, and sinks a long two-pointer, piercing through the net. The score now stands at 62-73. Shinmia seized the ball and effortlessly crossed half-court, sinking a magnificent three-point shot. The score is now 65-73. Kobe, though he would have preferred to embody that role today, willingly supported Shinmia, lamenting his own lack of such three-point prowess. As James netted a two-point shot, Meibo responded with yet another three-pointer. The audience was captivated solely by the performances of these two players. Each took turns showcasing their skills, while the others merely managed to contribute an occasional assist, if they were fortunate enough to touch the ball at all. The game inexplicably evolved into this spectacle. As the third quarter reached the 8th minute, Meibo executed another mid-range jumper, bringing the score to 79-83. The deficit narrowed to within 5 points, prompting the Cavaliers to finally call a timeout. LeBron, too, was visibly fatigued. The crowd remained entranced, unable to shake off the intensity of the recent exchange. Meibo shattered the NBA record for three-pointers in a single quarter, sinking 8 shots from beyond the arc, not including his mid-range jumpers and layups. The Lakers opted to bench Meibo for a brief respite, while LeBron James was likewise substituted on the Cavaliers' side. With each exchange of shots, Meibo steadily narrowed the gap, seemingly awestruck by the exceptional display of three-point shooting, reminiscent of a three-point contest. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. In the final 4 minutes, the match returned to a semblance of normalcy, with the remaining starters from both the Lakers and Cavaliers continuing to play. During these 8 minutes, they became mere spectators, rarely attempting to shoot. The entire arena remained entranced by the earlier exchange, struggling to regain composure. The camera frequently captured Meibo, who appeared remarkably composed, as if nothing had transpired, intently observing the game. In contrast, LeBron James exhibited a more subdued demeanor, seemingly disheartened, uncertain of who had taken center stage in the preceding duel. He continued to score, yet felt as though he was not the protagonist. In truth, Meibo was equally flustered, having entered an extraordinary state of precision. He was acutely aware that if asked to shoot again, he might not replicate his earlier success. His previous performance had been driven by sheer will and an elusive state of flow. Upon reviewing the replay, it became evident how many fans in attendance had torn their jerseys and tossed their drinks in excitement. As the third quarter concluded, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 2 points, with a score of 88-90. Meibo and James had both rested for 4 minutes, supplemented by the intermission prior to the final quarter. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams reintroduced their starting players. This time, Meibo felt a distinct absence of the usual fervor. He was uncertain in his offensive approach. Despite the Lakers fans erupting in chants of MVP the moment he received the ball, he opted to pass instead. His pass, however, was executed with remarkable finesse and aesthetic appeal. Meibo no longer focuses on shooting. Instead, he plays an active role in assists and rebounds. In the domestic TV5 live broadcast, Shaoxin has ceased his offensive efforts. At times, I truly find it perplexing to comprehend Shaoxin's maneuvers. In the third quarter, he showcased his shooting talent, while in the fourth quarter, it appeared as though he was intent on demonstrating his ball control, assists, and rebounding instincts, as if he were orchestrating the game. This is the secret of a master of time management. I believe Shaoxin is not acting intentionally. Rather, he may have simply found himself in this rhythm as the game progressed. He still manages to make crucial shots when it matters, revealing his finesse at just the right moments. Meibo has already scored over 35 points and recorded 12 assists. Meanwhile, LeBron James drives with the ball, only for Meibo to intercept it. Meibo swiftly transitions into a fast break, passing to Arteist, who successfully completes a dunk. The score is now 96-95, and the Lakers have finally taken the lead. After assisting Arteist, Meibo remained motionless in the corner. Upon noticing the Cavaliers' backcourt inbounds, he suddenly surged forward, executing another steal, prompting James to hastily pursue him in defense. Meibo dodged a moment and refrained from shooting. As Kobe rushed back from midcourt, he effortlessly released the ball. Kobe executed an alley-oop, scoring to make it 98-95, as the Lakers surged ahead by 3 points. The Cavaliers promptly called for a timeout. A series of turnovers had shattered the players' composure. Once a team brimming with confidence and a winning spirit, their body language now conveyed a sense of frustration. On the Cavaliers' bench, a teammate rallied the spirits, urging, "Come on, guys, we've only lost 3 points. We have led the game longer than anyone else. Let us not panic. Focus on defense, maintain concentration, and avoid mistakes." Encouraged by their coach, the Cavaliers players gradually regained some confidence. The Lakers bench. The wound on Meibo's shoulder had reopened, and the team physician was attending to it, advising him to refrain from playing. Lakers head coach Phil Jackson contemplated for a moment before stating, "Shin, you shall rest for the next match. This one is a milestone for you, so hang in there." "All right, coach," he replied. Chapter 89, Victory. The first triple-double of his career, the team physician rewrapped Shinmia's injury, fortunate that the bleeding had subsided, though a dull pain lingered. At this moment, the arena was replaying the moment when Shinmia executed a spectacular steal. With the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Both teams made slight adjustments to their lineups. The Lakers substituted Andrew Bynum to prevent a height disadvantage when the starters took a breather. LeBron James, holding the ball, crossed half-court for the Cavaliers, who boasted a record of 22 wins and 8 losses, placing them among the top 3 teams in the Eastern Conference. While this victory might seem inconsequential, he was determined not to lose. They had started the game with a sense of potential triumph, only to be thwarted by lethal three-point shots. From beyond the arc, LeBron attempted a three-point shot against Arteas' defense, but missed. Shaquille O'Neal secured the rebound, executing a dunk with a triumphant roar. The score was now 98-97. On the Lakers side, Shinmia brought the ball past half-court. Kobe positioned himself on the left side at a 45-degree angle and accelerated. Shinmia, understanding his intent, delivered a bounce pass to the cutting Kobe, who soared for a layup, scoring effortlessly. The score read 100-97. The Lakers had once again scored with ease, as the Cavaliers' defense had lost the intensity it had displayed in the first 3 quarters. On the Cavaliers' end, Mo Williams, maintaining his shooting rhythm, hit a three-pointer against Shinmia's defense. The score was now tied at 100-100. Despite Shinmia's best efforts to disrupt the shot, he was unable to effect it. Shinmia cast a deep glance at him. Today, Williams was truly remarkable, making 5 out of 8 attempts from beyond the arc. He ranked second in scoring on the Cavaliers, only behind LeBron. Had it not been for LeBron's near-total command of the ball in the third quarter, it is likely that Williams would have outscored him in this game. As the transition from defense to offense unfolded, Kobe brought the ball past half-court, this time not passing it to Shinmia. Instead, Kobe boldly faced Anthony Parker's defense and responded with a three-pointer. The ball swished through the net, marking Kobe's second three-pointer of the contest. The home crowd erupted in chants of MVP for him. The score stood at 103-100. Subsequently, the Cavaliers faltered in their offensive attempt, missing their shot, allowing the Lakers to secure the rebound as Cavaliers players retreated defensively. Kobe, continuing his offensive surge, made a long 2-point jumper, extending the score to 105-100. In the ensuing exchanges, both the Cavaliers and the Lakers struggled to find the net, engaging in a back-and-forth battle. It wasn't until the 4th minute that the Lakers widened the gap to 7 points, prompting the Cavaliers to call a timeout. They replaced their starting players, and the Lakers substituted Shinmia along with Kobe, Gasol, and Arteas, bringing in their primary rotation substitutes. This time, the Cavaliers' bench could not match the prowess of the Lakers' reserves, with the point difference fluctuating between 5 to 7 points. When the game reached the 8th minute, the Lakers called for a timeout, reintroducing their closing lineup, while the Cavaliers brought back their standout player of the day. Shaquille O'Neal, who had only scored 8 points throughout, remained on the bench during the critical final moments, a poignant reminder of the twilight of a veteran's career. At this juncture, the score was 111-107, marking a 4-point deficit. Both teams heightened their defensive intensity. Whenever Shinmia gained possession, the Cavaliers immediately deployed their small guards to double-team him. In comparison to Kobe's fadeaway mid-range shots and driving layups, they now feared Shinmia's icy three-point shooting, which could prove to be utterly devastating. Shinmia would not cling to the ball and force a shot. Upon encountering a double team, he would promptly seek an open position to pass the ball effectively. Having drawn the attention of 2 defenders, it was time for his teammates to step up and score. Fortunately, Kobe and Pau Gasol began to connect, with Shinmia assuming a role in the latter stages as a 3D player, strategically positioning himself for shots to draw defensive attention while also guarding the opposing point guard. The Cavaliers struggled to contain the Lakers. Even when they managed to score, they could not close the gap. The offensive synergy between Kobe and Gasol became increasingly evident, and the lead swiftly extended to 7 points. At this juncture, LeBron missed a three-pointer, but the Cavaliers secured the rebound inside. Mo Williams then sank another three-pointer, shooting 6 out of 9 attempts, bringing the score to 120-116, narrowing the deficit to 4 points. With just 1 minute remaining, the Lakers heightened their vigilance. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Kobe, after crossing half-court, began to manage the clock. The Cavaliers shifted their focus onto Kobe, presuming he would not pass. At that moment, Shinmia suddenly broke free from his defender and sprinted forward. Kobe delivered the ball to Shinmia, who immediately leaped upon receiving the pass. Anthony Parker, who was providing help defense, rushed towards him. The shot was released, slicing through the air and swishing through the net. It was a clear foul, yet the referee did not call it. Should a three-point play be awarded at this stage, it would essentially seal the game. The score stood at 123-116, with a 7-point margin. Following a quick Cavaliers inbounds play, LeBron James, stepping onto the Lakers logo, launched a bold three-pointer that swished through the net. Astonishing. Shin Mien nodded in acknowledgement. Such shots were indeed within LeBron's repertoire. Even his shooting motion remained unchanged, unlike others who required physical momentum to generate force. The score was now 123-119, with the Lakers still maintaining a 4-point lead. With possession of the ball and only 35 seconds remaining, Kobe Bryant of the Lakers crossed half court, deliberately managing the clock. The Cavaliers intensified their defensive pressure, striving to thwart the play. As the time dwindled and the defense remained ineffective, LeBron was compelled to commit a foul to conserve precious seconds. Kobe stepped to the free throw line and calmly converted both attempts, extending the Lakers' lead to 125-119, now a 6-point advantage with just 14 seconds left. Seizing the moment, LeBron James exploited a lapse in the Lakers' defense, executing a swift drive to the basket that consumed 6 seconds. The Lakers, unable to contain him, allowed the basket to count, narrowing the score to 125-121 with 8 seconds remaining. Pau Gasol sought to inbound the ball to Kobe, but his path was effectively obstructed. Instead, Gasol passed to Artest, prompting Cavaliers players to rush in for a foul. Artest quickly returned the ball to Gasol, who was then fouled. With 5 seconds on the clock, Gasol received the ball from the referee and confidently sank the first free throw, making it 126-121. Before the second attempt, Gasol exchanged a knowing glance with Artest, who understood the unspoken cue. Gasol missed the second free throw, but Artest darted in for the rebound, swiftly evading pursuit from the Cavaliers, who chose not to chase further as the clock expired. The game concluded with a score of 126-121, marking a victorious Christmas battle for the Lakers. Players from both teams embraced in camaraderie, while Kobe and LeBron exchanged words. After their conversation, LeBron pointed towards Artest before approaching him, clearly eager to engage in dialogue, revealing a hint of nervousness as he acknowledged Artest's imposing presence. Shin stepped forward a few paces and embraced LeBron James in greeting. "Shin, your three-point shooting was remarkable. You should come to Cleveland sometime." "My treat," LeBron suggested. "Thank you. I might consider it. Or perhaps you could come to Los Angeles for a visit," Shin replied. The conversation concluded amicably, and LeBron smiled, bidding farewell as they dispersed to their respective interviews. In this match, Shin scored an impressive 38 points, provided 14 assists, and grabbed 10 rebounds, achieving his first career triple-double. He also shattered the single-quarter three-point record, along with the single-game record for individual three-pointers with 12, surpassing Thompson's previous record of 14. He was undoubtedly the standout player of the game. Chapter 90, The Red Lightning after the game. An ESN reporter approached Shin. "Hello, Shin. Your performance today was extraordinary. How did you manage to achieve such results during your rookie season?" "Well, firstly, it is the result of consistent training and reflection. Secondly, I approach every game as if it were the last of my career. I give my all to fulfill my responsibilities. The statistics will naturally follow. You must understand that such performances are not uncommon. Some rookies have already scored over 50 points in a single game. Thirdly, I must attribute some of my success to the pair of shoes I am wearing," Shin stated. "Oh, you are being excessively modest today. I must admit I find it a bit hard to adjust to," the ESN reporter remarked, deftly sidestepping Shin's comment about his footwear, as it was not part of their Nike sponsorship. What a dry joke, Shin thought with a faint smile, feeling somewhat bemused. He had always considered himself to be quite humble. "Shin, what did you discuss with LeBron on the court?" "I admire him greatly. His talent is unparalleled in the league. We appreciate one another, and I believe that his future accomplishments may well place him in comparison with the basketball gods. Though he will need to cultivate a bit more self-discipline," Shin replied. "Wow, that is quite a high praise. Thank you for your cooperation." "You're welcome." Shin set down the microphone and made his way towards the players' tunnel, heading for the locker room. As soon as he entered, buckets of icy water cascaded down upon him. Gasol held a basketball, already adorned with the signatures of numerous witnesses. Shin took over, preparing to leave. "No, this is mine. Please sign it for me. I wish to take it with me." "Oh, what a fool I've been," he thought. as the changing room erupted with the hearty laughter of his peers. Meanwhile, Shen Mie's rising popularity began to flood the forums with discussions about the Li Ning collaboration featuring the Yen 1 sneakers, which made their debut during the Christmas showdown. User A remarked, "He resembles a streak of red lightning, piercing through the Cavaliers' defense." User C replied, "Your words are quite poetic." User A responded, "Yo, yo, yo. I am aka Old A duo from the underground 8 Mile crew." User B interjected, "It's merely a business maneuver. Ultimately, it's all about mutual benefit." User C countered, "Shouldn't he be signing endorsements?" User B replied, "Huh? Kobe and Gasol are watching Shen Mie go toe-to-toe with LeBron. Is the Lakers' successor emerging?" User A mused, "My brother Kobe is aging. If Shen Mie can maintain this level of performance, it's indeed possible." User B retorted, "You're overthinking it. No matter how well he performs, they would never let an Asian player lead the team." User C chimed in, "If he truly becomes a team leader, that would be splendid. My favorite team would be the Lakers then. Lakers for the championship." Shen Mie challenges the new king of the league, leading his team to victory in the Christmas showdown. User A stated, "Regardless of whether you acknowledge it, Shen Mie has emerged as a new star in basketball. If he chooses to return to play domestically, he would undoubtedly be a leader." User B replied, "You're dreaming. Although I'm not fond of him, he is the only one worth watching domestically. He should stay in the NBA. The domestic basketball scene is too murky." User C quipped, "Is the moon overseas shining brighter? It's finally revealed. You truly are a banana person." User B dismissed, "Huh, I can't be bothered with you." User C shot back, "You criticize Shen Mie daily, yet you never miss a game. Have some shame." User B responded, "Huh?" User C concluded, "Huh, forget it." At the post-game press conference for the Cavaliers, LeBron James and Shaquille O'Neal faced questions. LeBron, "Why did you and Shen enter into a scoring duel during the third quarter?" "Well, anything can happen on the court. All I can do is shoot the ball into the basket or find the right position to pass to my teammates." "No. Isn't that not the reason for your scoring duel?" "I have said, anything can happen on the court." LeBron, "How do you believe Shen should adapt to life in the league?" "I think he is already a competent NBA player. I have never encountered a shooting talent like his. Perhaps we should all study his play style and develop targeted defenses against him." This statement evidently calls upon other teams to devise strategies against Shen Mie. Such a summons is reminiscent of the period when Lin was at his peak, a style of play that initially left opposing teams at a loss, yet ultimately, they were able to decipher it. LeBron, the final inquiry, how would you characterize this player? He possesses a natural talent for shooting, boasts an international background, and is a rather unique global athlete. We tend to focus solely on our performance on the court. Despite his injury today, he insisted on returning to play, and we managed to avoid any conflicts. This is commendable. He is a kind individual, and I believe we might become brothers in the future. Thank you for your cooperation." "You're welcome." Shaquille, prior to the game, Kobe mentioned that he has as many championships as you. "Do you have anything to say about that?" "I have 3 FME trophies." Upon hearing this, O'Neal perked up, his eyes wide, and he exclaimed. Laughter erupted from the audience, clearly uplifted by O'Neal's remark. He certainly knows how to enliven the atmosphere. Shaquille, do you believe Shen will become an all-star player? Absolutely. He is as exceptional as Yao, though they are 2 distinct players with differing styles. To be honest, I do not appreciate his comments regarding free throws, yet he triumphed over us. After the team disbanded, Shen Mie met outside with Meng Ro, and he ran. "What have you 2 decided?" "I have class tomorrow, so I won't be going. Let Ranji accompany you back." "Is that convenient for you?" He ran suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Although she initially harbored a competitive spirit, she now felt somewhat hesitant. "What is inconvenient about it?" "I customized a recliner last time. Rest assured, I sleep comfortably in the living room." "All right then, Meng Ro, we shall return." "Okay." Meng Ro shot a glare at Shen Mie, who lowered his head and silently swore an oath. Meng Ro smiled slightly and drove off towards Chinatown. Shen Mie and Hiren followed the Lakers team bus, heading back towards the arena and home. "Today, your shoes are particularly eye-catching." "Is that so?" "I feel that these shoes, of my own design, are certainly extraordinary. Among all the players on the court, your shoes stand out the most. Even though the style has been altered from your original concept, they exude a sense of avant-garde fashion, creating a harmonious whole on the court. You understand sneaker design as well?" "Of course, I have been influenced by it. Otherwise, how could I be the head of a branch office?" "That is true." Upon returning home, Shen Mie sent a message to Meng Ruo informing her of his arrival, and then promptly collapsed onto the lounge chair, falling asleep. After finishing her shower, he ran, dressed in her pajamas, gazed at Shinmia, who was sleeping on the lounge chair, pursed her red lips, and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead before quietly returning to the bedroom upstairs. The night passed in silence. Chapter 91. The winning streak comes to an end early the next morning. A sound echoed through the air. Shinmia was suddenly awakened, sitting up and scanning her surroundings, only to realize that something was amiss in her home. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that Iran's suitcase was nowhere to be found. Had she just departed? Shinmia lifted his gaze to the clock on the wall. It was already 7:30. He surmised that Iran had likely rushed off to catch her flight. On the coffee table lay a small note, which Shinmia picked up. Dear Shinmia, I have left. I have work tomorrow, so I will visit you again next time. The note was adorned with a vivid crimson lip print. This girl, departing without so much as a word, had forgotten to inform him that he could take a day off today and accompany her to the airport in the morning. However, he had indeed been in a deep slumber yesterday and had failed to hear her bustling about. He gently touched his shoulder. Sensing that the wound was healing and forming a scab, Shinmia promptly removed the adhesive bandage and washed his face with simplicity. He then donned his jacket and hastened to pursue. Today, he was exempt from training, as the head coach had granted him a consecutive 2-game rest. With the Lakers currently holding the best record in the league, it was prudent to allow key players some respite. Nevertheless, he still needed to be present at the evening's game. Upon exiting the community, he noticed he ran just as she was about to depart in a vehicle. Shinmia hastily pursued after her. Hey, stop. Hirian heard Shinmia's call and glanced at the rearview mirror. Shinmia was sprinting towards him. Please do not stop. Drive slowly. Thank you, Hirian said, pressing her red lips together as she addressed the black taxi driver ahead. All right, beautiful lady. Wow, it appears that is Shinmia. Should we wait for him? I would like to get his autograph. I said do not stop, Hirian replied sternly. The driver, feeling the tension between the two, merely retracted his neck and complied, clearly sensing that an unpleasant situation had unfolded between them. As Shinmia surged ahead, surpassing the speed of the car, Hirian called out, Stop. The driver complied, halting the vehicle just as Shinmia reached the front. Hirian opened the door and, with a graceful step from her high heels, emerged. What, still toying with me? She inquired, rising onto her toes to press her lips against Shinmia's. Shinmia widened his eyes, and then, inexplicably, his hand instinctively wrapped around Hirian. Hirian, becoming increasingly absorbed, parted her lips and said, Why did you chase after me? I have work tomorrow. Let's meet another time. Her cheeks flushed with color. I'll take you home. I have a day off today. I won't have to compete tonight or train during the day, Shinmia replied, regaining his composure. Oh, then let's go? Get in the car, she said. The two swiftly settled into the back seat. Wow, how romantic. The black driver quipped as he started the vehicle, steering towards the international airport. It was just a misunderstanding. I suddenly remembered some things when I saw you chasing the